To train on a primitive planet full of killing, everyone thought you were really crazy. But only you knew, this was the key for you to stay alive. Because the level of technology developed slowly, humans had never been able to break through the Milky Way. Even in the fight against all races, they were gradually falling behind. The public's dissatisfaction with the Federation became more and more intense, and the crime rate also rose year by year. To calm the public, the Federation united with major media and entertainment groups to hold public welfare programs. The content of the programs mainly focused on observing the living environment of humans on exile planets. The purpose was to let people understand the miserable life of those heavy criminals who had all rights taken away, and the descendants of those criminals. Too many similar programs made viewers aesthetically tired, not interested. Just as expected, the program Walking into the Abyss started broadcasting. The number of online viewers was only a little over 300,000, and most of them came just for the host. Host Weiwei, though in an extremely low mood, still had to force a smile. Different from other similar programs that observed the living environment of a tribe, Walking into the Abyss would focus on a single target. Next, we would let the smart brain filter targets one by one, select 10 observation candidates, and let everyone vote to decide whether the smart brain's chosen target would be confirmed as the observation object. After host Weiwei briefly introduced the program, the director switched the screen. On the screen, people dressed in animal skins flashed one after another. A few seconds later, it froze on a man who was strong, had rough skin, and was missing one arm. Right after, that man's information appeared beside him. Ji Hong, male, 28 years old. He once caused a series of terrible cases, the 7th-generation descendant of the murdered demon Huang Renkui, chief of the Chilan tribe. During a hunt, one of his arms was bitten off, his strength greatly weakened, and he was now facing the crisis of losing his position as chief. 28 years old? Why does he look older than someone in their 50s? He even has a white beard. People on the exile planet are just like this? Change him. Missing an arm, doesn't look right, boring. As long as it's not a young, beautiful girl, I vote no for all. Don't even think about it, at kind of place like the exile planet, it's impossible to find a pretty girl. The live stream viewers got a little more interested. Star number 6518, Rock Mountain. At midnight, Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked around, confused. He seemed to be in a dark, damp cave. A huge flood of information suddenly rushed into his mind, making his head ache like it was splitting. It took him a long while to recover. His face instantly became strange. I actually traveled through time and space? Looking at the dirty clothes on his body made from sewn animal skins, he smiled bitterly. Time travel is fine, but I traveled to a planet close to primitive society. The scariest thing is, this planet has all kinds of terrifying fierce beasts. Where is my golden thigh? As a time traveler, where is my golden thigh? Lin Chen got a little panicked. Without the golden thigh, he wouldn't even survive 3 days in this world. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the strongest talent system. Please choose your talent development path. A clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Then a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Technology path, you will have the strongest technology creation talent of the human race. Cultivation path, you will have the strongest cultivation talent of the human race. Perception path, you will have the strongest perception talent of the human race. Reproduction path, you will have the strongest reproduction talent of the human race. Row after row, there were hundreds of them. Lin Chen was overjoyed, web novels didn't lie to me. As long as you travel through, either you have amazing luck or heaven-defying talent. Let's keep it simple and rough, just stuff me with a system. What to choose? Lin Chen scanned the screen. His eyes were dazzled. Most of them he couldn't understand or make sense of. Brother, can I choose them all? Lin Chen silently asked in his heart. No response. This system seemed to have no class at all. Not smart. Then I can only pick something I know. The most familiar one is the technology path. But he quickly denied it. Are you kidding me? In a time full of bloody killings like this primitive age, playing with technology is insane. It seemed only the cultivation path was left. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and chose the cultivation path. Ding! Choice successful. Congratulations, you now have the strongest cultivation talent of the human race. Then, hundreds of options disappeared. Strongest talent system. Host, Lin Chen. Territory, 16 square meters. Talent boost, 0.0000000016 times. Besides that, there wasn't even a user manual for the system. But according to Lin Chen's guess, this system should be able to boost cultivation talent. But it required ruling a territory and owning a certain area. The bigger the territory, the higher the talent bonus. Lin Chen had no time to think about the ratio between territory and talent bonus, because he found a very serious problem. No cultivation method. How do I cultivate? Try to create a cultivation method myself? With the strongest talent of the human race, I should be able to do it, right? Lin Chen quickly made up his mind, no cultivation method? Then create one himself. Having read over 3,000 online novels, he wasn't scared at all. First, I have to sit cross-legged. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen sat down cross-legged like he had seen. Next, I should sense the presence of the Qi Si. I remember the Chi and Dantian or whatever seemed to be below the belly button. He closed his eyes, calmed down, emptied all the distractions in his mind, and tried to imagine the existence of the Chi. Walking into the abyss, live broadcast viewers didn't increase but instead decreased, now down to just over 200,000. Host Weiwei's professional quality was good, she still kept her sweet and innocent smile. Next is the 10th and also the last observation target. The screen kept flashing with people wearing animal skins, and finally the image froze. What appeared on the screen was a dark cave. In a cross-legged position sat a dirty young man, but with fair skin and handsome features. Yichen, male, 19 years old. His grandfather was the Grand General Yi Tinglong, who attempted to overthrow the federal government and establish an empire. A member of the Green Grass tribe, he was weak and sickly as a child, unable to go out hunting, and after losing his father, he was cast out by the tribe. He then made his way to Flame Mountain, miraculously avoiding fierce beasts, and found a cave to shelter in, surviving on wild fruits. 2 days ago, he caught a cold and had a high fever that wouldn't break, almost reaching a state of death, but 10 minutes ago, the fever suddenly broke, and he regained consciousness. Hey, this guy looks pretty good, handsome and attractive. Too bad, he's not the girl I want. To think he's the grandson of Grand General Yi Tinglong? What's so surprising about that? The exile planet has been around for over 2,000 years, and it's not uncommon for big figures to be sent there. All serious criminals sent to the exile planet will have their memories erased. Once on the exile planet, no matter their past identity, they must struggle to survive, and their descendants will do the same. With such a physique and physical condition, living to 19 on the exile planet is nothing short of a miracle. Let's place bets. I wager he won't live past a month, betting with game coins from Myriad Races Battle. I bet 200 game coins, since he's already created a miracle, living another month shouldn't be a big deal. The audience in front of the screen became slightly more lively. Female viewers were rare in seeing a charming and pleasant-looking face. Male viewers debated whether this observation subject could survive a month. The 10 observation subjects were quickly confirmed. The live streaming room was then divided into 10, with the host, Weiwei, explaining the observation subject and interacting with the audience in one of the rooms based on popularity. The audience could freely switch to any of the 10 live rooms. Chapter 2, Creating a Cultivation Method. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Time flew by. Originally, due to his handsome looks, Yichen's live room had the most viewers. At its peak, half the audience was in his live room, exceeding over 100,000. However, as Yichen continued to sit cross-legged in the cave, the number of viewers began to decrease sharply. It finally stabilized when only 5,000 to 6,000 remained. The total number of viewers for the entire Into the Abyss program also dropped from over 200,000 to just over 100,000. In the cave. About an hour later, Yichen suddenly opened his eyes. A look of joy appeared. After spending about an hour, he finally succeeded in sensing the existence of his Chi. Next, it's time to create a cultivation method. Yichen thought for a while, finding himself at a loss, before sitting cross-legged again, quietly observing the Chi. To his delight, he discovered that there seemed to be a trace of barely visible Chi within the Chi. How to strengthen this trace of Chi was undoubtedly the approach to creating a cultivation method. In the 10th live room, over 5,000 viewers were left confused. What's going on? He suddenly smiled and then went back to sitting there with closed eyes? Could it be the fever has fried his brain? No, he's probably thinking about his future path. I just glanced at his scanning data, his brain is in an active state. What's there to think about? In a place like the exile planet, physical quality is the most important. What he should do is to take advantage of his luck, stock up on food and water, and find ways to exercise in the cave, instead of sitting there idly. Once you have good luck, it doesn't mean the next time will be too. The higher the physical quality, the greater the chance of survival. I'd bet 1,000 game coins that he can live past a month. The food and water he's stocked are only enough for half a month. He wouldn't just sit there daydreaming until his food runs out and starves, right? Oh my gosh, everyone hurry to room 7. Room 7 just killed a wild rabbit, and they are eating it raw. Are you going to room 7 to see? Although the human race on the exiled planet has no right to privacy, this show is a public welfare program for everyone. All bloody and inappropriate scenes for children will be directly blurred by the smart brain or interrupted by advertisements. In the cave. With the strongest cultivation talent of the human race, after successfully sensing the existence of meridians and acupoints, as well as the special energy in the air, Yichen's thoughts gradually opened up. Combined with his experience from reading 3,000 online novels, the only path laid out before him was one. That is to let Qi flow in the meridians, passing through different acupoints to produce different effects. Thus, drawing external energy into the Qi and meridians, and then transforming that energy into Qi. To achieve this, he needed to understand the characteristics of the energy in the air and the effects produced when energy enters the acupoints at an extremely deep level. The former constitutes the mental methods of the cultivation technique. The latter constitutes the movement route of the cultivation technique. After careful consideration, Yichen decided to focus first on perceiving and understanding the characteristics of external energy. With his mind made up, he continued to sit cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, calming his mind to sense the energy in the air, attempting to understand and analyze its distribution, properties, and patterns. The progress was extremely slow. The main reason was that although he had the strongest cultivation talent of the human race, his comprehension and perception abilities were raised to an extraordinary level, he could only barely sense the energy in the air. Going any further was as difficult as climbing to the sky. However, creating a cultivation technique was the only way for Yichen to survive in this world. No matter how tedious and boring it was, he worked hard to calm himself down, tirelessly persistent. Time flew by. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. When tired, he would take a nap. When hungry, he would eat some wild fruits stored from before to appease his hunger. Aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, almost all his time was spent on perceiving the characteristics of energy. The only form of exercise was digging a pit at the cave's end to serve as a toilet, covering it with dirt afterward to prevent the cave from smelling too strong due to lack of ventilation. The number of viewers in Stream Room 10 was steadily decreasing. No one was willing to watch someone who either sat cross-legged or lay down sleeping. Even though scans showed that Yichen's brain activity was normal, most people still thought he had lost his sanity. Otherwise, his behavior wouldn't be so strange. Days passed in a blink. Yichen finally gained a rudimentary understanding of the special energy in the air. The reason it's called a rudimentary understanding is that the more he learned, the deeper and more profound the special energy in the air seemed. In fact, it was related to natural laws, to the sun, moon, and stars. Without spending 10 or 8 years, Yichen felt he could barely touch the surface. Fortunately, a rudimentary understanding was enough for him to create a simple cultivation technique. Next, it's about combining his understanding of energy to test out the movement routes. Yichen tried to control that wisp of qi in the qi sea with his mind. As he expected, this wisp of qi moved in the qi sea under his mental control. Then, it entered the meridians. He attempted to control this wisp of qi to enter the nearest acupoint. As soon as it entered the acupoint just a little bit, Yichen keenly felt something was wrong and immediately controlled the wisp of qi to leave the acupoint. He could sense that if he didn't withdraw in time, the qi entering that acupoint would cause serious consequences. Fortunately, with the strongest talent of the human race, he had extraordinary insight and keen intuition in this area, allowing him to instantly detect something was amiss and quickly withdraw the qi. Then, he controlled the qi to enter the second acupoint, the third acupoint, the fourth acupoint, the fifth acupoint. One attempt after another. If it was dangerous, he would immediately give up. If it was safe, he would keep it. Yichen quickly discovered. The qi enters the acupoints, filled with endless changes. Because when qi passes through the first acupoint, it carries the characteristics of that acupoint. When it enters the second acupoint, it will cause the qi to carry 2 different characteristics at the same time. If the 2 different characteristics are incompatible, it will produce adverse reactions. Thus, the more acupoints qi enters, the more characteristics it carries, and the greater the likelihood of incompatibility. Even if they are compatible, they might merge into some strange characteristics. To combine a set that can attract external energy into the meridians, and transform or assimilate external energy into one's own qi, is like walking through a maze. One wrong step means turning back to try again. Each step can create countless combinations. Moreover, even with Yichen possessing the strongest talent among humans, he can avoid danger by pulling back in time when qi enters a certain acupoint and produces adverse reactions. However, to evade risks, one must also maintain a highly concentrated focus. Perceiving energy characteristics makes Yichen's waist sore, his back ache, and his legs cramp. And now, testing one acupoint after another further causes his waist to ache, his back to hurt, and his legs to cramp, while his head pounds painfully, wishing he could explode right there. Even with the strongest cultivation talent among humans, creating a cultivation method from nothing is not an easy task. For survival, he can only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 3, The Chaos Technique is born. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. After countless combinations and tests, Yichen finally succeeded in testing a set of exercise routes. This set of exercise routes takes the qi sea as the origin. Qi enters into the meridians, passing through 8 acupoints, and finally returning to the qi sea. It's a very simple set of exercise routes. Fortunately, the effects are quite good. At the very least, Yichen feels the effects are good. Because when qi runs a circle in the meridians and returns to the qi sea, he can clearly sense that as qi runs in the meridians, the energy in the air is drawn in, penetrating through the skin into the meridians. Then, it runs along with qi in the meridians for a circle, entering the qi sea. Just a single circle, and many of the energies brought into the qi sea by qi have been transformed and assimilated into qi. This is exactly the effect he wants. Next, it's time to fill in the gaps and organize the entire cultivation method. Yi-Chen stood up. Although his waist ached, his back hurt, and his head buzzed, his spirit was extremely excited, full of motivation. He found a sharp stone, first drawing the exercise route map on the wall, then writing down the insights of the cultivation method beside it. After some thought, he also wrote the 3 big characters chaos technique next to this cultivation method. This is the name he gives to this cultivation method, meaning origin and beginning. As for the chi and the chi-si and the special energy in the air, he couldn't be bothered to think much, directly calling it spiritual power and spiritual energy. He sat cross-legged across from the wall. He began to try to study how to modify and perfect the cultivation method's mantra, to achieve a perfect fit with the exercise route. In the 10th live broadcast room. After nearly a month, the audience count has dropped to only 200 or 300 people. These 200 or 300 who stuck around were purely due to having some mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, unwilling to leave until they saw Yi-Chen finish eating all the stored wild fruits. What crazy thing is he up to now? Everything is still, the heart should be tranquil. No ignorance, no anger, no waves, no ripples. She exists in the sea, she comes from the sea, what is this nonsense? Every day saving food, half a month's worth of food has taken him nearly a month to consume, yet he doesn't want to find food at all and is just writing on the cave wall? It feels like what he's writing is very philosophical, just sitting there for almost a month, contemplating the meaning of life, wanting to become a great philosopher? Hurry up! Hurry up and finish the rest of the wild fruits. The sooner you finish, the sooner you'll starve to death. Oh my god, is he thinking about the meaning of life again? I don't know if he's crazy, but I'm sure I'm going crazy because of him. In front of the screen, more than 200 viewers with varying degrees of OCD nearly had a meltdown. They saw that after making a few changes, Yi-Chen sat cross-legged again, entering that completely still state like before. What made the OCD viewers even more frustrated was that in the past, even though Yi-Chen was frugal, he still ate 5 wild fruits the size of ping-pong balls each day. But this time, Yi-Chen only ate 1 wild fruit for the entire day. At this rate, the 20 or so wild fruits expected to be eaten in 4 days could last 20 days. This is insane. Only 1 wild fruit a day? I'd bet all my money he won't last 3 days. I guess he'll collapse tomorrow, and maybe eat all the remaining fruits in one go. When hunger gets too much to bear, people always give in completely. People on the exile planet really can't be judged by common sense. Number 3 is cruel and ruthless. Just because someone took a wild chicken from him during a hunt, he smashed that person's head with a rocket knight. Number 7 is like a starving ghost reborn. He dares to shove anything into his mouth, dead or alive, cooked or raw. Number 9 is basically a human pile driver. Out of a tribe with just over 500 people, his women and children take up nearly 20%. Number 10 is also a weirdo, a hardcore shut-in and coward. He'd rather starve and hide in a cave acting like a philosopher than go out to look for food. One viewer couldn't help but sigh deeply. And to think he's the grandson of Yi Tinglong, the 9-star general. I looked up Yi Tinglong's info. This guy was notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty. He once ordered the massacre of over 1 billion members of the Angel clan on an entire planet. The Angel clan has fought with our human race for years. Even though the losses have been heavy, they refuse to make peace, all because of that incident. That statement was immediately challenged. You don't even consider what kind of place the exile planet is? Sparse population, beasts everywhere. On the exile planet, even if you're Yi Tinglong's grandson or Yi Tinglong himself, it doesn't make a difference. Yi Tinglong back then rose from a cannon fodder level mecha soldier to a 9-star general through military achievements, a true legend of the army. But after his memory was wiped and he was sent to the exile planet, he only became a chief of a small tribe. And even that was earned with fists, not brains. Yi Tinglong's son was even worse. Yi Tinglong led the tribe for 16 years, trying every way to make the people accept the idea of the chief's position being passed down by blood. But a few years after he died, someone else took the position by force. As for Yi Tinglong's grandson, this number 10 in front of us, he was too weak and sick to hunt, so he was simply kicked out of the tribe. The viewers in the livestream kept complaining, hoping Yi-Chen would just hurry up and finish the wild fruits, so this dull and boring waiting could finally end. Otherwise, they had to keep checking back every few days, worried and uncomfortable all over. But in the end, they were bound to be disappointed. On the second day, Yi-Chen still ate only 1 wild fruit. On the third day, it was the same. Even more unbelievable, on the fourth day, Yi-Chen didn't eat a single wild fruit. No one knew, it was because Yi-Chen had successfully broken through to a new minor realm. He had advanced from what he called Qi Condensation Stage 1 to Qi Condensation Stage 2. After breaking through to Stage 2, his Qi expanded, and his spiritual energy became purer. His ability to absorb energy from the outside world, called spiritual Qi, also became much faster. And when that spiritual Qi entered his meridians through the pores on his skin, it also nourished his body to some extent. This greatly reduced Yi-Chen's need for food. This is also the reason why after Chen officially started his cultivation, he could sustain himself for a whole day with just one wild fruit. Until more than 10 days later, Chen had broken through to the third level of qi gathering and was pushing towards the fourth level of qi gathering. Someone suddenly thought of a very unusual question. With him being in a state of hunger for a long time, why does he not seem to be spiritually lacking? In fact, he even gives off a radiant and vibrant feeling? Chapter 4 suddenly became famous. Logically speaking, someone who has been in a state of hunger for so long should be dizzy, fatigued, and spiritless. The audience who had this thought posted their confusion in the live broadcast comment section. But have you noticed that even though he has been sitting there all the time, he looks relaxed and natural, even described as radiant, totally unlike someone who has been hungry for more than a month? Someone couldn't help but check Chen's physical data and instantly exclaimed, "My God, everyone look at his physical data." After being in a state of hunger for a long time, he should normally have low blood sugar, ion disorder, and decreased bodily functions. But the scanned body data shows that all his parameters are completely normal. Is this for real? I don't know about other things, but someone like him, sitting in strange postures without moving for more than a month, must at least have muscle atrophy. Don't say he has been hungry for over a month. Even if I were hungry for just a day, I would feel weak all over. This is not scientific. You should pull up his physical data from more than a month ago and compare it with now. After being hungry for over a month, his lung capacity, body fat percentage, basal metabolic rate, all his physical data not only did not drop, but actually improved quite a bit. According to all the physical data, after being hungry for over a month, his physical quality not only did not decline but actually improved by about 20%. This is way too unbelievable. In room 10 of the live broadcast, over 100 obsessive-compulsive disorder patients were all left dumbfounded. Soon, even more people pulled up Chen's daily physical data and were amazed to discover that his various physical data improvements were progressive. In the first month, they kept declining. But starting from 10 days ago, after Chen began to write and draw on the wall, all his physical data suddenly started to improve at a slow pace. 3 days later, the improvement speed suddenly doubled. 3.5 days later, it increased by nearly 50% again. What is going on? Is it possible to enhance physical quality by deliberately keeping oneself in a state of hunger for a long time? The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by the results they had deduced. No, check the metabolic scan of his body. After some research, someone finally found the key point. Below his lower abdomen, there is a force of energy that is rotating within his body. This energy seems to attract particles of energy from the outside world into his body, and then follows the energy rotating inside him, entering the lower abdomen, continuing this cycle. The reason his physical quality can still improve while being in a long state of hunger is that during the process of those external energy particles entering his body, a small portion is absorbed by his body. Is it really like that? How could external energy particles be absorbed into the body? Look closely, the energy inside him can even slowly convert external energy particles into the same kind of energy. Just don't know what that energy inside him is useful for. It's very useful. The more energy inside, the faster the speed of attracting external energy particles, and the more energy particles the body can absorb. This is also why his physical quality shows periodic improvement. I have a strange feeling that I have discovered a great secret and am witnessing a historical event. I feel the same way. It seems like number 10 has made some significant discovery. The audience in the live stream began to get excited. Just by sitting there, you could enhance physical fitness. The only things that could do that were genetic agents and high-end massage equipment. But genetic agents and high-end massage equipment are very expensive, only the wealthy can afford them. Right now, this number 10 has improved physical quality without any drugs or massage equipment. If this can be replicated, wouldn't ordinary people also be able to improve their physical fitness? And it would be a quick improvement. 200, 400, 800. Countless viewers streamed into number 10's live room, and the numbers began to multiply. A large number of media people, like flies sensing rotting meat, rushed over when they heard the news. Improving physical fitness is this simple. Genetic agents and high-end massage equipment are about to face a devastating blow. No cost, rapidly improving physical fitness. Is this the show's eye-catching scheme or a new discovery? Various self-media outlets began to publish a flood of eye-catching posts and videos. News media also sent staff to the live stream to learn more and consult relevant experts and scholars. Soon, major news outlets launched related news pieces. The hottest was an interview video from Fast News Network. Fast News Network immediately invited over a dozen experts and scholars for analysis. Top psychologists, well-known researchers of the 10,000 races, human potential developers, linguists, even a metaphysician. The dozen experts and scholars shared their opinions, and their conclusions were almost unanimous. Famous historians confirmed that the human race, thousands of years ago, when they had not yet developed space-jumping technology and were still in a corner of the blue planet, had already begun to enhance human abilities. abilities, magic, martial arts, witchcraft, it was 100 schools of thought contending. But the fact proved that only a very small number of people could use these means to strengthen or enhance their own abilities. The ratio was less than 1 in a million. Moreover, the ceiling was very low. Throughout their lives, they were only a bit stronger than ordinary people, unable to resist against those hot weapons. With the birth of space-jumping technology, humanity burst forth from the blue planet, occupying numerous life planets and resource planets, obtaining massive resources, and technology once again experienced a great leap forward, with genetic agents developed from various fierce beasts emerging. Even today, genetic agents have remained strong after thousands of years, only having a new competitor called high-end massage equipment. But whether genetic agents or high-end massage equipment, the costs were far from being at a level that could be popularized. Although their effects were remarkable, they could not bring human capabilities close to those of the 10,000 races, who could fly and dodge and destroy worlds with a wave of their hands. Nowadays, as technology has been unable to achieve another breakthrough, humanity gradually shifted from offense to defense in the competition with the 10,000 races, and internal conflicts began to arise. Many research institutions have already invested huge sums to study whether humans can enhance their abilities like the 10,000 races. Numerous wealthy individuals have also secretly spent huge amounts to establish related secret laboratories. Because life is one of the greatest taboos of the universe's laws, no matter how those researchers study, clones have never equaled true humanity. Memory is not the soul, and implanting memories into a clone's brain will create deviations in emotions, thoughts, and personality. The wealthy aim to discover methods to have lifespans of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, evolving into a higher form of humanity. But all the research has yielded minimal effects. The implication was undoubtedly that throughout human history, countless geniuses have emerged. After pouring in countless manpower and money, there still hasn't been much gain so far. Someone with no instruments, no equipment, no reference materials, how could they possibly make a major breakthrough in just 1 month? The rest of the experts and scholars had similar opinions. Experts in human potential and linguists all agreed that the words and pictures carved by each on the wall could truly be called a brand new way of human enhancement. But it was 100% similar to past things like superpowers, martial arts, and witchcraft, only very few could imitate it, and the potential was very low. Even more, because Ichen was a first-generation creator, blindly copying him carried huge risks. In short, everyone must not imitate. First, it's hard to learn. Second, there's no future. Third, it's dangerous. Only a few people in high society, who had wide sources of information, knew that it wasn't just experts invited by Extreme Speed News Network. Experts invited by other news websites mostly had backgrounds in pharmaceutical and medical equipment companies. And many pharmaceutical and medical equipment companies had contacted the Star Media Group, hoping to cancel this program. But Star Media Group was also rich and powerful. It was rare to have a public welfare program showing signs of becoming popular, and it was just the time to boost the company image. How could they cut it so easily? Chapter 5, Few Imitators. The analysis and predictions of the experts clearly made the public hesitate and dare not try to imitate Ichen's actions. Only a few brave ones studied the video where Ichen created the chaos secret, trying to sense the presence of the Qi and spiritual energy. Some spent 1 or 2 hours and couldn't sense the Qi or spiritual energy, so they gave up. Some spent over 10 hours, finally sensed the Qi and spiritual energy, and still gave up. Because all of this proved the experts' analysis and predictions, very hard to learn. And after being hard to learn, there's still no future and it's dangerous. Smart people, naturally chose to give up. Only a few people who sensed the Qi and spiritual energy within 2 hours, some gave up, some chose to keep studying the chaos secret. Zhang He was one of those who chose to continue studying. He only took 1 hour and 10 minutes to successfully sense the existence of the Qi. Compared to the time Ichen spent, he only used 10 minutes more. That meant his talent wasn't much worse than Ichen, the founder. As for the no future and dangerous analyzed by the experts, he had considered that too. Even if there's no future, Ichen increased his physical ability by 20% in 1 month, that's a real benefit. Even if his physical strength was twice as strong as Ichen's, and couldn't improve by 20%, he could still improve by 10%. As for danger, he couldn't care that much anymore. He was a basketball player, one who couldn't even make the bench in a weak team in the C-League. Now sports competitions were divided into gene type and non-gene type. That meant, athletes who had taken gene drugs and those who hadn't were divided into 2 categories. The former were more popular, all sports events involving them were explosive and exciting. The latter were traditional projects, also with quite a few fans. Zhang He was a basketball player who hadn't taken gene drugs, and this year his contract was expiring. The team already told him clearly they wouldn't renew with him in the offseason. This meant if he still couldn't perform this season, he would face a situation where no team would want him. If he could improve his physical strength by 10%, it would help him greatly. Becoming a basketball star was his dream. He was willing to take on the unpredictable risks the experts had predicted. Yi-Chen had the strongest cultivation talent among the human race. Zhang Yi only took 10 minutes more than Yi-Chen. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi's talent in cultivation is at the very top of the human pyramid. The chaos technique's formulas are deep and hard to understand, but through slow exploration and thanks to his strong talent, he quickly began to grasp and comprehend them. In less than half a day, Zhang Yi was able to control a strand of spiritual power in his energy sea and began cultivating according to the chaos technique. 5 days passed in a flash. Although there weren't many imitators, the number of viewers in Room 10 soared to an average of 20 to 30 million. Besides, this was due to Yi-Chen's long-term cultivation, as he hadn't left the cave for a while. Everyone wanted to know when the predicted upper limit of physical quality that could no longer improve would arrive, and when the risks would appear. Inside the cave, Yi-Chen's body trembled slightly. 5th level of the Qi condensation stage. After about half a month, he successfully rose 4 small realms, breaking through to the 5th level of the Qi condensation stage. In the energy sea, the spiritual power had at least increased by hundreds of times compared to the 1st level of Qi condensation. Thanks to the nourishment of the abundant spiritual energy, his physical quality improved by about 10% compared to the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Calculating, in half a month, his physical quality not only did not decline but actually increased by 30%. In the eyes of the audience, this was already an incredibly unbelievable event. Being in a state of hunger for a long time, not exercising, and not using any equipment. To increase physical quality by 30% in half a month, even if he had already reached his limit, even if soon there would be after effects, it could be called truly magical. But no one knew that Yi-Chen had never cared about the improvement of his physical quality. In these past half-month, the real gain was that he broke through from the 1st level to the 5th level of Qi condensation. The purity of spiritual power and the abundance of spiritual energy had greatly improved. The enhancement of physical quality was just a side benefit of cultivation. This side benefit was nothing compared to the real benefits. If Yi-Chen wanted to truly improve his physical quality, he didn't need to invent a method to strengthen the body. Just by giving up on improving his realm and fully guiding the external spiritual energy to nourish his body, doubling his weak body in the first few days would be no trouble at all. He didn't do this, of course, because the benefits from the realm improvement were greater. He stood up to stretch his muscles. Yi-Chen turned his head to glance at the wild fruits placed in the corner. There were still 7 left. He picked one up and devoured it in 2 bites. The remaining 6 were untouched. Although he planned to go out, it was not to gather edible wild fruits. Instead, it was to collect a type of fruit called thorn fruit. According to the memory of his previous self, this thorn fruit grows about 10 centimeters long, is flat and thin, with a very sharp tip, and is less than half a centimeter thick, yet as hard as steel. It could easily be used as a dart. 5th level of Qi condensation, in Yi-Chen's eyes, as long as luck is not too bad, he would have some self-defense ability against those powerful ferocious beasts. But the premise is to have an attack-type technique. Though injecting spiritual power into his arms would greatly enhance his strength. But using spiritual power this way would undoubtedly be a waste. Having a realm without an attack-type technique is like having a massive supply of bullets and shells without guns to shoot them. He could only throw bullets and shells at people. He wouldn't be able to exert their proper effect. Without any weapon, he planned to collect a batch of thorn fruits and then create a set of techniques for hidden weapons. Moreover, with his current realm, attacking from a distance would be safer than engaging in close combat. In case of an emergency, he could escape in advance. After a month and a half, Yi-Chen finally stepped out of the damp and dark cave. He's out. He has finally come out. He really doesn't play by the rules. Before, he was frugal, refusing to leave the cave no matter what. Now, with 6 wild fruits left, based on his previous consumption rate, he could last for more than half a month, yet suddenly he decides to go out. Could it be that he has already reached the limit of physical enhancement? Continuing to train would just be a waste of time, so that's why he went out? That's very possible. If that's the case, I'm glad I believed the predictions of the experts and scholars. I didn't mimic his training method. Otherwise, even though a 30% increase in physical quality sounds decent, the risks are immense, making it hardly worth it. I hope he won't encounter danger outside. After all, the existence of any side effects hasn't been verified yet. Even if he has reached the limit and can't improve his physical quality any further, if there are no side effects, the result is still quite good. As Yi-Chen prepared to leave the cave after a month and a half, the viewers in the livestream became anxious instead. They hurriedly opened the map to check the distribution of ferocious beasts in the area. The result was quite reassuring. On the route to collect the wild fruits, there were no traces of any beasts. Chapter 6: The Practitioner on the Basketball Court. Under the blazing sun. Outside the cave, feeling the warmth of the sun, Yi-Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fresh air, the warm breeze, far surpassing the damp and dark cave, giving a sense of rebirth. However, although the sun was shining bright outside, danger lurked everywhere. The best plan was to quickly gather enough thorny fruits and then return to the cave to diligently study the new skills. He carefully observed his surroundings, confirmed there was no danger, and followed his memory to head towards the thicket of thorns. What's going on? Has it really been only a month and a half since he left the cave that he forgot the way to the small woods? It's over. I just checked the map, and in that direction, there's a roaring tiger. There are countless paths, yet he chose this one dead end? Staff, hurry and contact the battleship on the exile planet. Have it use lasers to kill the roaring tiger? That won't work. The most important thing about the exile planet is that we absolutely cannot let those serious criminals escape. The federal government chose planet A518 as the exile planet because the surrounding area is filled with cosmic storms and meteorite clusters. Only large battleships can withstand it. Aside from that, in the entire outer space of the exile planet, there is only one large unmanned battleship. Moreover, it has its space jump device, weapon systems, and mecha systems destroyed. With that, even if those serious criminals haven't had their memories wiped, they still can't access the battleship. Even if they managed to get on the battleship, they still couldn't escape the exile planet. Conversely, outsiders cannot invade the large battleship's intelligence system to control its weapon systems or mecha systems to secretly assist these serious criminals. I originally hoped he, as the founder, would help test what risks the chaos technique has. Now, it seems, he is seeking death on his own. The viewers in the livestream were all sighing in despair. Roar! The situation seemed to align with what the viewers in the livestream had predicted. The roaring tiger had a sharp sense of smell and, from over 100 meters away, caught a whiff of each end's scent. With a deafening roar, its hind legs pushed off the ground violently. Dust flew everywhere. Standing 2 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters long, it leaped 4 to 5 meters towards Ichen. In the distance, Ichen felt a jolt in his heart. But unlike what the roaring tiger expected, he was not paralyzed in fear by its roar. On the contrary. After a brief shock, Ichen immediately poured his spirit power into his legs. He turned and dashed away. In one fluid motion. His speed was twice that of the roaring tiger. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The roaring tiger stood still, watching Ichen's disappearing figure, confused in the wind. In its bright, shiny eyes, there was nothing but bewilderment. It had seen creatures that ran fast, but most of them had long legs. With only 2 short legs, yet able to run so fast from the prey, it was definitely the first time encountering this. On the other side, Ichen ran 5 to 600 meters, confirming that he had shaken off the roaring tiger before finally stopping. Then, he began to try to bypass the roaring tiger and head towards the thorny bushes. In the number 10 live broadcast room, over 20 million spectators, dumbfounded. One by one, they were more confused than the roaring tiger. They were all doubting if their eyes had problems. What did I just see? How could his speed be faster than a roaring tiger? The scanning data shows his speed just now reached 30 meters per second? How is this possible? With his current physical condition, even reaching 10 meters per second is extremely unlikely. How could he achieve 30 meters per second? You must know, without using gene drugs, the world record is only 20 meters per second. It's spiritual power, the spiritual power stored in his energy reservoir. My God, spiritual power can actually be used like this? Someone checked the previous scanning data and finally uncovered the real reason. At the moment Ichen started to run, his spiritual power burst from the energy reservoir, infusing into his legs, causing his speed to explode several times. Once this discovery was confirmed, the entire live broadcast room erupted. After spending half a month to improve his physical ability by 30%, it was already astonishing, leaving people puzzled why the chaos technique was so incredible. No one expected the value of spiritual power to be even greater. Just by consuming a small amount of spiritual power, a person who couldn't even reach 10 meters per second could suddenly surge to 30 meters per second. If calculated this way, infusing spiritual power into the arms would allow a person's strength to increase several times? Infusing spiritual power into vital points, my God. This chaos technique is simply divine, but I wonder what the side effects are. Generally speaking, the more obvious the benefits, the greater the side effects. If the side effects are within an acceptable range, even if it has reached its limit, this chaos technique can totally be learned. The viewers in the live room were both excited and worried. Planet A1637. Spiritual power can be used like this? In the changing room, Jiang Yi took a quick look at the number 10 live broadcast room, instantly dumbfounded. Immediately after, he fell into wild joy. So much so that, when he came to his senses, he realized he had clumsily followed his teammates back to the court. 89:56. Only a few minutes into the second half of the game, the Mad Bull team once again expanded their lead, now over 30 points ahead of the Glory team. In the arena, most of the home crowd for the Glory team had already left. The remaining fans were drowsy and listless. Jiang-hee, go on. Seeing the trend was lost, the head coach had no choice but to give up the game and substitute the equally listless main players. Jiang-hee jumped up. He walked onto the court with several substitute players. After 3 possessions, Jiang-hee finally received a pass from his teammate. He did not hesitate at all and immediately infused a small amount of spiritual power into his legs. As a shooting guard, his ball handling skills were already good. The reason he was just a marginal figure in his C-level weak team was solely due to his low shooting accuracy and poor explosive power. Shooting accuracy cannot be changed in a short time. Then let's drive in for a layup. Jiang-hee suddenly accelerated. The player defending him only felt a flash in front of him and lost sight of his target. When he turned his head to look again, Jiang-hee had already rushed under the basket, easily making a layup for 2 points. What just happened? Whether it was the players on the court or the few remaining spectators, they all thought they were seeing things. On the sidelines, the head coach of the Glory team's eyes lit up. He had felt that Jiang-hee's condition seemed pretty good during training these days. But he never expected it to be this good. The game resumed. Swish. The substitute point guard of the Mad Bull team had just brought the ball up the court, studying the situation on the court, planning to pass the ball to which teammate. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. The next second, the basketball disappeared. Was it stolen? The substitute point guard of the Mad Bull team turned around, feeling a little frustrated. His eyes widened, and his mouth hung open in shock. He saw Jiang-hee jumping high, slamming the basketball into the hoop. 4 points scored in a row, plus a steal. The crowd in the arena finally woke up. And this was just the beginning. After 4 or 5 days, Jiang-hee had broken through to the second level of the chi condensation stage. The spiritual power in his dantian was not much. But it was more than enough to support a game for 1.5 quarters. Dunks, layups, steals. Jiang-hee turned into a battle god on the court, unstoppable. Even when the Mad Bull team started to put in their much stronger starters in the 4th quarter, seeing their advantage shrink significantly, Jiang-hee was still the brightest player on the court. Although they lost the game, he did not lose. In 16.5 minutes of play, he scored 25 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, made 4 steals, and dished out 2 assists. After the game, normally, the media reporters would interview the best player from the winning side. But this time, they called Jiang-hee over. During his first ever interview, when asked why his performance today was so outstanding, he was so excited he gave an incoherent answer. Thanks to Yi Chen, thank him for creating the chaos technique. Even though the chaos technique has terrible side effects, in my eyes, he is still the god in my heart. If he stands in front of me, I would worship and kiss his toes in the most devout manner. Thanks to this interview, that day, not only did he participate in his first post-game interview, but as a substitute player in a C-tier basketball league, he overshadowed all sports stars from a 1637 planet, making the front page headlines of global sports media. Chapter 7, No Martial Art Formula Left Behind. Exiled Planet. Under the confused eyes of countless spectators, Yi Chen successfully reached the thorny bush. He picked over 100 thorn fruits, tied them up with vines, and brought them back to the cave. Inside the cave, Yi Chen began his practice. One thorn fruit after another flew from his hand, heading towards a stone at the entrance of the cave. After slightly adjusting and getting used to the throwing technique for the thorn fruits, Yi Chen started to sense the changes in the spiritual energy and the flow of air as he threw them. Soon, he was completely immersed in it. Is he practicing darts? No wonder he left the cave not to pick wild fruits, but to collect thorn fruits. It turns out he plans to use them as darts to attack enemies from a distance. Clever, these thorn fruits, in terms of hardness, sharpness, and shape, really can be used as darts. By channeling spiritual power into the arm, using thorn fruits as darts to attack vital parts, those low-level beasts might not even be able to withstand it. The viewers in the livestream room finally understood why Yi Chen had collected so many thorn fruits. But soon, they started to wonder why Yi Chen was practicing with the thorn fruits for such a long time. Because after one day, Yi Chen was already able to accurately hit a target the size of a fist, over 10 meters away, with the thorn fruits. Yet he continued practicing. More precisely, through constant practice, he was comprehending the properties and laws of hidden weapon techniques. 2 days later, 3 days later, 4 days later. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the 10th live stream room, the number of viewers had dropped from the peak average of 20 to 30 million, to only 5 or 6 million. The main reason was not boredom, but because Yi Chen only practiced and replenished spiritual power while resting his brain and body after exhausting his energy. To most people, this undoubtedly seemed to be the limit, and they thought practicing would be useless. But Yi Chen was exploring new breakthroughs. The ceiling had already appeared, which made many people immediately lose interest in the chaos technique. Because most people's talent, far from being comparable to Yi Chen. Yi Chen only took half a month to reach this level, while most people need about 2 years to get there. Not to mention, cultivating the chaos technique also carries unpredictable risks. Almost there. After spending about half a month in comprehension, Chen was confident that he had a good understanding of the characteristics and rules of hidden weapon techniques. At the very least, it was not a big problem to create a simple hidden weapon technique. Next, he needed to work on the route of power operation. The technique's formula combined with the route of operation could yield the greatest effectiveness. Chen held a thorny fruit in his hand, closed his eyes slightly, and, under the control of his will, let a trace of spiritual power leave his energy sea. It moved toward his right arm. Along the way, he tried to let the spiritual power enter an acupuncture point leading to the arm. With his extraordinary perception and reaction ability, he immediately controlled the spiritual power to leave the acupuncture point upon sensing something wrong. Then, he moved on to the second acupuncture point, the third acupuncture point. Just like creating the route for the chaos technique, he continually tried and combined one acupuncture point after another. Hey, look at the scan chart. Chen seems to be controlling the spiritual power to continuously enter acupuncture points, just like when he created the chaos technique. Could it be that after reaching the limit with the chaos technique, he wants to create a new cultivation technique? No, look at the route. The spiritual power is going toward his arm. Plus, he is holding a thorny fruit. Could he be trying to create a technique that enhances the power of throwing darts? That's quite possible. Injecting spiritual power into the arm could dramatically increase its strength, greatly enhancing the power of the darts. If he really researches a technique that increases the dart's power, even a mere 10% boost could escalate their effectiveness. Utilizing the changes produced by the spiritual power as it passes through the acupuncture points to research and create the chaos technique. Now, he is extending that to create a technique to enhance dart power. His ideas are truly imaginative. In room 10 of the live broadcast, the audience couldn't help but marvel after guessing Chen's thoughts. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Chen finally succeeded in researching a set of power operation routes, combining his understanding of hidden weapon techniques. In addition, the intermittent training also allowed him to break through from the 5th to the 6th level of condensation phase. This shattered the audience's speculation that they had reached the limit and could no longer improve their realms. Let's call it the flying dagger technique. With the 6th level of condensation phase, I should have some self-protection capability. After a long time without human interaction, Chen found that he, just like his predecessor, was starting to talk to himself. Fortunately, this situation would soon come to an end. He planned to go out into the world. Glancing at the empty cave, an unusual emotion rose in Chen's heart. In this damp and dark cave, he had stayed for nearly 3 months. From nothing to something, he created the chaos technique and flying dagger technique, officially stepping onto an unimaginable path. Suddenly leaving brought both reluctance and excitement, along with anticipation. He wrapped some vines around his waist, then attached over 100 thorny fruits to the vines. Chen took a deep breath and left the cave. After only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He decided to go to the grass tribe. First, he would seize the position of the tribe leader, and then promote the chaos technique in the grass tribe. Based on the grass tribe's people, he would continuously expand his influence. The larger his influence, the higher the talent enhancement from the strongest talent system. The more powerful techniques he could create, the faster he could cultivate. The two complemented each other, forming a virtuous cycle of continuous improvement. The problem now was that he didn't know how to get to the grass tribe. After being expelled from the tribe, his predecessor lived in fear and anxiety every moment. Without any sense of direction, he just helplessly turning around aimlessly. Chen recalled carefully and found that there was no previous experience of hunting, not even knowing which direction the grassland tribe was in this big mountain. He could only rely on luck. He didn't pay much attention to it. If he couldn't find the grassland tribe, it would be fine to find other tribes. After all, any tribe speaks with their fists. No longer hesitating, he set out on a new journey again. What's going on? Why does it feel like he plans to completely leave the cave? At the 6th level of chi condensation, plus the flying knife technique, low-level fierce beasts are no threat to his safety. It's normal to leave the cave. Yeah. After all, being alone for a long time can easily cause mental issues. But the problem is, why hasn't he carved the flying knife technique's mental mantra on the cave wall? The millions of viewers in the live room were all puzzled. Although most people had no plans to learn the chaos technique and the flying knife technique for now. But this is temporary. Many had set their minds to start learning the chaos technique and the flying knife technique once the side effects of the chaos technique appeared, as long as they weren't too severe. But if Chen doesn't carve the flying knife technique's mantra down, how would they learn it later? The large unmanned warship on the exiled planet was equipped with the most advanced scanners of the human race. With the scanner's advanced ray imaging, even images from deep within the Earth's core can be perfectly presented. As long as Chen uses the flying knife technique, the flow path of spiritual power in his meridians could be easily obtained. However, thoughts, too, are one of the areas that human technology has yet to break through. The scanner can at most scan Yi-Chen's emotional state based on various data, but cannot read his thoughts. Unless Yi-Chen records or speaks the mantra of the flying knife technique, otherwise, it cannot be acquired. What to do now? Just observe for a while, not learning for now, was a wise decision he made. If he can't learn, it leaves one feeling a bit restless. Chapter 8 Hero Saves Beauty. For 2 consecutive days, the viewers in the live room looked forward to Yi-Chen being unable to bear the loneliness of solitude, able to talk to himself and recite the mantra of the flying knife technique. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Within the vast mountains stretching for thousands of miles, peaks arose, layers upon layers. The roars of beasts were faintly heard. Yi-Chen cautiously moved through the forest, feeling lonely and solitary. Until a roar and a growl faintly reached his ears. His spirits suddenly lifted. That roaring sound obviously came from a fierce beast. But the growling voice felt like a human voice. He took out a few thorn fruits and held them in his hand. Then followed the sound, searching forward. Soon, he arrived at a small grove. A little further ahead, he could vaguely see a strong woman dressed in animal skins, holding a short knife. She was fighting a giant wild boar that was 3 meters tall, covered in blood, with a single horn on its head. From the situation, although the giant wild boar was injured, it still seemed full of spirit. Instead, the strong woman was panting, clearly lacking some strength. It's coming, the chance for a hero to save the beauty. I specifically checked the data on the exiled planet. This is a level 5 fierce beast, the unicorn boar, and in the state of the beauty below, it's impossible for her to win. Damn, what are you looking at? This is a beauty? You don't understand. Because of the different living environments, the people on the exiled planet have different aesthetic views. A robust body with rough, dark skin is the beauty. This woman is 2 meters tall, muscular, with explosive muscle filled with strength. All the right places are remarkably large. And even when exhausted, she remains agile, full of stamina. In the entire exiled planet, she's an unparalleled beauty with both looks and strength. Having a rare scene to watch, all the viewers in the live room became excited. They eagerly awaited Yi-Chen to take action and use the flying knife technique to rescue this unparalleled beauty of the exiled planet. In the small grove, however, Yi-Chen did not take action. He hid behind the trunk of a big tree, quietly watching the situation on the field. Since they were both of the human race, he definitely had to save her. However, he wanted to gain the greatest benefit. The green grass tribe didn't know the way, and now he finally came across a human, so of course he had to first enter this human tribe and find a way to become the tribe chief. The sturdy woman in front of him, just by the strength she showed and that iron short blade in her hand, it was easy to guess her status in the tribe. She was definitely one of the top figures. Otherwise, she wouldn't be qualified to use an iron weapon. To make a move and save her in the moment of her despair was without a doubt more appreciated than stepping in while she still had strength to fight. He waited like that for half an hour. The toughness of the sturdy woman was a bit beyond Yi-Chen's expectations. Clearly she was in a losing position, exhausted, but she could still grit her teeth and use the cover of trees again and again to dodge the horned boar's attacks. She even found the right moment to slash the horned boar, leaving a bloody mark on its body. But, a gap in strength is still a gap in strength. No matter how strong the toughness, it couldn't beat a weak body. The longer it went on, the slower the sturdy woman moved, the clumsier she became. Finally, during one charge from the horned boar, even though she dodged the sharp horn, she was still hit by the boar's body. Her body instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. The short blade in her hand flew out. She crashed into a big tree and finally stopped. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. The sturdy woman tried to get up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Ha! The horned boar roared, turned around. It locked onto the direction of the sturdy woman, lowered its head, and charged again. The sturdy woman, even though she couldn't get up, still stared at the horned boar, fearless and fierce. But deep in her eyes, there was a flicker of despair. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Yi-Chen finally made a move. The thorn fruit drew a beautiful arc and hit a wound on the horned boar's back. The thorn fruit, more than 10 centimeters long, sank fully into the horned boar's wound. Awah! The horned boar screamed in pain, its charge paused. The sturdy woman widened her eyes, clearly not expecting that at such a moment of certain death, a chance could actually appear. He finally made a move. My God, according to the scanner, after the thorn fruit was thrown, its speed reached 300 meters per second. That's much faster than when he was practicing. Amazing. With that speed, plus the hardness and sharpness of the thorn fruit, it could even pierce the skull of some weaker beasts. I wonder when Yi-Chen will write down the mantra of the throwing blade technique. Feels like he's a bit too cunning, dragging it out until a life or death moment before acting. On a place like the exile planet, if you're not cunning, it's too hard to survive. If you want to win the beauty's heart, how can you not be a little cunning? You know, Ichen's fair and tender face is handsome to us, but on the exile planet, women see that as the face of a sure-to-die weakling. If a weakling has a child with another weakling, that kid will probably be a weakling too. Even if Ichen is a life-saving hero, that top beauty definitely won't like him. If he saves her right when she's in total despair, the chance of winning her heart is bigger. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all talking at once. Some thought Ichen was too cunning, others couldn't help but defend him. But the real reason, only Ichen himself knew. Whoosh! The horned boar's huge body turned to face him. Without saying a word, Ichen shot another thorn fruit, hitting the horned boar right between the eyes. The thorn fruit, over 10 centimeters long, only had its tail sticking out. The horned boar started shaking. Its forelegs wobbled like a drunkard. It walked a few more steps forward. With a loud boom, it fell to the ground. Its breath gradually faded. Not far away, the sturdy woman looked at the horned boar lying on the ground. Look at Ichen, who is pale and skinny, definitely a waste in the tribe. In his wide, copper bell eyes, disbelief was written all over. He waved his hand and threw a thorn fruit, just like that, he killed a unicorn pig? She dared to swear 100% that if she returned to the tribe and told them about this, absolutely no one would believe it. Because even though she witnessed it with her own eyes, she still felt a bit unreal. On the other side, confirming that the unicorn pig had breathed its last. Ichen stepped forward, pulled the thorn fruit out from the unicorn pig's brow, wiped off the blood, and collected it. Only then did he come in front of the sturdy woman and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The sturdy woman shook her head. Regaining some strength, she barely managed to stand up. Singled out. With a beautiful woman before him, he actually collected the thorn fruit first? Completely inexperienced, if it were me, I'd definitely rush over first to help the beautiful woman up and ask how she was doing. Of course, that's on the premise that my aesthetic sense is the same as the people of the exile planet. What do you know? On the exile planet, asking how someone is doesn't matter at all. If you want to win her heart, the perfect process is to go forward, pick her up, and place her on the unicorn pig's corpse. Then, cut the unicorn pig's throat and let her drink some fresh blood, to help her regain some strength. Doing this would not only domineeringly declare that both the beautiful woman and the unicorn pig belong to him but also show his gentle side. The audience in the live broadcast room all thought Ichen's methods of picking up women were truly pitiful. If it were them, relying on the favor of saving a life, even if their body and looks were like the wastes of the exile planet, they would definitely win the beautiful woman. Chapter 9, Flame Mountain Tribe. My name is Guli, thank you for saving me. The sturdy woman expressed her gratitude. It was just a small effort, no need to be polite. Ichen replied politely. How did you kill the unicorn pig? Guli glanced at the unicorn pig lying on the ground, then looked at Ichen's somewhat weak body. Even having seen it with her own eyes, it was still a bit hard to believe this fact. My arm strength is relatively strong, and I threw the thorn fruit, which had great power. Ichen casually brushed her off. Guli was astonished. Her arm strength was among the top in the tribe. Using a thorn fruit, she could at most injure a wild chicken. How strong did an arm need to be to kill a unicorn pig? She couldn't imagine. Where do you want to take this unicorn pig? Our Flame Mountain tribe is not far from here. I can go back and find someone to help you carry it. Guli's gaze quickly returned to the unicorn pig. In her eyes, a hint of regret flashed. If she could have killed the unicorn pig herself, how wonderful would that be? Not only would it give her an absolute advantage in the competition for the tribe leader, but it would also greatly increase the food reserves for the tribe. Unfortunately, whoever kills it has the right to it. The unicorn pig killed by Ichen could only be handled by Ichen. I am a member of the Green Grass tribe. I ended up wandering here by accident. The unicorn pig can be a gift for you. Ichen generously waved his hand. You are not only my lifesaver but also a great benefactor to our Flame Mountain tribe. I will go back now and find my tribe members. Guli was overjoyed. No need to be so troublesome. Ichen scanned around. He wanted Guli's short knife. He cut down 3 small trees and then chopped off the branches and leaves, quickly producing 3 logs 5 meters long and as thick as a bowl. He stuffed the logs under the unicorn pig. Ichen grabbed one of the unicorn pig's hind legs, feeling the spirit power surge, gathering in his arms and legs, and started to drag it forward. Rolling. With the 6th stage of the condensation chi period, infusing spirit power into his legs and arms could make Ichen's strength increase by dozens of times. But dragging a unicorn pig weighing several tons was still a bit lacking. With 3 logs reducing the friction under the unicorn pig, it was completely different. It was enormous, even lying down afterwards. A 2-meter-tall unicorn pig was being dragged forward by Ichen alone. If the log falls off, you pick it up and put it in front of the unicorn pig. Also, which way is the Flame Mountain tribe? After confirming everything was fine, Ichen looked at the stunned Guli beside him. So much strength. In Guli's big, round eyes, a strange sparkle flickered. Her heart couldn't help but speed up. So much so that she didn't even hear what Ichen was saying. Whoa, according to the scanner's data, this beauty named Guli is experiencing faster dopamine secretion and accelerated heartbeat, which clearly shows she is falling for someone. An amazing man truly is not limited by time and environment. Even with a weak build, in this world where strong, dark, and rugged men are ideal, a useless ugly man can still make a beauty's heart race. So handsome that I want to lick the screen, and yet a genius who has created his own way of cultivation, showing extraordinary intelligence while carrying the unicorn pig, it's over. I've fallen for Ichen too, suddenly feeling that my boyfriend is worthless. A genius, elegant and smart. It feels like even in an exiled planet, Ichen would surely shine brightly. Not just shine brightly, I even suspect that giving the unicorn pig to Guli and wasting time rolling logs to transport the unicorn pig could have some ulterior motive. Everyone, don't forget, his behavior before was pretty sinister. Plus, he's the ambitious grandson of the 9-star General Li Tenglian. With such ability, such a mind, such a personality, and being ambitious, he's clearly a rising hero. The only pity is that on this exiled planet, it is a world of fierce beasts, and the human race can only survive in the cracks. No matter how ambitious he is, at most, he will become the chief of a tribe, and then annex a couple of nearby tribes. Born in the wrong time. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all amazed, constantly discussing topics. In the small forest, under Ichen's reminder again, Guli finally woke up. She hurriedly stepped forward, picked up a log that had rolled out, and stuffed it in front of the unicorn pig. With Guli's assistance, the speed was not slow. The two talked as they walked. Ichen quickly learned about Guli and the situation of the Flame Mountain tribe. The Flame Mountain tribe is a medium-sized tribe with over 1,000 people. On the exiled planet, people age quickly. The tribe leader of the Flame Mountain tribe, Taishur, although only 36 years old, is already much weaker in strength and agility than before. Taishur is somewhat wise, knowing that being robbed of the chief position is worse than voluntarily giving it up. Therefore, he set a competition: whoever could hunt the most prey within 3 months would become the next tribal chief. In the entire Flame Mountain tribe, the two strongest warriors immediately engaged in fierce competition. One of these warriors vying for the chief position is called Rog. The other is Guli. The reason for ambushing the level 5 unicorn pig was that due to her disadvantage, Guli had to take risks, hoping to surpass Rog with the unicorn pig. But the risky venture failed, and she was saved by Ichen. This news was undoubtedly a huge boon for Ichen. It meant that once he joined the Flame Mountain tribe, he wouldn't need to rack his brain to compete for the chief position. He would only need to rely on his powerful strength to hunt enough prey, and it would be within reach. In the Flame Mountain area, powerful fierce beasts are everywhere. Even if you have incredible strength, self-protection is still difficult. How about joining our Flame Mountain tribe? As they chatted, Guli suddenly asked. Her big, round eyes sparkled with hope. On this journey, she had learned that Ichen was quite tired of living alone. This made her see a chance to invite Ichen to join the Flame Mountain tribe. Once she found the opportunity to bring up this topic, she proposed it without hesitation. If the seemingly frail but powerful Ichen could be invited to join the Flame Mountain tribe, without a doubt, it would greatly increase the tribe's strength. The survival pressure on the tribe's people would be significantly reduced as a result. Yet, she did not know that these messages were all deliberately hinted to her by Ichen without revealing his intentions. Including the act of saving her and gifting the unicorn pig, all of it was aimed at joining the Flame Mountain tribe. That sounds good. Ichen feigned a moment of contemplation before nodding his head. Although he was eager to join the Flame Mountain tribe, he had never brought it up himself, instead guiding Guli to mention it. Because being too proactive is not the way to make a deal. Before becoming the chieftain of the Flame Mountain tribe, he did not want Guli to sense his ambitions, to avoid unnecessary complications. Great! Guli was thrilled, her heart racing faster. In her eyes, Ichen's joining would undoubtedly bring immense help to the Flame Mountain tribe. Moreover, Ichen staying in the Flame Mountain tribe would also give her a chance for feelings to grow over time. This was one of her confusions along her journey. She realized that from beginning to end, Ichen had scarcely looked at her. This struck a blow to her pride. With dark skin, a strong physique, a rugged face, immense strength, a booming voice, and bright, copper-like eyes? In the Flame Mountain tribe, she was the goddess admired and envied by all men, their eyes filled with desire. But Ichen seemed to have no interest in her whatsoever. And she could feel that this disinterest was not a pretense. To remain calm before an unparalleled beauty showed a powerful character. This only made her fall deeper for this man who appeared like a nobody, yet possessed immense power and unwavering strength of character. His strong physique didn't attract him. Then let it be feelings growing over time. Just thinking about the day when she could unite with Yi Chen and have a group of children inheriting her looks, his strength, and character made her heart race, as if the entire world belonged to her. Chapter 10, The First Stage of Spirit Release. She's back, Guli is back. Not only is Guli back, but she also brought a unicorn pig, and a man who is weak, ugly, but seemingly has immense power. In the valley, as Yi Chen and Guli arrived, the tribe members of the Flame Mountain tribe all came out to greet them. Upon learning that Yi Chen had killed the unicorn pig, everyone found it hard to believe. But the power Yi Chen displayed made them unable to doubt him. Regarding Yi Chen's willingness to join the Flame Mountain tribe, the tribe members were naturally celebrating. Chieftain Taisher even announced that there would be a bonfire party that night to celebrate Yi Chen's joining. Even another warrior of the tribe, Rog, was extremely excited. He not only wanted to become the chieftain of the Flame Mountain tribe but also wanted to win Guli's heart. Suddenly having a powerful man show up should have made him unhappy. But he did not think so. In his eyes, although Yi Chen was strong, he lacked a sturdy physique, rugged appearance, and had dark, rough skin, so he definitely wouldn't win Guli's heart. Likewise, although Yi Chen was exceptionally talented and possessed terrifying power, he was undoubtedly not as agile as himself. Under guarded circumstances, if a fight really broke out, Yi Chen would not necessarily be his match. Thus, once he became the tribe's chieftain, Yi Chen would only be his right-hand man. With Yi Chen and Guli's support, he was certain he could lead the Flame Mountain tribe to greatness. Therefore, he not only did not try any underhanded tactics but instead deliberately sought a partnership with Yi Chen. Worn out by the day's events, Yi Chen finally returned to the small wooden house he was building for himself in the Flame Mountain tribe. This little wooden house was extremely simple, only about 15 or 16 square meters. But placed in the Flame Mountain tribe, it is already considered a mansion. The only ones who could live in a wooden mansion before this were the tribe leader Taisher and the high priest. Then, there were two warriors, Guli and Luo Gu. Now, there was also Yi Chen added to the list. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. Yi Chen quickly entered a meditative state. Around him, rich spiritual energy began to gather towards him. After that, he seemed to have returned to the cave again, turning into a seasoned homebody. Every day, the Yin Mountain tribe organized teams for hunting. According to tribal regulations, all adult men could skip daily participation, but they had to join at least once every 3 days. But whether it was Guli's invitation, Luo Ji's invitation, or even tribe leader Taisher coming to him, Yi Chen used various excuses to decline. Fortunately, the heavy unicorn pig weighing over 10 tons was hunted by him, making a great contribution to the Yin Mountain tribe. Though it didn't conform to tribal rules, the tribesmen were somewhat dissatisfied and had to endure it for now. Days passed, and the dissatisfaction among the Yin Mountain tribe's people gradually accumulated. But the audience in front of the screen didn't feel bored. Because Yi Chen, focused on his cultivation, made remarkable progress in his realm. In less than 5 days, he broke through to the 7th level of Qi condensation. In just over 5 days, he advanced to the 8th level of Qi condensation. 6 days later, he achieved the 9th level of Qi condensation. For the audience in front of the screen, Yi Chen's dedicated cultivation and rapid advancement meant they could quickly test the limits and side effects of this cultivation method. This was undoubtedly something they eagerly desired. The only thing that made the audience feel slightly dissatisfied was that Yi Chen never transcribed the formula of flying knife technique. This matter felt like a thorn stuck in everyone's hearts, causing immense discomfort. Being afraid of side effects and not daring to learn it was one thing, being unable to learn it was another. Whether to learn the flying knife technique, the former had the initiative in their hands, while the latter did not. The feeling was entirely different. But the live audience had no way to do anything about it. If Yi Chen didn't transcribe the formula, they could only fidget and wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. In the wooden house, Yi Chen was still tirelessly cultivating. Buzz! His body trembled slightly. Then, a powerful aura erupted from within him. It caused a strong wind to sweep through the entire wooden house. As the strong wind dissipated, Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He had broken through. He tried to wave his hand. An invisible spiritual force surged out from his palm. After breaking through to a new realm, he could now release the spiritual energy from his energy sea outward. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement. Because now, he could fight enemies from a distance. If he had a weapon in hand, he could even unleash sword energy or blade energy. Moreover, with the breakthrough to a new realm, the quality of the spiritual energy changed dramatically, compressing and refining it several times. The energy sea and meridians, stimulated by the spiritual energy, were also continuously expanding, becoming increasingly broader. After breaking through to a new realm, being able to release spiritual energy outward, I'll call it the spiritual release stage. Yi Chen didn't spend much time considering the name for his new realm. Right now, he wanted to stabilize his realm as soon as possible and then go out to compete for the position of tribe leader. Only by conquering the entire Yen Mountain tribe and with over 1,000 tribe members as a foundation could he consider taking the first step toward large-scale territorial expansion, increasing the enhancement of the strongest talent system. Adjusting his mindset and suppressing his excitement and joy from breaking through to the first level of the spiritual release stage. Ichen sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate once more. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After breaking through to the first level of the spiritual release stage, his energy C, meridians, and spiritual energy all underwent a fundamental change. This led to the fact that using the chaotic technique for cultivation yielded extremely poor results. The external spiritual energy attracted into the meridians was minimal. In other words, if he wanted to stabilize his realm and continue his cultivation, breaking through to the second and third levels of the spiritual release stage, he would have to improve the chaotic technique into a method suitable for cultivation in this spiritual release stage. Indeed, as a pioneer, the future is tough and full of obstacles. This means that every time I break through a major boundary, I will need to spend time improving the chaos technique or creating a new cultivation method. Ichen sighed softly. Fortunately, there is still time left before the competition for the position of clan leader based on hunting results. He quickly adjusted his mindset. He began to perceive the spiritual power within his body, the characteristics of the spiritual energy outside, and to understand the similarities and differences between the two, studying how to improve the chaos technique to make it more suitable for cultivation in the spirit release stage. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were staring in astonishment. With each small breakthrough, the quality of the body, the intensity of spiritual power, and the spiritual power content in the energy C would all increase. This has already been accepted by everyone. But as Ichen broke through to the first level of the spirit release stage, a revolutionary situation suddenly appeared. Although it was just a small breakthrough, the intensity of spiritual power, energy C, and meridians all underwent a qualitative change, increasing several times. My goodness, going from the 9th level of the energy condensation stage to the 10th level actually brings such a huge improvement? It's not the 10th level of the energy condensation stage, it's the first level of the spirit release stage. Whether it's the intensity of spiritual power, the energy C, or the meridians, all have achieved significant breakthroughs. It's no wonder he didn't call it the 10th level of the energy condensation stage after breaking through but instead named it the spirit release stage. Although there was no dramatic change in body quality after breaking through to the spirit release stage, the intensity of spiritual power, energy C, and meridians have all greatly improved. Calculating this, during future cultivation, the dissipated spiritual energy will only increase, allowing for faster improvement in body quality. I'm not waiting anymore. After such a long time, I haven't reached the limit, nor have I experienced any side effects. I want to start cultivating the chaos technique. Those brave ones, who were the first to start imitating the chaos technique, have high talent and are now at the 8th level of the energy condensation stage. They also haven't reached the limit and haven't experienced any side effects. I'm starting to cultivate the chaos technique too. While many viewers were clamoring to start cultivating the chaos technique, someone discovered a piece of data that could shock the world. Heavens! Everyone, quickly look at the genetic data. Look at the repaired genetic data scanned by the scanner. Ichen's repaired genetic value suddenly doubled after breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage. Doesn't that mean his lifespan has also doubled? Originally, according to Ichen's repaired genetic data, even without disasters or diseases, and living in a sterile environment, his lifespan limit, like ours, is about 120 years. Because the cells in his body have a maximum division limit of 120 years. After 120 years, most cells will be unable to continue dividing and reach the limit of life. But now, his repaired gene value has doubled, meaning the cell division limit can also double. Doesn't that mean his lifespan limit has skyrocketed from 120 years to 240 years? Chapter 11, Shocking the World. Right now, my head is buzzing. Comparing the data, the repaired gene data has indeed doubled. This chaos technique can not only enhance physical quality, but the spiritual power can significantly increase strength and agility. Even after breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage, can it also double lifespan? I'm going crazy. I kept waiting for the limits and side effects of this cultivation method. As I waited and waited, I didn't reach the limit, and no side effects appeared, but instead, I discovered a world-shattering significant effect. Oh my, quickly look at the stock market. Across the entire galaxy, all pharmaceutical and health stocks are plummeting, crashing across the board. Especially the health stocks, it's like a massacre. In contrast, stocks from other categories suddenly began to soar. The news that imitating the chaos technique might double human lifespan is a super significant negative for pharmaceutical and health stocks, but for other industries, it's a major positive. Why are cosmetics industry stocks also suddenly plummeting? That's because you haven't realized that after breaking through to the first stage of spiritual release, Ichen's skin and various values have also greatly improved. In other words, his skin has also received a huge enhancement. I noticed this point earlier, but I hadn't had the chance to mention it. Today, the stock market and stockholders across the entire galaxy are probably going to go crazy. It's not just those stockholders, all of humanity is going to go mad. If there are no side effects, it means that imitating the cultivation of the chaos technique could double our lifespan. Worship. A world-class genius, stripped of rights for life on a banished planet, might actually lead to the doubling of humanity's lifespan. In the live broadcast room, it erupted like a boiling pot. Countless viewers rushed into the live stream upon hearing the news. 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. All of humanity hasn't encountered such shocking explosive news in over 100 years. The last piece of news this shocking was more than 100 years ago when the governor of Planet A2685 declared independence under the influence and incitement of the ghostly race, becoming an imperial planet. But this news, compared to humanity potentially doubling their lifespan, is completely small fry. The entire galaxy, all of humanity, has fallen into a frenzy. Because at the current technological level of the human race, lifespan is an unapproachable taboo in the laws of the universe. For thousands of years, generations of top biologists and researchers have poured their hearts and souls into it but have never been able to achieve a breakthrough in lifespan. No one expected that a genius from a banished planet, stripped of all power due to the crimes of their ancestors, would take a different path and achieve a major breakthrough in just a month. The biggest lie in history, the chaos technique, can double lifespan. Breaking through to spiritual release period will definitely bring terrifying side effects. Doubling lifespan is very likely a bait before the arrival of fatal side effects. I urge everyone, before determining the limits and side effects of the cultivation method, do not imitate Ichen's cultivation of chaos technique. Lifespan is one of the flaws bestowed upon us by the laws of the universe. Just like all races have their own flaws, no one can break the cosmic laws. Soon, major news media outlets began to release various front-page headlines. All content pointed to the chaos technique created by Ichen, discrediting the idea that lifespan limits could double after breaking through to the spiritual release period. Even so, it could not stop a massive number of people from starting to research and attempt to practice the chaos technique. The stock market of the entire galaxy, medical stocks, health stocks, cosmetic stocks, continued to decline uncontrollably. Even if these giant pharmaceutical companies, health moguls, and cosmetic titans brought in thousands of top scholars and experts from various fields, they could not turn the tide. Doubling the lifespan limit is too tempting. Even if there are truly fatal side effects, a large number of people are willing to take the risk and try. Originally, the number of people secretly learning and imitating Ichen's cultivation of the chaos technique was minuscule. Only a few fast cultivators, like the newly risen basketball star Jianghe, facing various life hardships, would dare to take the risk. But now, this proportion has exploded at least 100,000 times. And the proportion is still rising. In the wooden house. Ichen, the ultimate homebody, after spending over 20 days breaking through to the spiritual release period, also spent 3 more days finally improving the chaos technique to suit the cultivation of the spiritual release period. After half a day of practicing the improved chaos technique, he finally stabilized his realm. As I knew, those experts and scholars were talking nonsense, saying that reaching the first stage of spiritual release was the limit, and Ichen could no longer improve. Look now, after just a few days, isn't he able to start cultivating again? Didn't you notice a very serious problem? It seems that Ichen has improved the chaos technique to a level suitable for cultivation during the spiritual release period. This can be seen from the operation of spiritual power in the meridians. Compared to before, although the improved chaos technique has the same general direction, it has added an acupoint, and the route of operation in the meridians has also been slightly adjusted. Like the flying knife technique, we can obtain the operation diagram through the scanner. But the technique created by Ichen not only has an operation diagram but also has an incantation. The two complement each other and are both indispensable. For the improved version of the chaos technique, we can only obtain the operation diagram, but not the incantation. If Ichen does not publish the incantation for the improved version of the chaos technique, it means that after we break through to the spiritual release period, we won't be able to learn the improved version of the chaos technique, and our realms will be unable to improve any further. Oh my god, is it really like this? We don't know where the limit of the cultivation method created by Ichen is. But if we can't learn the improved version of the chaos technique, wouldn't that mean our limit is only the first level of the spiritual release period? The viewers in the live broadcast room began to panic. Not being able to learn the flying knife technique was only frustrating for most people, except for a few dart enthusiasts. But not being able to learn the improved version of the chaos technique was unbearable. Just thinking about it made them feel an unbearable itch in their hearts, as if hundreds or thousands of ants were crawling all over them. Hey, quick look at the news, all major news websites have released new headlines. My goodness, this is really a case of a sleeping person meeting a pillow. Just as I was worried about breaking through to the spiritual release period, if Ichen doesn't record the incantation of the improved version of the chaos technique, none of us can learn it. The Yao Group just announced that they will organize researchers and hire those geniuses at high salaries to jointly study and create a technique better than the improved version of the chaos technique. Yao Group is the largest pharmaceutical group in the entire galaxy, with powerful research capabilities. If they take action, we really don't need to worry about lacking techniques to learn. Exactly, Yi Chen is merely the founder of this cultivation method, but he is not the leader and pioneer paving the way. He is just one person, not comparable to the vast funds, instruments, material resources, and numerous researchers and geniuses working together. The announcement from the Yao Group immediately relieved the public. Because according to the announcement from the Yao Group, if they research out a better technique, Yao Group will publish it for free at the first opportunity. With this announcement, not only did the stock price of the Yao Group, which had halved, begin to stabilize and rise, but even the stock prices of other pharmaceutical groups started to stabilize. Chapter 12, The Butt of Change. Yao Group Headquarters. Chairman's Office. Outside the giant floor-to-ceiling windows, Lian Zhancheng quietly watched the floating clouds pass before him. Chairman. A tall and beautiful female secretary pushed the door and entered. More precious than her beauty is that she belongs to a very rare group of white women, who have nearly become extinct after the Third World War. However, Lian Zhancheng did not turn around. Our stock price at Yao Group has started to rise. The statistics department has compiled various feedback and information, and after calculation, it can be confirmed that the stock price should rise by about 50%. The female secretary spoke. Even if the stock price of Yao Group has halved, its total assets still exceed 1 trillion, making it undoubtedly the number one pharmaceutical group in the galaxy, and one of the largest interplanetary enterprises in the galaxy. If the stock price can rise by 50%, that's over 5 trillion in assets. Lian Zhancheng's expression remained unchanged, he didn't seem to care at all. Until a floating cloud in front of him drifted away, obscured by another cloud. He finally spoke, "How is the hiring of cultivation geniuses going?" The stunning female secretary was clearly not only beautiful, but also very capable. Before coming, she had already grasped all the information she needed. As she opened the virtual network to check the information, she explained, 5 minutes ago, 6 geniuses were already having video interviews. As for now, it was a seamless connection. While speaking, she found the information she wanted, still 6. Notify the HR department, recruit across the entire galaxy. Anyone who is willing to join the Yao Group research team will have their monthly salary increased to 1 million, with no limit on the number of people. Additionally, the contract length will be determined by the candidates. Lian Zhancheng made the decision. The female secretary was astonished. The Yao Group never lacked money, increasing dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of million-dollar salaries was not a big deal. However, doing so would break the internal salary balance of the group, causing many unnecessary impacts. But she quickly regained her composure. Understood. There were no doubts, she turned to leave. As a secretary, she only needed to execute Lian Zhancheng's orders. Whether Lian Zhancheng's decision was correct or whether to question or oppose it was the board's concern. Until the female secretary left, Lian Zhancheng's gaze remained fixed on the floor-to-ceiling window. He enjoyed this feeling of being on cloud 9, above all beings. For the board members of the Yao Group, Yi Chen's sudden emergence was a huge disaster in the history of medicine. But for him, Yi Chen's emergence was a great opportunity. His plan was simple. Offer high salaries to attract a large number of geniuses, to research a better martial art than the chaos technique, and then release it for free. But alongside this martial art, there would also be various potions newly developed by the Yao Group. Once successful, the Yao Group's stock price would not only return to its peak but could even reach new heights. All shareholders would reap huge profits. But no one knew that Lian Zhancheng's desire for wealth had long since vanished. He was already one of the top billionaires in humanity. Wealth was just a string of numbers to him. He yearned instead for longevity and supreme personal power. Decades ago, he had already started secretly building various laboratories or investing in research institutions related to those abilities. Unfortunately, there had been no significant results. Yi Chen's sudden appearance reignited his hope. It filled his almost desireless heart with motivation once again. At the same time, throughout the galaxy, there were at least dozens of top billionaires with similar thoughts to Lian Zhancheng. Some sharp-minded individuals began to sense that the upper class was brewing something. The seeds of the human race's transformation were being born. Yanshan Tribe. Almost a month had passed. Yi Chen finally stepped out of the small wooden house. Calculating the days, only 3 days remained until the 3-month competition deadline set by the leader of the Yanshan Tribe. For him, this time was enough. From the very beginning, he had already set his plan. To practice with all his might and break through to the spirit release stage. Then, he would hunt the green leopard in the forest south of the valley. This green leopard, towering over 10 meters, was huge and weighed hundreds of tons. With one strike, the total weight of his prey would easily crush Gu Li and Luo Gu. Hundreds of tons of food would be enough for over 1,000 tribesmen of the Yinshan tribe to have a bountiful winter. Most importantly, this forest was teeming with wild beasts and low-level ferocious beasts, making it the best hunting ground. But because of the powerful green leopard, no one from the Yinshan tribe dared to set foot there. Even the strongest, Guli and Luogo, were the same. If he killed the green leopard, it would mean that all the beasts and low-level fierce beasts in the forest would be open to the entire Yinshan tribe. Disregarding the tribe's rules, not participating in hunting for almost a month, and contesting the leader position as an outsider, these criticized issues would all vanish. With his strong power, no one would dare to question or oppose him becoming the new leader of the Yinshan tribe. Determined, Yi Chen left the valley where the Yinshan tribe was located, walking briskly towards the forest in the south. Strange, he rarely goes out. Why isn't he looking for Guli, the stunning beauty, but instead leaving the tribe in valley? Looking at his route, it seems he is heading to the forest in the south. Oh my god, everyone look at the map quickly. In the southern forest, there is a level 10 green leopard. A level 10 ferocious beast. According to military data, only genetic warriors can stand against it in single combat. It's over, damn luck. Why does he only go out when he's in serious danger? Not necessarily. Just like last time, we thought he would surely die if he encountered a roaring tiger. But what happened? He avoided the roaring tiger with his speed. This time, I even suspect he is heading straight for the green leopard. I remember when returning to the Yen Mountain tribe with Guli, she once mentioned the green leopard. How is that possible? This is a level 10 green leopard, only genetic warriors can fight it in single combat. No matter what, he couldn't have reached the strength of a genetic warrior in less than 2 months. A genetic warrior requires hundreds of millions in funding and over 10 years of training. The audience in the live stream saw Chen walking towards the southern valley and began to discuss anxiously. Some felt he was cursed, always encountering powerful ferocious beasts when he went out. Others thought he might be actively seeking out the green leopard. But more people firmly believed he simply had bad luck, randomly choosing a direction and landing on the south, where there was a level 10 ferocious beast. No matter who it was, everyone began to worry. Even though after the Yao group, many large corporations and top billionaires announced high salaries to recruit researchers and cultivation talents, looking to develop better cultivation methods, and they all promised to make them public for free. In theory, with vast financial resources, materials, and more talents, these research institutions could definitely create better cultivation methods. Yet, after all, nothing has been created yet. Therefore, Yi Chen, as the founder, still remains the explorer and pioneer of this cultivation method. If he truly encounters danger, it's likely this cultivation method will be completely cut off. In the forest, towering trees stand like giants. 100-meter-tall ancient trees are everywhere. It is already deep autumn, with yellowed leaves irregularly covering the ground, like a thick carpet. At noon, gentle sunlight filters through the lonely branches onto the forest. It gives the fallen leaves a soft golden glow. It also makes the autumn chill not so biting. Yi Chen, with his thorn fruit, carefully traverses the woods, searching for signs of the green leopard. From Guli's words, he has a rough understanding of the green leopard's strength. It's large, with terrifying power. A swipe can easily break a tree with a diameter of over a meter. Its jumping ability is also astonishing, capable of leaping over 20 meters high and hundreds of meters far. Of course, Yi Chen is not weak either. After breaking through to the first level of the spiritual release stage, his spiritual power underwent a qualitative change, and the power of the flying knife technique has increased at least tenfold compared to the 6th level of the chi condensation stage. This is his greatest advantage and means when facing the giant green leopard. Moreover, there's a saying, the larger the body, the larger the advantage, while the smaller can also have its advantages. By pouring spiritual power into his legs, it allows Yi Chen's speed to explode, plus the towering ancient trees are everywhere in the forest. Once attacked by the green leopard, he can quickly evade due to his small size and fast speed, ensuring his safety. Unfortunately, time is not enough. Yi Chen actually wants to create a set of movement techniques before killing the green leopard. With a movement technique, his speed could increase several times, even a dozen times. With the shelter of towering trees, facing the green leopard, it was truly a place of invincibility. It's over, it looks like he really came to find the green leopard? What's he trying to do? Eliminate the threat for the people, help the Yen Mountain tribe get rid of this huge danger? With his personality, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. I don't know what he's thinking. Can't he just stay quietly in the tribe, cultivate well and study new techniques? The audience in the live stream was full of complaints. From their perspective, no matter the reason, they all hoped Yi Chen would not take any risks. Because Yi Chen's life and death were tied to their interests. If Yi Chen could calmly cultivate and create techniques, it would better suit their interests. The former could test the ceiling of this cultivation method and whether there were any unbearable side effects. The latter could explore more ways to use spiritual energy before those research institutions made progress and created better techniques. without a doubt. For Ichen, the founder of cultivation, most of the audience in the livestream felt neutral, with admiration and respect. Once they stood in their own interests, Ichen was just a little mouse testing poison ahead, not a revered founder. Only a very few like basketball star Jiang He, whose fate changed dramatically due to stealing the chaotic technique, would truly regard Ichen as a founder, even a deity to worship. And this was still because Ichen's chaotic technique caused their fate to change dramatically, granting them unimaginable benefits. Everything was beyond anyone's imagination or prediction, how high Ichen could ultimately reach. His terrifying talent would undoubtedly become an opportunity for humanity to rise above all races. With the early attitude of humanity, coupled with his way of enhancing talent and character, he was also destined to face another major crisis after humanity surpassed all races. After 2 long hours of twists and turns, Ichen finally found the green leopard. Hearing others describe it, without comparison to seeing it with one's own eyes, was nothing. From Guli's mouth, he only knew that this green leopard was over 10 meters tall. But when he truly saw it, he understood how shocking an enormous creature over 10 meters tall was. At this moment, the green leopard was patrolling the center of the forest. With a body as tall as a 4-story building and a length of over 20 meters, it resembled a moving green mountain. 100 meters away made Ichen feel small and powerless. The originally expansive forest appeared narrow and crowded before this green leopard. Its strong limbs, with each step, could stir up a gust of wind. Its tail, 7 or 8 meters long, whipped around like a steel whip. Those amber eyes, the size of basketballs, occasionally flickered with a cold light that could terrify ordinary people. Ichen quickly observed the surroundings, confirming the position of every towering ancient tree in the distance between them. He took a deep breath, took out a stack of thorn fruit, and tightly gripped one in his right hand. Hey! With the size of this green leopard, a thorn fruit just a few centimeters in size could only kill it if it hit a vital spot. Ichen shouted loudly at the green leopard, trying to attract its attention and get it to turn around. The green leopard completely ignored him. Long before Ichen was 200 or 300 meters away, it had already caught his scent with its keen sense of smell. Too small, lacking in chewiness. Ichen didn't arouse a shred of its appetite. On the contrary, the tens of billions of viewers in the livestream were startled by Ichen's shout. Their hearts, already worried about Ichen's safety, almost jumped to their throats. This guy is actually provoking and attracting the green leopard's attention, it's simply seeking death. Well, we can only hope for those research institutions. Soon, we will research and create a cultivation method even better than the chaos technique. With such high talent, increasing strength every month, why would he take this risk? Can't he just stay in the tribe and quietly develop? As he saw that the green leopard ignored his shouting, Ichen didn't care. He waved his hand casually. The thorn fruit in his hand suddenly shot out. Boom! The small thorn fruit, after leaving his hand, actually made a deafening sound. The green leopard finally felt something was wrong. Its sixth sense even generated a feeling of crisis. It couldn't help but turn its head and look towards the source of the sound. But it saw nothing. Because, the thorn fruit had already pierced into its body, drilling into its abdomen. Only after 2 or 3 seconds did a sharp pain come from its abdomen. The green leopard roared in anger. Its basketball-sized eyes, radiating a cold, bloodthirsty aura, stared at Ichen. Ichen remained calm and unshaken. The thorn fruits in his hand shot towards the green leopard's eyes and its forehead, one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air continued to echo. Puff, puff, puff. The green leopard dodged left and right, but still struggled to completely avoid these continuous, lightning-fast thorn fruits. Its eyes, forehead, and throat. Every vital area was pierced by thorn fruits. Only able to roar in pain, it could only tightly close its eyes, pouncing towards the direction of Ichen in its memory. Ichen suddenly accelerated, dodging the green leopard's pounce while continuing to use thorn fruits to attack its vital points. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the green leopard, continuously under attack on its vital points, showed obvious declines in both speed and power. Another 2 or 3 minutes, its strong limbs, as sturdy as stone pillars, finally became unstable. Like a drunken man, it swayed unsteadily. Victory and defeat were already clear. This result was expected by Ichen, his face remained calm and composed. Yet, the viewers in the livestream were wide-eyed, filled with shock. In just a few minutes, he defeated a level 10 fierce beast, which would normally require gene warriors to handle. A gene warrior takes the military several 100 million funds and over 10 years to cultivate. Moreover, what's with the scanned thorn fruit's flying speed? Its initial speed actually reached a terrifying 1,100 meters per second. Chapter 14, Too Lazy to Improve the Flying Knife Technique. God! After breaking through to the first layer of the spirit release period, does the flying knife technique become this powerful? Terrifying. The initial speed of the thorn fruit actually reached 1,100 meters per second. Before the invention of energy laser devices, even the top-notch firearms had bullets that weren't this fast. No wonder he went to find the green leopard. It turns out that after breaking through to the first layer of the spirit release period, the power of the technique will greatly increase due to the qualitative change in spirit energy. I'm so eager to learn the flying knife technique, why doesn't he just transcribe the technique's formula? Idiot, the improved chaos technique formula is what's most important. Without the improved chaos technique formula, we won't be able to break through to the second layer or third layer after reaching the first layer of the spirit release period. I wonder how the major research institutions are doing now. When will they be able to develop a technique better than the improved chaos technique? This is just the beginning of preparations. Once the preparations begin, the speed will be fast. After all, this is a project strongly supported by major consortiums and top billionaires. In my estimation, in 3 to 5 days, they will have the personnel, equipment, and venue arranged. As for researching a technique better than the improved chaos technique, isn't that a piece of cake? Don't forget, Ichen only spent about 3 days to improve the chaos technique. With the vast manpower, material resources, financial resources, and top research equipment of various research institutions, along with the collective wisdom of those geniuses, they might be able to produce a better cultivation technique than the improved chaos technique in just a few hours. If you calculate it this way, within 5 days, surely there will be a better cultivation technique published than the improved version of the chaos technique. That's good. Speaking of which, these consortiums and top billionaires are very generous. Especially in recruiting cultivation geniuses, they are practically fighting over talent. It's all because of the Yao Group. At first, they offered an annual salary of 300,000. Just an hour later, it was changed to an annual salary of 1 million. Then, other consortiums and top billionaires joined the battle for talent, with offers of 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, all desperately raising the stakes. Who knows, in half a day, we might see job advertisements with annual salaries of 10 million. Many ordinary people who previously earned just over 100,000 a year have suddenly stepped into the middle class. You know, the contracts offered by these consortiums have long terms. It's a pity that I'm not a cultivation genius. I've missed the chance to leap from the bottom and rise up. To be honest, the emergence of Yichen has created millions of middle-class people. The viewers in the live stream room were shocked as they broke through to the spiritual release stage. While their strength soared, they also lamented the changes and impact Yichen brought to all of humanity. Of course, there's no shortage of hope and longing for those research institutions with massive funding and the assistance of cultivation geniuses to quickly produce better cultivation methods. In the forest, Yichen was still slowly wearing down the wavering green leopard. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that dozens of thorn fruits had been pierced into the green leopard's eyes, brow, and throat before it finally fell with a crash. The ground shook, and dead leaves flew. Finally resolved. Yichen couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. This battle, although won easily, also exposed many shortcomings. Flying knife technique seems to need improvement, otherwise, the sound explosions from high-speed moves can easily attract the opponent's attention. Moreover, its power is lacking and needs significant enhancement. This battle was, in fact, a little harder than Yichen had expected. Because he had anticipated finishing off the green leopard in 2 or 3 minutes. But the result took nearly 20 minutes. The main reason lies in the many drawbacks of the flying knife technique. First, there's the issue of sound explosions. Although thorn fruits are small, their speed exceeds the speed of sound, which still produces sonic booms. This sound explosion easily exposes his location to the opponent. In the opponent's blind spot, it cannot achieve a surprise effect. If he encounters a beast swifter than the green leopard, it would be very difficult to hit its vital points regularly. Another drawback is that its power is insufficient. Facing a massive creature like the green leopard, while thorn fruits can penetrate, they are too small, and even if they pierce a vital point, continuous attacks are still needed to be effective. It's just like the green leopard's basketball-sized eyes. It would take 3 or 4 consecutive hits from thorn fruits to blind an eye. To solve these two major problems, improving the flying knife technique is undoubtedly necessary. Forget it, the flying knife technique is just a transitional method. It will soon be eliminated, so there's no need to waste time improving it. After pondering for a moment, Yichen quickly dismissed this thought. Attacks using throwing weapons are merely one of his options at this stage, when he has no weapons at all. Its lethality is far inferior to that of knives and swords. Even for long-range attacks, in the future, he still needs to rely on sword techniques and knife techniques. Because after breaking through to the spiritual release stage, he could release chi, producing sword energy and knife energy. As his strength and realm increase, the sword energy and knife energy will only go further. In fact, using his chi to control the sword, striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away is not just a fantasy. The flying knife technique will sooner or later be eliminated, so there's no need to waste time and effort on improving it. What's going on? Is he actually dismissing the flying knife technique? Flying knife technique in hand, a small stone can kill ferocious beasts, yet he still wants to eliminate the flying knife technique. How could this powerful ability be about to be eliminated, even without wanting to spend time to improve it? Goodness, while we are amazed by the strong power of the flying knife technique, Yi-Chen is thinking about eliminating this skill? The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless by Yi-Chen's words. No one expected that such a powerful technique was viewed by Yi-Chen as something that was about to be eliminated, unwilling to spend time upgrading it. It is important to know that the current power of the flying knife technique is already stronger than that of firearms before the invention of energy laser devices. With the flying knife technique, within just 2 months, Yi-Chen was able to kill level 10 fierce beasts that only genetic warriors could contend with. They simply couldn't understand what kind of skill could be stronger than the flying knife technique. In the forest, after confirming that the Green Panther had completely lost its life, Yi-Chen returned the way he came to the valley where the Yin mountain tribe was located. Although his spiritual power had undergone a qualitative change after breaking through to the first level of the spiritual release phase, allowing his strength to soar to a terrifying level throughout his body. But to think he could drag the Green Panther, which weighed hundreds of tons, back to the Yin mountain tribe in one go was still a foolish dream. So, he needed to go back and find someone to help carry it. Chapter 15, a stunning beauty throws herself at him. Guli? After walking a few hundred meters, Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised to find Guli and Roger cautiously weaving through the forest. Yi-Chen, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that the forest south of the valley is a forbidden area for our Yin mountain tribe? Soon, Guli and Roger spotted Yi-Chen and were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Aren't you two here as well? Yi-Chen responded casually. We received news that someone heard the terrifying roar of that Green Panther, which was extremely frightening. Guli explained, the tribe leader and the high priest were worried that something unusual was happening in the forest, as the Green Panther might suddenly leave the forest and bring catastrophic damage to our Yin mountain tribe. That's why they sent us two to check the situation. No need to worry anymore, the Green Panther is already dead. Yi-Chen spoke up. Hearing this, Guli and Roger did not feel relieved, instead, they became terrified. It's over, there must be a more powerful fierce beast that came to compete for the dominance of the forest, killing the Green Panther. What should we do? The Green Panther had no appetite for our kind, which allowed our Yin mountain tribe to survive in the valley. If another ruler enters the valley, our Yin mountain tribe will face total disaster. We have to go back, quickly go back, we need to notify the tribe leader to migrate from the valley before winter arrives. Guli and Roger grew more and more anxious, determined to return immediately to the Yin mountain tribe. Yi-Chen found it somewhat amusing and added, I killed the Green Panther. You killed the Green Panther? Guli and Roger stared blankly at Yi-Chen, unable to comprehend what he meant. Yes. Yi-Chen nodded. How is that possible? Even if our entire tribe combined their strength, we could never kill the Green Panther, it is an invincible existence for our kind. Roger shook his head repeatedly. Guli also wore a face of disbelief. In their eyes, the Green Panther was invincible. It's just ahead, if you go take a look, you will understand. Yi-Chen was too lazy to explain, pointing towards the direction where the Green Panther lay dead, indicating for them to see for themselves. The two looked at each other. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Guli gritted her teeth, half convinced, and cautiously walked towards the direction Yi-Chen pointed out. Roger had no choice but to follow behind. After walking a few hundred meters, the lifeless Green Panther soon appeared in their sight, lying on the ground. That massive body, with perfect muscle lines, left one in awe even while lying there. But what shocked Guli and Roger even more was that the eyes, brow center, and throat of the Green Panther were all densely pierced with numerous thorn fruits. Did he really kill the green leopard? Guli and Rog had no idea how to describe their feelings. This green leopard had no bite marks on its body, the fatal wounds all came from these thorn fruits. It was absolutely impossible for it to have died in battle with those powerful savage beasts. No matter how hard they found it to believe, they had to accept that the green leopard was indeed killed by Yi-Chen. A human, could someone truly have the strength to kill such a gigantic creature, over 10 meters tall? Do you believe it now? Yi-Chen's voice came from behind them. They turned around, their eyes looked at Yi-Chen, as if they were gazing at a god. In the Yenshan tribe, they were already the strongest warriors admired and revered by their people. But in the eyes of these two warriors, Yi-Chen had transcended human boundaries, just like the gods described by the high priest. If he wasn't like a god, how could he kill such a powerful savage beast? Since you believe, go back and bring the clan members to move the green leopard back. Yi-Chen ordered. The two nodded instinctively. Immediately, a surge of indescribable excitement filled their hearts. They finally realized what it meant for Yi-Chen to have killed this green leopard. It meant that the forest to the south of the valley, which had the most beasts and low-level savage beast resources, would be open to the Yenshan tribe. From now on, the Yenshan tribe would no longer have to worry about food shortages, fewer clan members would die from cold or hunger in winter. The Yenshan tribe would also no longer have to worry about the green leopard suddenly developing a taste for human flesh, appearing in the valley, and wiping out the entire tribe. This also meant that within 100 miles, there would be no longer any threats. Because the Yenshan tribe had Ichen, a being whose power was akin to that of a god. After walking a few steps, Guli suddenly turned around. Her copper bell-like eyes burst with dazzling light. On her firm, dark bronze face, a blush surprisingly appeared. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ichen. "I like you. If you want a woman, you can find me anytime." Beside her, Rog's eyes widened. The goddess actually threw herself into someone else's arms? And into the arms of a man who wasn't rugged enough, whose face wasn't tough enough, and whose build wasn't strong enough. But looking back at Ichen, he fell silent again. Only this being, who could even kill a green leopard, whose power was godlike, deserved to have his goddess. Ichen, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Generally, after a great battle, emotions run high. "If you're willing, I can right now," Guli added shyly. 666, the stunning beauty from the exile planet, is so direct? Indeed, a man can be ugly, can be a steel-straight man, but as long as he has the ability, beautiful women will still come to him. Even in the aesthetically different exile planet, this is an unbreakable truth. Guli is quite good. She's not just a stunning beauty of the exile planet, but also has good taste, a decisive character, and knows how to take the initiative. Oh no, my idol is going to be taken away by a woman so ugly it gives me chills. On the exile planet, Guli is certainly a beauty at the top level. So, I expect that soon, the program will switch to ads to replace scenes and sounds unsuitable for children. Strange, do you see Ichen's scanning data? His heartbeat shows no fluctuations at all. No wonder he could create a form of cultivation, his self-control is so strong, it's shocking. A stunning beauty actively coming onto him, yet he remains unfazed. Only ancient monks could achieve that. The live stream audience was filled with deep feelings. A man should not fear being ugly or boring, but should fear lacking ability. As long as there is ability, no matter where or the survival environment, he can still attract beautiful women who will come to him. In the forest, Ichen was left bewildered. At that moment, Glee was even more terrifying to him than a green leopard. He almost turned and ran away. There was no choice, although he had the memories of his previous life. But whether it was his aesthetic view, or his thoughts and personality, nothing had changed. Fair skin, beauty, and long legs were the qualities of a beauty in his eyes. Glee. For such an extraordinary beauty, he would rather be lonely for life, than bend his will. Chapter 16, the beginning of the war across the world. I don't want to. Ichen's answer was straightforward and decisive. In Glee's expectant and shy, bell-like eyes, a hint of sorrow flashed. Log looked at Ichen in surprise. He clearly did not expect Ichen to refuse Glee. Soon, this surprise turned into fervent admiration. Indeed, a man like a god. He could actually reject such an extraordinary beauty like Glee. Impressive, no wonder he is an extraordinary genius who created a cultivation method, able to refuse a stunning beauty without hesitation. The thinking of geniuses is not something ordinary people can understand. A genius like Ichen, who can influence all of humanity, being different from ordinary people is normal. Great. My idol has preserved his purity. The audience in the live stream was also full of astonishment. But quickly, they felt relieved. The more genius, the harder to understand. Unable to resist the temptation of a stunning beauty is common for ordinary people. Ichen was clearly not an ordinary person. He was a genius. Also a genius that is extremely rare in the history of humanity. I'll go find someone from the tribe. Glee suppressed the disappointment in her heart and turned to run toward the valley. I'll go too. Log followed closely behind. Ichen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, whether in this life or the last, he had no experience in this regard. If Glee had persisted, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. He certainly couldn't just kill Glee. Not wanting to waste time, he followed behind the two and returned to the valley together. By the time he reached the Yin Mountain tribe, Glee and Log had already gathered the chief, the great priest, and the tribesmen. However, the chief, the great priest, and the tribesmen were somewhat skeptical of their words. The newly joined warrior Ichen, who had not left for more than 20 days, had just come out and killed the green leopard that dominated the southern forests. It seemed utterly unbelievable. How could one person possibly kill a green leopard? Even the entire Yin Mountain tribe combined could not possibly kill a green leopard. As Ichen arrived, all eyes turned to him, wanting to hear his explanation. But Ichen did not explain anything. He went straight back to his wooden house, concentrating on his cultivation. Outside, many tribesmen of the Yin Mountain tribe felt a bit angry. Glee and Log looked at each other. But soon they felt relieved again. With Ichen's godlike strength, it was normal to be too proud to explain. They turned back to continue convincing the chief and the great priest to believe their words. In the end, Chief Taishi decided to personally take a few tribesmen to see the situation with Glee and Log. Half an hour later, Taishi returned with a face full of shock. He officially announced that the green leopard had indeed been killed by Ichen. The entire tribe, over 1,000 tribesmen, suddenly fell into excitement and celebration. Regardless of age or gender, everyone brought weapons and tools and all headed toward the forest that once belonged to the human race's forbidden zone in the south. Batch after batch of green leopard meat was continuously transported back to the valley. It continued until evening before it finally ended. Bang bang! The wooden door echoed with gentle knocking sounds. Ichen finished his cultivation and opened the door to see. It was Glee. You killed the green leopard, you are the greatest warrior in the history of our Yin Mountain tribe. The chief sent me to invite you to the celebration party. Glee explained. Okay. Ichen nodded. It was time to take hold of the chief position of the Yin Mountain tribe. Only by obtaining the chief position of the Yin Mountain tribe, he can quickly promote and popularize the chaos technique. The tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe can only expand their territory significantly with greatly enhanced strength. The more territories he occupies, the more his strongest talent system bonus increases. Great. The leader was still worried that you wouldn't be willing to participate. Guli was overjoyed. In the eyes of the Flame Mountain tribe, Ichen was cold, reclusive, and had an attitude of keeping strangers at bay. Only she, who had interacted with Ichen the longest, felt that he was actually quite approachable. Though his strength surpassed human understanding, he didn't carry himself with much arrogance, he could even be considered down-to-earth. He just wasn't keen on going out or wasting time interacting with others. In the center of the valley, the bonfire had already been lit. Over 1,000 people of all ages surrounded the huge bonfire, roasting delicious beast meat. Seeing Ichen appear, a deafening cheer erupted. Without a doubt, Ichen was now the greatest hero of the Flame Mountain tribe. His prestige even far surpassed that of leader Taishi. All the so-called flaws, coldness, refusal to join hunts, aloof attitude, these criticisms were nothing compared to the respect for strength. It was that simple. Ichen walked to the center of the crowd, standing by the bonfire, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Flame Huang tribe. He then pressed his palm down. In an instant, the deafening cheers suddenly ceased. Leader Taishi looked on with a hint of envy. With terrifyingly powerful strength, Ichen's prestige was now far beyond what he could match. I heard Guli say that the leader seems to have set a rule: whoever can hunt the most prey alone within 3 months can become the new leader? Ichen's gaze turned to Taishi. Taishi instinctively nodded, still a bit confused as to why Ichen suddenly asked this. Then, starting now, I will become the leader of the Flame Mountain tribe 2 days in advance. Who opposes? Ichen infused his voice with spiritual power, sounding like a bell, his gaze sharp as a torch. The elders and young ones of the Flame Mountain tribe were all bewildered. What was going on? This great hero wanted to become the leader of the Flame Mountain tribe? They soon realized the implication. Previously, because Ichen was an outsider and had just joined the Flame Mountain tribe not long ago, everyone naturally hadn't considered this question. When Ichen brought it up, everyone felt as if they had awoken from a dream. With Ichen's strength, if he wasn't to become the leader of the Flame Mountain tribe, who else would have the qualifications? Guli? Rog? Could they kill the green leopard? No one opposed. In fact, an even more thunderous cheer erupted. For the tribespeople, Ichen's willingness to become their leader meant that he intended to stay long-term in the Flame Mountain tribe. In this world, the greatest dream of the human race was simply to have enough to eat. With a powerful leader like Ichen, who could even kill a green leopard, how could the tribespeople worry about not having enough food? Even Rog, who believed he was the only choice for the next leader of the Flame Mountain tribe, was left with mere disappointment. He had originally thought that Ichen was a powerful assist sent by the gods to help him. After he became the leader, Ichen would become his right-hand man and help him develop the Flame Mountain tribe. But clearly, he had overestimated that. At most, he can only try to become Ichen's right-hand man. As for opposing, he wouldn't even dare to think of it. Respect for the strong. Ichen's strength made it impossible for him to harbor any thoughts of opposition or competition. Very good, very good. Seeing no one opposed, a smile appeared on Ichen's face. From this moment on, he had finally embarked on the path of conquering the world. Because he had the foundation for conquering the world. At this moment, the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room finally understood that after Ichen broke through to the first stage of spiritual release. Sudden departure from the tribe, the reason for going to hunt the green leopard. Chapter 17, Ambitions and Vision That No One Could Guess. Sure enough, I said it, based on Ichen's character, how could he be kind enough to have a sudden whim, running off to the forest south of the tribe, risking himself to help the Yin Mountain tribe eliminate this huge threat of the green leopard? It turns out, he simply wanted to, at the last moment, use the size of the green leopard to surpass and instant kill the prey of Guli and Luogu, to compete for the position of leader of the Yin Mountain tribe. He truly is a descendant of Yitang Long. He just joined the Yin Mountain tribe and is already ambitiously eyeing the leader position. He didn't just set his sights on the leader position after joining the Yin Mountain tribe. I'm sure that from the moment Ichen first saw Guli, he was already plotting to become the leader of the Yin Mountain tribe. At that time, he didn't even know about the Yin Mountain tribe, he only knew that Guli must belong to some tribe. Exactly, those who say Ichen deliberately waited until a critical moment to rescue and sent the one-horned pig to Guli to win the beauty's favor are just talking nonsense. Everything was to be able to join the Yin Mountain tribe and become its leader. What a pity, born at the wrong time. With Ichen's character, intellect, and terrifying talent, if it weren't for being on the exile planet, he might have been another Yitang Long, the second 9-star general. Joking. With his talent, his achievements would only be higher than Yitang Long's. I heard there are still many remnants of those who followed Yitang Long back then? Those remnants won't infiltrate the exile planet and bring Ichen out, right? That's impossible because only large warships can pass through the cosmic storms and meteor swarms around the exile planet. The remnants of Yitang Long cannot possibly obtain large warships. Among the heavy criminals exiled to the exile planet, there are quite a few prominent figures. These big figures also have many followers who slipped through the net, but in thousands of years, not a single one has successfully broken out. Why? Don't think those cosmic storms are just a joke. The audience in the live broadcast room all suddenly understood. Connecting everything that had happened before, everyone finally understood why Ichen suddenly ran to the south of the valley to risk hunting that level 10 green leopard. In the valley, Ichen, who had officially become the leader of the Yin Mountain tribe, did not attend the following celebration ceremony. After announcing that everyone should gather in the center of the valley tomorrow morning, he returned to his wooden house. He first opened the strongest talent system and took a glance. Strongest talent system. Host, Ichen. Territory size, 3.8 square kilometers. Talent boost, 0.00000038 times. As he expected, after becoming the leader of the Yin Mountain tribe, his territory expanded all of a sudden from just a small wooden house covering only a few dozen square meters to the entire valley. Territory size surged by 2 million times. And the talent boost also increased by 2 million times as a result. Although it was still not much, Ichen could now ascertain how the talent boost was calculated. Each time his territory size increased by 1 million square kilometers, his talent boost would increase by an additional factor of 1. This means that when his territory size reaches 1 million square kilometers, he would gain an additional talent boost on top of his original talent. If his territory size reached 10 million square kilometers, he would gain an additional 10 times of talent boost. His original talent was already the highest among the human race. If he doubled it, or multiplied it by 10, it was simply unimaginable. However, for now, he had just become the leader of the Yin Mountain tribe. And the entire Yin Mountain tribe, including the old, weak, women, and children, only had a bit over 1,000 people, with an average strength below that of ordinary beasts. This was merely the beginning stage. Turning off the strongest talent system, Ichen adjusted his mindset. He soon entered a meditative state. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, Ichen felt refreshed and in great spirits. In the center of the valley, the tribe members had all gathered. Over 1,000 men, women, and children looked at Ichen with faces full of admiration and expectation. They whispered among themselves about the new tribe leader, wondering if he had any plans or instructions for everyone. To everyone's surprise, Ichen asked Guli for her short knife and confidently walked to the stone wall on one side of the valley. Using the tip of the knife, he began to draw on the smooth rock wall. The tribe members looked on, confused and puzzled. But the viewers in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. It's the mental mantra and movement diagram of the chaotic formula. He wants to teach chaotic formula and flying knife technique to all the tribe members? A genius's thoughts are indeed different. Ichen, this unprecedented genius, is difficult to understand. Yes. With his personality, it should be impossible for him to share the chaotic formula and flying knife technique. After all, if other tribe members learn to practice, their strength will increase greatly. His prestige and status may rise for a short time, but in the long run, it will definitely decline significantly. Once a more talented genius appears who practices faster, he may be replaced. Don't mention the barbaric era of the exile planets. Even in our human ancient times, there's a saying that heroes violate laws. If the tribe members are too strong, it's actually not a good thing. Besides, the policy of keeping the people ignorant is the best means of ruling. If these tribe members want to learn the chaotic formula, they must first learn to read and write. The mantras of the chaotic formula are bitter and difficult to understand. It seems to contain profound principles. Once the tribe members learn it, their minds will open up, making them harder to rule. I wonder what he's thinking. No matter what Yi Chen is thinking, it's definitely a great thing for us. Because in this way, we can directly learn the improved version of the chaotic formula. You think too much. Did you not see that Yi Chen merely wrote out the first generation of the chaotic formula movement routes and mantras? Although I can't understand why he is popularizing the chaotic formula in the Flame Mountain tribe, from this, we can actually see that Yi Chen is still the same Yi Chen. He has kept some secrets and did not write out the improved version of the chaotic formula. However, whether Yi Chen wrote down the improved version of the chaotic formula really doesn't matter. Because just recently, the Billion Medicine Group announced. In just one day, the Billion Medicine Techniques Research Institute has already been set up, and today they can start researching techniques that are better than the improved version of the chaotic formula. It's possible that in an hour or two, better techniques will be publicly released for free. Impressive. I thought it would take at least several days to prepare. As long as the Billion Medicine Group is willing to spend money, their efficiency is unbelievably high. The viewers in the live broadcast room were buzzing with discussion. No one could understand why Yi Chen would suddenly decide to teach the chaotic formula and flying knife technique to the tribe members of the Flame Mountain tribe. Doing so was completely against Yi Chen's interests. With his strength, he could easily ensure that the people of the Flame Mountain tribe lived without worries, free from threats by nearby fierce beasts. In the future, he could also effortlessly conquer other tribes. He could comfortably be the ruler of all the tribe members' fates. Even when his lifespan ran out, he could pass his cultivation methods down to future generations, allowing them to continue his glory. Given time, without threats from fierce beasts, the Flame Mountain tribe could even develop into a nation. And Yi Chen would be the royal ancestor of this nation. There was no need to promote the chaotic formula, creating competitors for himself and adding uncertainty to his rule. The root of everything lay in the fact that no one knew how ambitious Yi Chen truly was. No one knew that the Flame Mountain tribe could not accommodate Yi Chen's ambitions. The Flame Mountain could not contain his ambitions either. What he wanted was to rule the entire planet, even the stars and the sea. Chapter 18. My tribe does not need a second voice. High Priest, you should recognize the words on here, right? With the chaotic technique and flying knife technique carved on the wall, Yi Chen turned to look at the High Priest. The elderly High Priest nodded, looking somewhat confused at Yi Chen. Do you know about the Green Grass tribe? Yi Chen asked. The High Priest shook his head. Yi Chen felt strange. He couldn't understand why the Green Grass tribe and the Flame Mountain tribe had no connection, yet their languages were the same. However, he did not think too much about it. What he wanted to do most right now was to popularize the cultivation techniques in the Flame Mountain tribe, significantly boosting the tribe's overall strength. This was his own interest. He shifted his gaze to all the tribespeople. The images and words on here are a set of cultivation techniques and a set of offensive techniques. As long as everyone learns them, you will be able to have magical powers like mine, with the ability to kill fierce beasts just by throwing thorn fruits. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the people of the Flame Mountain tribe were in an uproar. To have the same power and ability as the chief? How is that possible? Isn't the chief's power and ability something only the gods have? If we really learn it, does that mean we can also be as strong as the chief and kill a giant creature like the green leopard? After a brief shock, everyone fell into wild joy. Only the High Priest's expression changed dramatically. Chief, no. He hurriedly spoke, this is a power that only the gods possess. The chief has gained it by receiving the gods' approval. If the chief passes on this God-given ability to the tribespeople, not only will the chief face punishment from the gods, but the tribespeople will too. Hiss. Those excited and cheering tribespeople instantly deflated like a punctured ball. Yi Chen looked at the serious-faced High Priest with some surprise. He didn't expect that during the competition for the chief position, no one dared to speak out against him. But when promoting and popularizing the chaotic technique, this High Priest would suddenly stand up in opposition. It's okay, these techniques are all created by me and have nothing to do with the gods. Yi Chen explained. No. It is the gods who granted the chief this creative ability, allowing the chief to create these so-called techniques. The High Priest said without hesitation, his tone severe, the power bestowed by the gods cannot be privately taught or given to the tribespeople. Otherwise, it will surely bring down the gods' punishment. The tribespeople immediately turned their heads away, not daring to look again at the words and images on the wall, fearful that even glancing a few more times would bring the gods' punishment. Even the old chief Taisher and the brave warriors Gu Li and Luo Gu felt the same way. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. He opened his mouth to argue with the High Priest. But the words stuck in his throat, and he suddenly swallowed them back. He suddenly realized, understanding why the High Priest opposed him, and why the reaction was so intense. In the end, it still came down to interests. Everyone is an individual with different thoughts. Each person has their own stance. If the stances are different, then the interests will be different. He promoted and popularized the chaotic technique to use the tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe as a foundation to expand his power across the world. The tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe cheered in excitement because, after learning the chaotic technique, they would greatly enhance their strength, easily hunting fierce beasts and no longer worrying about food. He and the tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe shared the same stance. Only the high priest was an exception. The high priest was a messenger that communicated between the tribe and the gods. Many times, he represented those elusive gods. In the tribe, he held supreme status and power. Even the chief. He didn't dare offend easily. But once the people of the tribe all possessed powers comparable to those of gods, naturally, they wouldn't fear the gods anymore. Let alone fear a high priest who could communicate with the gods. In this case, the high priest's position in the tribe would undoubtedly drop, gradually losing influence and power. In this situation, the high priest brought out the gods and desperately opposed it, which was clearly within reason. "High priest, come with me, I have something I want to discuss with you." I Chien greeted the high priest and walked toward the valley entrance. The high priest hesitated for a moment, then followed him. As expected of I Chien, he clearly saw the deeper reason behind the high priest's insistence on opposing. The high priest is opposing out of fear of the god's punishment, right? Could there be another reason? "I'm not chatting with fools, those who understood, come forward." I Chien has asked the high priest to go out alone, they are probably going to negotiate. This small obstacle definitely won't stop I Chien. It's probably just a promise regarding the high priest's future position, and the high priest will naturally compromise. "What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand?" In the live stream, some viewers understood this scene, while others were confused. Until some clever and kind-hearted people explained the situation, they finally understood. When they were almost at the valley entrance, I Chien stopped. He turned around and quietly waited for the high priest to approach. "Chieftain, did you want to talk to me about something?" The high priest looked at I Chien with full confidence. Like everyone else, he assumed that I Chien wanted to negotiate with him. But he, like everyone else, was wrong. I Chien had no intention of negotiating. He looked calmly at the high priest and said indifferently, "You have two choices, one is to change your words, the other is death." The high priest was stunned. He looked at I Chien in disbelief, not believing his ears. No tribe, not even the most brutal and violent chieftain, would dare threaten a high priest who can communicate with the gods. He glared at I Chien, as if he had been deeply insulted. "My tribe does not need gods. If there are any, it can only be me." A cold light flashed in I Chien's eyes. If it were any other matter, he wouldn't mind compromising. After all, the Yen Mountain tribe only had a little over 1,000 people and couldn't afford internal strife. But this was different. He would never allow a voice that stood equal to him or even above his power in the Yen Mountain tribe. The high priest could exist, but only to elevate him, to enhance his prestige. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to use strong measures to suppress all opposing voices, and from then on, there would be no high priest in the Yen Mountain tribe. You are desecrating the gods." The high priest trembled with anger. "I don't have time to waste on you. If you don't make a choice soon, I'll consider it as you choosing death." I Chien reprimanded coldly. A look of hesitation flashed in the high priest's eyes. He never imagined that this new chieftain would be so fearless of the gods, so decisive in his killings. 3, 2. I Chien began to count down. In his hand, a thorn fruit appeared. The chieftain is the embodiment of the gods, descended to the world only to save the people of the Yen Mountain tribe. Just as I Chien's countdown was about to finish, the high priest finally made a choice. He knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, kissing the dirt beneath I Chien's feet. He was deeply devout. "Very good, remember my words. If you still want to be the high priest, then let the people slowly understand, my tribe has only one god, and that is me." I Chien reminded him. "I obey the god's command." The high priest became more and more adept. In front of the screen, all the viewers were dumbfounded. Chapter 19, The Significance of the Lesson. "Oh my god, this high priest, his thick skin and ability to change with the wind, it's making my scalp tingle." Nonsense, the most important thing for the high priests of the major tribes when selecting successors is to have a sharp mind. Otherwise, how could the high priests of the major tribes convince their people to believe wholeheartedly in a non-existent deity? Some tribes even use children and women to worship the gods, and still, no one dares to oppose it. The high priests may not be the smartest people in their tribes, but their intellect and quick thinking are certainly among the top 3. The smarter a person is, the more afraid they are of death. When this high priest sensed trouble, of course, he put on a brave face to surrender and save his own life. After all, I Chien has offered him a way to retain his power as high priest. The viewers in the livestream were awestruck. The most impressive one is still Chen. This decisiveness, this ruthlessness, this dominance, it's a true case of being born at the wrong time. A mere exile planet completely buries his heroic spirit. What I admire the most is actually his courage and charisma. If it were us, we definitely wouldn't believe in the existence of gods. But let's not forget, Chen was born and raised in a tribe. In such an uncivilized tribe, the people have unwavering faith in the existence of deities and rarely question it. But Chen not only doubts the god's existence, he even wishes to replace them, subtly hinting to the high priest that he can only mythologize him as a god. It's a pity that in this savage era, even in ancient times, Chen could have used his talent, intelligence, and personality to establish an empire that combines religious and political power. Everyone felt regretful for Chen. This existence, who embodied both heroic qualities and astonishing talent, being in a savage age was purely Chen's sorrow. Because even if Chen could live to the limit of 240 years, he could at most develop the Yin Mountain tribe into a large tribe of tens of thousands of people. On the exile planet. Back to the Central Valley with the High Priest. No more ripples. As the High Priest announced, Chen revealed his divinity, confirming that he is indeed a god come to the world. All the techniques were actively granted to the tribespeople by the deity. The entire Yin Mountain tribe erupted with cheers that shook the whole valley. And just over 10 minutes later, the High Priest began live teaching, instructing the tribespeople on how to learn and recite the words on the wall. These mantras contained Chen's understanding and insights into the laws of nature, the characteristics of the earth and spiritual energy, and their operations. Let alone the tribespeople of the Yin Mountain tribe, even the High Priest only had a vague understanding. Chen could only wait for the tribespeople to memorize the mantras and diagrams before offering a unified explanation. He did not waste time staying in the Central Valley to watch the High Priest teach. Nor did he return to the wooden house to cultivate. Instead, he went directly from the valley to the forest in the south. With a few leaps, he jumped onto a towering tree that reached into the clouds. Then he kept climbing up. When he reached the top of the tree, he leaned against the trunk and sat cross-legged on a branch thick as a barrel. Above him was the blue sky and white clouds. Looking out in all directions, the picturesque scenery gave a panoramic view of hundreds of kilometers of forest. He slightly closed his eyes, quietly feeling the biting autumn wind, attempting to perceive the operation and characteristics of the wind. After breaking through to the first stage of the spirit release period, his sensory abilities had noticeably improved greatly. His understanding of the wind was also clearer and deeper. What's going on? Why did he run to the forest to cultivate? Yeah. When cultivating, shouldn't he be focused and calm? Sitting so high with the wind howling by his ears, how can he concentrate on cultivating without worrying about falling? Chen's unusual actions left the livestream viewers puzzled. But soon, a keen-eyed viewer discovered the reason. He's not cultivating, the scanner shows that the spiritual power in his dantian. There was absolutely no running through the meridians. If it's not cultivation, then what is he realizing? He must be planning to create some new skill. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what new skill he wants to create. He probably has some inspiration. Speaking of which, the Billion Medicine Skill Research Institute announced that its preparations are complete and they've started to create and research skills for several hours now. Why hasn't any new skill been announced yet? I've been wondering about that too. I check the Billion Medicine Group's official website every 5 minutes. Perhaps the skill has already been researched and created, but it needs time for testing. You have to understand, the Billion Medicine Group is a pharmaceutical group. Pharmaceutical groups value rigor above all. Any new medicine needs years, even decades, from research and development, to clinical trials, and then to official launch. New skills might not take that long, but once created, they definitely need to find a group of people to test them. After mastering detailed data, then they'll announce. So, are we going to have to wait a long time? If it's quick, it's a few hours, if slow, maybe 1 or 2 days. After all, there are countless skill research institutes. The Billion Medicine Skill Research Institute is the first to announce its establishment, and the first to declare its preparations complete. They certainly want to be the first to release a new skill too. They wouldn't spend too much time on testing data. That's good. Guessing that Chen might be researching some new skill, the viewers in the livestream chat board began to chat about random things. Time flew by. A few hours later, Chen ended his realization of the wind. He started observing the birds and beasts in the forest. Watching them fly, watching them run. Even using thorn fruits to stimulate them to fly and flee. As night fell and visibility became unclear, he turned back to realizing the characteristics of the wind. This went on in a cycle. The next afternoon, Chen paused his realization and first returned to the Flame Mountain tribe. The progress was pretty good. After a day and a half, most of the tribesmen memorized the chant and movement path of the Chaos Sutra through rote learning. Only a few elders and children had memorized a small portion. Ichen didn't wait any longer. He gathered all the tribesmen who had memorized the Chaos Sutra and began explaining the sutra, its insights, precautions, and how to cultivate, along with the problems that might arise during cultivation. It was about his most important interests. This time, Ichen dedicated a tremendous amount of energy and patience. He answered every question in detail. He taught from the afternoon until deep into the night. Until some perceptive individuals fully understood the Chaos Sutra and could switch roles to teach those who still hadn't grasped it. Only then did Ichen return to the forest, continuing to realize the characteristics of the wind. This teaching session is incredibly significant. That's right. Ichen's lecture opened the path for the human race of the exiled planet. Even if Ichen stops teaching other skills, the Chaos Sutra will likely continue for generations. Hundreds of years later, it may even spread throughout the entire exiled planet. I'm a bit envious of the people of the Flame Mountain tribe. While we began practicing the Chaos Sutra 2 months ago, those who started late did so only after learning about the potential for doubling their lifespan with it. But in a real sense, we are kind of stealing skills. Only the Flame Mountain tribe people have the true inheritance. No matter if it's true inheritance or stolen skills, what matters is learning. What troubles me now is, it's been over a day, how come neither the Billion Medicine Skill Research Institute nor any of the other newly established skill research institutes have announced a new skill? Yeah. It's been over a day, and we don't know what stage they've reached. The viewers in the livestream, though captivated by Ichen's teaching, were also increasingly anxious. Profoundly beneficial. Yet they were not as excited as the tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe. Because the new martial art they eagerly awaited, which far exceeded the Chaos Formula, had still not been announced by any research institute. Chapter 20. Only Ichen can surpass himself. The Milky Way. Planet A1314. Headquarters of the Yao Martial Art Research Institute. In the laboratory. The staff were busy and never stopped. All kinds of top-notch large equipment were everywhere. In the office, the chairman of Yao Group, Lian Zhansheng, stared intently at the large virtual screen. On it was a scene from the laboratory. Just this main laboratory occupied over 100,000 square meters. In the prosperous, immensely valuable A1314 planet, it was truly worth a fortune. Not to mention, all kinds of large intelligent brains, large scanners, large observation instruments, all the equipment were the most cutting-edge technology of humanity. Just one piece of equipment could be worth tens of billions. Besides, the staff in the laboratory numbered in the thousands. The average annual salary reached $1 million. Even a runner assistant was a top graduate from prestigious universities in the Milky Way. Every corner of this laboratory was built with money. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, detected abnormality in subject number 7's body. Emergency rescue will be initiated. Please prepare relevant personnel. Warning, warning, detected abnormality in subject number 7's body. Emergency rescue will be initiated. Please prepare relevant personnel. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the laboratory. The synthesized voice of the intelligent brain continued to sound. On the experimental table, in front of a giant sensor, a young man was sitting cross-legged on the smooth instrument's surface. His body was connected to the giant sensor behind him by dozens of data lines. Just now, a look of pain appeared on his face. The intelligent brain monitored that his spiritual energy had undergone a mutation after entering an acupuncture point in his abdomen. The originally gentle spiritual energy became violent and chaotic, frantically impacting his meridians. Even though there was a giant sensor to enhance the young man's reaction speed, and he was the best cultivation genius who noticed the anomaly at the first moment, he still couldn't retract his spiritual energy in time. Below, the medical station, under the control of the intelligent brain, released streams of cold air. Simultaneously, numerous tentacles extended toward this subject number 7 to wrap around him. While freezing subject number 7, they were also performing emergency care. In the distance, a lot of medical personnel were rushing over. Interrupt the rescue, continue the test. In the office, Lian Zhansheng suddenly grabbed the communicator and shouted. Boss, according to monitoring data, subject number 7's meridians and acupuncture points have already suffered irreversible damage. If emergency care is not performed immediately, or if we interrupt the rescue, it may completely destroy his meridians. The head of the laboratory couldn't help but speak up. Interrupt the rescue, continue the test. The loss of the subject will be compensated according to the contract. In addition, I will personally compensate him an extra 1 billion. I want to see if he can achieve a miracle in adversity. If you don't give the order, I will replace the head of the research institute. Lian Zhansheng presented this head with a dilemma. The head of the research institute hesitated for a few seconds and then gave the order, interrupt the rescue, continue the test. The intelligent brain responded immediately. The freezing mist began to dissipate, and the tentacles retracted. The rescue personnel also followed suit and withdrew. The pain on subject number 7's face gradually intensified. The chaotic and violent spiritual energy, after losing its suppression, began to rampage and destroy his meridians. A scream. After his meridians were shattered beyond repair, subject number 7 fainted from the pain. No miracle. The head of the research institute and all the staff showed disappointment. In the office. Quickly arrange for the 8th subject. Lian Zhansheng picked up the communicator, calmly issued the order, then turned off the virtual screen. He rubbed his temples, wanting to rest his eyes, waiting for the 8th test to begin. Unfortunately, he was restless and could not calm down at all. After 7 consecutive experiments, 7 highly paid geniuses, along with the most advanced equipment and researchers in the world. The results left him utterly disappointed. More than 300 genius-level testers, even with the aid of instruments to enhance perception, still could not comprehend the deeper mysteries and characteristics of spiritual energy beyond the chaos formula. In addition, after 7 consecutive tests, 7 testers, while assisted by instruments to enhance their reaction abilities, still could not successfully channel spiritual power into the acupoints and instantly withdrew their spiritual power when they sensed something was amiss. Lian Zhansheng couldn't understand why Yi Chen could create a technique so easily, while other geniuses, even with various top-notch instruments and researchers assisting them, repeatedly failed without any progress at all. If Yi Chen were here, he would surely scoff at Lian Zhansheng's confusion. Among these geniuses, there were indeed many top talents whose cultivation talent was not much slower than his. But the speed of cultivation is one thing, creating a technique is another. He could create a technique out of nothing solely because his talent in this area was the highest among all of humanity. Keen intuition, exceptional perception, strong comprehension, and astonishing reaction speed, these 4 talents must all reach the highest level at the same time to create a technique. If these 4 talents cannot simultaneously reach the top, one can only create a low-level technique from a high level of cultivation. For example, a 9th-level practitioner could create the most basic entry-level technique. Even so, it is not something that can be created in a day or two. It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Moreover, there must be moments of inspiration and brilliant flashes of insight. To improve a technique suitable for practitioners at the spiritual release stage at the first level like Yi Chen did is nothing but a wild dream. Creating a better technique than the improved chaos formula is even more impossible. Because Yi Chen himself cannot achieve that now. And his talent is already the limit of human capability. The only possibility is if Yi Chen's influence suddenly expanded to millions or tens of millions of square kilometers. Only then could someone possess several times or dozens of times higher talent than the strongest in humanity, allowing them to create a more effective version of the chaos formula at the first level of spiritual release. The only one capable of defeating Yi Chen is Yi Chen himself, who possesses the strongest talent system that can further enhance his talent. At this stage, various top human technologies, although effective in enhancing these geniuses, cannot bring their comprehensive talent and technique creation to the level of Yi Chen. In the future, as his influence grows and talent increases, this gap will only widen. Because as the level of power increases, the difficulty of creating techniques will only grow. Throughout humanity's thousands of years of history, there have been many exceptionally talented geniuses who created cultivation methods to improve personal strength. But no one could take it a step further, often stopping at the beginning. Because the further one goes, the harder it becomes. Yi Chen is the only exception. He is now also nearing the limit of his ability to create techniques. At the very least, with his current talent, after breaking through to a level higher than spiritual release, improving the chaos formula to a level suitable for that realm will definitely not take just 3 or 4 days like it did at the first level of spiritual release. Creating a technique of equal standing is thousands or even millions of times more difficult than creating a lower level technique. The higher the level of power, the more exponentially difficult it becomes. Even for Yi Chen. To continue moving forward and going further, one must rely on the strongest talent system to constantly enhance their talent. Other geniuses, thinking is useless. Chapter 21, The Announcement of Failure. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Chen spent almost every day grasping the laws and characteristics of wind, studying the movement of birds and beasts. As for saying almost instead of all, it's because he occasionally returned to the Yenshan tribe to check on the speed at which his clansmen were training. Not too bad. On the day he taught, more than 20 people felt the presence of spiritual energy in the Qi, allowing them to begin training. The next day, except for those with poorer understanding, like the elderly and children, everyone sensed the spiritual energy in Qi. This gave Yi Chen a rough understanding of the talents of the people in the Yanhuang tribe. After that, more tribesmen began to break through to the second level of Qi condensation, and even learned the flying knife technique during their spare time. The average strength of the entire Yenshan tribe was increasing at an astonishing rate. Especially for Gu Li and Roger, as they originally belonged to the level of tribal warriors and had exceptional talent. In just 4 to 5 days, they broke through to the second level of chi condensation and learned the flying knife technique. Once Guli encounters the unicorn pig that once forced her into a desperate situation, she could easily kill it. Moreover, once ordinary tribesmen break through to the second level of chi condensation, their strength will absolutely not be weaker than that of Guli and Roger back then. If they learn the flying knife technique, they will only become stronger. In other words, after Ichen began to promote the chaotic technique, ordinary tribesmen only need to break through to the second level of chi condensation and learn the flying knife technique to surpass the level of tribal warriors. Ichen estimates that this will take about a month. Talent level cultivators can break through to the second level of chi condensation in 3 to 5 days. However, ordinary cultivators require about a month. Right now, everything is just starting, and he hasn't created formations to speed up cultivation or pills to enhance strength, so he can only patiently wait for the tribesmen to grow. Fortunately, with his current realm and talent, although he couldn't create formations or alchemy, he could still develop some other techniques that can enhance the strength of the tribesmen. The technique he is currently researching and creating is one of them. A technique for body agility. This is a type of technique he planned to study and create a long time ago. Compared to fierce beasts, the human body is too weak. Even for formidable warriors like Guli and Roger, they are still like little creatures in front of the fierce beasts. But small creatures have their advantages. The first is agility. Ichen intends to create a set of techniques for body agility to greatly enhance this advantage. Once the speed of humans can increase several times, even dozens of times, they can slowly exhaust the fierce beasts with their speed advantage. Even if they cannot win, they can easily escape. Once techniques for agility become widespread, the Yenshan tribe's cornerstone for conquering the world can officially start to expand beyond the valley. According to Ichen's plan, in about 3 more months, when the harsh winter passes and spring blossoms, it will be the time for the Yenshan tribe's first expedition. Sharpening the knife does not delay chopping wood. Even though he is eager to expand his influence and enhance his talent bonuses, he also does not want to rush into things. The Yenshan tribe is steadily developing step by step, and all the tribe members can clearly feel their strength growing day by day. Each one is immersed in excitement and hard work every day, unable to extricate themselves. In the galaxy, among the major planets of the human race, all of humanity is in anxiety. What the hell is going on? It's been more than 10 days since the Million Medicine Technique Research Institute was established. Why is there still no new technique released? Could it be that these martial arts research institutes have created techniques better than the improved version of the Chaos Formula, finding them so good that they can't bear to reveal them, deciding to go back on their word? Impossible. After all, there have been over 1,000 martial arts research institutes established. Maybe 1 or 2 would go back on their word, but with 1,000, not a single one has announced a new technique. The only explanation for this situation is none of these martial arts research institutes have successfully created a technique better than the improved Chaos Formula. How can that be possible? These martial arts research institutes have gathered a large number of top talents whose cultivation speed is hardly slower than that of Ichen, the founder. Dozens, or even hundreds, of top talents coming together, exchanging insights, pooling their ideas to research new techniques. How could they possibly be slower than Ichen? Not to mention, there are also many high-end instruments and equipment assisting them, and a large number of researchers drawing up better study plans. But if it's not that they haven't created a technique better than Chaos Formula, then how can we explain why none of the major martial arts research institutes have announced anything? What on earth is going on? As the days passed, the human races across various planets became anxious and frustrated. The official websites of those martial arts research institutes were flooded with countless messages inquiring about the progress. Yao Martial Arts Research Institute was the first to announce its establishment and the first to declare that it had been completed. It was also the first to issue an announcement 15 days after its completion. Research results on new techniques. The entire report spanned dozens of pages. Within it, some videos of experimental processes were attached. According to this announcement, the public was shocked to learn. The Yao Martial Arts Research Institute had actually invested several hundred billion funds. The head of the institute was a well-known giant, ranking in the top 3 in the field of biology. The number of recruited geniuses was more than 500. But even so, it ended in failure. After half a month, out of the more than 500 geniuses, not a single one succeeded in comprehending higher natural laws and the properties of spiritual energy. Over the course of these 2 weeks, the Yao Martial Arts Research Institute conducted over 50 experiments. Despite the assistance of various top-end instruments, not one of the 50 geniuses was able to successfully test out any complete set of energy operation routes. Let alone exceed the improved Chaos Formula. Even the simplest, more primitive operation routes than the original Chaos Formula could not be tested out. Moreover, of those 50-some talented practitioners, over 30 were rendered useless. Each of them not only ended in failure but also experienced violent backlash from spiritual energy. Only, the power of this backlash varied. Some could still be repaired with advanced medical equipment, but others with severely damaged energy seas and meridians could not be repaired even with current human medical standards. Each piece of test data, every experiment video proved the authenticity of this report. Once this announcement was released, all of humanity was in an uproar. The entire galaxy fell into shock. The stock market across the galaxy saw pharmaceuticals plunging again. Even stock prices in other industries plummeted like mercury. Chapter 22, Voices of Discontent from the People. After more than half a month, pharmaceutical stocks suffer another heavy blow. So far, the largest pharmaceutical giant, Yao Group, saw its stock price shrink by 65% compared to its peak, with over $1 trillion funds evaporated. Chen, the assassin of the pharmaceutical industry. The establishment of over 1,000 martial arts research institutes is just a joke. Together, they can't compare to Chen. This site has long foretold that Chen is the founder and the only pioneer of this cultivation method. In the medical industry, amidst a sea of despair, the public felt incredibly gloomy, while the major news media across the galaxy celebrated a frenzied feast. News websites, one headline after another, desperately broadcasted the latest news. With each update, they generated frighteningly explosive traffic. It's over, it turns out it was just an empty joy. These martial arts research institutes have delayed introducing new techniques for so long, I had a feeling. Unexpectedly, my intuition came true. From now on, I will honor Chen as a god. With a single effort, he annihilated over 1,000 martial arts research institutes. His talent in creating techniques is simply divine. In the field of cultivation, Chen has truly reached an unfathomable height. I could never have imagined that the final result would be over 1,000 martial arts research institutes, each costing billions, ending up with nothing. In Chen's live streaming room, the number of viewers skyrocketed to hundreds of billions in a short time. Everyone was filled with grievances. Criticism of the martial arts research institutes echoed everywhere. I'm so frustrated, I've already broken through to the first level of spirit release, but now I'm stuck. At this rate, to upgrade to the second level of spirit release, I still have to rely on Chen's whim to record the improved version of the chaos technique? Breaking through to the first level of spirit release so quickly, the person upstairs must also be a genius. Not being lured by the high salaries offered by the research institutes, joining these places might actually be a blessing in disguise. It's indeed a narrow escape. Many geniuses who joined the martial arts research institutes have suffered irreparable damage to their meridians and energy seas. Even if they could receive high compensation, no amount of money can buy back life. After breaking through to the first level of spirit release, one's lifespan extension can add up to 120 years. Who knows, if one breaks through to the 9th level of spirit release and reaches an even higher realm, perhaps the lifespan can increase by another 120 years. Breaking through to the 9th level of spirit release and reaching a higher realm? You really have your head in the clouds. Right now, the most pressing issue is when we can finally get the improved version of the chaos technique. Hoping Chen will suddenly decide to record the improved version of the chaos technique? Don't even think about it. The only hope lies in the people of the Flame Mountain tribe breaking through to the first level of spirit release. Maybe then Chen will release the improved version of the chaos technique. But this situation also comes with many uncertainties. Firstly, what exactly does Chen think? He might simply want to release the first generation of the chaos technique so that his people can break through to the first level of spirit release and have some self-protection, not intending to pass down his ultimate techniques to the tribe, adding instability to his rule. Secondly, whether the people of the Flame Mountain tribe, as their power grows, can continue to respect Chen when they can slay ferocious beasts on their own. Even though the High Priest has started to turn Chen into a myth, an explosive surge in strength might lead people to become arrogant and complacent. If the tribe's people cannot maintain their respect towards Chen as their power increases, then, given Chen's character, even if he intended to pass down the improved version of the chaos technique, he might reconsider. Though the possibilities of this situation are low, they are not entirely impossible. So, those wanting to learn the improved version of the chaos technique must pray that when Chen wants to impart the improved version to the Flame Mountain tribe, the tribe's people will be good enough not to anger Chen. Everyone sighed heavily. The martial arts research institutes no longer held any hope. To break through to the second level of spirit release, they could only pin their hopes on Chen's willingness to teach the improved version of the chaos technique to the Flame Mountain tribe. In doing so, they could continue to secretly learn the improved version of the chaos technique. But within this, there are still many uncertain factors. Whether it can be realized depends entirely on luck. Soon, someone suddenly had a brilliant idea and proposed a new concept. What do you think? Can we take Chen out of the exile planet, let him reveal the improved version of chaos technique, or even focus on creating martial arts, and then announce it? This idea seems possible. Possible my ass, the exile planet is considered the most secure prison of the federal government. For thousands of years, no prisoner has ever escaped. But the existence of the exile planet also has huge controversies. The biggest controversy is that the descendants of serious criminals are also stripped of all human rights, just like these serious criminals. Back then, the entire Federation was in an uproar over this. But in the end, the decision was made to continue the implementation. Because the exile planet is indeed the perfect prison. Not only can you not escape, but the living conditions are harsh. It is absolutely the greatest punishment for serious criminals after the death penalty was abolished. If the descendants of serious criminals are not stripped of all human rights, it means they have to be brought out. There are too many variables involved, and it costs a fortune. With each N's character, how would he feel if he knew he had been inexplicably stripped of his rights for over 10 years? Given his character, how would he feel knowing that billions of people are secretly watching him every day, even learning the martial arts he created without his consent? You should know, he is the founder of this cultivation method. Moreover, the martial arts he created are extremely magical. Who knows, he might create a set of martial arts that would allow him to control anyone's mind after they learned it. Besides, he is the grandson of Yi Tinglong. There are still many remnants of Yi Tinglong lurking around, once each N is brought out. With each N's character, mind, talent, and ambition, he will definitely bring us all an unpredictable turmoil and disaster. Indeed, if we really bring each N out. Even without those messy things, with his character and ambition, he wouldn't honestly just be a tool focusing on creating martial arts. The new idea proposed only briefly lit up the eyes of a large number of people, reigniting hope. But soon, it was completely refuted. As for other plans, there are indeed more. However, due to limited vision, ordinary people, even if they are smart, simply cannot think of them. And no one knows, while everyone is complaining, those top billionaires and powerful figures are brewing a new storm. Chapter 23, The Remnants of Yi Tinglong. AB 356 Planet. According to federal rules, planets starting with the letter A are all controlled by humanity in the galaxy. Only those starting with the letter A are transformed planets suitable for human life. Planets starting with 2 letters are all various types of resource planets. This AB 356 planet belongs to a resource planet. The entire planet's size is 1,000 times that of Blue Planet. Rich in metal deposits. The mining rights are divided among 3 mining giants. In the southern hemisphere. Deep underground. In a secret base. In the center, there is a room resembling a prison. In this room, all kinds of terrifying torture instruments are everywhere. At this moment, a burly old man with white hair and beard is sitting in a torture chair. Sharp spikes continuously emerge from the back of the chair, piercing into his back. Over there, a giant virtual screen was glowing. On it, the scene of each N feeling the cold wind of heaven and earth on the exile planet was being broadcast live. In the elder's cloudy yet powerful and authoritative eyes, there flashed a fanatical light from time to time, the kind only true believers could have. Grandpa. A tall girl with a stunningly beautiful face walked in. Speak. The extreme pain from the torture made even saying one word very hard for the elder. Experimenters number 65 to 70 have all ended in failure. According to news from our spy, the secret research institute formed by the military also has no successful cases, not even a bit of progress. The girl explained. The elder said nothing, but a faint smile appeared on his painful face. To the investors of the major cultivation method research institutes, continuous failure of experiments was clearly not good news. This not only meant the huge amount of money they invested was wasted, but also that they could not gain strong personal power and long life from the institutes. The elder before them was the only exception. He hoped even more that the experiments would fail. Because failure of the experiments meant that among all humans, only each N could create cultivation methods. Besides that, many signs show that the spies from other races hidden among our human race seem to be plotting something. The girl added. The elder said nothing. Because at this moment, he no longer had the strength to speak. The girl clearly knew this too, so she just stood at a distance and waited. Looking at the elder's painful face and the blood-covered back, sorrow flashed in her eyes. Beep beep beep. From the torture chair came a series of crisp sounds. The punishment time had ended. The sharp spikes on the backrest and the tentacles on the armrests all shrank back. The elder collapsed onto the chair, breathing heavily. The girl quickly came forward, helped him up, and supported him into a nearby medical pod to lie down. The wounds on his body began to heal. The elder also regained some strength. After thinking it over, he opened his mouth and said, "Mobilize all hackers. Find a way to hack into the AI brain of the unmanned battleship on the exile planet and damage the battleship's operating system. After it's done, let the congressman we control find a way to push a proposal to send another group of serious criminals to the exile planet and repair the operating system." The girl was a bit shocked. Grandpa wants to rescue the young master from the exile planet? We have no large battleship. The young master cannot be rescued. Also, in comparison, on the exile planet, the young master is actually safer. The elder shook his head. We need to send people to the exile planet to protect the young master. Mobilizing hackers to damage the battleship system is fine, but the number of congressmen we control is too few. It's impossible to push forward a proposal to send serious criminals early to the exile planet. The girl reminded him. Our family cannot control the decision of the Federal Council. But do you think we are the only ones? The elder asked back. The girl was clearly very smart. After just 1 or 2 seconds of blankness, she understood. Those powerful figures, those top rich people who built cultivation research institutes, those traitors nurtured among humans by other races. After confirming that the cultivation research institutes had no progress, they probably also wanted to send people to the exile planet to approach Ichen. Only, their purposes were different. Make arrangements. Choose a group of highly intelligent and absolutely loyal people to go to the exile planet and protect the young master. The elder continued. The girl was a bit surprised. To protect the young master's safety, shouldn't we send the strongest genetic warriors? No. With the young master's speed of growth, he doesn't need our protection in terms of strength. Sending those with brilliant minds is to ensure that no one who wants to kill him mixes into his side. The elder said calmly, all kinds of forces. The purposes are different. Some just want to quickly obtain the latest techniques created by the young master. This type poses the least threat. Others, however, want to control the young master by any means. Those spies cultivated by various clans want to get close to the young master and assassinate him to eliminate future threats. I understand. The girl nodded. Go. The old man waved his hand. The girl hesitated for a moment, looking at the old man's tired and aged face, unable to bear it. She said softly. Grandpa, the young master shines no matter where he is, even on a barren planet. As long as we bring the young master back, we will surely return to our peak under his leadership. You don't need to keep blaming yourself and punishing yourself every day. I didn't go to die with my comrades back then just to avenge the general. Living is the greatest torment for me. The old man waved his hand again. These punishments are just to stimulate my nerves, to make me cheer up, to endure the torment in my mind, and to keep on living. In his eyes, a fervent light flickered. The day we welcome back the young master will be the moment my soul is liberated. The girl fell silent, only able to leave this room that looked like a prison. In the deepest part of the human world, calmness masked a brewing storm. A new era, new rivalries, the world is about to rise again. At the center of all the whirlpools. Exiled planet. Flame Mountain. The cold wind howled. The ground was covered with thick white snow. After spending about a month's time with powerful perceptiveness and relentless spirit, Ichen finally gained a deep understanding of the characteristics of the wind, as well as those of flying birds and walking beasts. He reached the level where he could start researching footwork techniques. Chapter 24, Astonishing Influence. Clan Leader. Clan Leader. Ichen returned to the tribe. Wherever he passed, there were respectful greetings. The snow in the valley had been cleared away. Children wrapped in heavy animal skins joyfully had snowball fights, or played freely without a care in the world. The elderly gathered together, chatting about interesting happenings in the tribe, their faces filled with joy. This scene was the first of its kind in the history of Flame Mountain Tribe. In previous years, with the arrival of winter, the Flame Mountain Tribe would also enter the most severe period of survival. The first problem was food. During this time, wild animals were almost extinct. Only the powerful ferocious beasts were unaffected by the harsh cold. Going out to hunt could yield no prey, and if luck ran out, one could even lose their life, providing food for those ferocious beasts. If the food stored from autumn was insufficient, the tribe's leader and the high priest would have to hold a sacrifice. The content would be to send some old, weak, sick, and disabled individuals to the 4 corners of the tribe, scattering withered leaves along the way. The further the withered leaves were scattered, the more the gods would bless the tribe for a successful hunt the following year. The cruel truth behind it was that these old, weak, sick, and disabled individuals would die outside, saving food for the tribe. Every winter, even if the stored food was enough, there were always some people in Flame Mountain Tribe who starved to death. And there were also those who froze to death. This happened because the distribution of food and supplies often favored strong men and children. The former were the foundation for the tribe's survival in the coming years, while the latter were the hope of the tribe's continuation. This year was completely different. Just the green leopard that Ichen killed was enough for over 1,000 tribesmen to enjoy a plentiful winter. Plus the food originally stored by the tribe, it allowed all tribesmen, regardless of gender, age, or status, to feast. More importantly, with the spread of the chaos formula in the tribe, the physical abilities of the tribe's people had improved. Their ability to withstand the cold increased significantly. There was no longer any need to worry about survival in the coming years. Because after this winter, besides some children, everyone in the tribe could easily hunt ferocious beasts as warriors. Their spirits were renewed. For the new clan leader Yi Chen, the tribespeople regarded him as a god. Everyone's gaze was filled with deep admiration and awe. This was partly due to the high priest, who was almost destroyed by Yi Chen, and had made great contributions. This high priest spared no effort in mythologizing Yi Chen to maintain his status in the tribe. Every night, he would call the older elders of the tribe to chat about how Yi Chen waved his hand to stop the heavy snow, how he made the clouds dance, and how he lit up the starry sky with lightning. These elders would exaggerate, seriously passing down the chief's miracles to the younger generations. The effect was remarkable. Yi Chen reached the end of the valley. To create a quiet environment, he had his people build a larger wooden house at the end of the valley as his place. In front of the wooden house was a wide open space. Yi Chen began to run wildly in the open space. Spirit energy flowed into his legs, making his speed far exceed that of ordinary people. But this was clearly not enough. While running wildly, he was also recalling what he had understood over the past month and a half, trying to integrate these things and bring them together. Hey, it seems Yi Chen is finishing his insights and starting to research and create techniques? After finishing insights, shouldn't he start studying and testing the movement paths of the techniques? Then, through testing, he merges the insights with the movement paths, making subtle adjustments until they achieve perfection before the technique is considered created. He's probably getting familiar with and integrating the knowledge he's gained first, then will begin researching and testing the movement paths. That could be. Seeing Yi Chen finally stop comprehending the wind and studying the running of birds and beasts every day, billions of viewers in the livestream suddenly perked up. After witnessing Yi Chen create techniques multiple times, they quickly figured out what he was doing. Speaking of which, he was previously comprehending the characteristics of the wind and studying how birds and beasts run. Now, he is running wildly in the open space. The technique he is creating shouldn't be speed enhancing, right? The possibility is at least over 90%, or else it wouldn't make sense. Amazing, he can actually create a technique to enhance speed? When he was at the 6th level of Qi condensation, with spirit energy flowing into his legs, he could reach a maximum speed of 30 meters per second. Now, having broken through to the 1st level of spirit release, with a qualitative change in spirit energy, if he channels it into his legs, reaching 40 to 50 meters per second shouldn't be difficult. With Yi Chen's ability, a new technique enhancing speed by 50% is definitely not hard. So, it stands to reason that reaching 70 to 80 meters per second is a sure thing. He might even break 100 meters per second. My god, possibly exceeding 100 meters per second, and as long as the spirit energy doesn't run out, he can maintain this speed continuously. Then wouldn't that mean a speed of 300 to 400 kilometers per hour? Wow, once I learn this new technique, mom won't have to worry about me being late for class anymore. Good heavens, once this new technique comes out, I bet car company stocks will plunge. Driving fast in a car can't compare to zooming across the ground like lightning. And it saves electricity and money, no need for batteries, no maintenance. When spirit energy runs out, you can just cultivate it back. Running out of spirit energy and cultivating back is even beneficial for improving one's level. The only trouble is that it wears out shoes a bit. I feel like shoe companies' stocks are going to skyrocket. Wow, the stock market's reaction is really fast. We just made a guess here, and the car industry's stocks are already plummeting, even the stocks of flying vehicle manufacturers are dropping. On the other hand, shoe industry stocks are skyrocketing. It's crazy, Yi Chen hasn't even created the technique yet. Is the stock market reaction really that intense? Starting today, all stockholders will likely have to turn to live streaming. They will no longer focus on the market but will instead keep their eyes on Yi Chen. With just a little disturbance, it could be the start of a stock market crash or the rise of certain stocks. It's not just stockholders, major news media are also treating Yi Chen like a lifeline, sending people to monitor the live streams every day. If anything happens, they will immediately change their headlines. Yi Chen returns to the tribe from the forest. What does he want to do? Yi Chen sprints in the open space. What does he want to do? Yi Chen takes a sip of water. What does he plan to do? Any sort of nonsense can now be on the front page, and the click rates are off the charts. Congratulations, you've cracked the code of popularity. Those experts and scholars are now trying to ride on Yi Chen's coattails every few days. The most amazing thing was that the day before yesterday, a movie from Planet A698 suddenly changed its name to The Story I Must Tell About Yi Chen. The single-day box office actually reached over 5 billion, breaking the Planet's annual record for single-day box office. However, the next day, the headquarters of the film company was vandalized. This chaotic operation can only be described as incredible. The audience in the live streaming room felt a myriad of emotions. Especially the earlier audience members, they never imagined that Yi Chen's every move could have such a profound impact on human society. Chapter 25, The Surge in Business for Psychologists. In just a few hours, Yi Chen successfully organized and integrated what he had understood over the month. As the audience in the live room anticipated, he returned to the wooden house and began to study the operation map of the technique based on his insights. Days passed by one after another. Outside the house, snowflakes occasionally fell like goose feathers. Though the snow in the valley had been cleared away. If one stepped out of the valley, they would find the entire world was blanketed in white. The mountains and earth were all shrouded in snow. Ichen was neither anxious nor impatient, studying and testing the different changes that occurred as spiritual energy entered various points. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live room were growing more and more anxious. Not because Ichen was slow in creating new techniques. That was already expected by everyone. Normally, Ichen would take about half a month to comprehend the laws of nature and the properties of spiritual energy. Then, another half month to test and develop a suitable operation map, and the new technique would successfully be created. This time, understanding the principles of various winds and flying creatures took a month. If all goes well, developing a suitable operation map would similarly take about a month. What truly made everyone anxious was that after Ichen began testing the new technique's operation map, Guli, the most gifted in the tribe, had already successfully advanced to the first level of spirit release. After that, every couple of days, another tribe member broke through to the first level of spirit release. But Ichen had yet to announce the improved version of the chaos technique. It's been over half a month since Guli broke through to the first level of spirit release, yet Ichen doesn't seem to intend to announce the improved version of chaos technique. Ichen is still too selfish. His idea is likely to allow the tribe's people to reach the first level of spirit release, having some strength but stopping there, so it doesn't threaten his rule. I really feel like it's over. I wait and yearn every day, but the improved version of chaos technique never comes. I suffer every day, I feel like I'm about to break down. Yeah. I broke through to the first level of spirit release over half a month ago, but without the improved version of chaos technique, my level has been stagnant, and I'm lost every day, haunted by nightmares. Being lost and haunted by nightmares actually sounds good. I'm a psychologist, and during this time, my business has exploded. All the patients have serious psychological problems because they cannot learn the improved version of chaos art. The cultivation method created by Ichen is actually addictive. The root lies in the fact that every small breakthrough allows one to clearly feel the improvement in physical speed and spiritual power. It is well known that in virtual online games, leveling up and improving equipment brings a sense of achievement and joy, causing people to become deeply addicted. The sense of achievement and joy from breaking through levels is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than in virtual online games. Without the improved version of chaos art, stagnation at the current level is almost more painful than killing many people with weak psychological endurance. I am also a psychologist. Recently, the number of patients like this has indeed surged. With thousands of martial arts research institutes and millions of talents from various fields, plus hundreds of thousands of genius cultivators, how can they not compare to Ichen alone? I heard the military has secretly established a martial arts research institute, but they too have gained nothing. There is no choice, in the field of cultivation, Ichen is the only god. To obtain the improved version of chaos art, one can only hope that Ichen someday has a moment of inspiration or benevolence to reveal the formula. Because they cannot learn the improved version of chaos art, the emotions of all humanity are indeed very unstable. Everyone is filled with anxiety and depression. Ichen's cultivation method is like a virtual online game with 1,000 or 10,000 times the attraction. In the situation where the improved version of chaos art is unattainable and levels stagnate, the emotions of all humanity are greatly affected. Those with average talent, who haven't even broken through to the first level of spiritual release phase, are somewhat better off. They merely feel worried about whether after breaking through, Ichen will have revealed the improved version of chaos art. The truly miserable ones are the talented individuals who have already broken through to the first level of spiritual release phase, as they feel as if they are living through endless despair. One by one, they are listless, as though they have suffered a tremendous blow. This phenomenon also reflects the overall state of society. Employees show no interest in working. Students have no desire to learn. The stock market has dropped continuously for days. All of human society is surrounded by a strange sense of gloom. The root cause lies in the improved version of chaos art. Breaking through to the first level of spiritual release phase raises the lifespan limit to 240 years, making all humanity secretly study chaos art. It is precisely because of this that all humanity is addicted to cultivation, unable to extricate themselves. When Ichen has not released the improved version of chaos art, the entire human society suffers extremely serious negative effects. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In the wooden house, Ichen, who has returned to the heavy reclusive mode, finally combined his insights and successfully tested a method of movement techniques. Next is to test the effects. He stretched his muscles a bit. He opened the wooden door. A gust of cold wind rushed at him. Thanks to his remarkable physical constitution, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt refreshed instead. Of course, the most important thing is that he finally created a new cultivation method. This made him reflect that creating a self-derived cultivation method is truly as difficult as climbing to the heavens. When he was in the chi condensation phase, it only took him about a month to create a new cultivation method. Now that he has broken through to the first level of spiritual release phase, theoretically speaking, his strength and perception should have greatly improved. He should find it much easier to grasp the laws of nature and the characteristics of spiritual energy. Thus, creating methods should be simpler. However, in reality, with his current strength, creating a chi condensation phase method is indeed very simple. What used to take a month might now only take 1 or 2 days. Unfortunately, what he wants to create is a spiritual release phase level method. The requirements for talent have significantly increased. In the future, as the realm rises, the time needed to create corresponding level techniques will only grow longer, even reaching a limit where insufficient talent results in an inability to create techniques of the corresponding level. Fortunately, as long as he expands his influence, his talent can improve accordingly. According to his plan, after going through this cold winter, it would be the time when the Yin Mountain tribe begins to go to war and expand its influence. Taking a few deep breaths of the cold air, he adjusted his mindset and sent someone to find Guli. Hundreds of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Bringing Guli over, could it be that he plans to teach her the improved version of the chaos technique? Chapter 26, Hope Shattered. God bless, I-Chen sent someone to find Guli. Is he planning to take the opportunity to teach her the improved version of the chaos technique? It must be, no doubt about it. Although I-Chen rejected Guli's love proposal, she was the first person he encountered, and she's an unparalleled beauty. Even without other thoughts, he surely has some feelings for her. To guard against his power and reputation being affected, I-Chen would not teach all his hidden techniques, but it is very likely he will pass on the knowledge to Guli alone. If that's the case, then it would be fantastic. Even if it's a private teaching, the scanner can easily catch it. That way, we can learn the improved version of the chaos technique. Since the Yin Mountain tribe had a genius breakthrough to the first layer of spirit release, and I-Chen had not taught the improved version of chaos technique, the viewers who had been in a state of depression and anxiety finally felt uplifted. One by one, they prayed to heaven, hoping that I-Chen calling Guli over meant he was planning to privately teach her the improved version of chaos technique. In that case, all of humanity could successfully learn the improved version of the chaos technique. At the same time, professionals from major news media were on high alert. They were just waiting for I-Chen to make his decision to release this heavy news immediately. Some unscrupulous news websites, in order to grab traffic, even directly announced that I-Chen had already taught the improved version of the chaos technique to Guli. Tribe leader, you called for me? Guli arrived at I-Chen's wooden house, looking at him with anticipation. However, her anticipation was not for the improved version of the chaos technique. Unlike the people outside of the exiled planet, the members of the Yin Mountain tribe had no idea that an improved version of the chaos technique existed. For geniuses like Guli, who had broken through to the first layer of spirit release and whose strength could not be improved, they believed that this way of cultivation had already reached its limit. They were very satisfied with this limit and had never considered any other possibility. She was looking forward to whether I-Chen called her over because he had been in the wooden house for too long, feeling lonely and cold, and was preparing to take her as his partner. Without a doubt, I-Chen could not have such an idea. Such an idea would never cross his mind in this lifetime. He looked at Guli and asked, "Do you know if there are any extremely fast beasts around the tribe?" "The lightning marten." Guli felt disappointed but did not dare to show it. "Where is it?" I-Chen pressed on. Guli explained, "In a cave 20 miles south of the tribe." "A cave?" I-Chen frowned slightly. "Is there any way to lure it out?" "Food. It loves the smell of roasted meat and often comes to our tribe to steal roasted meat. Because it is too fast, we cannot do anything about it." Guli introduced, "Even now, with our spiritual energy infused into our legs, our speed is several times faster, yet we still can't catch it. Fortunately, it is small and doesn't eat much, just steals a few pieces, and that's it." I-Chen nodded and instructed, "You take a few people, prepare some raw meat and firewood. Notify me when it's ready, and we'll go find the lightning marten." "Okay." Guli left the wooden house feeling greatly disappointed. The audience in front of the screen had all deflated like balloons, becoming lifeless. As expected, I-Chen is still the same I-Chen. With his ambitious personality, how could he possibly reveal his ultimate techniques, adding uncertainty to his rule and prestige? Alas, Guli, this stunning beauty, cannot be an exception. Bringing her here was just to ask if there were any targets to test the new technique on. I'm so frustrated that I feel like I want to jump into the screen and beg I-Chen to stop tormenting us and just write down the improved chaos art directly. I feel like I need to see a psychologist. My heart was racing at least twice as fast when Guli walked in. When I realized I-Chen was just asking about fast beasts, I almost fell apart. My mind is shattered. I just want to know, when will I be able to learn the improved chaos art? Everyone felt completely disappointed. The little hope that had been ignited was completely extinguished, and they all felt down to the extreme. In the end, no one could muster any curiosity about Yi-chan's new technique. It can't be helped, not being able to learn the improved chaos art is just too painful. In the wooden house, Guli went to arrange the roast meat and dry firewood, while Yi-chan did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, entering a meditative state. For the past 2 months, he had been busy researching and creating new techniques, only cultivating when mentally exhausted or depleted of spiritual power. Therefore, his realm had remained stagnant. Until now, his realm was still at the first level of spirit release. However, due to intermittent cultivation and his strong talent, he was only one step away from the second level of spirit release. Guli's efficiency was clearly not very high. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that a knock on the door sounded again. Guli and Rog, accompanied by more than 10 young and strong tribesmen, stood respectfully outside the door. Beside them, there were also many pieces of raw meat and dry firewood. Yi-chen immediately announced to depart. After leaving the valley, the group trod through thick snow, heading south. They soon arrived at the cave where the lightning marten was located. Yi-chen did not enter directly. The cave was small, barely accommodating a single person. Although according to Guli's description, the lightning marten was not too strong despite its lightning-fast speed and powerful claws. If they could lure it out, there was no need to take risks. Moreover, it was not suitable to test new techniques inside the cave. Under his orders, Guli and the others quickly cleared a space of about 4 to 5 square meters, approximately 10 meters from the cave. Dry firewood was lit, and the wooden rack was secured. Pieces of raw meat were placed on the fire and began to roast. From time to time, someone sprinkled crushed plant fragments on the meat slices to enhance the aroma of the roast. As the sizzling sound of fat dripping began, the fragrance of the roasted meat started wafting in all directions. The cold northern wind added to it, continuously blowing the rich meat scent into the small cave. Chirping. As one's realm improves, hearing ability is also greatly enhanced. Soon, Yi-chen began to hear faint strange sounds coming from the cave. Then, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the pitch-black cave. This beam of white light moved extremely fast, especially in the icy snow. Without exceptional eyesight, Yi-chen would have been unable to catch the trajectory of the white light. In the blink of an eye, this white light appeared in front of the roasting rack. Only then did Yi-chen see clearly that the white light was a snow-white marten, about 30 centimeters long. No wonder it's a level 9 lightning marten. Although its strength isn't impressive, its speed is indeed incredible. According to the scanner, the lightning marten's speed can reach up to 121 meters per second. This isn't even its fastest speed. According to the data, a level 9 lightning marten can reach speeds of up to 180 meters per second. However, this explosive state can only last for a little over 10 minutes. That's still very powerful. 180 meters per second equals over 10 kilometers in a minute, and in 10 minutes, you can run over 100 kilometers. It seems that Yi-chen has chosen the wrong training target this time. Forget about 180 meters per second, even at the current speed of 120 meters per second, he can't catch up. In my estimation, Yi-chen's new skill should be between 80 and 90 meters per second. That can't be right. I think Yi-chen's new skill can at least reach 100 meters per second. Seeing the lightning weasel moving at an incredible speed, even surpassing 100 meters per second, the viewers in the live stream, who had been feeling low and dispirited, finally perked up a little. Chapter 27, Supersonic. In front of the wooden stand, the lightning weasel didn't even glance at Yi-chen and Guli. It picked up a piece of roasted meat and flew toward the cave. Now that we're here, why rush back? Yi-chen would never let it return to the cave. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He casually grabbed a dry stick, and his spiritual energy surged. In the next moment, to Guli and the others and the stunned viewers in the live stream, he turned into a blur and swiftly surpassed the white light. He blocked the entrance of the cave. His speed was so fast it actually surpassed the lightning weasel. The leader's speed is actually faster than the lightning weasel? How is this possible? Our human race can actually run faster than the lightning weasel? Even those powerful ferocious beasts can't match the speed of the lightning weasel. How did the leader do this? Guli and the others could hardly believe their eyes. After cultivating the chaotic formula, their physical condition had improved significantly. Infusing spiritual energy into their legs could also allow them to move much faster than before. But no matter how fast they were, they never imagined that humans could outrun the lightning weasel. Yet just a moment ago, Yi-chen did just that. 160 meters per second. My god! This new skill is so powerful? It actually allows Yi-chen's speed to multiply several times. Incredible! No wonder he's the god of speed. With this new skill, his speed skyrockets several times. In this whole mountain region, there might be beasts he can't defeat, but there's absolutely no beast that can threaten his safety. After all, those who can defeat him can't outrun him. Like the lightning weasel, it can run faster, but it can't defeat him. Sigh, if only the major skill research institutes had 100,000 geniuses and 1 million top researchers, even if they could reach half of Ichen's level. What a joke! If they could reach Ichen's level, they would have long since developed an improved version of the chaotic formula. You know, Ichen only spent 3 days to improve it. And we even know the route for practicing it, we just lack the formula. The audience in the live stream were all in awe. Unlike Gully, Roger, and the others, these viewers knew that Ichen had researched and created a skill that could enhance speed. They tried their best to overestimate the effectiveness of this skill. The common conclusion given was a speed between 80 and 100 meters per second. A small group even believed it could possibly exceed 100 meters per second. But even though they were mentally prepared, when Ichen revealed the effect of this new skill, it left everyone in shock and surprise. No one expected that the effect of the new skill would actually allow Ichen's speed to surge to 160 meters per second. This was a number that nobody had anticipated. 160 meters per second means a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. This has already surpassed the speed of the fastest sports cars. Moreover, this is not a short-term explosive speed. According to the scanner's reading, the spiritual energy Ichen consumed while using this new skill was minimal. With his first level of spiritual release, the energy was enough to support him maintaining this speed for over 10 hours. So, mastering this skill means you're like a super sports car? Oh my gosh, as level increases, the strength of spiritual power will enhance, and the power of the technique will also become stronger. Does this mean that one day, Ichen's speed could even reach the speed of sound? I want to learn like the high priest, licking the dirt at his feet to express my devotion and admiration. Everyone was filled with emotion. Another amazing new technique has emerged. And it is different from the flying dagger technique. Although there are frequent wars between humans and other races, it relies mostly on space battleships and various high-tech weapons. On the battlefield, even in landings, it is a world of mechs and genetic warriors. Ordinary soldiers also have various laser weapons, needing no personal strength at all. Even if learned, the flying dagger technique has little use. Therefore, only some dart enthusiasts desperately want to learn the flying dagger technique. But this new technique is different. It can greatly enhance personal speed, and on the battlefield, it will have an astonishing effect and value. Even in daily life, this technique is widely applicable and extremely eye-catching. Unfortunately, such a powerful technique, everyone feels that with Ichen's personality, it will definitely not be passed down, just like the improved chaos technique. They can only fantasize about the scene of themselves dashing through the highway at high speed, leaving supercars behind. In the snow, the Lightning Martin noticed Ichen suddenly blocking the cave entrance from the barbecue rack and couldn't help but stop. A hint of confusion flashed in its little eyes. Turning to look at Gully and others by the barbecue rack, then back at Ichen. This guy was over there just now? How did he appear right in front of me in the blink of an eye? Creak. Unable to think further, it didn't continue. Suddenly accelerating, it flew toward Ichen. Its sharp claws clawing toward Ichen's face. Bang! Ichen's reaction was extremely fast. As it approached, he swung the dry branch swiftly. With a muffled sound, the Lightning Martin was directly swatted away. The Lightning Martin rolled and fell into the snow. It bared its teeth and clawed at Ichen, furious and uncontrollable. Ichen took a big step forward. Creak! This Lightning Martin clearly had some spirit. It was startled by Ichen's movement. Without hesitation, it dropped the roasted meat and turned to run wildly. Its short legs surprisingly left no trace in the thick snow, leaving a faint trail behind, speeding away. Faster than before, reaching over 180 meters per second. Just when everyone thought Ichen couldn't catch up, Ichen swung the dry branch and suddenly accelerated. In the next moment, he surprisingly overtook the Lightning Martin, only taking a few seconds. Then, no matter how the Lightning Martin turned, using its nimble body to dodge left and right, Ichen could always effortlessly appear in front of it, blocking its escape route. This is also one of the characteristics of the new technique. Agile, graceful, and free-spirited. To research and create the new technique, he spent a whole month studying wind properties and observing the features of birds and beasts. The new technique incorporated the characteristics and traits he comprehended, complementing one another. This allowed the new technique not only to significantly enhance speed but also to achieve perfection in various details. While maintaining high speed, the grace and freedom of wind, and the agility and flexibility of birds and beasts can be seen in the new technique. The Lightning Martin not only couldn't match Ichen's new technique in speed but also fell far short in agility. One person and one beast chased each other in the snow. It was as if they were playfully darting left and right. However, no one knew the struggles of the Lightning Martin in its heart. In terms of speed, Ichen was always able to block in front of it, making it impossible to escape. In terms of strength, Ichen's dry branch would always smash down on its head a step ahead, bringing unbearable pain. The hundreds of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room, the shock in their hearts, similarly, no one knew. Just now, the scanner detected. Ichen's maximum speed has actually reached 360 meters per second, surpassing the speed of sound. Chapter 28, Step Cloud Technique. It turns out, 160 meters per second is not the limit of the new technique. The limit of the new technique is 360 meters per second, which is a speed of 1,300 kilometers per hour. This is no longer a human supercar, but a human lightning bolt. I'm truly kneeling in front of the screen, worshipping. 2 months ago, even if you killed me, I wouldn't believe that we humans could crack the mystery of life, increasing the lifespan limit to 240 years. 1 minute ago, even if you killed me, I wouldn't believe that the human body structure could reach a speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour without any instruments. Moreover, under conditions surpassing the speed of sound, there's astonishingly no sonic boom. Ichen seems to have solved the sonic boom as well. I feel like I'm going to explode on the spot. Not being able to learn a modified version of chaos technique has already tormented me day and night. Now, there's another technique that allows humans to surpass the speed of sound. Just thinking about not being able to learn it feels worse than death. Yes. Worse than death. Ichen is simply a demon. How could he create a technique with such terrifying attraction? Heaven bless, I'm willing to exchange 10 years of lifespan for Ichen's sudden inspiration to record the modified version of chaos technique and the new technique's incantations. I'm willing to trade 20 years of life to learn it. Just the thought of not being able to learn drives me insane. The audience in front of the screen, after the shock, were filled with lamentation. Everyone's emotions have plunged to the extreme. Not being able to learn a modified version of chaos technique has made all humanity suffer, and now there's an incredibly enticing new technique. It leaves everyone feeling that not learning is worse than death. Ichen's new technique emerges, breaking the human body limit again. After extending the lifespan limit by 120 years, Ichen's new technique allows human speed to surpass the speed of sound. A godlike man creates a technique that only a god could conceive. With only technology and no personal strength among humans, it seems there's a chance to walk down another road of development. A new magical technique that nobody can learn leaves public sentiment increasingly depressed, and the stock market plunges to new lows. Why do thousands of technique research institutes fail to compare to Ichen alone? How strong is his talent? The descendants of criminals exiled to planets, stripped of rights for life, saved the federal government a huge amount of money back then, but now lands all humanity in an extremely embarrassing situation. Stealing knowledge is shameful, but not being able to steal it is enough to make one want to die. Major news websites updated their headlines as soon as possible. The traffic surged to the point where the owners of major news websites were smiling from ear to ear, announcing double pay raises for all employees. In the snow, after over 20 minutes of struggle. Considering it had helped him test the technique, Ichen ultimately let the Lightning Martin go, stopping the chase and allowing it to escape back to its cave. As for whether the Lightning Martin could escape another disaster after the Yin Mountain tribe begins to expand, it all depends on its attitude. As long as it is a fierce beast, it somewhat possesses intelligence. This Lightning Martin is not very strong and has low intelligence, but it has some. If it knows to surrender, it can surely avoid calamity during the Yin Mountain tribe's expansion. If it stubbornly attempts to block the expansion after suffering losses, then there will only be a dead end. After completing the test and finding no shortcomings or overlooked areas, Ichen called Guli and others to return to the Yin Mountain tribe. Tribe leader, how could your speed just now be faster than the Lightning Martin? Guli bravely asked out of curiosity. Having heard the elders in the tribe talk about Ichen's miracles, even she, in front of Ichen. Gradually, it became a bit awkward. Rog and the others didn't even dare to ask questions. Cloud treading technique, a new martial art I created, can greatly enhance speed. Ichen casually named the new technique. The clan leader is truly a reincarnated god. Guli's eyes flashed with admiration. The awe in Rog and the others' eyes reached a feverish level. In their view, if Ichen wasn't a reincarnated god, how could he create a technique that made one faster than a Lightning Martin? As for whether they could learn it, they didn't dare to think. If Ichen was willing to teach, it would be a divine blessing. If Ichen didn't teach, it must be that the divine thought they were unworthy to learn. Sigh, these people from the Flame Mountain tribe are just like those from the Martial Arts Research Institute, they're all useless. Each one, in front of Ichen, doesn't dare to speak. Even Guli only dares to ask a question. Pleading for the technique is out of the question. There's no way, that place is a barren star of the wild era. Tribal people firmly believe in the existence of gods. Under the Grand Priest's desperate publicity, Ichen is not only the leader of the tribe, but also vaguely holds the divine authority. To be honest, Guli and her friends are already quite bold, at least they dare to stand in front of the divine. In the live stream, the audience was very disappointed. The little hope they had finally shattered once again. Returning to the valley, Ichen went straight back to his wooden house. He didn't enter the state of meditation, but instead began to research a weakened version of the cloud treading technique based on it. The majority of the tribal members had only practiced for 3 or 4 months before spring. Except for a few prodigies, at most they reached the 4th or 5th stage of chi condensation. In this case, what he created in the first stage of spirit release was something most of the tribespeople simply couldn't learn. Even Guli, who had already broken through to the first stage of spirit release, found it hard to grasp the cloud treading technique in a short time. To enable the people to learn the cloud treading technique quickly and significantly increase their strength after spring, they needed to simplify it to a level like flying knife technique. Creating cloud treading technique took Ichen 2 months. And modifying it into a weakened version took him just an hour. In the puzzled gazes of the live stream audience, he left the wooden house once again. Then, he ordered everyone in the tribe to assemble in the center of the valley. With Ichen's current power and prestige in the Flame Mountain tribe, his command was nearly a divine mandate. All the tribe members, regardless of gender or age, dropped what they were doing at the moment they received the order and hurried to the valley center. In just about 20 minutes, over 1,000 tribal members had gathered in the valley center. The harsh winter had lasted for 2 months. Thanks to practicing the chaos technique and having ample food, the tribespeople were not emaciated and listless as in previous years, but full of spirit and vitality. Ichen was very pleased with their condition. He didn't say much, casually picking up a stone. He began to record the weak version of the cloud treading technique incantation and operation diagrams on the stone wall. At that moment, the audience in the live stream widened their eyes, trembling with excitement. Chapter 29, The Disheartened Humanity. God bless, can someone tell me, am I seeing things? Is Ichen really engraving the incantation and operation diagrams of the cloud treading technique on the stone wall? You're not seeing things, it really is happening. Oh my! What kind of luck is this today? Did the divine hear my prayers during this time and act on my sincere heart to fulfill my wish? Hundreds of billions of viewers in the live stream. Everyone was so excited that they danced with joy. Major news websites immediately put this story on the front page. As the news spread, all of humanity fell into a frenzy of celebration. Across the galaxy, in various life-filled planets, almost every corner echoed with cheers. The long days of gloom seemed to vanish in an instant. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Even the stock market, which had been falling for over a month, suddenly turned around and started to soar, except for car industry stocks which continued to drop. Without a doubt, this was monumental news for all of humanity. Though for humanity, they really wanted to learn the improved version of chaotic formula first, then cloud stepping technique. But since Ichen suddenly revealed the cloud stepping technique, it naturally meant he might have another idea one day and release the improved version of the chaotic formula. The future looked promising. After feeling depressed and restless for over a month, the dawn finally arrived. One can imagine how joyful the mood of all humanity was at this moment. However, this situation didn't last long. Soon, someone noticed something was off. This doesn't make sense. The energy manipulation diagram Ichen recorded, why is it different from what the scanner showed? It seems to have gotten a lot simpler. Originally, the spiritual energy had to go through 6 meridians and 15 acupoints, from the energy sea to the legs. Now, it changed to 5 meridians and 9 acupoints. It should be the improved energy manipulation diagram. Didn't Ichen study and refine it for another hour after returning to the tribe? The problem is, according to the data published by various martial arts research institutes, the more acupoints the spiritual energy passes through, the stronger the effect. If it's improved, it should only get stronger. How could it reduce the number of acupoints the energy enters, making it worse instead? Could it be that Ichen's hour wasn't spent summarizing and refining the cloud stepping technique, but figuring out how to weaken it? This aligns with Ichen's character. The cloud stepping technique is powerful enough to break the sound barrier. How could he possibly pass on the complete version? The audience in the live stream instantly panicked. The bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. Upon discovering that the cloud stepping technique was merely a weakened version, everyone's excitement felt like a bucket of cold water thrown on them in the dead of winter. The mood turned icy. As the news spread, the ecstatic state of all humanity was abruptly returned to reality. In fact, pessimistic emotions grew even stronger. The stock market, which had just warmed up, once again turned sharply downward. The public's mood returned to its lowest point, and there was even a tendency towards a plummet into an abyss. There was no way around it. Being struck down after excitement could only make the mood worse. In the center of the valley, the people of the Flame Mountain tribe were instead full of delight. Only, with Ichen right before them, no one dared to cheer or celebrate loudly. Having gone through the experience once, they understood that Ichen writing on the stone wall must mean he has new techniques to teach the tribe. They had no idea that there were distinctions between a weakened and a complete version of the cloud stepping technique, so naturally, there was no disappointment at all. In their hearts, only a deep sense of excitement and anticipation remained. This technique is called the cloud stepping technique. It is a technique that can enhance speed. Over the past 2 months, the tribe members of Flame Mountain not only practiced daily but also learned writing. Though they were not yet proficient enough to write fluently, they recognized more than half of the mantra for the weakened version of the cloud stepping technique. There was no need to promote it like the chaotic formula, waiting for the tribe members to memorize the mantra before beginning the teachings. First, the spirit moves as intended, meaning the spiritual energy can move at the will, and with just a thought, it can reach any place according to the manipulation diagram of the technique. Achieving this requires a long period of practice. Ichen didn't waste any time and immediately began teaching, explaining the intricacies of the technique's mantra, as well as various precautions when using the technique. The clansmen listened as if entranced. Even the children had a look of sudden realization. As for what they understood, only they knew. The viewers in the live stream were in a daze. No one had the mood to listen to Ichen's teaching. There was nothing to be done, though the weakened version of cloud treading technique was worth learning. The viewers, whose spirits were at rock bottom, couldn't concentrate. One by one, they were shrouded in various negative emotions. After more than an hour of effort, Ichen finally explained the weakened version of cloud treading technique. He then spent more than half an hour answering questions. Those clansmen with higher talents could fully understand the weakened version of cloud treading technique, answering Ichen's questions fluently. Alright, those who have broken through to the first level of spirit release, stay behind. Those who haven't broken through can go back. Ichen clapped his hands. After going back, practice hard, and whenever you have time, practice flying knife technique and cloud treading technique. Yes. The clansmen bowed and left one after another. In the blink of an eye, only about 20 clansmen remained in front of Ichen. These 20 were all geniuses who had broken through to the first level of spirit release over the past 2 months. Among these geniuses, the fastest, Guli, had broken through to the first level a month ago. The slowest had just made the breakthrough 2 days ago. Ichen had already decided to teach them the improved version of chaotic technique. He, of course, did not intend to cultivate higher-level clansmen just to protect his ruling position, as the live-stream viewers speculated. With his vision and ambition, he only worried that the average improvement speed of the clansmen was too slow, and not that the average strength of the clansmen was too strong. The stronger the clansmen of Yen Mountain Tribe, the better they could help him expand territories, increase influence, and enhance talent bonuses, allowing him to create even higher-level techniques. The reason he hadn't taught it before was that the improved chaotic technique was extremely profound and difficult to understand. With only 2 or 3 people breaking through to the first level, if they didn't grasp the chaotic technique in one go, it meant he would have to spend more time to explain it again. Having 20 or 30 people, even if some parts were not understood, they could communicate and discuss, complementing each other's strengths. Another reason was for safety. He had been busy researching and creating cloud treading technique for 2 months, with his cultivation stagnating. If he taught the improved chaotic technique, it would mean that top clansmen like Guli would surpass him in strength. Though the clansmen regarded him as a god, with his character, he still couldn't fully trust anyone but himself. For his own safety, and since the average strength of the clansmen wouldn't be significantly affected, he hadn't taught the improved version of chaotic technique for the time being. Now that he had successfully created cloud treading technique, he could focus on cultivation and had no more concerns. He glanced at Guli and the others. Ichen picked up a stone and went to the place where he originally inscribed chaotic technique. Next to it, he inscribed the 3 large characters for chaotic technique again. Guli and the others looked on in confusion. The viewers in the live stream were also bewildered. Deeply affected by setbacks, they clearly didn't know that a surprise so immense it could drive them wild was about to come. Chapter 30, a huge surprise is coming. What is Ichen doing? He seems to be inscribing the formula and diagram of chaotic technique again. The problem is, the chaotic technique inscribed on the wall 2 months ago is still clear. Moreover, with his personality, he wouldn't want to waste time on such trivial matters, he would definitely leave it to the clansmen. The viewers in the live stream were utterly perplexed. Having just experienced a major disappointment, they were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to think about the improved chaos formula. This belonged to self-protection consciousness. Subconsciously, after everyone had suffered crushing disappointment from great hopes, they didn't dare to hold any hope for a short time, to avoid experiencing another crushing blow again. But as time passed, everyone soon discovered that the chaos formula incised by Ichen on the stone wall, although mostly the same, still had considerable differences. Moreover, the newly inscribed formula was clearly more profound and difficult to understand. Vaguely, a guess floated in everyone's hearts. But no one dared to let that guess continue. Instead, they struggled to suppress this thought, not allowing themselves to think wildly. After the formula was inscribed, Ichen began to engrave the improved chaos formula exercise diagram. It was also very similar to the previous version, but an additional meridian for spiritual energy was added. The number of acupoints increased to 16. The audience in front of the screen began to breathe rapidly. That thought was rising uncontrollably in their minds. I have a bold idea. Someone finally couldn't help but send a message in the live broadcast room. I also have a bold idea, but I am trying to suppress this thought. I would be willing to spend 10 years without finding a girlfriend to trade for your bold idea to come true. Oh God, the disappointment just now almost made me break down. Please don't let me be disappointed again. Otherwise, I will go crazy. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of billions of viewers held their breath, trying not to think wildly. But in their eyes, thick anticipation surged uncontrollably. More people heard the news and rushed to the live broadcast room. Then, they quietly watched Yi-chun engraving the exercise diagram on the screen. The atmosphere became more and more solid. The entire galaxy seemed to be covered by an indescribable sense of heaviness. At this moment, the heart rate of all humanity quickened by double. Everyone felt as if they were in a courtroom, waiting for the Chief Justice to make the final judgment. Finally, Yi-chun inscribed the improved chaos formula and the exercise diagram on the stone wall. He turned to look at the bewildered Guli and others. What's inscribed here is the newest version of the improved chaos formula created by my research, which can also be called the spirit release level chaos formula. Does the chief mean that if we learn this spirit release level chaos formula, our realm can be elevated again? Guli couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yi-chun nodded. Guli and the genius clanspeople suddenly showed expressions of wild joy. They had always thought that the first level of spirit release was the limit. They never expected it could be enhanced. Boom! At this moment, the entire galaxy felt as if it had erupted. All humanity, with their hearts hanging by a thread, finally felt relieved. Then came endless cheers and joyous shouts. Everyone seemed to go crazy, cheering and pumping their fists in their rooms, classrooms, and offices. Without a doubt, Yi-chun, the Chief Justice, made a ruling that brought ecstasy to all humanity. The new cultivation method inscribed on the wall was indeed the improved chaos formula. This surprise came so suddenly, so unexpectedly. After the darkness, there's light. A genius like Yi-chun surely thinks in ways we mortals cannot understand. I was so scared, I really feared another hope would be dashed. If that happened, it would be a huge blow. Double happiness. Just when Yi-chun announced this improved chaos formula, my beautiful boss was so excited that she rushed over and hugged me for a passionate kiss. That feeling was amazing. What's this? Our boss was so excited that she directly announced all employees' salaries would be doubled. Can't wait for Yi-chun to start teaching. I can finally learn the improved chaos formula. I feel like the whole world has become 10 times brighter. What are you waiting for? Go buy stocks. It's only been a minute, and apart from the car company stocks, the stock markets of all planets have already surged by 10%, and this is just the beginning. The sudden surprise hit like a shot of adrenaline, making all of humanity extremely excited. This day, for all of humanity, was undoubtedly a roller coaster of a day. Emotions were soaring and crashing. An improved version of the chaos formula ends the 32 consecutive declines in the entire galaxy's stock market. So far, with an improved version of the chaos formula, Yi-chun has effortlessly increased the total market value of the entire galaxy's stock market by tens of trillions. After the pharmaceutical industry, car company stock prices plummet. Every new methodology created by Yi-chun boosts all human industries while also disrupting one. The greatest genius in human history, the impact of Yi-chun, his every move can now lead the emotions of all humanity. The Federation's #1 sex goddess, Zhang Fei, declares she will only marry Yi-chun in this lifetime. Major news media welcomed yet another wave of jubilant frenzy. Every piece of news linked to Yi-chun could harvest countless views. Additionally, it could continually update the headlines, consistently reaping rewards. All of humanity fell into a frenzy with the release of the improved version of the chaos formula. In the valley, Yi-chun had already started to teach Guli and others the improved version of the chaos formula. Logically speaking, having previously learned the chaos formula, it should be easier to learn the improved version. However, although the improved version was mostly the same, its differing parts were much deeper and more mysterious. Any random sentence would leave Guli and others puzzled. They needed Yi-chun to explain word by word multiple times and even provide examples, so they could slowly understand it fully. The improved version of the chaos formula only added a few dozen sentences, yet it took Yi-chun 6 to 7 hours to teach them until they comprehended it thoroughly. Finally done. Seeing that Guli and several top-ranking geniuses were ready to officially practice the improved version of the chaos formula, Yi-chun sighed in relief, concluding the second teaching session. He returned to the wooden house. After 2 months, he could finally focus on his own cultivation. Before spring, there was nothing more he considered worth wasting time on. He just waited for spring to begin large-scale expansion. Meanwhile, he hoped to gather enough ore to forge weapons. When that time came, he could begin researching an attacking method far exceeding the flying knife technique, significantly boosting his and his clan's strength. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. As spiritual energy circulated in his meridians, the spirit energy within a radius of over 10 meters seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, beginning to gather towards him. Chapter 31, Unreasonable Miniature Beasts. With talent unchanged, the higher the realm, the longer it takes to improve even slightly. According to Ichen's estimation, the time required to raise one small realm increases by about 1/10 each time compared to the previous small realm. The actual situation was similar to his estimation. It took him a day, plus the previous intermittent training time. He spent around 7 days to successfully break through to the second level of the spirit release period. After nearly 8 more days, he broke through to the third level of the spirit release period. At the end of winter, Flame Mountain was still covered in ice and snow, a blanket of white. The entire world seemed to have turned white. The villagers of the Flame Mountain tribe, aside from cultivating, indulged in the joy and satisfaction of enjoying greasy roasted meat. In the galaxy, the human race on countless life planets was also thriving. Ichen's sudden rise was changing the entire human world. The most obvious point is that humanity is gradually saying goodbye to sleep. Everyone, outside of studies and work, spends most of their time on training. And training only requires a big round of time, just 1 or 2 hours, to make people feel energetic and healthy. When night falls and the bright moon hangs high, the time for young people to party has become a thing of the past, replaced by a national training period. Various entertainment activities have suffered heavy blows. However, all industries benefit greatly from the significant improvement in human physical fitness and speed. Only a few young children still follow the old human routine and sleep normally. Oh, look at the scanner. The scanner has detected. It seems there is a beast-level creature sneaking to the window. In the live broadcast room, an audience member inadvertently opened the scanner and discovered the situation. According to the scanner, a fierce beast is quietly lurking at the window. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately became tense and quickly pulled up the map to check. After seeing this fierce beast clearly, everyone let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought some fierce beast wanted to attack Ichen. I was also quite frightened, but fortunately, it's just a level 1 fierce beast. It probably got hungry and came out to look for food, accidentally ending up at Ichen's house. By the way, this fierce beast is quite cute and silly. If it has decent intelligence, it would definitely be a treasure-level pet in the pet market. Outside the window, what is lying there is not a large fierce beast, but a tiny fierce beast. It is only about 10 centimeters tall. With short limbs, it walks upright. Its whole body is wrapped in golden fur. It looks like a small golden ball. A tiny fierce beast does not mean there is no threat. Tiny fierce beasts of dozens of levels are not uncommon. These high-level tiny fierce beasts look harmless, but in fact, they are extremely powerful and more terrifying than those huge beasts. However, this golden little ball, according to the scanner's readings, shows that the energy within it can only reach the level of a level 1 fierce beast. A level 1 fierce beast is roughly the same strength as an ordinary person, so it poses no threat to Ichen. Wait a minute. Why doesn't this tiny fierce beast have a name? Now that you mention it, it really doesn't have a name. Is the scanner malfunctioning? How could that be? The scanners on large warships cannot malfunction. So it means this is a fierce beast that our human race has not yet discovered? In other planets, it could be something brought by the myriad races. But here is an exile planet. It is impossible for myriad races to enter. So there is only one possibility, which is a mutated rare species. It's a pity it's just a level 1 fierce beast, with very low intelligence. Otherwise, given its size and appearance, plus being a mutated rare species, it could sell for millions, attracting rich kids to fight over it. Wait, you guys search for images of this tiny fierce beast. It seems this tiny fierce beast is not simple. A pet shop owner noticed that this tiny fierce beast was unusual. He wanted to trace back its origins to see how this tiny fierce beast mutated and if it could be bred in batches. As a result, the more he looked, the more amazed he became. Everyone quickly pulled up their smart brains to search for images of this tiny fierce beast. The images played back repeatedly, as if time were flowing backward. At first, everything seemed normal. This golden tiny fierce beast lived a wandering life, catching small insects for food. Looking back a month ago, the image suddenly turned into a golden egg. Fast forward to 2 months ago, it was still a golden egg. 3 months ago, a golden egg. 1 year ago, a golden egg. 3 years ago, a golden egg. 10 years ago, a golden egg. 100 years ago, a golden egg. 1,000 years ago, a golden little egg. More than 2,000 years ago, it was still a golden little egg. Further back, there is no visual data. Before it was officially used as a planet for exiled heavy criminals, large warships did not settle in the outer space of the exiled planet, so naturally, no relevant visual data was collected. What on earth is going on with this little guy? It's been an egg for over 2,000 years? It just hatched in the last month? Over 2,000 years, just because there are only over 2,000 years of visual data, this golden little egg might have existed for far more than 2,000 years. This doesn't make sense. This beast isn't a reptile or a bird, it's actually an egg-laying beast? Moreover, some high-level beasts do have long incubation times, but I've never heard of one that hatches after thousands of years. And I've never heard of hatching for thousands of years, only to be a level 1. The strength of juvenile beasts is indeed much lower than that of adult beasts. But a level 10 adult beast should at least have a strength of level 2 or 3 in its juvenile stage. Those level 40 or 50 beasts are sometimes even stronger in their juvenile stage than beasts of just level 10. Furthermore, for over 2,000 years, this golden little egg has endured being devoured, trampled, and struck, yet remained perfectly intact, which is simply outrageous. But after hatching, it's just a level 1 beast? I really can't comprehend this beast. Not understanding it means there's something strange about it. I just hope it won't threaten Ichen's safety. The viewers in the live broadcast room grew more and more confused. This tiny beast was completely illogical. At this moment, as the audience chatted idly, the tiny beast quietly observed the situation in the room. It stealthily slipped through the gap in the window and entered the room. Then, it crept silently and approached Ichen. This made the viewers in the live broadcast room feel a thrill of fear. If it were just an ordinary level 1 tiny beast, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this particular tiny beast was just too strange. It made people worry about what abnormality it might have that could threaten Ichen's safety. But thankfully, after approaching Ichen, this tiny beast actually lay down beside him. It closed its little green eyes. It fell into a deep sleep. From its expression, it seemed to be enjoying itself. This filled the hearts of the girls in the live broadcast room with endless imagination. They all fantasized about becoming this tiny beast, lying on Ichen's bed, cuddling up to him while sleeping. Chapter 32, Learning by Stealing is not considered theft. What's going on? After just 10 minutes, someone noticed something unusual about the tiny beast. Look at the spiritual energy shown on the scanner. A trace of spiritual power is actually spilling out from Ichen's energy sea. And it's spilling out towards the outside, all of it being absorbed by the tiny beast lying beside him. It turns out to be true. According to the scanner, all this spiritual power spilling from Ichen's energy sea has been absorbed by this tiny beast and converted into its own energy. Goodness, it's stealing Ichen's spiritual power. Damn it, doesn't that mean Ichen's cultivation speed will drop? Not necessarily. The spiritual power absorbed by the tiny beast is just a trace. It almost has no effect on Ichen's cultivation. What on earth is this thing? How can it absorb another's energy for itself? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all in a state of confusion. In the galaxy, various types of beasts were as plentiful as dust. These beasts had all sorts of strange abilities. But never had there been one that hatched after thousands of years. Yet after hatching, it's only a level 1 tiny beast. Even stranger, this level 1 beast actually possessed the special ability to absorb the spiritual power of others for its own use. Could it be that there's something wrong with the chaotic scripture? After comfortably sleeping for over 2 hours beside Ichen, the tiny beast. Ichen's brow furrowed slightly. 2 hours ago, he had already felt a faint spiritual power leaking out toward some direction outside his body. At the time, he didn't think much of it. Because the leaking spiritual power was so tiny that it had almost no effect on his cultivation. But as time passed, he had to take it seriously. Because this might not be a short-term anomaly but a flaw in the chaos formula that he hadn't noticed. After hesitating for a moment, he interrupted his cultivation and prepared to study the mantra and exercise diagrams of the chaos formula again. However, he was astonished to discover. Even when he stopped cultivating, threads of spiritual power were still leaking toward one direction. Unable to help himself, he looked down at the direction of the leaking spiritual power. In his view lay a mini fierce beast, comfortably sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Ichen must have noticed something was wrong. Daring to steal Ichen's spiritual power, this mini fierce beast is doomed. This little guy is so cute, I think Ichen will keep it as a pet. Anyway, the absorbed spiritual power has no effect on his cultivation. I wish I could turn into this little guy and be adopted as a pet by Ichen. Are the girls upstairs joking? With Ichen's character, how could he take such a little thing as a pet? He would slap it dead, that's his style. No way. You all say my Ichen is a great hero, that he wouldn't teach an improved version of the chaos formula to maintain his dominance. But what happened? He still taught out the improved version. Exactly. Ichen is not only exceptionally talented, handsome, hardworking, and incredibly intelligent, but he also has a kindness that others don't have. This adorable little creature, he will surely take it as a pet. If Ichen really doesn't kill this mini fierce beast and instead takes it as a pet, I'll live stream myself eating Oreos while standing on my head. As Ichen discovered the abnormal situation, the audience in the livestream suddenly split into two factions, arguing. In the wooden house, Ichen stood up and walked a few steps. Then he looked inward at his chi. As he expected, the spiritual power was no longer leaking out. On the contrary, the mini fierce beast seemed to sense something was off. Its chubby body wriggled a few times and rolled toward Ichen's direction. With a thud, it fell on the ground. This shook it awake. Its little green bean-like eyes opened, scanning around. Upon seeing Ichen, it happily waddled over. It lay down at Ichen's feet. Stretching out comfortably, it began to snore again. Ichen noticed once more that threads of spiritual power were leaking out. The direction was exactly where the mini-fierce beast was. He couldn't help but laugh. Stealing my spiritual power and, after I've noticed, still daring to continue stealing so openly? Ichen lifted his right foot. Spiritual power surged, gathering at his toes. Then, with one kick, he struck the mini-fierce beast. Squeak! The mini-fierce beast let out a sharp scream. Its body flew like a golden little bullet. With a bang, it crashed against the sturdy wooden wall. It instantly ceased to exist. Its body was already deformed. Ichen returned to the wooden bed, crossed his legs, and continued to cultivate. In the live stream, all the female viewers were left speechless. Ha! I said it! With Ichen's character, how could he let this mini-fierce beast go, or even take it as a pet? Exactly. Daring to steal Ichen's spiritual power, with his personality, if he wasn't too lazy to waste time, he would have crushed it to pieces. The male viewers in the live stream were smug. By the way, we are also stealing Ichen's teachings. If one day he finds out, will he be so angry that he kills everyone he meets? A sudden question silenced the entire live stream. I think, stealing knowledge isn't really stealing. Someone suddenly refuted. Yes, learning from someone else isn't stealing. We are just secretly learning Ichen's techniques, it won't cause any loss to Ichen, so how can it be considered stealing? That's right. This tiny fierce beast is directly stealing Ichen's spiritual power. Even if it's just a little bit of spiritual power, it still causes direct loss to Ichen. Not only that, but we are of the same clan as Ichen. Different species must have different intentions, how can this tiny fierce beast be compared with us? Moreover, considering Ichen's contributions to all of humanity, it will be inevitable for him to be granted amnesty when he can no longer create new techniques. When that time comes, we will definitely compensate him enough. Exactly. I think we can award Ichen a Lifetime Achievement Award for humanity, as well as the title of Teacher of all humankind. On every life planet controlled by our human race, we should build statues in his honor to recognize his contributions to all of humanity. Soon, everyone was speaking up in rebuttal. Everyone was trying to find a way to save themselves. Even those who had previously expressed doubts, despite being able to counter these reasons, chose not to argue. Because they had also learned the chaotic technique, and planned to continue learning it. There was no way around it, the technique created by Ichen was simply too tempting. Just breaking through to the first level of spiritual release could extend one's lifespan to 240 years, which was an irresistible temptation for anyone. While everyone's attention was focused on the idea that secretly learning wasn't stealing. In the corner of the wooden house, that tiny fierce beast, lifeless and deformed, strangely began to return to its original form. Its chest was slowly rising and falling. Chapter 33, Resurrection. The tiny fierce beast's small green bean-like eyes opened. They rolled around a few times, immediately focusing on Ichen. It crawled up from the ground. It wanted to get closer to Ichen, but seemed to remember the deadly kick it just received, and hesitated, not daring to approach. After hesitating for a moment, eek, eek. It made a strange sound from its mouth. Hearing the sound, Ichen opened his eyes and looked toward the source. He was momentarily surprised. In the live stream, hundreds of billions of viewers also widened their eyes. How could it be? They just kicked one tiny fierce beast to death, and now another one appears? No way. Ichen's gaze turned toward the corner of the room. That place only had a smear of blood left. Is this one the same as the one from before? Ichen was confused. He was sure that kick had definitely killed that tiny fierce beast. Although he hadn't created any leg techniques, that kick had gathered a substantial amount of his spiritual power. At his current level of power, one kick down would not be something a tiny fierce beast with weak vitality could withstand. Moreover, he had clearly seen that the tiny fierce beast's body had already changed shape, cold and lifeless. Could it be that there are fierce beasts capable of coming back to life? My god, what kind of fierce beast is this? It came back to life? It really came back to life. I checked the footage and data of this tiny fierce beast, it had no breath left less than 2 seconds after being kicked by Ichen. And its bones were also shattered in multiple places. But just 20 seconds ago, its bones instantly restored, and life returned, as if it was reborn. What a strange tiny fierce beast. It has been incubating for thousands of years yet only has the strength of a level 1 fierce beast. Yet, it possesses the terrifying ability to absorb others' energy for itself and even revive. How is this possible? Among all species, there is the so-called immortal race. But immortal doesn't mean truly deathless, they can only regenerate from their blood. If completely turned to ashes, they still die thoroughly. Even with that, the immortal race is considered one of the most favored by the laws of the universe. How could this fierce beast also have the ability to come back to life? Are there any biologists in the live stream room? Please come out and explain this. I am a biologist, I can't explain it. Now, I just want to trade 100 years of life for it to appear in my laboratory, so I can study it for a day. The undead can be reborn by shedding blood because they concentrate all their energy in a single drop of blood. Their racial talent grants them a powerful self-healing ability, which allows them to be reborn this way. But even so, each time they are reborn from a drop of blood, energy is consumed, and they cannot achieve continuous rebirth. However, according to the scanning data, this mini-beast's energy shows no signs of being consumed, it's even more magical than the undead. The viewers in the livestream were all stunned. This mini-beast completely overturned humanity's understanding of ferocious beasts. Especially those biologists, their eyes were filled with excitement. If they could get this mini-beast for research, they would be willing to pay any price. The reason is that this mini-beast completely defies the law of conservation of energy, it is even more extraordinary than the undead, who are favored by the laws of the universe. Chirp chirp. In the wooden cabin. Seeing Yi-chan look over. The mini-beast immediately lay down on the ground. Its round body shook vigorously. It seemed to be mimicking the lower-level beasts and animals, trembling in fear when faced with a powerful presence. From the looks of it, it was clearly expressing its submission to Yi-chan. Chirp chirp. After shaking for over 10 seconds, feeling it had expressed enough, it jumped up again, moving closer to Yi-chan. It climbed onto the wooden bed and lay down beside Yi-chan, starting to absorb the spiritual energy from Yi-chan's dantian. How bold and reckless. Yi-chan grabbed the mini-beast and flung it to the side. At the same time, a thorny fruit appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking came. The thorny fruit instantly caught up to the mini-beast and pierced its body with its sharp tip. It directly pinned it to the wooden wall. The mini-beast gasped and died in an instant. Yi-chan got up to check. After confirming that this mini-beast had no signs of life left, he did not pull out the thorny fruit, nor did he return to continue cultivating. Instead, he stood some distance away, quietly watching. Yi-chan is indeed Yi-chan, even a stunning beauty actively seeking love can leave him unmoved. How could he feel soft-hearted over a mere little pet? He killed it without hesitation. After it resurrects, he continues to kill. Yi-chan probably wants to see if this mini-beast can resurrect again. Shoo, I'm also studying whether this little thing can continue to resurrect. Last time it resurrected, the scanner showed it took exactly 10 minutes, this time, I wonder if it can resurrect again, and if so, how long will it take? The viewers in the livestream were all filled with curiosity. For the first time ever, their focus was not on Yi-chan. All attention shifted to the mini-beast, pinned to the wooden wall, now completely lifeless. Time passed second by second. 9 minutes, 1 second, 9 minutes 2 seconds. 10 full minutes. Suddenly, the mini-beast's body trembled slightly. Then, its small green eyes opened. There was a look of pain in its eyes. After just a few seconds, it gasped again. The reason being, there was still a thorny fruit piercing its chest. It actually can resurrect? This is interesting. Yi-chan became intrigued. He pulled out the thorny fruit, letting the mini-beast drop to the ground. He waited for its resurrection again. This little thing may not have much strength, but it can resurrect continually. If he could subdue it, when his own strength reached a certain level and he had the qualifications to research the mysteries of life, this little thing would undoubtedly be the best reference and research subject. It truly can resurrect again. Amazing, coming back to life twice in a row. Could it possibly have bloodline ties to the undead? It makes more sense for the undead to have its bloodline. Because of its ability, it is stronger than the undead. Resurrecting every 10 minutes, and for the second time, still resurrecting in 10 minutes, not even extending by a second. Likewise, after resurrection, its energy did not diminish in the slightest. This ability would make even the undead envious. Yi-chan seems to have developed an interest in this little creature, feeling that he won't kill it for the third time. There is a real possibility he might keep it as a pet. As expected of Yi-chan, he doesn't love beautiful women but fierce beasts. A stunning beauty throws herself at him, but he turns his attention to a fierce beast instead. It's only because this fierce beast can die and come back to life, and has done so twice, that Yi-chan sees it differently. If Guli, this stunning beauty, could also come back to life twice, Yi-chan would definitely keep her too. However, he would probably keep her for research. There is no doubt that Yi-chan wants to keep this miniature fierce beast, just like us biologists, to study the secrets of death and rebirth. If the research is successful. My God, I can't imagine, perhaps our human race could also have the ability to die and be reborn like the undead. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but marvel. Although they knew Yi-Chan's current strength level was far from being able to research and create such techniques. Even though Yi-Chan's strength level has been improving, there would definitely be a limit. But even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, it's enough to make people daydream. Chapter 34, it's time to expand the territory. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. The miniature fierce beast opened its eyes once again. It came back to life for the third time. Upon seeing Yi-Chen, it hurriedly lay down on the ground. It shook its body, trying hard to express its submission. Yi-Chen was very pleased with its attitude. He opened the door and called a clan member inside. You meditate here and observe if there is spiritual power spilling out from the Sea of Qi. Yi-Chen indicated to his clan member. The clan member didn't understand Yi-Chen's intention but, without hesitation, immediately sat down cross-legged. He quickly entered a meditative state. Yi-Chen pointed at the clan member who was meditating, signaling the miniature fierce beast to go over. The miniature fierce beast clearly understood Yi-Chen's meaning. Seeing that he had no intention of killing at this time, it happily followed Yi-Chen's gestures and came to the clan member's side. So, is there any spiritual power spilling out from the Sea of Qi? After a moment, Yi-Chen asked. No. The clan member shook his head confidently. No? Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised. He moved closer to the miniature fierce beast. Immediately, he felt a trace of spiritual power spilling out. It was in the direction of the miniature fierce beast. Wow, are you really only aiming to steal from me? Yi-Chen was somewhat amused. He asked the clan member to find Guli and Luwaga. The result was the same. Even though Guli and Luwaga were not much weaker than him, the miniature fierce beast seemed to really only want to steal Qi from Yi-Chen alone. It showed no interest in Guli and Luwaga at all. Forget it, let it be. Yi-Chen waved his hand to let Guli and Luwaga leave, and sat down cross-legged again on the wooden bed. He quickly entered a meditative state. After all, this miniature fierce beast couldn't absorb that much spiritual power, it had no impact on his cultivation speed. To be able to research the resurrection ability of this miniature fierce beast in the future, he could only let it be. The miniature fierce beast watched as Yi-Chen entered the meditative state again, hesitated for a dozen seconds, clearly unable to resist the temptation of Yi-Chen's spiritual power. It quietly climbed onto the wooden bed and lay down beside Yi-Chen. Its face was full of enjoyment. It soon fell into a deep sleep. It seems this little guy successfully attracted Yi-Chen with its ability, so much so that it could lie beside him without any consequences. Envious and jealous, why am I not the one lying next to the male god? Give it a break. With Yi-Chen's personality. To make him see me in a new light, I must showcase abilities that attract him. Unfortunately, this tiny beast appears on an exile planet. If it were on another planet, its ability to come back to life would surely be an excellent subject for our taboo research on life. Staying by Yi-Chen's side is simply a waste. His strength level will eventually reach its limit, making it impossible for him to grow to the extent needed to study such a creature. Indeed, the training method he created is likely to change the direction of human advancement. For all of humanity, its significance is comparable to that of the first human who used tools in primitive times. However, the training method he created will still rely on the inheritance and advancement of generations to reach greater heights. Keeping this tiny beast, with its resurrection ability, beside him is utterly meaningless. The viewers in the livestream are buzzing with discussions about Yi-Chen's decision to keep the tiny beast. However, opinions vary widely. Female viewers are filled with envy and jealousy at the sight of the tiny beast sleeping beside Yi-Chen. Regular viewers focus on the reasons behind Yi-Chen's acceptance of the tiny beast. As for the researchers, they are eager to study this tiny beast intensely. For 3 consecutive days, Yi-Chen was amazed to find that the tiny beast beside him was becoming more and more interesting. After absorbing his spiritual energy for 3 days in a row, it surprisingly stopped. Instead, it began to absorb the spiritual energy from the world around it. Its power started to increase significantly. This was actually a beast that could quickly enhance its strength by absorbing the world's spiritual energy. When Yi-Chen broke through to the 4th level of spirit release, he estimated that although the tiny beast's size didn't change much, its strength had at least doubled. When Yi-Chen reached the 5th level of spirit release, the tiny beast's power had skyrocketed several times over. It reached a level comparable to a tier 3 beast. Fortunately for Yi-Chen, he didn't have much knowledge about beasts, he merely felt that this little creature was special. The viewers in the livestream were once again refreshed in their understanding of beasts. Because even fully grown beasts during their juvenile phase could not possibly rise from level 1 to level 3 in just half a month. After breaking through to the 5th level of spirit release, Yi-Chen did not continue his training. Because it was time to expand his influence. He pushed open the wooden door. A warm breeze greeted him. In the valley, the grass was sprouting tender shoots. Occasionally, one could already see traces of wildflowers. Spring had arrived. Yi Chen immediately instructed his tribesmen to gather everyone. What is Yi Chen planning to do? Is he going to teach the complete version of the cloud treading secret? What nonsense are you thinking? Even if Yi Chen is not afraid of his rule being challenged and plans to share the full version of the cloud treading secret, he must wait until the members of the Yin Mountain tribe have enough people breaking through to the first level of spirit release. At present, the average level of the Yin Mountain tribe members is only between the 4th and 5th levels of Qi condensation, so they can't possibly learn the cloud treading secret. The Yin Mountain tribe has too few geniuses, and their average talent is too poor. It results in us having to wait for their progress to learn the complete version of the cloud treading secret. Be content. As a learner, being able to gain knowledge is already very good. I worry that Yi Chen won't share the full version of the cloud treading secret with the Yin Mountain tribe, preventing us from learning it as well. Being human is really difficult. Just when we finally get the modified version of the chaotic secret, we want the complete version of the cloud treading secret. If we really want the complete version of the cloud treading secret, Yi Chen might create another form of practice. It feels like the happiness index of all humanity is now in Yi Chen's hands. Because he has not released the modified version of the chaotic secret, the happiness index of humanity has plunged for over a month from a barely passing score of 60 points to 20 points. He taught the improved version of chaotic arts to the geniuses of the Flames Mountain tribe, and humanity's happiness index immediately soared to 92 points, creating a happiness index record in over 2,000 years. This was second only to the day 2,000 years ago, when the military announced that humanity officially unified the galaxy, and the federal government also released a new welfare announcement. Now, he still had no intention of teaching the complete version of cloud treading skills. According to the calculations of the intelligent brain, humanity's happiness index had dropped to 80 points over the past month. In a few days, it would probably start with a 7. He probably just came out after retreating and training for over a month, feeling a bit bored, wanted to go out and stir up some things to lighten his mood. Spring is warm and flowers bloom, it's the beginning of another year and should be the time to plan the hunting schedule for the entire year. The audience in the live broadcast room was all guessing the reason why Yi Chen suddenly summoned the whole tribe. But there wasn't a single one who guessed correctly. In just about 20 minutes, all the tribespeople had gathered completely. Yi Chen did not waste time and went straight to the topic. Starting today, our Flames Mountain tribe will officially begin to expand outward. Expand? The tribespeople were all stunned. They thought the leader summoned everyone to announce this year's hunting plan. In front of the screen, all the viewers were also confused. Expand what? To conquer other tribes? Yi Chen may be disappointed. The entire Flames Mountain, within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, has only the Flames Mountain tribe as a human gathering place. Someone couldn't help but scream, "It's over." It turns out Yi Chen wants to occupy other tribes. If there are no other tribes, so what? What's there to worry about? Everyone felt strange. What do you know? That person explained, as soon as spring begins, Yi Chen gathers all the tribespeople to announce external expansion. What does this indicate? It indicates that the reason he taught the improved version of chaotic arts to the tribespeople is completely to enhance their strength, so they can fight against other tribes for him. But nearby, even within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, there are no tribes for the Flames Mountain tribe to conquer. This means his ambitions cannot be realized at all. If that's the case, what's the use of having so many strong tribespeople? How could he possibly teach the complete version of cloud treading skills? Thinking about it this way, it really seems to be like that. If so, then it's really over. The viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly became tense. If Yi Chen's ambitions cannot be realized, the tribespeople will have no use for their strength, and normally, he naturally wouldn't waste time teaching skills to enhance the overall strength of the Flames Mountain tribe. In the valley, Yi Chen glanced at the confused tribespeople and directly arranged. Guli, Rog, Taisher, Zongshan, starting today, you four will be the 4 great leaders of the Flames Mountain tribe. From the tribe, each of you will select 150 of the top-ranking tribespeople in terms of strength to become your subordinates. From today, each of you will be responsible for one direction and lead your subordinates out. With our Flames Mountain tribe as the center, conquer every area of fierce beasts in human tribes. The tribespeople reacted and finally understood Yi Chen's intention. One by one, their faces lit up with excitement. The Flames Mountain has always been the realm and territory of fierce beasts. Since the Flames Mountain tribe appeared, it has migrated at least a dozen times. Each time was to avoid the sudden appearances of powerful fierce beasts nearby. Only in areas where fierce beasts are relatively weak could the Flames Mountain tribe barely survive. Yi Chen's words made them suddenly realize. The Flames Mountain tribe is no longer what it used to be. The tribespeople's strength has greatly increased, and they can completely turn around to conquer, even dominate those powerful fierce beasts. Guli, Rog, and the other 4 wore expressions of sheer joy. They are the four most talented individuals of the Flame Mountain tribe, and now all have reached the third level of spirit release, naturally eager to fight against the once incredibly powerful fierce beasts. Everything is built on the foundation of self-preservation. Once you encounter an unbeatable fierce beast, immediately send someone to report back, and do not fight to the death. If there are casualties, the four of you will not only face severe punishment, but the position of leader will also be taken by others in the tribe. Ichen set the tone first. The number of tribe members in the Flame Mountain tribe is too small, losing even one is a loss. Therefore, while expanding, the safety of the tribe members must come first. We understand. Guli and the others nodded quickly. For the fierce beasts willing to submit, let them join the team to help with the expansion. For those unwilling to submit, kill them without mercy. A hint of killing intent flashed in Ichen's eyes. Yes. Guli and the others immediately radiated fierce energy. When encountering human tribes, do not create slaughter. Use force, food, and techniques as much as possible to compel them to surrender and join the Flame Mountain tribe. When it comes to how to treat their own kind, Ichen's killing intent dissipated instantly. After all, they are kin. He naturally did not want to open the floodgates of slaughter. Moreover, he viewed humanity as the cornerstone of his conquests. In his eyes, any human will one day be his subordinates, elite soldiers in his battles to expand influence. Naturally, none could be killed. At least for now, with only a little over 1,000 tribe members in the Flame Mountain tribe, he absolutely would not allow any killing incident to occur. Understood. Guli and the others, along with many tribe members, nodded in agreement. Finally, seek out and gather various spirit mines that contain spiritual energy, and then transport them back. Ichen's original plan was to collect both spirit mines and spirit materials simultaneously, preparing to create techniques for weapon refining and alchemy in the future. But after thinking, he decided to abandon the spirit materials. Spirit mines can be collected because they are easy to preserve. In addition, he had already determined that the next technique he would create would be a sword technique. A large number of long swords need to be forged. Even without weapon refining techniques, he could still use the spirit mines, crafting them into long swords for immediate use. As for spirit materials, there is no need for that at present. Firstly, they won't be useful until the creation of the alchemy techniques. But mainly, spirit materials are hard to preserve. The Flame Mountain tribe now also lacks enough manpower to study the characteristics and customs of various plants, transplant them, or preserve these spirit materials in special ways. They can only wait for later to address that. High Priest. Ichen's gaze shifted to the High Priest beside him and commanded, "You are responsible for logistics and managing all matters within the tribe, such as transporting spirit mines, daily supplies, messages, troop replenishment, and material distribution. You have full authority over these." I follow the divine command. The High Priest felt ecstatic inside. This power clearly surpassed that of the four leaders. He had no hesitation and immediately prostrated on the ground, utterly devoted. "Alright, you five can start making arrangements now, the sooner you act, the better." Ichen waved his hand. Guli and the others immediately started selecting personnel excitedly. The High Priest was also considering how to manage the tribe well. "Thank goodness, I was almost scared to death just now." "Thank you, heavens, Ichen's ambition is beyond our imagination. He wants to conquer not just human tribes but all fierce beasts as well. He truly deserves to be the greatest genius in human history, with a talent so high it's hard to conceive. Likewise, his ambition is absurdly large. From the looks of it, his goal seems not just to establish a larger Flame Mountain tribe, but to conquer the entire Flame Mountain range." In the live broadcast room, all the viewers felt uneasy and restless. Finally, it has slowed down a lot. What they feared the most was that once Ichen learned there were no human tribes nearby, he would be greatly disappointed and lose interest in improving the strength of the Yen Mountain tribe's people. Fortunately, Ichen's ambition was beyond imagination. In fact, it even surpassed the ambition a human should have in the Savage Era. His goal was likely to dominate the entire Yen Mountain and conquer all the ferocious beasts. The entire Yen Mountain range covers an area of over 1 million square kilometers, with countless levels of ferocious beasts. Given the current strength of the Yen Mountain tribe, it was obviously still difficult to conquer the entire Yen Mountain range. Moreover, it seemed that Ichen, as the chief, cared deeply for the safety of his people's lives. In this case, once more than half of the tribesmen broke through to the first level of the spirit release period, at the very least, he would teach them the complete version of the cloud treading technique. Chapter 36, First, forge the iron sword. Squeak squeak. Ichen was returning to the wooden house. Underfoot, he heard the cries of a mini ferocious beast. He looked down. He saw the mini ferocious beast stretching out its short little hands, gesturing at him repeatedly, occasionally pointing toward Guli and the others. No time. Ichen understood what it meant. It wanted him to take it out for a stroll. Naturally, he had no interest. His current task was to work hard to improve his realm and guard the valley. Because his strength level was the highest in the Yin Mountain tribe. When the expedition team encountered unbeatable ferocious beasts, he would have to step in to resolve it. Besides that, once various spiritual ores were transported back and forged into long swords, he would also need to start creating a set of sword techniques. With a powerful set of sword techniques in hand, he could greatly enhance his own strength as well as significantly improve the average strength of the tribespeople. There was simply no time to go out and wander around. Even if he had free time, he had no interest in taking a pet out for a stroll. Even if this pet had the ability to rapidly increase its strength, had the power of resurrection, a limitless future ahead, and was of great research value to him. Not listening? Just beat it until it listens. Why bother cultivating any feelings? It's that simple and straightforward. Squeak squeak. Seeing each in refuse, the mini ferocious beast ran a few steps ahead, trying to catch up. It gestured again to Ichen. From the motions, it seemed to have given up on wanting Ichen to take it out alone, instead planning to follow the tribesman out for a stroll. Go ahead. Ichen had no objections to this. As long as it didn't waste his time taking it out, that was enough. After all, this little guy had an immortal body, it could go anywhere it wanted. He wasn't concerned that it would wander off and not return. Because during this period of getting along, he found that this mini ferocious beast seemed to be extremely fond of his spiritual energy fragrance. Even if it no longer needed to absorb the spiritual energy from his sea of energy, it would always cling to him. And it was the kind that was irreplaceable. Even though the tribespeople of Yin Mountain were now almost all cultivators, possessing spiritual energy, this mini ferocious beast still had no interest at all. Right now, it was just a matter of the mini ferocious beast's spirited personality. It had been stuck inside the wooden house for over half a month and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Squeak squeak. Seeing Ichen agree, the mini ferocious beast jumped up. Immediately, it dashed on its short little legs toward the direction of the tribesman. As Ichen expected. That night, the little guy ran back and continued to stick by his side to sleep. After that, for over 10 days, it didn't go out again. Knock knock. Not long after breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit release period, a gentle knock sounded suddenly. Ichen interrupted his training and opened the door. The high priest stood outside the door. Chief, someone from Rog's side has sent a message, saying they encountered a powerful ferocious beast. Send someone to lead the way, I'll go take a look. Ichen immediately became interested. Going to solve the ferocious beasts that the 4 armies could not handle would not only expedite the 4 armies' expansion but also enhance his combat experience. Having only realms and techniques is far from enough. He must battle powerful and various beasts to accumulate real combat experience, so he can ensure there are no flaws in himself. Only having realms and techniques without any real combat experience makes it easier to stumble and be overpowered by the enemy. Moreover, the various special abilities of the beasts can inspire him. Many inspirations for creating the cloud treading technique came from certain flying birds and running beasts. As for the beasts that Rog and his group could not defeat, he did not concern himself with whether he could defeat them with his current strength and realm. In comparison, his current realm was only 2 minor levels higher than Rog. Also, Rog had 150 warrior clan leaders by his side. By rights, if Rog and his group couldn't kill the beasts, he couldn't either. But the fact was not so. Rog and his clansmen learned only a weakened version of the cloud treading technique, with a speed far below the complete version. Not to mention, he was the creator of the cloud treading technique, and his understanding and execution of it far surpassed ordinary people. And speed is one of the important components of strength. Just based on that, along with the flying blade technique, even 100 Duras or Rogs standing in front of him would be easily defeated. He could completely rely on his absolute advantage in speed to keep the opponent from attacking him at all. Conversely, he could attack the opponent as much as he liked. In other words, Ichen's current strength was at least 1 tier higher than the 4 armies. Unless he encountered a beast with a tremendous disparity in strength, he could handle beasts that the 4 armies could not. Alright. The high priest immediately had someone fetch the clansman who had delivered the message. Ichen glanced around. Not far away, several newly built warehouses for storing spirit ores had already been constructed. Nearby, several furnaces had been set up, refining some strange and colorful stones. You collected spirit ores so quickly? Ichen was a bit surprised. Replying to the clan leader, they were all picked up along the way, and there are all kinds. The high priest hurriedly explained, melting them is quite troublesome. Some spirit ores can be burnt in the fire for several days and nights and still won't melt. How many spirit ores have we collected from all kinds of attempts? Ichen casually asked. It is normal for stones containing spiritual power to have a high melting point. Naturally, melting them is not that easy. But there are countless types of spirit ores, so one can always find some with a suitable melting point that are enough to create thousands of long swords. There are over a dozen types of spirit ores, but they are all collected here and there, and no deposits have been found. The high priest hesitated for a moment and added, there are many iron ores that do not contain any spiritual energy, which can be used to produce long swords in large quantities. Many iron ores? There are only a few iron weapons in the clan, how can there be so many iron ores? Ichen was somewhat surprised. The clan doesn't have many iron weapons because the clansmen were afraid to go out before. Moreover, iron ores contain many impurities, so even if they encountered them, they were unwilling to spend time bringing them back. The high priest explained, after all, food was the most important thing at that time. Although iron weapons could enhance the clan's strength, they were still ineffective against stronger beasts. In the past, hunting was done together, so having just a few iron weapons in the clan was enough. I see. Ichen felt a great surprise. Continue to collect spirit ores while also collecting a large amount of iron ores, and arrange for people to forge long swords. He immediately made arrangements. Iron longswords are also fine. Because according to his design, the power of swordsmanship, sword energy, and sword intent are of utmost importance. The long sword itself can enhance power, but it's okay if there aren't any. As long as the quality of the long sword can withstand the operation of spiritual power within, it's sufficient. Although the quality of iron swords is not that great. At this stage, it's perfectly sufficient. Even with his current strength at the 6th level of the spirit release stage, the iron sword is enough to withstand his spiritual power. As for later, when he creates weapon forging techniques, it will be no problem to forge various swords of better quality, even with additional effects and functions. So, it turns out he can start researching and creating sword techniques right now. Chapter 37, The Eye-Popping Mini Beast. Okay. The high priest replied respectfully. Soon, the guiding clansman also came rushing over. Ichen followed him, heading north to where Roger was. Squeak squeak. Behind him, seeing Ichen about to leave the valley, the mini beast was excited and danced all over. Perhaps too excited, it climbed up Ichen's right leg, all the way up. It sat on the top of Ichen's head. But in the next second, Ichen grabbed it and rudely threw it at his feet. Alright. The mini beast had no choice. Unable to hitch a ride, it could only scamper along with its short little legs, desperately trying to keep up with Ichen's pace. After running hard for a few minutes, a flash of inspiration sparked in its mind. It sped up and ran to the front of the guiding clansman, climbing onto the top of his head. As the leader's pet, the guiding clansman naturally dared not refuse to carry it. In fact, he had to be careful, holding his neck straight, not daring to move his head too much, for fear of shaking the mini beast off. Ichen couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters, as long as the little thing didn't have the guts to boldly climb onto his head, it was fine. On the way, he opened the system and took a glance. The strongest talent system. Host, Ichen. Territory area, 12,000 square kilometers. Talent bonus, 0.012 times. After more than 10 days, the progress of the 4 armies was quite good. The controlled area has expanded to 100 miles around the valley. The range of influence he controlled had also increased to 12,000 square kilometers. As a result, the talent bonus climbed to 1.2%. That means his current talent has reached the strongest foundation of the human race, plus an additional 1.2%. Although the effect during regular training is still not very noticeable, it has already increased by thousands of times compared to more than 10 days ago. And this is just the beginning. After climbing mountains and crossing ridges, they reached the destination in half an hour. Leader. In a grove, Roger and several clansmen bowed their heads, feeling a bit ashamed and not daring to look at Ichen. Ichen's gaze swept over the crowd. Only Roger and a few clansmen had minor injuries, while the others were fine. As long as there were no casualties, it matched his expectations. Naturally, he would not be dissatisfied. On Flame Mountain, it was not surprising that even Roger and the others couldn't defeat the fierce beasts. He couldn't defeat some beasts either, so it was perfectly normal. No worries, let's talk about the situation with this beast. Ichen said. Seeing that Ichen did not blame them, Roger felt a bit relieved and quickly introduced. This beast was similar to a black wolf. It was huge, about 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters high. Not only was it agile and strong, but it could also spew out toxic black mist. Moreover, it only moved in open grasslands. No matter how Roger and others tried their best, they could do nothing against it. I just looked at the map, it's a level 14 toxic wolf. I wonder if Ichen can defeat it with his current strength. It's hard to say. When Ichen was at the first level of the spirit release stage, he could defeat a level 10 green leopard. Now at the 6th level of the spirit release stage, plus the cloud treading technique that lets him exceed the speed of sound, his strength has risen significantly. But conversely, this level 14 toxic wolf, despite its not so big size, is far beyond the level 10 green leopard in power. More importantly, this toxic wolf is very cunning, moving only in the grasslands and having a wide range of toxic mist attacks. It's incredibly difficult to kill. I actually think Ichen has a high chance of killing this toxic wolf. You have to know, his speed exceeds the speed of sound and he has long-range attacks. Taking advantage of the speed, along with the thorn fruit, I can keep moving around and shooting, gradually wearing it down until it dies. Level 14 Poison Wolf, its intelligence is not low, how could it be foolish enough to let Ichen keep moving around and consuming it? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all debating, arguing about whether Ichen could kill this level 14 Poison Wolf. The ratio had almost reached 6-4. In other words, 6 out of 10 people believed that with Ichen's current strength, it would be difficult to kill this Poison Wolf. The other 4 felt that Ichen could most likely wear down this Poison Wolf with speed and ranged attacks. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. In the small grove, Ichen didn't hesitate much. Whether he could solve it, he would know once he tried. According to Rog's description, although this Poison Wolf was agile, its speed was not faster than Rog and the others. Even Rog and his team could stand undefeated with the weakened stepping on the clouds technique, so he definitely had no problem. Following the direction pointed by Rog, he left the small grove. A vast grassland appeared in front of him. After walking several hundred meters in, a giant wolf with fur as black as ink came into view. Chirp, chirp. Just as Ichen was about to step forward. At his feet, a mini beast started to dance and jump around. From the gestures, it seemed to want to act as the vanguard to deal with this poison wolf. Ichen didn't bother with it, holding a few thorn fruits, he walked straight towards the giant wolf. Although the mini beast's strength had increased rapidly, it was still only at the level of a level 4 beast. Running over there was simply asking for death. Chirp, chirp. Feeling ignored, the mini beast was immediately frustrated. It stomped its little legs and rushed ahead of Ichen, charging straight towards the poison wolf. Seeing this, Ichen simply stopped. Safety first, anyway, this little creature had a strange undead body. Since it wanted to seek death, it was just right for it to take the lead and test the poison wolf's strength. Having this little thing by his side seemed to have some value, even at this stage. Chirp, chirp. Rushing right in front of the poison wolf. The mini beast began to bare its teeth and growl at it. The poison wolf turned its head and saw the mini beast, which was only a few centimeters tall and smaller than its own eyes, turning away. It completely ignored its existence. In front of Ichen, the mini beast had been bullied and ignored repeatedly, yet it still stubbornly followed him with a rather large temper. Seeing the poison wolf ignore him, it was instantly infuriated, its tiny eyes flashing with angry light. Its golden fur began to stand upright. In the next second, the fur in front shot out like golden steel needles towards the poison wolf. In an instant, the front half of the mini beast became smooth and bare. Even the tiny little bits the size of a match head were exposed. Clink, clink, clink. These golden hair needles were surprisingly powerful. However, the poison wolf's fur was even stronger. After the dense golden needles struck the poison wolf, they only made a series of metallic clanging sounds before all falling to the ground. Oh my god, that's just eye-popping. Alright. Whether this mini beast is male or female is already beyond dispute. This is the most shameless beast I have ever seen, no exception. But to be fair, it actually has quite a bit of power. According to the scanner, these hairs number over 10,000, are as hard as needles, and have speeds exceeding 300 meters per second, enough to easily pierce through ordinary beasts. But its method of attack is just too unconventional. In the beast world, there are indeed some that shoot hair as an attack method, but none do it completely like this. The viewers in the live broadcast room cried out, it was just eye-popping. Chapter 38, Exploding at the Slightest Disagreement. The mini beast clearly didn't think its actions were eye-popping at all. Seeing that its round of crazy shooting actually left the poison wolf unharmed, it was instantly furious and jumped around in a rage. Without hesitation, it turned around. The hair on its back, without any reservation, transformed into thousands of golden needles, shooting towards the poisonous wolf. Clang, clang, clang. In the end, there was still no effect at all. Squeak, squeak. The tiny fierce beast became furious. It rushed forward bare-bottomed, charging at the poisonous wolf. Its round body climbed up along one leg of the poisonous wolf. The poisonous wolf grew impatient. It shook its leg. But to its surprise, it couldn't shake this little creature off. The tiny fierce beast, as round as a meatball, wasn't slow at all. It quickly climbed all the way to the top of the poisonous wolf's head. Just when the poisonous wolf was considering how to deal with this annoying little thing, the tiny fierce beast suddenly jumped down from its head. Immediately, its round body exploded. Boom! With a loud sound. After the tiny fierce beast exploded, it was like a bomb, creating a terrifying force. The violent energy swept in all directions. The poisonous wolf's left eye was the first to be hit, instantly blinded in one eye. The entire left side of its face was a bloody mess. Oh! The poisonous wolf howled in pain. It wished it could grind the tiny fierce beast into dust. Unfortunately, the tiny fierce beast had already turned into powder, leaving it with no way to vent its anger. This made it even more uncomfortable. In the distance, even someone with Yi-Chen's temperament showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. My goodness, this little thing is powerful. A level 14 fierce beast against a level 4 fierce beast, the strength difference is 100 times, yet it still gets flipped upside down, even losing an eye. Wow, I'm just astonished. This little guy was so obedient and well behaved in front of Yi-Chen, who knew its temper was actually this violent. If it gets upset, it shoots all its fur out without a strand left. And if it gets upset again, it even explodes its body. From now on, I'll never say I'm going to get blown up. This is the real deal, and with such power, even a level 14 fierce beast can be injured at level 4. This little guy, what exactly is its background? Generally, fierce beasts have only one ability. But look at this little guy, absorbing other spiritual energy, resurrecting, quickly gaining strength from spiritual energy, shooting its fur like steel needles, and transforming into a bomb. How many abilities does it have? Incredible! To become Yi-Chen's pet, it truly is extraordinary. Everyone was in continuous amazement. No one expected this strange tiny fierce beast to have such bizarre attack methods. On the grassland, after a brief moment of surprise, Yi-Chen quickly regained his focus. The cloud tracking technique was pushed to the extreme. His body rushed towards the poisonous wolf like a flash of lightning. Taking advantage of the poisonous wolf still howling in pain, thorn fruit shot out like bullets towards the wolf's destroyed left eye. Puff puff puff. The thorn fruits drove straight into the poisonous wolf's left eye wound, entering its brain. Oh whoa. The wolf's howl grew more piercing and tragic. Its large mouth opened wide as streams of black fog sprayed out in all directions. Wherever the fog passed, the grass instantly wilted and rotted, turning into pools of black venom. However, this aimless attack posed no threat to Yi-Chen at all. He continued to shoot thorn fruits from his hand, targeting the poisonous wolf's vital points. In just about a minute, the poisonous wolf collapsed, unable to endure. It twitched for a few seconds before completely losing its life. The tiny fierce beast's body suddenly reappeared out of thin air. Its golden fur once again covered its entire body. The revival time has shortened to about a minute? Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised. He remembered that when he killed the tiny fierce beast those 2 times, it took about 10 minutes to revive. But this time, it was only a little over a minute. This means that as its strength increases, the revival time of this tiny fierce beast will also shorten. This little guy's function seems to go beyond just being used to explore the mysteries of life. Yi-Chen clicked his tongue. Just the power of this self-destruction is quite impressive. Moreover, as the strength of the miniature beast increases, the power of self-destruction can also be enhanced. GG. The miniature beast looked at the poisonous wolf with thorns stuck in its face and vital areas, lowered its head, and timidly approached Yi-Chen. Well done. Yi-Chen smiled. If it weren't for the miniature beast blowing up the poisonous wolf's left eye, although he could slowly kill the poisonous wolf, it would definitely not be possible in such a short time. The miniature beast looked up at Yi-Chen. It didn't understand what Yi-Chen meant, but it understood the smile on Yi-Chen's face. Instantly, its worry turned to joy, and it began to dance with excitement. Let's go. Yi-Chen turned around and walked towards the small woods. The miniature beast followed closely, hesitated for a few seconds, climbed onto Yi-Chen's right foot, and began to crawl up. Getting too bold, aren't you? Yi-Chen pulled the miniature beast down from his head. He initially intended to just toss it aside. But after thinking for a moment, he placed it on his shoulder instead. From today on, I'll call you Little Gold Ball. GG. The miniature beast sat on his shoulder, swinging its short legs excitedly. Wow, little guy's status has skyrocketed. It actually has the qualification to sit on Yi-Chen's shoulder. Moreover, it even got a name from Yi-Chen himself. Indeed, to win Yi-Chen's favor, appearance counts for nothing. The stunning beauty Gully offered herself, but faced a swift rejection. The adorable little gold ball, however, has been killed twice. Only after the little gold ball showed extraordinary abilities did Yi-Chen's attitude gradually improve. Poor little gold ball, with such a fiery temper, it gets blown up at the slightest disagreement. Yet, in front of Yi-Chen, it acts like a wronged little wife, not daring to show any anger. Fortunately, this can be called maintaining hope. I wonder what about Yi-Chen attracts it so much that it wants to stick to him. It must be Yi-Chen's spiritual power. As for what effect Yi-Chen's spiritual power has on it, nobody knows. Someone couldn't help but dream, I really want a pet like little gold ball. You can forget about it. Such a bizarre and magical pet only deserves to be with Yi-Chen. Look at the more than 1,000 members of the Yin Mountain tribe, and the little gold ball clings to Yi-Chen. This must be because Ichen's spiritual power is so strong that it has a special attraction. Just like Ichen's attitude towards the little gold ball, it also relies on its own abilities to gradually gain a certain status. The relationship between them initially relies on mutual benefit, both need to have value. Only then can they slowly develop feelings. Even if you were to get little gold ball, it wouldn't become close to you. The most ridiculous are those biologists who say having little gold ball around Ichen is a waste. With such a temper that explodes at a disagreement, even if they got it, could they work with it on research? It would be surprising if it didn't blow their brains out. The live broadcast room was bustling with excitement. Chapter 39, Insights on Sword Intent. Tribe Leader. Seeing Ichen return. Rog and a group of tribe members were very cautious, not daring to ask too many questions. It has been dealt with, you can continue. Ichen waved his hand. It's been dealt with? That poisonous wolf was killed by the tribe leader? As expected of the tribe leader, so many people couldn't handle the beast, and with one move from him, it was easily taken care of. I knew it, the tribe leader must be a reincarnation of a deity, how could there be a beast he cannot defeat? That poisonous wolf was simply seeking death, insisting on wasting the tribe leader's time, forcing him to personally come and deal with it. After a brief surprise, Rog and the tribe members instantly became excited. Various compliments and praises filled the air, making the live broadcast audience marvel. Whether in their interstellar era or the savage age of the exile planet. Flattering is one of the timeless important means to please the powerful. Ichen smiled and returned to the valley alone. All the way, he was planning the issue of creating a sword technique. When he returned to the valley, there were already many iron ores piled up outside the spirit mine warehouse. The high priest was directing people to smelt these iron ores into molten iron. He believed it wouldn't be long before they could start forging iron swords. He entered the wooden house. Ichen did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, pondering the process of creating a sword technique. First of all, he still had to comprehend the sword intent. The question is, how should one comprehend this sword intent? Creating a sword technique seems different from creating the cloud treading formula. When creating the cloud treading formula, he could study and observe the laws of the wind and the movements of birds and beasts to enhance his understanding of speed. But as for the sword technique, there seemed to be no clue at all. After some calculation, Ichen got up and left the wooden house. Just as the little golden ball was about to lie down for a good sleep, it immediately jumped up and hurried to catch up. Though its status had risen significantly, it understood well that it wasn't qualified to protest against Ichen suddenly leaving after just returning. All the way to the forest in the south. Ichen casually broke a branch and tried to swing it a few times. The sound of the wind whooshed constantly. The soft branch swayed left and right. Beside him, the little golden ball jumped off Ichen's shoulder and picked up a small branch, swinging it like a pro. The branch was thicker, and when swung in the little golden ball's hand, it was as stiff as a wooden stick. Ichen had an epiphany. Though they were both branches, the different flexibility resulted in completely different power and form. The sword intent is obviously the same. It is speed, it is sharpness, it is elegance, it is the force formed by various characteristics. Without any hesitation, he held the branch, closed his eyes, and quietly contemplated, exploring the mysteries of sword intent. From time to time, he would slash or stab with the branch in his hand, which would always bring him different insights and inspirations. Could this be a sign that Ichen is creating a new technique? Exactly, Ichen must have had some inspiration and is planning to create a new technique. My gosh, why does it feel like creating a new technique is as easy as eating or drinking? He gets inspiration and ideas every few days? The complete cloud treading formula hasn't been taught yet, and now there's another new technique on the way. I am starting to hope that he will run out of ideas soon and can't create any more techniques. I have this thought too, otherwise, by the time we finish learning this technique, another will appear out of nowhere, making people restless. Everyone stay calm. It seems Ichen is definitely going to take a detour this time. The new technique is bound to fail. Someone said confidently, from Ichen's actions and the High Priest's mass production of iron swords, it's clear he intends to create a technique using iron swords. Can the power of cold weapons compare to that of hot weapons? That is absolutely impossible. Ichen was born in the primitive era and has never seen the power of hot weapons. He doesn't know that history has long proven that cold weapons are obsolete. His research direction should always focus on the flying blade formula, which resembles hot weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the livestream suddenly awakened. Indeed, even in the cold weapon era, there's a saying that an inch longer is stronger. The flying blade formula clearly has more advantages for long-range attacks. What Ichen needs to do is study how to increase the attack speed and power of the flying blade formula, rather than waste effort on research for cold weapons meant for close combat. Unfortunately, Ichen has not realized that with fast enough speeds, the power of long-range attacks can be increased. He only knows that when dealing with the green leopard, he used over 100 thorn fruits to barely exhaust it, instead of inflicting damage directly with an iron sword. But what they don't know is that when the speed of the thorn fruit can be increased by 1 or 2 times, its hardness can actually pierce through the green leopard's skull and instantly kill it. So, it seems there's really nothing to worry about. I hope that when the God of Ease creates the new martial art, he finds that it is not as powerful as the flying dagger technique and won't be too depressed. Don't worry. A genius like Yi Chen wouldn't be discouraged by a temporary failure. Occasional failures will only become his motivation to move forward. I hope he fails a few more times, so when the complete version of the cloud stepping technique is taught, he can gather his strength and create an immensely powerful new martial art. Yes. Once the complete version of the cloud stepping technique is taught, Yi Chen can summarize his failures and develop an even stronger martial art. The hundreds of billions of viewers in the live stream all felt relieved. Because in everyone's mind, no matter how powerful cold weapons are, they can never be stronger than hot weapons. And the flying dagger technique is the one that is most like a hot weapon. If Yi Chen creates his new martial art, it will definitely disappoint. Normally speaking, considering the interests of all humanity, they should actually hope that Yi Chen can create a powerful martial art. Instead of wishing for him to waste time due to a faulty thought process, or even running out of inspiration and never creating any martial art again. But clearly, interests are one thing, and emotions are another. The viewers in the livestream were more worried that a powerful martial art would appear before they had learned the complete version of the cloud stepping technique, which would make their hearts race. As for whether Yi Chen really created a martial art using cold weapons, which was a wrong turn, only Yi Chen himself knew. Hey, look at the news. You all hurry and look at the news. Just when everyone was glad that Yi Chen's new martial art might be worthless, an announcement from the federal government website caught the public's attention. And it spread throughout the galaxy at an astonishing speed. Even those in opposing races received news from undercover agents right away. Chapter 40, Early Dispatch of Serious Criminals. This announcement from the federal government, like those of the past, was long and tedious, spanning dozens of pages. But summarized, it was very simple. The main content stated that in recent years, the crime rate had surged. The number of serious criminals was increasing. And jailbreaks and prison breaks were happening frequently. The federal government decided to send a batch of serious criminals to exile planets 2 years early, in 2 months. Normally, such announcements were hardly noticed by anyone. Serious criminals were too far from ordinary citizens. But this time was completely different. Because Yi Chen was on the exile planet. What's going on? The federal government had previously set a plan to send a batch of serious criminals to exile planets every 10 years to cut costs. The exile planets have existed for over 2,000 years without change. Why are they sending criminals 2 years early this time? I guess this has to do with Yi Chen. The so-called surge in crime rate and increasing number of serious criminals is nonsense. The crime rate had been surging since 100 years ago when we were defeated by various races, losing 3 elite fleets, and the federal government announced a change of strategy from offense to defense. Talk of jailbreaks and prison breaks is ridiculous. There haven't been any significant serious criminals in recent years. Even if they escaped, what would happen? So, it's not just a guess that this is related to Yi Chen, it definitely is. The federal government's announcement caused a stir among the populace. Suddenly sending a batch of serious criminals to exile planets early, what does the federal government want to do? What else can they do? They are definitely sending people to approach Yi Chen, trying to get the techniques from him as quickly as possible, or even to directly control Yi Chen. Such a significant decision, and the federal government actually doesn't announce it, directly implementing it without a public vote? Damn it, this means that among the heavy criminals, there are people planted by the federal government. Moreover, this person hasn't had their memories wiped, which completely violates our Human Federation's laws and regulations regarding the exile planets. This is nothing. What I'm most worried about is that the federal government will end up losing everything while trying to gain something. Yi Chen's mind is definitely extraordinary. His character is also that of a true hero. Once he discovers the truth, I even suspect that with his character, he would calmly create a technique that would suddenly self-destruct after a certain time, and then deliberately leak it for us to learn. Damn the federal government. Instead of organizing researchers and geniuses to build upon Yi Chen's foundation, they take such a huge risk by sending people to approach him. Protest. There must be a protest. The public's anger grew stronger and stronger. Sending people to approach Yi Chen, trying to quickly acquire the new techniques he created, is actually in the interest of all humanity. But in the eyes of many, the risk is simply too great. Unless it is absolutely necessary, or with a perfect plan, we cannot take such a huge risk. What makes the public even angrier is that the federal government actually did not hold a public vote and privately implemented such a significant decision, which is completely against the federal government's laws and regulations. However, soon there was a splash of cold water thrown over them. Wake up! What are you protesting about? These might be facts, but where's the evidence? The federal government's announcement only stated that a batch of heavy criminals would be sent to exile planets 2 years in advance. Everything else is just speculation. Without evidence, no matter how much people protest, it won't matter. Moreover, the federal government is not foolish enough to overlook these risks. They wouldn't rashly implement such a huge plan without any certainty. If it were a reckless decision, they wouldn't be waiting 2 months to send heavy criminals. It should have been implemented much earlier. There are likely many insider secrets that we don't know about. For example, the current war situation with the various races and the conflicts between different forces. We ordinary people can only watch quietly, waiting honestly, hoping everything goes smoothly, so we can get Ichen's techniques in advance. Stirring things up now will only disrupt the federal government's possible plans. If we must stir up trouble, it should be when something happens with Ichen. Now is still too early. The public's anger gradually calmed down under the guidance of some special comments and analyses. Just as these comments led, if everything goes smoothly, all humanity could get Ichen's techniques in advance, which would be a tremendous blessing. Stirring things up now is useless because there is no evidence, and we simply cannot stop the federal government's plans. On the contrary, if the federal government develops this plan, it may relate to the current war between our race and the other races, which could lead to a big mistake. Despite ordinary people's guesses that this matter is unusual, no one can truly guess how many conspiracies and plots are hidden in this batch of heavy criminals being transported. The federal government, the anti-federal government, top billionaires, ambitious individuals, traitors from enemy races. A storm and a struggle that no one can predict are gathering toward the exile planets. And no one can foresee what kind of situation this storm will evolve into. At this moment, at the source of the storm, Ichen is focusing on comprehending the intent of the sword. The sword intent is sharp, swift, and indestructible, as well as the unity of shape, spirit, emotion, and reason. Coordination of reality and nothingness. With an unimaginable talent, Ichen gradually gained a deep understanding and insight into sword intent using only a branch. A few days later, the first iron sword, tempered 1,000 times, was sent by the great priest. This iron sword greatly aided Ichen in comprehending sword intent, as if adding wings to a tiger. Time flew by. In the following days, aside from helping the 4 armies deal with some insurmountable beasts, Ichen stayed in the forest, feeling the presence of sword intent. After spending about a month, feeling that although he had not truly grasped the essence of the sword path, he could at least create a set of sword techniques that met expectations, Ichen ended this phase of enlightenment. He returned to the valley. "Chief, I was just about to send someone to notify you." The great priest came out to greet him after receiving the news. "Did the 4 armies run into trouble?" Ichen asked. With the continuous expansion of the 4 armies, all sorts of powerful beasts emerged, causing constant trouble. But he felt no annoyance at all. Because creating new techniques to enhance his own and his clansmen's strength was certainly important, but expanding the territory was equally important. At present, the territory he controlled had already reached over 70,000 square kilometers, and his talent boost had risen to just over 7%, showing initial results. Most importantly, it was increasing every day at a speed of more than 2,000 square kilometers. Compared to the initial expansion, the speed had doubled. And it could continuously improve. The main reason was that although the number of soldiers in the 4 armies had not increased, their average strength was constantly rising, naturally enhancing the expansion speed. Additionally, the 4 armies had also managed to tame many wise beasts along the way. These beasts could be used as mounts and vanguards, greatly accelerating the speed of expansion. Amidst such a favorable situation, Ichen naturally didn't mind going out from time to help the 4 armies deal with those overwhelming beasts. Let alone, these beasts could also enhance his practical experience. Unexpectedly, the great priest shook his head. It's not the 4 armies that have encountered trouble, but it's Guli on the east, 50 kilometers away, where an unusual spiritual mine has been discovered in a large mountain. An unusual spiritual mine? Ichen's eyes lit up. Spiritual mines were precious things. If this spiritual mine contained good properties, possessing an entire mine would mean that after creating a refining technique, he could produce large quantities of spiritual weapons with relevant characteristics or functions. Chapter 41, Spiritual Stones that can speed up cultivation. "Chief, wait a moment, I will go retrieve the spiritual mine." Seeing Ichen seemed very interested, the great priest quickly spoke. "Go ahead." Ichen nodded. The great priest bowed and left, hurrying toward the spiritual mine warehouse. Looking at Ichen's expression just now, he seems quite excited. However, he might be disappointed. An audience member spoke in the live broadcast room. "I just pulled up a map and looked at the mine to the east. What an unusual spiritual mine, it's merely an energy stone mine." "What is an energy stone?" 99% of the audience looked puzzled. A type of stone formed from pure energy, or spiritual energy. When our human race first broke out of Blue Star and discovered this type of stone on other colonized planets, the Federal Research Institute once tried to use this energy stone as the main source of energy. The other party explained, however, they quickly gave up, primarily due to its poor stability, which made it impossible for multiple energy conversions. It posed no problem for civilian energy, but it was unsuitable for military energy. Moreover, the energy contained in the energy stone does not compare to nuclear energy, which is why the Federal Research Institute gave up further research. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. So, this energy stone is not a kind of ore that can be used to forge weapons, it's purely a crystallization of spiritual energy? Yes. Ichen collects various spiritual ores, clearly planning to try using one type of ore or a combination of multiple ores to forge weapons. This energy stone has a melting point of over 20,000 degrees, it's far beyond the current forging level of the Flame Mountain tribe. Even if it successfully melts, the energy stone will only decompose into energy, which means the spiritual energy will blend into the air. Alright. Ichen will definitely suffer a terrible loss this time. According to the scanner, while there are many mineral deposits in the Flame Mountain range, most are deeply buried underground. The surface deposits are incredibly rare. Finally encountering a surface mineral deposit, Ichen will undoubtedly spare no effort to find a way to mine this energy stone mine. But the final result is that once this energy stone mine is mined, it can't be melted. If it were to be melted, it would only be more frustrating. Because after melting, all the energy stone would evaporate. The Savage Era is truly tough. If Ichen were here with us, he wouldn't need to go to great lengths to collect some scattered spiritual ores. Whatever hardness of weapon he wants, whatever materials he desires, any steel factory can easily produce them in bulk. The audience in the livestream began to feel sorry for Ichen. Especially the female viewers, who felt immense heartache because of the anticipation in Ichen's eyes. Just imagining Ichen's disappointed gaze in the future made their hearts ache like knives. Chieftain. The high priest quickly arrived with the energy stone that the audience had mentioned. It was a fist-sized, milky white stone. As the high priest handed the stone to Ichen, he explained. This spiritual ore is indeed strange, its hardness is not very high, and ordinary iron tools can make marks on it. But no matter how great the flame is, it cannot melt like other spiritual ores. Besides, although other spiritual ores contain spiritual energy, they are far less abundant and pure than this one. It feels like this spiritual ore is simply made up of gathered spiritual energy. Gathered spiritual energy? Ichen was stunned. He took the milky white stone in his hands. Spiritual power surged. Indeed, he sensed the stone in his hand was exuding an exceptionally rich and pure spiritual energy. There were no impurities at all. Isn't this the spiritual stone from various fantasy novels? Without any hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged. He placed the milky white stone beside him. Soon, he entered a meditative state. As the spiritual power flowed through his meridians, the spiritual energy from the milky white stone seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, its dispersal speed noticeably increased by dozens of times, gathering towards Ichen's body. Then, just like the spiritual energy in the air, it entered Ichen's meridians through his skin. Together with the spiritual power running through his meridians, it wandered through the pathways, ultimately entering his chi-si, where it was transformed into pure spiritual power. A look of ecstasy appeared on Ichen's face instantly. It really was a spiritual stone. This could accelerate his cultivation speed. According to his feelings, with the help of the spiritual stone, his cultivation speed could at least double. This was undoubtedly tremendous good news. For his talent, whether the cultivation speed doubled was not particularly important. After all, even now at the 6th level of the spirit release period, it only takes him just over 10 days to break through a small realm. Although the time required increases as he progresses, with the expanding influence of the Flame Mountain tribe, his talent would also grow stronger. As his talent becomes stronger, he could create more powerful techniques, and the cultivation speed would also improve. Doubling the cultivation speed was merely an added bonus for him. But for the Flame Mountain tribe, it undoubtedly brought immeasurable benefits. It's important to know that most of the tribespeople in the Flame Mountain tribe, the talents are all very ordinary. Breaking through from the first level of the condensing chi stage to the second level takes about a month of time. So far, the average realm is only at the 5th level of the condensing chi stage. To break through to the first level of the spirit release stage from the average realm, at least another half a year is needed. With this spirit stone, it means that in about 3 months, the average strength of the Yin Mountain tribe's people can be raised to the first level of the spirit release stage. By quickly advancing to the first level of the spirit release stage, the people of the Yin Mountain tribe can learn the complete version of the cloud treading technique and the upcoming sword techniques faster, immensely boosting their power. The significant increase in the average strength of the Yin Mountain tribe's people undoubtedly provides him with immense help in expanding his influence. Moreover, if a formation is created in the future, the spirit stone will certainly be an indispensable source of energy. In other words, the value of this spirit stone is undoubtedly extraordinary for him. Tribe leader, what happened to you? Seeing Yi Chen's face filled with wild joy, the high priest stared in shock, his eyes bulging wide. In his eyes, this tribe leader, who had the audacity to say that if the tribe needed a deity, it could only have him as the sole deity, was absolutely the kind of person who was stern and ruthless. This was the first time he had seen Yi Chen lose his composure like this. What is going on? Same question, what is happening? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also in a state of confusion. They knew that Yi Chen's personality leaned towards that of a heroic figure but was not as cold and ruthless as most such figures were. The reason he seemed unfriendly in the tribe was simply that he was too busy with cultivation and creating new techniques to have much interaction with the tribespeople, which made him appear aloof and unapproachable. However, they too were witnessing Yi Chen act out of character for the first time. In the eyes of all humanity, Yi Chen was a person with amazing composure. He could remain calm as a rock even when the stunning beauty Guli threw herself at him, with his heart remaining completely unshaken. Usually, the only time a smile would appear on his face was when he created a new technique. Chapter 42, Angry and Snatching Up. This kind of spiritual mine will now be named Spirit Stone from now on. Yi Chen stood up and commanded, "Gather all available people in the tribe and head to the Spirit Stone mine in the east to mine spirit stones. We don't need too many initially, just ensure that every tribesperson can get a few spirit stones about the size of a fist. Once harvested, distribute them to all tribespeople. Tell them to keep a spirit stone nearby while cultivating from now on." Could it be that these spirit stones can enhance cultivation effects? The high priest was clearly smart and immediately began to understand Yi Chen's intention. Yes, they can roughly double the cultivation speed. Yi Chen nodded, confirming his guess. So it means that in about 3 months, the average realm of the tribespeople can reach the first level of the spirit release stage? The high priest looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yes. Yi Chen nodded again. I'll arrange it right away. The high priest's face showed great excitement. For him, the immense boost in the average strength of the tribespeople was undoubtedly fantastic news. His current power was second only to Yi Chen in the Yen Mountain tribe. And this power came from Yi Chen's expansion efforts. The stronger the tribespeople became, the faster his power could rise as the influence expanded. Go! Don't forget about making iron swords. Within a month, every tribesperson must have at least one. Yi Chen waved his hand and returned to his wooden house with the spirit stones. Since this spirit stone mine was easy to mine, there was no need for him to make a trip there personally. He just needed to wait for the tribespeople to quickly rise in realm and for the influence to grow larger. Right now, his most urgent task was still to create the sword techniques. Back in his wooden house, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. He casually tossed the spiritual stone to a small golden ball of similar size. The small golden ball thought Yi Chen was giving the spiritual stone as a toy to it. Immediately, it pushed the spiritual stone and rolled around on the wooden bed. Yi Chen was too lazy to instruct it to absorb the spiritual energy from the stone. This little thing's pace of strength improvement was beyond imagination. Now, it had already reached the level of a level 6 ferocious beast, with no signs of slowing down its growth. He didn't need to worry about anything at all. He slightly closed his eyes, suppressing the joy of discovering the spiritual stone mine, and adjusted his mindset. He began to test the acupoints from his energy sea to his arms, trying to develop a set of spiritual energy operation routes that fit his sword intent. Just as Yi Chen had calmed down from the joy of finding the spiritual stone mine and started to study the sword technique operation chart. The audience in the live stream, however, were still immersed in the shock brought by the earlier words. These energy stones, which Yi Chen named spiritual stones, can double the cultivation speed? Oh my god. Does this mean that in just 2 more months, I can break through to the first level of the spiritual release stage, truly extending my lifespan to 240 years? And I can start practicing the chaos technique at that level? I never expected this. The spiritual stone, which was abandoned by the Federal Research Institute, actually has such great utility and value in cultivation. As expected of Yi Chen, as soon as he got his hands on the spiritual stone, he immediately recognized its true value. I'm going to get rich. I feel like I'm about to get rich. I bought some land for a plantation, and there's a spiritual stone mine on it. Wow, that's really going to make you rich. Although from Yi Chen's perspective, a few pieces of spiritual stone are enough for the people of the Flame Mountain tribe to use for the time being, the consumption doesn't seem too great. But that's only because the members of the Flame Mountain tribe currently don't have high realms, and the spiritual energy needed to improve one's realm is not much. As the realm increases, the consumption of spiritual stones will definitely rise. The price will surely keep going up. Does anyone know where spiritual stones are for sale? I want to stock up now while the price is still low. Yes. Where can I find spiritual stones for sale? I just searched various e-commerce platforms and found no spiritual stones for sale. Of course. Spiritual stones were previously worthless, no one needed them, so naturally, no one sold them. If we want to see them online, we probably have to wait 1 or 2 hours. If we wait 1 or 2 hours, the price might already be very high. Just look at the stock prices of those mining groups, they've already started skyrocketing. Even if the initial price is high, it will surely soar in the future, so as long as there are sellers, buying them will definitely not be a loss. Right now, I just want to buy spiritual stones, no matter how high the price. Doubling my cultivation speed means I can break through to the first level of the spiritual release stage in just a month, gaining a lifespan of 240 years. I wouldn't have even known about the existence of spiritual stones that can enhance cultivation speed. Now that I know, I can't help but feel uncomfortable if I don't buy. The audience in the live stream was all incredibly excited. In each end's eyes, the existence of spiritual stones was invaluable, and in the eyes of all humanity, it was equally precious. In less than the expected hour, just 20 minutes, spiritual stones appeared as products on the online shopping platform. 10 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters high, weighing exactly 1 pound. The selling price was as high as 1,000 for each piece. Instantly, there was a chorus of curses online. Across the Human Federation, the average income was just around 10,000 per month. This originally worthless item dared to price each piece at 1,000, it was simply robbery. Yet, all the people, while cursing, were also placing orders. However, the original idea of stocking up thousands or tens of thousands of pieces was all dashed. In just a few seconds, the tens of thousands of spiritual stones launched by this e-commerce platform were sold out. A few minutes later, another e-commerce platform launched over 100,000 spirit stones. The price rose to 1,100 each. The public's anger grew even more intense. Yet, in just 6 or 7 seconds, the over 100,000 spirit stones were sold out. 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. The prices kept climbing. No matter how many spirit stones appeared in the market, they sold out in a short time. There was no way around it, the allure of spirit stones was simply too great. Quickly reaching the first level of spirit release meant doubling one's lifespan and beginning to learn the improved version of the chaos formula. Even without spirit stones, one would eventually cultivate to the first level of spirit release. But the temptation to reach that level quickly was too great for anyone to resist. It was just like virtual games offering items to speed up leveling, wealthy people couldn't refuse such temptation. The temptation to enhance one's strength and realm was a million times greater than that of speeding up a game character's level. It was almost at the point where if you could afford it, you had to buy it. The entire human world fell into a frenzy of purchasing. The constantly rising prices only fueled the anger of all humanity further. Chapter 43, The Angel Race. Mining stocks that have been sluggish for hundreds of years are surging. The mining giant, Interstellar Mining Group, saw its stock price double, its market value exceeded 1 trillion, becoming another mega giant in the galaxy. How great is the charm of spirit stones? It has plunged all humanity into a frenzy of purchasing. The last buying frenzy occurred a century ago when the human fleet was wiped out, and all humanity lived in fear. Back then, people were rushing to buy various essential goods, this time, it is the previously worthless spirit stones. In just one day, the originally worthless spirit stones saw their price soar to 12,000 each. The appearance of spirit stones will accelerate the average strength of humanity, but it will also have a massive negative impact on the stability of human society. The federal government is in talks with major mining giants, spirit stone prices are expected to stabilize and fall. Recently, amidst rumors of a new technique created by Chen, which possibly had no value, major media outlets focused primarily on the new batch of heavy criminals being shipped to exiled planets. Only a small portion of attention was given to Chen's new technique. Once spirit stones emerged, all media attention immediately centered on the spirit stones that shook human society within a short time. However, this wave of excitement came swiftly and receded just as fast. With news of the federal government talking with major mining giants spreading, the skyrocketing spirit stone prices stabilized right away. In less than a day, major mining giants announced large-scale mining of spirit stones, with sales prices at only 1,000 each. The buying frenzy caused by spirit stones disappeared without a trace. Because every citizen already had at least one spirit stone. And one spirit stone could last a long time. But the real source lay in the countless resource planets controlled by the Human Federation, where there were innumerable spirit stone deposits. In the future, if humanity's cultivation limit has not yet been reached, as levels rise and the demand for spirit stones continues to escalate, a shortage of spirit stones might occur. But at the current stage, given humanity's levels, the amount of spirit stones consumed in cultivation was negligible compared to the reserves of spirit stone mines. The price of spirit stones may slowly rise in the future, but there will definitely not be skyrocketing prices in the short term. As the public's dissatisfaction settled, the enthusiasm also waned significantly. The attention of the entire nation once again shifted to the transport of a new batch of heavy criminals to the exiled planets. As the day approached, the attention only grew higher. In the Milky Way, on a certain life planet, A factory called Bauha Machinery. Master Divine Messenger, you called for me. Factory director Jin Zhenghe entered a secret room, prostrating on the ground. The secret room was large, built deep underground. All building materials were made of a special alloy that could weaken scanner detection. Moreover, around the alloy walls, special materials were used to paint layers of bizarre energy patterns. Among these patterns, energy fluctuations flickered. These patterns could block scanners even more effectively than the alloy walls. In the secret room, a being resembling a human, but with a pair of silver wings on its back, was studying various information displayed on a virtual screen. It seemed oblivious to Jin Zhenghe's arrival, not even hearing his voice, its bright eyes still fixated on the virtual screen. Jin Zhenghe, prostrating on the ground, dared not breathe too loudly, let alone harbor resentment. Because sitting before him was the messenger of the angel race, the one who nurtured and supported his rise. Arrange an identity for me, I want to enter the exile planet. Finally, the angel race messenger spoke. The divine messenger is personally going to the exile planet? All criminals transported there must be stripped of their powers, even the Jin warriors are no exception. This is a tremendous loss for the divine messenger. Jin Zhenghe was dumbfounded, hardly believing his ears. As long as we can crush this Ichan in its cradle, losing my powers is worth it. He poses an ever-growing threat to our angel race. The angel race messenger's gaze was filled with deep apprehension and seriousness. Even if he is the greatest genius in human history, humans are ultimately an inferior race. How could one person threaten the angel divine race? Jin Zhenghe could not help but retort. His confidence in the angel race was stronger, filled with more pride than the messenger before him. The messenger's words even sparked a flicker of anger within him, as if his faith was being tarnished. Do as I say. The angel race messenger did not elaborate. The angel race was one of the first races to contact humans. Thousands of years ago, not long after humans had just passed the barbaric era, the angel race discovered the existence of Blue Star in humans. At that time, humans did not attract. Moreover, it experienced a painful defeat with the complete annihilation of the Ace Fleet. It was precisely that great defeat 100 years ago that caused humanity to retreat to the galaxy, shifting from offense to defense. The angel race initially thought this was a golden opportunity to completely swallow humanity, but unexpectedly, even a humanity that had lost its Ace Fleet was still not something the angel race could contend with. The angel race's invasion was not only defeated by humanity's 9-star general, Yi Tinglong, but Yi Tinglong even led his army to the life planet occupied by the angel race, directly slaughtering an entire planet, killing billions of angels. Had it not been for the federal government's concern that humanity might once again invade life planets beyond the galaxy, potentially leading surrounding races to reorganize into a coalition, and forcibly using laws to compel Yi Tinglong to withdraw, the angel race would have suffered even more severe losses. From that point on, the angel race's attitude towards humanity became one of no mercy until death. The friction and wars between the two sides continued year after year. What the entire angel race did not expect was that decades later, Yi Tinglong's descendants would suddenly emerge. With a self-created cultivation method, all of humanity welcomed a new opportunity for development. Although the angel race's spies within humanity's ranks established research institutions and discovered that humanity's talent ceiling wasn't very high. Even the strongest genius in human history, Yi Chen, would soon reach his talent limit, unable to create techniques of higher realms. However, the emergence of the Spirit Stone incident still instilled a deep sense of crisis in the angel race's envoy. Because he knew that in the universe, there were not only Spirit Stones that could accelerate cultivation speed, but also a large number of materials to enhance cultivation talent. Restless and unable to eat or sleep, he ultimately decided to take action himself, seeking ways to quietly eliminate Yi Chen, the greatest genius of humanity, to prevent future troubles. Chapter 44, Military Meeting. Military Headquarters. In the conference room. The iron-blooded marshal, 2 8-star generals, and 12 7-star generals were holding a virtual video conference. He threw a stack of documents onto the conference table. The marshal's gaze swept over the virtual images of the 14 military leaders of the Federation. Here is the latest list of serious criminals sent to the exile planet. In the previous 8 years, there were only 6,523 serious criminals. In just a few months, this list of serious criminals has surged to over 17,000. In the last couple of days, due to the Spirit Stone incident, the number of serious criminals has suddenly increased dramatically, adding over 1,000 in just 2 days. Bang! One enraged 7-star general couldn't help but pound his fist on the conference table. The sound was transmitted through the video, reaching the ears of the other military leaders. Damn the council, what are they thinking? They took benefits from those top tycoons to balance power, disregarding Yi Chen's safety, letting those tycoons find top hackers to break into the large battleships and change data and systems. They don't even check the identities of these serious criminals, accepting anyone. Do they not understand that among these serious criminals, there are definitely some spies from the myriad races? And these spies will surely want to kill Yi Chen. Each N's safety, and whether he knows about the existence of the Human Federation, concern the fate of all humanity. A dark-faced 7-star general smiled sinisterly. Calm down. According to the research results from our research institution, our human cultivation talent is far inferior to that of the myriad races, and will soon encounter bottlenecks and limits. Even each N's talent, while his cultivation speed may reach a limit early, the limit on creating techniques will also appear soon. Perhaps, once he breaks through to the next realm, it will be difficult for him to create techniques that match the same realm. His safety is not as important as the public imagines. Our human race must continue down the path of cultivation, relying on the imagination of future generations of geniuses to make breakthroughs and progress. The irritable 7-star general snorted. Isn't it the case that Yi Tinglong slaughtered your entire clan back then? Yi Tinglong is Yi Tinglong, and each N is each N. He has made tremendous contributions to the human race, and for this reason alone, his safety must be guaranteed. Not to mention, if anything truly happened to him, the uninformed public would surely cause violent upheaval. The dark-faced 7-star general showed no anger at this sarcasm, calmly saying, "Don't forget, I didn't propose this plan. In fact, I am also quite surprised at what the Federal Congress really thinks. Each N has indeed made huge contributions to humanity, but in the eyes of the Congress, no contribution is more important than future interests. In fact, the opposite is true. Based on each N's contributions, if he leaves the exile planet and chooses to enter politics, with his personality and prestige, he will undoubtedly become a competitor to many factions. After squeezing out all his usable value, for those high-level officials in the Congress, making him disappear would actually be a great thing. Normally, the Federal Congress should maximize the benefits of this matter, trying to find out through those serious criminals just how many hidden factions of thousands of clans we have within our human race, and find ways to completely eliminate them. But so far, according to our military intelligence, the Federal Congress's intelligence agency has not conducted a detailed investigation into this matter at all. This is the most unusual part. No matter what, among the high-level officials of the Federal Congress, even those who are friendly with the thousands of clans would not become traitors to our human race. For the benefit of the thousands of clans, they wouldn't ignore the interests of the Human Federation. If it were truly like that, after the Great Defeat 100 years ago, our human race would have long since collapsed. The military leaders could not help but show thoughtful expressions. New. Also decisively and cleanly closing the video communication. Their holographic images vanished without a trace. At the conference table, Marshal Tai Shui, however, did not rise. On his stern face, a look of profound thought appeared. Longer lifespans, huge monetary benefits, the harm of traitors among the myriad races, and the complex relationships around the galaxy. No matter from which aspect we consider, this decision is riddled with contradictory interests. What exactly is the Parliament plotting? Days passed one by one. The people were immersed in the joy of relying on spirit stones, doubling their cultivation speed. Various factions hid in the unfathomable darkness, quietly waiting for their plans and layouts to slowly unfold. On the exiled planet. Aside from occasionally taking the little golden sphere to help the four armies deal with the fearsome beasts they could not handle, each spent his days combining the sword intent he comprehended, peacefully testing and creating sword techniques. The day for the new batch of death row prisoners to be sent to the exiled planet finally arrived. The attention of all humanity was gathered here. Even the high-ranking officials of the surrounding races focused their gaze here. Moreover, nearly everyone believed that Yi Chen's new technique creation direction had strayed, so no one cared about the sword techniques he was also about to create. Chapter 45, Deployment of Death Row Prisoners. Galactic Year 2022, March 6. An ordinary yet unquiet day. AB 1698 Resource Planet. Human Federation Military Base Number 23. A large warship, 5 kilometers high and over 100 kilometers long, silently docked at the launch platform. It was pitch black like ink, made of superalloy, even collisions with planets could leave no mark on it. Its interior housed the highest-end defense systems of humanity. When its shield activated, as long as energy was not exhausted, it could navigate through cosmic storms and black holes without obstruction. It lay on the launch platform like a cosmic beast that could traverse the stars. Enormous, filled with endless pressure. However, this spaceship was merely a large unmanned battleship without any weapon systems, not even Mets or fighter jets. At the open hatch, unmanned transport vehicles carried sleeping pods into the large battleship. Under the control of the ship's AI, they were delivered to designated locations. I just checked the data. The last batch of death row prisoners sent to the exiled planet totaled only 7,223. This time, it actually reached over 26,500. How many of these are truly death row prisoners? Who knows how many are real death row prisoners, but it's certain that the number of actual death row prisoners is definitely less than half. Has the federal government gone mad? Sending over 10,000 people to the exiled planet just to get close to Yi Chen? These fools don't realize that the more people try to approach Yi Chen, the easier it is to expose themselves? If each N learns the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. The speakers and members of the federal parliament are like pigs. We can think of these problems, yet they don't. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all cursing loudly. It's probably not just the federal parliament people, but various factions as well. There might even be traitors from the myriad races. Surely not? No matter how incompetent the federal government is, they shouldn't let traitors from the myriad races mix in. God knows. As long as there's profit, those officials in the federal parliament would even sell their own fathers. It's all because of those bastards who initially shouted not to disrupt the federal parliament's plans. If I had known so many fake death row prisoners were mixed in, possibly even traitors from the myriad races, I would have protested until the federal government abandoned this plan. Yeah. Too bad, it's too late to make a fuss now. Damn it, I'll go smash the headquarters of the federal parliament later. Anyone want to join? As long as the number exceeds 1 million, and there's no conspiracy, according to federal law, we won't bear any responsibility. I'm on the planet where the federal parliament headquarters is located. I'm going with you. Wait for me, I'll buy the ship tickets right now. Save it. The federal parliament's headquarters has been smashed before. Those parliamentarians don't care. After all, they don't pay for the repairs. We end up paying for everything. But it has to be smashed, or the anger in my heart won't be resolved. Exactly, it must be smashed. The angry crowd quickly reached a consensus. Anyone on the planet where the federal parliament headquarters was located, and who had the time, would unite to smash the headquarters of the parliament. However, no matter how angry the crowd was or how much they felt deceived, nothing could stop the transport vehicles from sending the heavy criminals to the inside of the spacecraft. When all the heavy criminals' cryochambers had been transported, under the control of the intelligent brain, the space battleship, like a giant steel beast, began to slowly lift off. Once in space, it started heading towards the predetermined coordinates. Its speed increased rapidly, sublight speed, faster than light speed. 1 hour later, the massive space jumper began to operate. Terrifying energy was being rapidly consumed. After just a few seconds, the space battleship disappeared into the vastness of space. It crossed thousands of light years and appeared in space just 0.1 light years away from the exile planet. After checking all the instruments on the space battleship, it began heading towards the exile planet. After a brief acceleration, the battleship approached the exile planet at dozens of times the speed of light. Soon, it entered the cosmic storm zone. In the starry sky between 0.05 and 0.1 light years from the exile planet, there existed a cosmic storm band. Here, terrifying cosmic storms capable of tearing any star into dust were everywhere. Countless super high-intensity meteor clusters could be seen everywhere. It was precisely because of this cosmic storm zone that the exile planet became the best location for exiling heavy criminals from the human race. The energy shields of medium and small warships could not penetrate the cosmic storm. And although space jump technology could fold space for transportation, it couldn't directly transport to the interior of bizarre cosmic regions like cosmic storms or black holes. In other words, no warship could use the space jump system to directly transport to the eye of the cosmic storm, that is, near the exile planet. Relying on an energy shield with unimaginable defense, the space battleship quickly passed through the terrifying cosmic storm without any obstacles. After 10 hours, it successfully passed through the cosmic storm zone. After a brief rest, it set off at full speed towards the exile planet. Another 6 or 7 hours later, it arrived safely at the outer space of the exile planet and merged with another unmanned large battleship. After completing the data handover, the previous large battleship, which had been monitoring the exile planet, began to return to the base. The newly arrived large battleship then opened its hatch. One by one, unmanned transport ships randomly delivered the cryochambers to various places on the exile planet, collecting all the cryochambers back. Over 26,000 heavy criminals, dressed in animal skin clothes, were officially dropped onto the exile planet. Some unlucky ones were still unconscious and were swallowed whole by passing wild beasts. But more heavy criminals managed to wake up. After waking up, everyone was either confused or knocking on their heads, trying to remember something. This was the first reaction after waking up with their memories erased. Damn, they're all actors. I wanted to see from their reactions which ones were the fake heavy criminals with no erased memories. I watched more than 20 times, all of them looked fine, not a single flaw. Nonsense, whether sent by the federal government or other forces, which one isn't the elite among the elite? Knowing we would be observing, how could they leave behind any flaws? Fortunately, according to the scanner, these people, aside from having varying strengths and physique, have no strong energy fluctuations within them. Even if they were spies from the myriad races, they wouldn't pose a threat to each N's safety. Not to mention, these heavy criminals are randomly deployed, and it will be difficult to find a chance to approach each N in a short time. Who knows if the scanner's results have been tampered with? You should know, as long as the spaceship doesn't restart or turn on the anti-intrusion system, some top hackers can infiltrate the large ship's brain and alter data and scan results. The people sent by the federal government are among them. Naturally, they won't restart the brain or activate the anti-intrusion system. Not to mention, I saw a newly deployed heavy criminal who obviously had something hidden in his waist. But the scanner showed that there was nothing there. Clearly the image data had been altered. The viewers in the livestream were all worried, anxious that this batch of heavy criminals would create many uncertainties for the techniques each and developed. Of course, some viewers were hoping that things would turn out favorably. Chapter 46, The Significant Stone Tablet. Look at the cave, quickly find the cave where each and once created the chaos technique. In the livestream, after failing to find any flaws, someone noticed something else. Everyone quickly pulled up maps to locate the cave where each had once created the chaos technique. They furiously discovered that in the cave, the technique that each had carved into the cave wall with stone had begun to develop a crack as smooth as if cut by a machine. Soon, the area etched with the chaos technique was completely cut out. It turned into a stone slab approximately 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and about 5 centimeters thick. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone slab vanished without a trace. It looked incredibly strange. Damn it, someone is stealing the chaos technique that each created back then. The viewers in the livestream immediately guessed the reason and could not help but curse. This is evidence of the Federal Council violating federal law. The large spaceship scanner uses NB ray imaging. Only black holes and some special alloys and materials can block the perspective and imaging of NB rays. Otherwise, they would have to invade the spaceship's brain to alter the imaging data. Only these two situations could explain why we cannot see people or even the stolen chaos technique. We must demand an explanation from the Federal Council. Whichever situation it is, it shows that this transport of heavy criminals to the exile planet is mixed with many ill-intentioned people and items. What good does that do? We foresaw this happening long ago. The Federal Council will simply issue an apology announcement and shift the blame onto those interstellar thieves. As long as the Federal Council does not admit to controlling the deployment of heavy criminals behind the scenes, no one can do anything. Damn it, if I vote for one of these council members in the next election, then I'm not human. The public was seething with anger, yet had no outlet for their frustration. Because the Federal Council, as long as they aren't foolish, will just push this matter onto interstellar thieves or some other force. They would only acknowledge inadequate oversight, leading to people from other forces mixing in with the heavy criminals, removing one person responsible for this deployment. It would be impossible for them to admit that the Council violated federal laws and manipulated this matter behind the scenes. I remember the chaos technique incantation in the cave. When Ichin first created the chaotic formula, it was because he needed to modify it that he carved the incantation onto a stone, right? Calculating, this can't even be considered the complete first version of the chaotic formula. What good does it do for the interstellar pirate to go to such great lengths to steal it? It is extremely significant. This is Ichan's most original version of the chaotic formula, and he personally carved it, making it the only testament to this cultivation method. In the future, if the cultivation method created by Ichan can continue and change the direction of our entire human development, this stone tablet will have historical significance that no other item can replace. Don't say an entire stone tablet, even a single word would be worth a fortune. Not to mention, if one day the exile planet opens to outsiders, this cave alone could become one of the most famous tourist spots in the entire galaxy. I wonder which speaker sent someone to do this. Stealing the stone tablet is simply a heinous crime and unforgivable. It could also be that some top collector bribed relevant personnel, having someone mix in among the serious criminals to carry it out. Similarly, maybe it was indeed the work of interstellar pirates. Actually, catching the thief is very simple. Just launch the anti-intrusion system now or restart the smart brain. Even if the other party has materials to block scanners, we can still check the current locations of all the serious criminals to find clues. But the federal government definitely won't do that, because they must have sent a lot of people to mix in among the serious criminals. Once the anti-intrusion system is launched or the smart brain is restarted, they will all be exposed immediately. Forget it. Don't think about these troublesome things. Just count the days. Ichan's new technique should be created by now. These past few days, all the attention has been on sending in a new batch of serious criminals. I wonder how his new technique is progressing. The audience in the live broadcast room became more and more gloomy in their discussion. Their gaze gradually shifted back to Ichan. Flaming Mountain. In the small wooden house. Other than occasionally helping the four armies deal with those ferocious beasts they couldn't handle, Ichan spent almost all his time studying the sword technique's operation diagrams. The days passed, dull and boring yet joyful. Every day, locked in the house, he needed to concentrate constantly, observing the changes in spiritual energy after it entered the acupoints. It was naturally a boredom that ordinary people could hardly endure. But as long as he opened the strongest talent system and saw the territory expanding and the talent bonuses increasing every day, all his frustrations vanished and his motivation surged. Finally, 10 days after the exile planet gained more than 26,000 unexpected guests, Chen spent about 2.5 months and finally successfully grasped the sword intent, integrating it into a newly researched operation diagram. The former improved the sword technique by external forces. The latter improved the sword technique through the changes produced by spiritual energy passing through the acupoints. The two complemented each other. He leapt up from the wooden bed. With the iron sword, he opened the door. Creak. Beside him, the little golden ball was pushing a spiritual stone around like a ball. Hastily, it picked up the spiritual stone, jumped several times to catch up with Chen, and climbed onto his shoulder. Speed and jumping ability showed significant improvement. All because the little golden ball's strength continued to rise at a very high speed. Now, it had reached the level of an 8th level ferocious beast. That spiritual stone, once the size of a soccer ball, was now reduced to the size of a ping-pong ball due to its absorption. Oh, did Chen successfully create a new technique? It should have already been created. Unfortunately, he may be disappointed. The power of the new technique may be stronger than flying knife technique, but it definitely won't be much stronger. Those in the situation are confused, while bystanders are clear. I hope Chen won't waste too much time on this fork in the road. He probably won't waste too much time, because he will soon realize the practical value of the new technique. Far less than the flying knife technique. At that time, he will definitely turn back and focus his energy on improving the flying knife technique again. I actually hope Chen continues to waste a month or two. Because relying on spirit stones to speed up cultivation, the Yin Mountain tribe's average level has now risen to the 8th level of qi condensation. In another month or two, the average level can break through to the 1st level of spirit release. At that time, Chen can teach both the complete version of the cloud step technique and the improved version of the flying knife technique together. If that happens, it would be perfect. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but fantasize. This meant that the new techniques created by Chen could be learned by all of them. No longer would they suffer daily from the itch of not being able to learn the techniques. Chapter 47, Sword Cuts the Giant Python. Chief. Chief. Chen left the valley. Along the way, the clansmen greeted him respectfully. Upon exiting the valley, he moved at full speed, utilizing the cloud step technique to the utmost, rushing southwest. His whole being transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly weaving through the mountains and forests. Despite the rugged paths and numerous obstacles. In just 6 or 7 minutes, he reached the entrance of a large canyon over 40 kilometers away. This area was under the charge of the former chief, Taisher, who is currently one of the 4 leaders of the Yin Mountain tribe. As the 4 armies continued to expand their territory, they encountered increasingly powerful beasts. Among them were many beings that even Chen could not defeat. So far, there have been 3. The giant python reigning over this canyon is one of them. Half a month ago, Chen had come here once. The outcome was failure. This giant python was covered in thick and hard scales. Even attacking its weakest spots, the eyes and the 7-inch position, with the thorn fruit was useless. Moreover, even the small golden ball, which had already reached the 7th level of beast status, exploded several times at its eye positions, but it achieved nothing. Chen could only give up on killing this giant python, letting the Western army under Taisher bypass this area before saying that he would deal with the giant python once his strength increased. Currently, he successfully created an even more powerful sword technique. Among the 3 powerful beasts he temporarily decided to bypass, the first one he thought of was this terrifyingly defensive giant python. Upon entering the canyon, he gripped his iron sword and advanced deeper. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter attacks from smaller pythons. All were easily shot down by him using thorn fruits. Though Chen's flying knife technique could not deal with the giant python. The pythons encountered along the way were small, only the thickness of a bowl and not longer than 5 meters. The largest was only the thickness of a bucket, around 10 meters long. These pythons, despite having scales for protection, could not withstand the penetrating power of the flying knife technique. Is Chen planning to test his new technique on the golden giant python? It seems that the power of this new technique is indeed much stronger than the flying knife technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't consider the golden giant python as a test subject. It is estimated that it will still end in failure. It is certain that the new technique is stronger than the flying knife technique. After all, the flying knife technique was created by Chen at the qi condensation stage, while this new technique was made at the spirit release stage. In terms of grade, it is a whole level higher. Adding that it is a close combat technique, it would not be surprising if its power is 2 to 3 times stronger. The problem is, this golden giant python is a level 20 beast. Moreover, even in the entire galaxy, it is one of the best in terms of defense among level 20 beasts. It is not the strongest beast in Yin Mountain, but it is definitely the beast with the strongest defense in Yin Mountain. Even if Chen's new technique is 2 to 3 times, or even 4 to 5 times stronger than the flying knife technique, it cannot break through its defenses. The viewers in the live broadcast room all shook their heads, convinced that Chen would surely return empty-handed this time. Some timid ones even began to worry about Yi Chen's safety. This golden giant python has a strength level of 20. According to the military's grading, it has already reached the limit that humans can defeat. Even ace gene warriors cannot defeat it, they must deploy mechs. Yi Chen charges in alone. If he can't break the opponent's defense, he might be in danger. After all, the golden giant python's speed and reaction are not bad either. It shouldn't be too bad. Yi Chen's reaction is much faster than that of the golden giant python. With the cloud treading technique, his speed far exceeds that of the golden giant python. Even if this is close combat, it's highly likely to end up like last time, with no gains. Yi Chen cannot break through the golden giant python's defense, while the golden giant python also cannot match Yi Chen's speed. That's good, as long as it's not dangerous. In the Great Canyon, half a month later, Yi Chen saw the golden giant python for the second time. It was 25 meters long, with a waist circumference of 2 meters, covered completely in golden scales. Lying across the canyon's rock wall, it looked like a golden dragon, radiating a powerful aura. Squeak squeak. When enemies meet, it's especially intense. Yi Chen remained calm, but the little golden ball on his shoulder was getting increasingly agitated. It leaped down and immediately used its shameless trick. The golden fur on its front half instantly transformed into thousands of golden needles, shooting towards the golden giant python. Clang clang clang. Without a doubt. Although the little golden ball's strength had increased by 1 level since last time, its needle attack still couldn't harm the golden giant python at all. Clang clang clang. The little golden ball turned around, presenting its rear to the golden giant python. Its golden fur fully unleashed, but it was still useless. Squeak squeak. The furious little golden ball, seeing that its shameless attacks were ineffective, immediately rushed towards the golden giant python with its bare bottom. From the looks of it, it clearly planned to use its ultimate move, self-detonation. Come back! Yi Chen shouted from behind. He was certain that despite all its strength, the little golden ball couldn't harm the golden giant python even with self-detonation. Letting it rush over would just be a waste of time. Despite its overflowing rage, the little golden ball reluctantly stopped. Hiss hiss. In the distance, the golden giant python sensed Yi Chen and the little golden ball's presence. A flash of anger crossed its eyes. Half a month ago, it was infuriated that it couldn't eat Yi Chen after struggling for over 20 minutes. As the king of the canyon, it had never encountered a situation where its prey escaped. Crack! It twisted its body and charged rapidly towards Yi Chen. As it passed, rocks were crushed into dust, blown away by the wind. Yi Chen held his iron sword, pressing forward instead of retreating, rushing towards the golden giant python. The distance between them kept closing. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The golden giant python leaped into the air. Its gaping maw opened wide, and its fiery red tongue flicked out. Like a smelly red abyss, it came to swallow Yi Chen. In the live stream, the timid viewers covered their eyes. Yet, Yi Chen remained calm. Just when the golden giant python was only 20 meters away, he executed the cloud treading technique at full speed. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow faster than the golden giant python, sidestepping to its side. After the golden giant python landed, he swung his sword at it. Whoosh! A sword energy, with a sound of cutting through the air, instantly pierced through more than 3 meters, striking the golden giant python. The golden scales were torn apart like paper by the sword energy. The unmatched sharp sword energy penetrated deeply, leaving a 1 meter long and half a meter deep wound on the golden giant python's body. The flesh flipped. Bright red blood sprayed out from the wound like a fountain. The flying sand and rolling stones made the entire canyon seem as if doomsday had arrived. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers stood up in shock. Dumbfounded. At this moment, across the entire Milky Way, billions of people gaped at their screens in disbelief. Chapter 48 Change of Attitude. Oh my god. How did Yi Chen do this? How is this possible? It's just an iron sword, and even worse, it's a sword with poor toughness and strength. How could an iron sword possibly inflict a half-meter deep wound on a golden giant python? To be fair, the toughness and strength of this iron sword are like the difference between paper and steel when compared to the scales of the golden giant python. How could paper possibly cut through steel? Could it be that the members of the Yinshan tribe accidentally infused other spiritual ores while forging the iron sword, boosting its strength thousands of times? That's impossible. Even the sharpest alloy sword would only leave scratch marks on the scales of the golden giant python. In front of the screen, all the viewers could not believe the reality before them. They all guessed that Yi Chen's new technique must have impressive power. In fact, it might even be several times stronger than the flying knives technique. After all, this was a technique Yi Chen created during the spirit release period. But no one expected that Yi Chen's new technique could enable him to slice through the scales of a level 20 golden giant python with a sword of such poor strength. No, it has nothing to do with the iron sword. Finally, someone discovered the reason. You all go back and review the previous videos at 10 times slower. Ichen didn't even get close to the golden giant python, he struck from 3 or 4 meters away. The iron sword didn't even touch the golden giant python. According to the scanner, what really injured the golden giant python was the energy formed after the iron sword sliced, which cut through the python's scales. Is this for real? As this was said, everyone quickly rewound to check the previous footage. The result left everyone in awe. It really is like that. Ichen's technique is just too amazing. This energy similar to a sword blade is quite exaggerated. According to the scanner, this energy isn't even that strong. While the energy similar to a sword blade isn't considered very strong, both its toughness and sharpness far exceed that of the iron sword by tens of thousands of times. That's why even the defenses of the golden giant python crumbled before this sword. This is a completely new attack type created through innovative thinking that cannot be classified as a cold weapon technique. Its power has nothing to do with the material of the sword, not even the best alloy sword can match it. One can't say it has nothing to do with the sword itself. According to the scanner, when Ichen's spiritual energy flowed through the iron sword, there was significant loss due to the sword's material. If it were a lower quality wooden sword, it might not withstand this spiritual energy and would explode. Conversely, with the best alloy sword, it could allow spiritual energy to flow unhindered, even speeding it up within. Such a miraculous technique could only be created by a godlike man like Ichen. Suddenly, I really want to learn this new technique. Everyone's attitude did a complete 180. No one anticipated that Ichen's new technique, which clearly had its missteps, would create such a miracle. With a single sword, he effortlessly cut a half-meter deep wound on the golden giant python. This level of lethality and visual shock would be hard for even an improved version of the flying knives technique to achieve. The audience, initially uninterested in the new technique, felt an irresistible desire to learn rising from deep within. In the canyon. After Ichen successfully landed his strike, he did not pursue the attack. He relied on the speed advantage of the cloud treading technique. Temporarily exit the battlefield. In my mind, I quickly pondered if there were any areas from that last sword strike that needed to be improved or remedied. First, the combination of the cloud step technique and swordsmanship is not yet harmonious enough. Next, the range of the sword energy just now seemed to be only about 4 meters. Logically, at my current 6th level of chi condensation, the maximum distance of my sword energy should be at least 6 meters. Finally, my use of swordsmanship is not yet skilled enough. The last strike was sharp and penetrating, but lacked agility. When facing opponents who react quickly and are fast, they can easily dodge. I first summarized my shortcomings. Ichen accelerated again, using the golden giant python as a practice partner, trying to improve the shortcomings I just identified. The golden giant python, dominating the entire canyon, began to show terrifying sword wounds all over its body. By the time the golden giant python breathed its last, its 25-meter-long body was already covered in scars. Half a month ago, it was an existence I couldn't defeat. Now, after half a month, it was easily resolved. Moreover, during the kill, I even had time and energy to summarize the pros and cons of my skills. Wow, this technique is so powerful that there is still room for improvement? Wait, did you all hear Ichen's summary earlier? He said that at his 6th level of chi condensation, the maximum distance of his sword energy can reach 6 meters? Doesn't this imply that as the level increases, the distance of sword energy can also increase? The biggest weakness of this technique is that it requires close proximity to the enemy, unlike modern weapons that can attack from a distance. If the distance of the sword energy increases with the improvement of level, one day, wouldn't it be possible to attack any enemy within sight, just like the flying dagger technique? It's over. Not only is this new technique ridiculously powerful, it can also serve as a ranged attack. I haven't even learned the complete version of the cloud step technique, and now another powerful technique has emerged. Don't panic if nothing unexpected happens. Once the average strength of the Yin Mountain tribe members approaches the first level of spirit release, or reaches the first level of spirit release, Ichen will definitely teach the complete version of the cloud step technique to enhance the tribe's overall strength. This new technique, also at the spirit release level, can similarly cause a surge in strength among the tribe, and it is very likely to be taught together. If all goes well, it could be as soon as about a month. At the latest, just a month and a half. Everyone, be patient. That's good. In that case, I should go buy a sword. An alloy sword will definitely be much more powerful than an iron sword. The viewers in the live broadcast room turned their worries into joy. Various alloy swords made from different materials sold on major e-commerce platforms were cleared out in a sweep. Ichen creates a miraculous technique again. When everyone thought that Ichen's newly created technique was limited by the times, taking the wrong path, he showed us what it means to be the greatest genius in the history of humanity. All kinds of alloy swords sold out quickly. Ichen's new technique ignites a buying frenzy. Following the cloud step technique, the public has a strong desire to learn another powerful technique. The clouds of waiting torment have once again cast a shadow over all humanity. This site will invite famous economists and alloy material experts to livestream an analysis of the economic impact of the new technique, as well as the impact of alloy materials on the new technique, so stay tuned. Major news media immediately changed their headlines. All of human society fell into turmoil once again due to the emergence of the new technique. However, no one knows that the birth of the new technique means far more than this. The military marshal, with a tough demeanor, convened an emergency meeting at the first moment. The races around the galaxy were also discussing and researching the potential impact of the new technique on humanity. Chapter 49 Military and Angel Race. In the Human Federation, at the military headquarters building. In the conference room. On the big screen, the process of Yi-Chen slaying the golden giant python was continuously replayed. The marshal, Iron Blood, and 14 military giants stared at the screen without blinking, unsure of what they were thinking. After a long while, Iron Blood suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the faces of 2 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals. "What do you think?" One of the 7-star generals spoke up. "There's no need to hesitate, a complete reform is needed, getting rid of those soldiers with weak talents and recruiting a large number of highly talented new recruits for training. Especially in terms of infantry, we need to start from scratch. This approach is too radical. Every time we in the military reform, it has massive impacts. Especially now, we are putting all our bets on Yi-Chen. Theoretically, Yi-Chen will be able to pass down the complete cloud treading technique and new methods after the clansmen of the Yin Mountain tribe reach an average level close to or break through to the first stage of the spirit release period. The time frame is roughly between 1 month to 1.5 months. But this is just our judgment and speculation, whether it will truly happen remains uncertain. As the public says, a genius like Yi-Chen is expected to make unexpected decisions. Even if our military gathers hundreds of psychological and behavioral experts to analyze Yi-Chen's mind and thoughts every day, there still exists the possibility of misjudgment, and the chances are not low. One 8-star general believed it was better to be cautious. Undeniably, large-scale reform is imperative. Yi-Chen's new methods have shown us the powerful individual combat capability, giving hope that humanity can destroy millions of races with a single blow. In the past, the infantry, which was deemed cannon fodder in our military, might rise because of this. If it weren't for the fact that our human race has a really low talent ceiling, the infantry could even become our main fighting force. Even so, according to the Research Institute's speculation, Yi-Chen's potential might reach the level of an ACEMAC. Our military has vast resources to cultivate talents, and the potential can even exceed Yi-Chen, with personal strength comparable to a war machine. If we can gather a large number of geniuses to cultivate hundreds of thousands, or even millions of individuals with combat power comparable to war machines, we could form a tremendously powerful special army, capable of unleashing unimaginable might in the war against the myriad races. But this cannot be completed in just a month or two. There is no need to rush. The 8-star general concluded, "I believe we can proceed with reforms after Yi-Chen officially announces the complete cloud treading technique and new methods. Moreover, it should be gradual, starting with the infantry, which will have the least impact yet create the biggest shock. The gene warriors can stop cultivation and be directly eliminated. Because unless something unexpected happens, once the geniuses break into the high stage of the spirit release period and learn Yi-Chen's new methods, they can defeat gene warriors that would take years and massive funds to train. Mech soldiers, pilots, and various warship crews can remain unchanged for the time being. When recruiting new soldiers, we should add talent requirements to the existing conditions. After all, according to research and analysis, the higher the level of strength, the greater the improvement in reactions, hand speed, and physique. With high talent, as strength levels rise, it can greatly enhance the operation of mechs, warplanes, and warships." Another 8-star general and the 12 7-star generals couldn't help but nod. Marshal Iron Blood frowned slightly. He actually preferred reforms to happen faster and for them to be more decisive. The analysis from the 8-star general was reasonable. But he had an inexplicable feeling that was hard to describe. Yi-Chen, the greatest genius in human history, had thoughts that were beyond ordinary people's predictions. His pace of development might not align with the research done by the Institute. Soon, the limit will be reached. So far, Yi-Chen has repeatedly created miracles with a single move. Perhaps, he can create another miracle. When the reforms are confirmed, even if the military can mobilize all the resources of humanity, they may still not catch up with Yi-Chen's progress. And when the races around the galaxy discover that humanity has a chance to rise quickly by learning from Yi-Chen, they will probably use the toughest means to suppress it. They won't give humanity time to develop. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, he still did not voice his opposition. All the high-ranking military officials believe that cautious reform is better. Although he, as the marshal, can suppress all opposing opinions with a single move, cracks would surely appear internally. Let's discuss the details of the reforms. The iron-blooded marshal finally spoke, marking the tone of this meeting. Reform. Caution is key. Angel Galaxy. A galaxy ruled by the angel race. Most of the life planets are controlled by the angel race. A small part is occupied by other races. Holy Land. In a huge palace that reaches heights of 1,000 meters and covers millions of square kilometers. The Holy Master of the angel race is currently cultivating. He is about 5 meters tall. With an aura of suffocating majesty, he seems overwhelmingly strong and arrogant, as if he is the ruler of the universe. Behind him, 6 large golden wings spread out. Energy within 100 miles rushes toward these 6 gigantic golden wings like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a barrier that enveloped 100 miles, flashing with strange light and patterns, vibrated. The Holy Master of the angel race opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. With a wave of his hand. Even a large human battleship's frenzied attack could not affect this barrier, which opened a gap. An angel with a pair of silver wings flew in, flapping his wings. Holy Master. This angel knelt before the Holy Master of the angel race, holding a green gemstone in his hands. Lord Borton sent someone to deliver information. There is an important matter that needs the Holy Master's decision. The Holy Master of the angel race waved his hand. The green gemstone flew to him. His consciousness entered it. Scenes flashed before his eyes. It was the information about Yi Chen killing the golden giant python. Then, a man with a pair of golden wings appeared in the footage. This person was Borton, the double-winged golden angel who holds great power and is immensely strong. According to Borton, this unparalleled genius of the human race, with his newly created technique, is very likely to lead humanity to transform from technological power to personal strength. Once humanity transforms, it could bring unpredictable results. According to Borton, they should use this as an opportunity to contact the races around them that have grudges against humanity and form a coalition to attack the galaxy. Even if they cannot wipe out humanity in one go, they should still be able to inflict heavy losses on them, leaving them unable to transform. The Holy Master's brows furrowed even more. Borton, is this because you were scared after being defeated by humanity last time? It's only been this long, and the image of a mere human genius has been sent to me twice. He even suggests uniting with other races to attack humanity? He doesn't think about how much sacrifice the angel race has to make to initiate this coalition? He looked at the silver-winged angel still kneeling on the ground and impatiently said, "Tell Borton, humanity is lacking in talent, and even if they succeed in transforming, reaching their peak will only allow them to react and operate faster, making their battleships more maneuverable." The silver angel with double wings hurriedly bowed and left. Chapter 50, Huge Hidden Dangers. In just 2 hours, Yi Chen completely eliminated the other 2 fierce beasts that he had been unable to defeat before. Without any boost in his realm, the powerful might of the new technique clearly enhanced his strength. Once he finished, he returned to the Flame Mountain tribe. Back in the valley, Yi Chen did not directly enter the wooden house but sent someone to call the high priest over. After successfully creating the new technique, aside from occasionally dealing with fierce beasts that the 4 armies couldn't handle, he could now practice in peace and elevate his realm. However, before that, he needed to pass on the complete cloud treading technique and the lower-tier version of the new technique. The purpose, of course, was to greatly enhance the overall strength of the Flame Mountain tribe. At the current stage, the average realm of the Flame Mountain tribe was still only at the 8th level of chi condensation. It would take at least more than a month for most people to use spirit stones to elevate to the first level of spirit release. Only then would they meet the requirements to learn the complete cloud treading technique. Rationally speaking, it would be too early to start teaching now. However, Yi Chen's thought was that the sooner, the better. Unlike the last time he taught the spirit release level chaos technique, where he waited until over 20 tribesmen broke through to spirit release before starting, this time was different. Firstly, he was busy creating the cloud treading technique back then and had no time to practice, so he temporarily put off this matter for safety. Secondly, even if the genius of the tribe learned the spirit release level chaos technique early on, they still needed time to practice and slowly enhance their realm, which wouldn't have a big impact. Now it was different. Once the tribe's geniuses learned the complete cloud treading technique and the lower tier version of the new technique, the two would complement each other, and their strength would skyrocket far ahead of ordinary tribesmen. This meant a huge enhancement to the tribe's high-end combat power. Just like days ago, Yi Chen couldn't defeat 3 fierce beasts, but now he could easily slay them. Talents like Gully, who once couldn't kill fierce beasts, would now easily slay them without needing to leave those problems for him to solve. This could save him some time from going out to kill fierce beasts. But most importantly, as Gully and these geniuses' strength soared, they would be able to subdue and control more fierce beasts, and their speed of expansion would see a significant boost. As of now, the range of influence he controlled had reached 160,000 square kilometers. The talent enhancement reached 16%. The speed of increasing influence areas also rose to 5,000 square kilometers per day. With Gully and these geniuses' strength soaring, and controlling more fierce beasts, the speed of expanding their influence area would only get faster. After breaking through to a higher realm, the requirements for creating new techniques would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Ichen needed to enhance his talent quickly so that after breaking through to a higher realm, he could create the techniques he wanted. Leader. The high priest quickly arrived. Ichen instructed, send someone to inform the leaders of the 4 armies, let them gather all tribesmen who have broken through to spirit release tomorrow morning in the valley. The high priest hesitated, as our territory gets larger, our number of people becomes increasingly insufficient. Currently, the tribe is expanding, and it increasingly relies on those fierce beasts willing to submit to us. Each army gathers a large amount of formidable fierce beasts. If all the spirit release level tribesmen come back, those fierce beasts that submit to us may turn against us without the spirit release level tribesmen to suppress them. Ichen couldn't help but frown. This was indeed a considerable trouble. In fact, it was a potential huge hidden danger. As the area of influence expands, the manpower of the Flame Mountain tribe will undoubtedly become more strained. To continue expanding, they could only rely on those submitting fierce beasts. But the fiercer beasts that were stronger. All are endowed with wisdom. Their submission is merely due to the powerful strength of humanity, not out of true loyalty. Who knows, one day they might unite to deal a fatal blow to humanity and completely overthrow its control. It is essential to create a method to control the fierce beasts. The first thought that came to Ichen's mind was blood recognition of the master. But as soon as he thought about it, he dismissed this idea. Because up to now, he had not produced anything similar to divine consciousness. And in his view, blood recognition of the master simply meant infusing divine consciousness and spiritual power into blood, then dropping it onto the crystal core of the fierce beasts. With the remote control of divine consciousness, he could stimulate or destroy the crystal core with the spiritual power in the blood in a thought. And the crystal core is the source of energy for the fierce beasts. Once stimulated or destroyed, they would suffer extreme pain or death. This is the best way to eliminate a rebellion from the fierce beasts. If successful, it would also compensate for the huge flaw of insufficient manpower. It is of great significance and extraordinary value. Unfortunately, he had not yet developed divine consciousness. There was simply no way to create a method to control the life and death of the fierce beasts through blood recognition of the master. This huge hidden danger could only be resolved after he developed divine consciousness in the future. For now, he could only adopt a temporary solution. After some planning, he said, let the 4 armies leave a group capable of intimidating the fierce beasts. Understood. The high priest nodded. Ichen said no more and made his way back to the wooden house. Do you think Ichen suddenly gathering the talented ones from the clan means he is going to teach them the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and new skills? You are overthinking. All psychologists and analysts have given the same conclusion. In about a month to a month and a half, Ichen will teach the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and new skills. The main reason is that Ichen is still ambitious, and his big direction is still focused on strengthening the power of the tribe members. The reason it's not happening now is for his own safety. With Ichen's character, it is impossible for him to put himself in danger, and he does not trust anyone. At least among the more than 1,000 tribe members of the Flame Mountain tribe, even the earliest person to have contact with Ichen, Guli, who is also a stunning beauty that admired him, still hasn't gained his trust. And in the Flame Mountain tribe, geniuses like Guli, although their talents are not as good as Ichen's, have surpassed Ichen due to the 2 months Ichen spent creating new skills. Ichen's advantage in strength only remains with the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and the new skills. In this case, how could he possibly teach the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and the new skills, increasing unnecessary risks for himself? Makes sense. Ichen's character is actually quite good. Especially after nearly 20,000 scheming convict felons entered the exiled planet, this character allows him to be deceived as little as possible. So, Ichen calling Guli and the others might indicate he has something to arrange. Let's patiently wait for another month or 2 for the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and new skills. By the way, a convict felon has already infiltrated the Flame Mountain tribe and is starting to plot to attract Ichen. I wonder if Ichen can resist the temptation. Difficult. Though Ichen is extremely intelligent, his attention has always been on cultivation and creating skills, and he is too lazy to deal with tribal affairs. Moreover, he comes from an era where strength is respected and has not experienced scheming. Initially, he would definitely be easily deceived. If it's someone sent by the Federal Assembly, that would be good for us. The audience in the live broadcast room buzzed with discussion. Chapter 51, The Beauty Scheme Arrives. Returning to the wooden house, Ichen spent half an hour modifying and weakening the new skills. Focus on cultivation. He had already reached the peak of the 6th level of spirit release, and with the assistance of spirit stones for cultivation, it only took a few hours for him to successfully break through to the 7th level of spirit release. As for breaking through from the 7th level of spirit release to the 8th, according to Ichen's estimate, it would take no more than 5 or 6 days at most. Compared to his breakthrough from the 7th level of chi condensation to the 8th level, it wouldn't take much longer. The reason for this was entirely due to the appearance of spirit stones, which allowed his cultivation speed to double. Additionally, with his influence spanning 16,000 square kilometers, his talent boost had reached 16%. His cultivation speed had improved by 16% compared to before. This was what allowed his current rate of improvement to be comparable to that during chi condensation. After a night of cultivation. In the morning, the high priest came to notify him. The more than 170 clansmen who had broken through to the spirit release stage, except for those staying behind to suppress the fierce beasts, had all gathered in the valley. Yi Chen immediately headed to the gathering place. A melodious and enchanting sound of a flute came from afar, causing his footsteps to unconsciously stop. This flute sound was both bold and gentle, clear and grand, like a heavenly melody, unforgettable. At times, it was like a young girl, full of spirit and joy. At times, it seemed to reveal a general, battling across the lands, decisive and ruthless, mighty and proud. Here it comes, the beauty trick is here, this heavy criminal is starting to exert force. Look at Yi Chen's expression, he is clearly captivated. Not to mention Yi Chen, even I am drawn in. This heavy criminal clearly has a high level of skill with the flute. It's truly irresistible, this piece is obviously tailored to Yi Chen's character by a top-notch composer. The balance of strength and softness is enough to easily spark Yi Chen's strong curiosity about the flutist. And curiosity is often the beginning of love. In the live broadcast room, a female viewer couldn't help but sigh, it's over, my idol is going to be deceived by a love scammer. There's no helping it, just this talent is enough to deeply attract Yi Chen. In the era of savagery, there was absolutely no music. Even ordinary music can cause a huge impact, let alone this piece, composed specifically for Yi Chen by a top composer of the interstellar age. The flutist's ability with the flute is also astonishingly strong. Even placed in the interstellar age, it would definitely be popular. The most terrifying thing is that the mastermind behind this heavy criminal has summarized the failures of Guli. This heavy criminal not only possesses a beauty that rivals Guli, but also has a gentle side that Guli does not. How can Yi Chen resist such a goddess of many changes? I hope the mastermind behind this heavy criminal is the Federal Council. Whether they are from the Federal Council still depends on whether the beauty trick succeeds. After Yi Chen falls in love with her, what is her purpose? Only when her purpose is revealed can we judge which side stands behind her. No matter which side it is, deceiving Yi Chen's feelings is wrong. It is indeed wrong, but if it's someone from the council, would you oppose it? You have to understand, if it's someone from the council, their main purpose is definitely to quickly acquire the new cultivation method Yi Chen created, or even to guide Yi Chen in creating new methods that we need. There are countless ways to do this, it doesn't have to rely on deceiving feelings. Throughout history, beauty tricks have always been the best means to achieve a purpose. The viewers in the live broadcast room were in constant debate. Chief, this is the sound of Hailan playing the flute. Seeing Yi Chen stop to listen, the high priest pointed to a thatched hut. Hailan is a girl who was unexpectedly rescued by Chief Taisher 5 days ago. She not only possesses beauty and talent that rival Guli but also created a type of instrument called a flute, often playing it for the clansmen. Her sound is wonderfully enchanting, unforgettable. A flute. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Someone actually invented an instrument like the flute. This girl named Hailan is indeed a musical genius. Tribal chief, shall I send her to you later, to play the flute for you? The high priest's eyes flashed with flattery. This high priest, as expected, is not a good person. Judging by his attitude, he clearly plans to offer a beauty to please Yi Chen. This high priest is indeed a treacherous minister, focused solely on gaining power, so his actions are perfectly normal. With him inciting on the side, the success rate of the beauty scheme might exceed 99%. What 99%? It's directly 100%. Poor Yi Chen, as the greatest genius in our human history, actually has to be deceived by an ugly woman. Moreover, it's very likely that she's an artificially made ugly woman. You must understand, in the wild era, tall women with rough skin and loud voices were not uncommon. But in our interstellar age, they are extremely rare. Not to mention, finding such a woman who is also exceptionally gifted, highly skilled at acting, and possesses all the qualities of a spy, is quite a challenge. The audience in the live stream had mixed feelings. They were both hoping that this serious criminal was sent by the Federal Council, so the beauty scheme could succeed. And at the same time, they felt sorrowful for Yi Chen being deceived in love. Take some time, and plan the living arrangements for our clan members. When everyone expected Yi Chen to nod in agreement with the high priest's suggestion, his response was unexpected. What? The high priest didn't understand Yi Chen's meaning at first. Before, we lived in thatched huts because of food shortages and the lack of manpower to cut down trees. But now? Yi Chen asked back. I will arrange for the clan members to cut down trees and rebuild wooden houses soon. Cold sweat instantly trickled down the high priest's forehead. He detected the displeased questioning in Yi Chen's tone. plan the living arrangements well. Don't let it be as chaotic as now. Clan members should try to separate the areas for planting vegetables and raising small animals. Also, arrange for someone to clean up the tribe's bird droppings, bones, and fallen leaves every day. Don't just waste time thinking about random things. Ichen's gaze turned stern. There were indeed many issues regarding internal affairs. He had long noticed problems like the tribe being dirty and the hygiene conditions being extremely poor. And there were issues like the education of children, arrangements for the elderly, and how to promote childbirth, all of which needed addressing. However, at this stage, there weren't many clan members in the Flame Mountain tribe. These problems didn't have much impact. His greatest interest was to expand his power and enhance his talents. So he planned to take his time to solve and change these issues later. These problems were beyond the High Priest's perception, and Ichen didn't find anything wrong with it. After all, he was a traveler, and he could see the problems by comparing the Flame Mountain tribe with the society of his previous life. He didn't plan to blame the High Priest for these matters. But the High Priest's actions today had slightly crossed his bottom line, prompting him to find a reason to reprimand him. Having already grasped real power in the Flame Mountain tribe, even surpassing the 4 chief leaders, he still thought of relying on recommending women to solidify and enhance power. If it weren't for the fact that the High Priest had done well with the previous tasks assigned, Ichen might even have replaced him. I understand. The High Priest lay on the ground, scared and drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 52, clearly likes but must restrict. As expected of Ichen, he saw through the High Priest's thoughts at a glance. Wow, he's scared stiff on the ground. This High Priest is quite timid. It's not surprising that the High Priest is timid, mainly, Ichen's aura is too strong. That sharp gaze could frighten anyone. Flattering but hitting the wrong spot, a High Priest clearly is not qualified to be a treacherous minister beside Ichen. Even though scheming serious criminals probably have to be a bit more cautious. Ichen occasionally revealed his brilliance, which was enough to show that his mind ranked among the best in the entire galaxy. However, his attention has always been focused on creating new techniques. Although these heavy criminals have far more experience and vision than the High Priest, Ichen is not so easily deceived. If I were Ichen, I would get rid of the High Priest. What use is there for such a person? It's good you're not Ichen, otherwise, it would only create more chaos in the Yenshan tribe. You must understand that the High Priest is already extraordinarily intelligent in the Yenshan tribe and has some management experience. No one in the entire Yenshan tribe is a more suitable choice than him. Not to mention, with Ichen's ambitious personality, he will undoubtedly do things in the future that he wants to do but which may harm his reputation, even things that could provoke dissatisfaction among the people. Having a treacherous minister like the High Priest under his control is completely manageable. Just like how the High Priest has done well mythologizing himself in the Yenshan tribe. If in the future the High Priest does something to provoke public anger, Ichen can easily throw him under the bus. Looking at the High Priest, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. The audience in the live stream room was gloating. Someone couldn't help but ask, do you think the High Priest's flattery has caused Ichen to feel disgust, and will this also make Ichen feel disgust toward Hylon? There will definitely be some impact. The success rate of the beauty strategy will likely drop from 100% to 99%. This old man is just a pig teammate. When recommending Hylon, he ramblings endlessly, his intentions were too obvious, completely lacking subtlety. But luckily, gold shines wherever it is. Since this heavyweight criminal named Hylon has already successfully sparked Ichen's curiosity with her flute, she is almost certain to succeed. Get up! In the valley, Ichen did not continue to scold the High Priest. Yes. The High Priest felt a bit more at ease and crawled back up. That girl named Hylon informed her to play the flute less in front of the tribespeople. She herself should also play less. Ichen instructed. The High Priest was somewhat stunned. But Ichen didn't say much more and walked toward the direction where the Lingfanchi tribespeople were gathered. His reason for giving such instructions was simple. It did not align with his interests. He was happy to see the tribespeople of the tribe living in peace and happiness every day. Because this was beneficial to his rule. Originally, having someone who could play heavenly sounds on the flute was a good thing. But for the Yenshan tribe, the most important thing now was to elevate their power levels. The tribespeople should practice hard every day, not waste time lost in the sound of the flute. In Ichen's view, this sound, which even he found beautiful, being played by a stunning beauty, would only make it harder for the tribespeople to resist. Listening every 3 to 5 days was fine, but if this Hylon played often, the tribespeople would waste a lot of their training time each day listening to the flute. However, there were very few geniuses in the Yenshan tribe. It was rare to have a genius, and they still deserved some preferential treatment. This was also why Ichen did not impose a full ban but merely instructed the High Priest to let Hylon know to play less in front of the tribespeople and to play a bit less herself. As for the sudden appearance of a mysterious genius in the tribe, he did not suspect that Hylon was hiding any unspeakable secrets. After all, he did not know the true situation of the exiled planet, nor was he aware that the exiled planet had suddenly produced a large number of heavy criminals with ulterior motives. What's going on? This is truly Chen. His thoughts are always so hard to fathom. Yeah. Just now, he seemed very engrossed, even stopping to listen. Plus, with a beauty and genius no less than Guli, he should have met Hylon out of curiosity. Moreover, even with a strong will, he would surely want to listen to the beautiful sound of the flute during his leisure time. As a result, he actually had the High Priest notify Haitang to play the flute less often from now on. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what Chen was really thinking. Clearly liking it very much, yet issuing a ban. There wasn't even a hint of curiosity. This was completely illogical. Oh no, does this mean the beauty plan is doomed? What about that guy who said it was 99% successful? Come out, I promise I won't kill you. It shouldn't fail. This is a beauty plan tailored to Chen's character. It might not fail, but for it to succeed, that unparalleled beauty named Haitang needs to find a way to meet Chen, to let him see her stunning beauty and feel her goddess aura. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. When the beauty plan seemed almost 100% successful, they sympathized with Chen for being deceived in love. After all, Chen was the greatest genius in the history of humanity, the pride of all humankind. Plus, everyone was secretly learning the techniques created by Chen. Even though they comforted themselves with the idea that learning from a master wasn't stealing, they still felt some guilt towards Chen deep down. They naturally didn't want to see Chen deceived by a transcendent beauty from an exile planet, but in the age of interstellar travel, definitely a beauty considered utterly unattractive. However, after discovering that the beauty plan was blocked, everyone's perspective changed to focus on their own interests. If the driving force behind this beauty plan was the Federal Council, then undoubtedly, after its success, everyone wouldn't have to suffer the torment of wanting to learn but being unable to. They could learn about Chen's new techniques at the first opportunity. In this case, they would hope for the beauty plan to succeed smoothly. Tribe leader. In the valley, seeing Chen arrive, Guli and the others stepped forward to greet him. Chen nodded. The little golden ball on his shoulder waved its tiny hand at everyone like a great leader on an inspection tour. Unfortunately, no one paid it any attention. Everyone's eyes were on Chen. With a glance at the more than 100 clansmen who had already broken through to the spirit release stage, Chen felt very good. The clansmen of the Flames Mountain tribe were the cornerstone of his battles to expand his influence. And these more talented clansmen were the cornerstone of the cornerstone. Because the Flames Mountain tribe not only needed to raise average strength but also needed to cultivate a batch of high-end combat power. Without high-end combat power, it meant that when faced with powerful enemies, Chen would have to personally step in. This would waste a lot of his time. Chen didn't say much. He took out a long sword. He went to the stone wall and began to write out the complete version of the cloud treading technique along with its movement diagrams. Not only Guli and the others, but hundreds of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes, showing ecstatic expressions. My god, it seems like Chen is engraving the complete version, the spirit release stage level cloud treading technique on the stone wall? Don't doubt your eyes, this is definitely the complete version of the cloud treading technique. What's going on with Chen today? Yesterday, he slapped the face of all humanity, and today he's continuing to hit? And just one slap isn't enough, he's doing it again today? Incredible, heaven has opened its eyes. So that means we can learn the cloud treading technique today? Starting tomorrow, I can reach the office in just a few minutes. Supersonic. Once learned, I'll be able to experience what running faster than the speed of sound feels like. Not only that, since Chen has released the complete version of the cloud treading technique in advance, undoubtedly, with his character, to save time, he will surely also teach the new techniques together. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited, dancing with their hands and feet. No one expected Chen to suddenly pass on the complete version of cloud treading formula. This completely contradicted the consistent predictions of psychological experts. It was simply addictive to slap their faces with reality. Yesterday, the entire humanity believed Chen was restricted by his limited vision, not understanding that close combat was definitely not as good as ranged attacks. With the new skill going down the wrong path, the results were sure to disappoint him greatly. But Chen easily killed the ridiculously strong golden python with an iron sword, making all humanity understand. It turned out that Chen's vision wasn't too low, but rather, all of humanity living in the interstellar era had a too narrow perspective, unable to imagine just how powerful the martial arts could be. Early this morning, everyone thought Chen would not be able to resist the temptation of Hylon and would fall into the trap of a beauty scheme. Once again, Chen proved with facts that a mere heavenly voice, a mere extraordinarily talented beauty, couldn't make him curious enough to meet Hylon. Even though everyone still believed Chen would struggle against the meticulously crafted beauty trap, they had to admit. Hylon, likely sent by the federal government to approach Chen, still needed to work harder. Even more unexpectedly, the conclusions unanimously drawn by all psychological experts were also overturned by Yi Chen. He did not wait 1 to 1.5 months to pass on the complete version of cloud treading formula, but was actually ready to teach it to Guli and the others right now. The slaps to their faces sounded loud and clear. But everyone was incredibly happy. The shame of being slapped in the face was insignificant compared to the agony of not being able to learn. All of humanity hoped for more of such face slaps. This is the spiritual release level of cloud treading formula. Compared to the version you learned before, it is many times stronger. After carving the formula's mantras and operation diagrams onto the stone wall, Yi Chen began to explain the heart of the cloud treading formula and various precautions. Guli and the others immediately suppressed their excitement and started to listen carefully. In the live stream room, although countless people rushed in upon hearing the news, pushing the number of viewers to thousands of billions in a short time, it was completely silent. Even though they could watch the video later, everyone focused their attention and listened attentively to Yi Chen's explanation. The entire galaxy quieted down significantly because of Yi Chen's teaching. Although Guli and the others had already learned a weaker version of cloud treading formula, and their foundation wasn't poor, Yi Chen still spent more than 2 hours explaining and answering questions before they barely grasped it. The rest depended on mutual discussion and continuous practice to deepen their understanding. Seeing that everyone had no more unclear questions, Yi Chen did not waste any more time. He turned around. Picking up the iron sword, he carved 3 large characters on the stone wall, heavenly slashing formula. Then, he carved down the mind mantra and operation diagrams of the new martial art. Guli and the others were overjoyed. The clan leader actually had more martial arts to teach? Here it comes, the new martial art is here. This is rare. It was just created yesterday, and we can learn it today. This is definitely VIP treatment. Heavenly slashing formula, what a powerful name. Someone couldn't help but say proudly, it's not just the name that's powerful, its value is even more impressive. My uncle is the deputy captain of a warship, and he called me early this morning to hurry and find the leaders at the military academy to change the ship command major to infantry combat major. Is your uncle crazy? Why not learn high-end warship operations and instead change to become a cannon fodder infantry? You don't understand, my uncle received high-level orders early this morning. Military reforms are about to take place. Especially for infantry, it's a complete rebuild. The genetic warrior training program is completely terminated. Originally just cannon fodder infantry. Every year, the military budget has surged 100 times. And this is just the beginning. Do you know what this means? It means the infantry, which was once looked down upon, is about to rise. And the reason is because of the heaven-slaying technique created by Yi Chen. This new method gives the military hope for the rise of infantry, showing them a new way to fight. Is this real? If it is, how could you possibly leak such insider information? What good would it do for me to lie to you? Saying this has little impact on me. Because as infantry rises, the conditions for recruitment have also increased significantly. The first to go is talent. I only took 1 month and 7 days to break through from the first level of chi condensation to the first level of spirit release. Now, my rank is even higher than that of Yi Chen, reaching the 8th level of spirit release. What can you use to compete with me? Goodness, no wonder Yi Chen is so impressive. It's one thing for new techniques to change various industries, and now, even the military is starting to feel the impact. The viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with emotions. They only knew that the heaven-slaying technique was more powerful than imagined, but they never expected that its emergence would lead to military reform, directly causing the Gene Warrior class to disappear while fully nurturing infantry. However, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the heaven-slaying technique. Some people were surprised to discover the exercise diagram of the heaven-slaying technique was much simpler than the one scanned by the scanner. Having experience with the cloud treading technique, everyone quickly realized that this heaven-slaying technique was a weakened version. This made the crowd, who had just been incredibly excited, thinking they could finally learn all new techniques without the pain of not learning powerful methods, feel as if they had been doused with cold water, leaving them completely stunned. No one could understand why Yi Chen would waste time creating a weakened version of the heaven-slaying technique. The heaven-slaying technique and cloud treading technique both belong to the spirit release level. If the spirit release level cloud treading technique can be learned, then the spirit release level heaven-slaying technique should be equally learnable. I want to cry but have no tears. I just don't understand. They are clearly both spirit release level techniques. He has already taught the cloud treading technique, why would he create a weakened version of the heaven-slaying technique? What a waste of excitement. I thought I finally learned all of Yi Chen's techniques and would no longer be frustrated about not being able to learn powerful skills. But it turns out, it's just a weakened version of the heaven-slaying technique. I was careless. Yi Chen's thoughts are truly impossible to guess. I had a feeling earlier that I shouldn't celebrate too early, otherwise, something unexpected would happen. Forget it, let's just be content. Before this, we thought it would take more than a month to learn the complete cloud treading technique. But today we learned it, and that's already a great surprise. A surprise is a surprise, but being upset is truly upsetting. Mainly because we thought I Ching would definitely teach us that heaven-slaying technique. Just when we were excited, we suddenly got this blow. So, in front of I Ching, we need to learn to control our emotions. When we're happy, we can't be too happy. When we're upset, we shouldn't be too upset. Because we never know when I Ching will bring us a surprise, or when he will deliver a blow. The viewers in the live broadcast room all sighed deeply. Being able to learn the complete cloud treading technique over a month in advance should have been a great thing. Yet, just when they thought they could also learn the heaven-slaying technique, it suddenly turned out to be the weakened version, which felt incredibly disappointing. In the valley, Guli and others were undoubtedly filled with joy without knowing about the complete heaven-slaying technique. They never expected that after learning the more powerful cloud treading technique, the clan leader would actually have new techniques to teach them. The weakened version of heaven-slaying technique was a hard blow to the federal citizens. For Guli and her group, it was a delightful surprise hit after hit. The heaven-slaying technique is divided into 6 forms, and as the name suggests, requires the momentum strong enough to cut through the heavens. This unstoppable momentum is one of the essences of the heaven-slaying technique, but it is not absolute. I Ching began explaining the techniques and mantras of the heaven-slaying technique. He did not impart the complete heaven-slaying technique but instead spent time creating a weakened version, all because Guli and the others could not possibly learn the full heaven-slaying technique at this stage. Although the heaven-slaying technique, like the cloud-walking technique, was also at the spirit release level, in theory, as long as one reaches the spirit release stage, they could learn it. But theory is one thing, and reality is another. The heaven-slaying technique requires understanding the sword intent. However, sword intent is not something that can be explained clearly through language and text, it is about understanding and mastering the way of the sword. Even I Ching was initially quite confused, slowly capturing the essence through a flash of inspiration. For Guli and her group, it was even more baffling. Without any foundation in swordsmanship, Guli and the others had no chance of grasping the sword intent. Thus, I Ching had no choice but to seek a compromise. Wasting time to create a weakened version of the heaven-slaying technique. The main power comes from the energy diagram. Secondly, there are some mysteries of sword techniques. After Guli and the others learned the weakened heaven-slaying technique through continuous practice and built a certain foundation in swordsmanship, they could gradually understand the existence of sword intent. At that point, he could teach the complete heaven-slaying technique. Fortunately, the weakened version of the heaven-slaying technique could also greatly enhance the strength of Guli and the other spirit release level tribespeople, so there was no need to be too anxious. From the application of sword techniques to the mysteries of swordsmanship and the power of sword chi, I Ching taught from morning until evening, and Guli and others barely managed to learn it. The audience in the livestream, although captivated and constantly amazed by the subtleties of the sword techniques, never had smiles as bright as those of Guli and her group. Back at the wooden cabin, I Ching began to focus on his own training. As he expected, once Guli and the others broke through to the spirit release level and learned the complete cloud-walking technique and the weakened heaven-slaying technique, the high-end combat power of the Yanhuang tribe instantly reached a new level. Their strength immediately set them apart from ordinary tribespeople in an obvious way. The frequency of beast defeats that required I Ching to step in also noticeably decreased. With their increased strength, they could now intimidate more and more beasts. The rate of expansion accelerated significantly. By the next day, the territory of the strongest talent system had increased by 10,000 square kilometers. With the expansion of territory and the boost in talent, I Ching's training speed also improved each day. Although it was still not very obvious, it was indeed increasing day by day. In the Yan Mountain tribe, those filthy and chaotic thatched huts were finally all demolished and rebuilt. Countless pieces of timber were continuously transported from the southern forests into the valley. The entire tribe became orderly and brand new. But the biggest change was in the spirit and energy of the tribal people. Having ample food was once the greatest wish of the Yan Mountain tribespeople, something they could only dream of. Now, this once unreachable wish had already become a thing of the past. In a radius of hundreds of kilometers, all belonged to the Yan Mountain tribe. The animals and plants within the territory were countless, let alone the total population of the Yan Mountain tribe being only around 16 to 1700 people. Even multiplying that by 100 would still be more than enough. All tribespeople, regardless of age or gender, could feast every day, worried only that there was too much food to eat. The Human Federation was also changing rapidly, with something different happening every day. The once dense vehicles crisscrossing the streets had become increasingly rare. On the wide roads, the number of pedestrians surged. The speed of people compared to those vehicles. Even faster. So much so that the Federation had to reform traffic rules, significantly widening sidewalks while establishing high-speed pedestrian zones. Normal sidewalks strictly prohibit running at full speed. To prevent anyone from being caught off guard and colliding with those frail elderly or children. A supersonic impact is more dangerous than a collision with a car. The era of universal cultivation has arrived. In squares, parks, and other leisure places, people practicing cloud step technique and sky slaying technique are everywhere. Various martial arts training classes are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain on major life planets. Many key universities are already researching the feasibility of opening cultivation majors. Some foresight groups and companies are also offering high salaries to recruit geniuses. These geniuses may not be of much use in the short term after joining the groups and companies. But who can say what the future holds? Some far-sighted individuals have vaguely seen the buds of strength-based respect being born in this money-first era. All human society is undergoing a drastic change due to each-end's sudden emergence. And this change is accelerating continuously. Even the top analysts of humanity cannot predict the future direction. Because everything depends on how far each end can go and when his limits will arrive. The Federation Council, military, financial groups, and various forces are all trying to lay out the future based on the current situation. Chapter 55, First Level of Spiritual Law. Spring has passed, summer is here. The entire Flame Mountain is in full bloom, thriving beautifully. In the wooden house, Ichen's body trembles slightly. An immense aura spreads outwards from him like a wave. This aura seems almost tangible. It awakens the little golden ball sleeping beside him. The entire wooden house starts shaking violently. In the room, the wind howls. The ground quakes slightly. Ichen suddenly opens his eyes. A flash of brilliance sweeps by. The terrifying aura then dissipates, calming down. The room is in disarray. Even the whole wooden house appears to be on the verge of collapse. I've finally broken through to the spiritual law period. A smile appears on Ichen's face. I've broken through. Ichen has reached a new realm. Spiritual law period, what a great name. Truly fitting for Ichen, naming the new realm with such high-end elegance. Flatterer, Ichen's pause just now shows that the name of this new realm was clearly thought of on the spot. If something thought of on the spot can be so high-end and elegant, that only shows how amazing Ichen is. It seems Ichen needs to change his house. According to the scanner, during the breakthrough just now, Ichen's energy C, meridians, and spiritual power underwent a qualitative change, forming a magical aura combined together. This aura almost destroyed the entire small wooden house. I feel that if it happens again, the small wooden house definitely can't withstand it and will collapse instantly. The audience in the livestream, upon discovering Ichen's breakthrough, shows excitement on their faces, even stronger than Ichen himself. Energy C, meridians, and spiritual power underwent a qualitative change? Does that mean? Someone suddenly recalled Ichen's significant discovery of breaking through from the 9th level of chi condensation to the 1st level of spiritual law. This reminder immediately made all the viewers react. Everyone quickly pulled up the scanner data to check Ichen's genetic values. In the next second, they were left dumbfounded. Ichen's repair genetic value soared again, doubling. With the rising repair genetic value, the cell division lifespan increased from 240 years to about 500 years. Everyone's brains buzzed. It's clearer than ever what this means. Oh my gosh. Breaking through to the spiritual law period, the lifespan limit can actually be raised to 500 years. 500 years. That's a direct doubling. Our human lifespan can actually reach up to 500 years? This is insane. Achieving a major breakthrough can actually double our lifespan? By this logic, if we further break through another major realm on top of the spiritual law period, isn't the lifespan limit going to exceed 1,000? At this moment, the entire galaxy fell into a frenzy. A new realm spirit law stage. Ichen, the greatest and most brilliant genius in human history, has broken the greatest flaw assigned to humanity by the cosmic will lifespan. Lifespan has greatly increased again. Our human lifespan limit can now reach up to 500 years. Moreover, this is likely not the true limit. Ichen, he has become the most dazzling star in the tens of thousands of years of human history. In the long river of human history, no one can rival him. Whether Ichen's limit is approaching or whether he can create new techniques, or even whether Ichen will return, I suggest that the Federal Council introduce a policy to establish a statue for Ichen on all human-controlled life planets, to honor his great contributions to humanity. Ichen, the one true god of humanity. All media were wildly praising Ichen. Because this was the news the public most wanted to see. Throughout history, countless individuals who could be recorded in history have emerged from humanity. Among these individuals, some even have the power to change the course of human development. They are like the countless stars in the galaxy, illuminating all of humanity. But even when combined, these stars cannot shine as brightly as Ichen. No one else can make all humanity undergo such a drastic change, or even overturn and change whole of humanity. In the messy wooden house, Ichen took a few deep breaths, suppressing the joy in his heart. his eyes slightly closed. He tried to sense everything about himself and his surroundings. After breaking through to the spirit law stage, his energy C, meridians, and spiritual power underwent another qualitative change. His strength has skyrocketed significantly. His sensing ability also became clearer. Vaguely, he could even sense the powers of laws between heaven and earth, which seemed to exist yet were elusive. This power of laws seems to be an advancement of natural regulations, as well as a crystallization of natural laws. It is the trajectory of the universe's operation, and the rules of the great way of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why Ichin temporarily named the new realm as Spirit Law Stage. He has already begun to grasp the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. With the comprehension of these laws, he could even create various spells. The only regret for Ichin was that after breaking through to the Spirit Law Stage, he still has not produced anything similar to consciousness. In his opinion, this consciousness should belong to the seventh sense beyond the six senses. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, and mind, these are the six innate senses of humanity. With the six senses, humanity can see, hear, taste, smell, touch, and feel everything. And the seventh sense, beyond the six senses, is the sum of the six senses. It can see objects without eyes, hear sounds without ears, and taste flavors without a mouth. Its existence does not require the aid of the six senses like eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It is not limited by the distance of the six senses and greatly surpasses their strength. The methods Ichin envisaged, capable of using blood to recognize masters for controlling fierce beasts, alchemy techniques, and weapon forging techniques, all rely on possessing consciousness. Fortunately, although he still hasn't produced consciousness after breaking through to the spirit law stage, his sensing abilities have already reached the level of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. According to his feeling, producing consciousness should not be far off. Breaking through to the next major realm will most likely produce consciousness. As for now, since he can sense the power of the laws of heaven and earth, he naturally wants to find a way to create a set of spells. Soon, a new question appeared before Ichin. What kind of spell should he create? Fire spells? Spells that can unleash a sea of fire and easily melt steel. Wind spells? Spells that allow flying on the wind, with blades of wind at a mere wave of the hand? Or perhaps one of the water spells, earth spells, or wood spells. It seems that everything is quite useful. After calculating many times, a flash of brightness passed through Ichin's eyes. Entangled like a ball of yarn. He wants them all. Find a way to create a set of spells that can hold all rivers. The only trouble is that the required time will greatly increase as a result. To gain something, one must lose something. Ichin quickly made his decision. If it takes more time, then it takes more time, just create a set of spells that can hold all rivers. Once it's created and spread throughout the Flame Mountain tribe, the average strength of the tribe could increase by more than 10 times. Single types of spells are far less powerful than the combination of various spells. Having the ability to fly and burrow also allows the sky-cutting technique to reach its full power. Chapter 56, Speculations on Ichin's Limits. Confirming the target for the creation of new spells ahead. Ichin did not hesitate any longer. He immediately sat down cross-legged. First, he began to improve the chaotic technique. As the founder of cultivation, with no references or experience, everything had to be cleared out by himself. One of the troubles was that every time he advanced to a new realm, the previous cultivation method had to be improved. Only by improving it to suit the realm could he continue to cultivate and raise his level. In just a few hours, he improved the chaotic technique to the level of spirit spells. Then, he began to quietly comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak. Next to him, the little golden ball that had been watching Ichin felt a deep disappointment. It could sense that Ichin's aura had obviously surged several times. It originally thought it could go out with Ichin, find a few fierce beasts for fun. But unexpectedly, the greatly enhanced Ichin still had no plans to go out for a long time. This made the naturally lively creature feel quite disappointed. But even with disappointment, it was helpless. After grumbling a few words, it lay down beside Ichin again and continued to sleep. It seems that Ichin is not really cultivating. The scanner shows his spiritual power is not running through his meridians. He must be thinking and studying new spells. Goodness, no wonder he's a die-hard homebody. Breakthrough to a new realm, strength soaring, and still, any other person would want to go out for a stroll. If it were me, I would at least find a few stronger fierce beasts to show off my newfound strength. He's great, he just starts researching new spells directly. The key point is, the house is about to collapse, and he doesn't care. Geniuses like that, they just ignore the small stuff. The high priest responsible for all affairs is simply useless. Ichin tells him to do whatever, he doesn't even ask someone to build a stone house for Ichin at the end of the valley. Given the current strength and manpower of the Flame Mountain tribe, it could easily build a spacious, bright, and comfortable dwelling for Ichin. I feel quite sorry for the little golden ball, clearly so active. Yet, it's stuck with a die-hard homebody owner, who never steps out of the door and just repeatedly plays with a spirit stone. A spirit stone larger than its body has been played down to the size of a glass bead. Ichen has never even petted its golden fur, it has no sense of being cherished by its owner. The audience in the livestream continuously expressed their emotions. The thinking of genius is always so difficult to fathom. The thoughts and ideas of Ichen, the greatest genius in the history of humankind, are beyond what ordinary people can guess. Clearly breaking through to a new grand realm, strength skyrocketing. Yet, he was only happy for a few seconds before immediately diving into the research and creation of new spells. A genius who works this hard makes all of humanity feel a sense of shame. By the way, many experts say that although Ichen's talent is the pinnacle of our human pyramid, his talent for creating new spells has nearly reached its limit. Those test notices published by the research institutes. It seems to be said like this. According to these experts and research institutes, although Ichen's realm has not yet reached its limit, his talent for creating new cultivation methods is already close to its peak. Some people couldn't help but worry, do you think Ichen won't be able to create a new cultivation method? It shouldn't reach that point. After Ichen's breakthrough, the first step was to consolidate his realm. Immediately, someone stood up to oppose this inference. Then, it seems he was improving the chaotic formula. He took the chaotic formula from the spirit release stage and improved it to suit the spirit law stage. It only took about 3 hours. Compared to the time used to improve the chaotic formula for the chi gathering stage, it was not much different. By this reasoning, he should have similar difficulty in creating a cultivation method for the spirit law stage as he did for the spirit release stage. This statement quickly faced rebuttal. The time taken to improve the chaotic formula cannot be used as a reference standard. This is because it was based on existing formula and movement diagrams. How much time it takes depends on luck. What holds true reference meaning is the time taken to create a new method. During the chi gathering stage, Ichen took only about a month to create both the chaotic formula and the flying knife formula. But after reaching the spirit release stage, he took 2 months for both the cloud treading formula and the heaven slashing formula. Theoretically, he would need about 4 months to create a method for the spirit law stage. And maybe even more. You must understand that the limit of talent cannot be measured this way. The higher the realm, the more difficult it becomes exponentially. Indeed, it seems Ichen should still be able to create a method for the spirit law stage. But at the very least, it would probably take 4 months. Longer could even mean 4 years. That may not be the case. The expert's words have no credibility at all. Ichen cannot be judged by common sense. Don't forget, normally, even with the help of spirit stones, Ichen would still need over 10 days to break through to the spirit law stage. But what was the result? Didn't he break through to the spirit law stage earlier than estimated? Everyone was debating whether Ichen's new cultivation method could be created. Some believed it was possible, some thought it might not be possible anymore, and others thought it could be created, but it would take a long time. Everyone had their opinions, each with their own basis. But more people leaned toward the belief that Ichen's limit for creating methods had not yet been reached, yet it was approaching. A new cultivation method could be created, but it would require a long time. No matter if the new method takes 4 months or 4 years, I just want to know when Ichen is going to teach the complete version of the heaven slashing formula and the spirit law level chaotic formula. Just wait patiently. With the complete version of the cloud treading formula and the weakened heaven slashing formula, once the high-end combat power of the Yin Mountain tribe joins forces, they could almost walk all over Yin Mountain. Especially those talents like Gully, who are about to break through to the first level of the spirit law stage. At that time, their strength will greatly increase, and the Yin Mountain range will have no rivals. The Yin Huang tribe unifying the entire Yin Mountain range is just a matter of time. Once Ichen's ambition of unifying the Yin Mountain range is realized, keeping the average strength of the Yin Huang tribe at its current level is fine. The possibility of him teaching methods again would become extremely slim. So, expecting Ichen to teach the complete version of the heaven slashing formula and the spirit law level chaotic formula is almost a wish. But there's no need to worry, there are still those heavy criminals sent by the federal government to get close to Ichen. As long as one succeeds, all problems will be solved easily. Moreover, the era of national cultivation has officially arrived, and many universities have already launched cultivation majors, while middle and elementary schools will surely follow. It won't be long before Ichen's cultivation method will become a required course. In this situation, inevitably, like various disciplines, geniuses will continuously emerge, constantly advancing the development of this subject. This is also the future direction of humanity's development. Even if Ichen runs out of ideas and cannot create new techniques anymore. Even if Ichen is unwilling to teach new techniques, all the hardcore criminals sent to approach him have failed. This way of cultivation will not be cut off, it will just take a bit longer to make breakthroughs. Reaching the spirit law stage will grant a lifespan limit of 500 years, and we can wait for that. As for when Chen will teach the complete slashing heaven technique and the spirit law level chaos technique, the public has different thoughts. Some are worried and suffering. Others view it optimistically, believing that the hardcore criminals sent by the federal council will solve this issue soon. Moreover, even if Chen runs out of ideas, the generations of geniuses of humanity can stand on Chen's shoulders, continuously developing this method of cultivation. As for whether it is really so, only Chen knows. Chapter 57, Impulsive Hylon. For more than 2 months, Chen stayed in the wooden house, comprehending the power of the laws. And there was no sign of an end in sight. This seemingly confirmed the scholar's predictions. Chen is close to his limit in creating techniques. Based on Chen's past experiences creating techniques such as chaos technique and flying knife technique. At this moment, he is still in the first stage of creating techniques. Once he finishes his comprehension, he will need the same amount of time to study and develop a set of movement diagrams. Even if he ends his comprehension now, it would still take more than 2 months to create a new technique. In total, he would need nearly 5 months of time. Just this alone already matches the timeframe predicted by the scholars. Not to mention, Chen is still in the midst of comprehension, with no signs of ending. No one knows that the technique Chen is creating this time is completely different from his past techniques. To say it accurately, he is not just creating one technique, but a collection of several, even dozens of techniques. To create a technique that releases fire, Chen only needs to comprehend the power of the fire laws. To create a technique that releases lightning, he only needs to comprehend the power of the lightning laws. To create a collection of various magical techniques means he has to first comprehend the powers of various different laws. The speed, naturally, cannot be fast. If it weren't for the fact that the range controlled by the Yin Huang tribe has already approached 100,000 square kilometers. His talent has almost doubled on top of humanity's best foundation, meaning he would need even more time. Just relying on humanity's strongest talent, it could indeed take several years to create this set of techniques, as many speculate. At the moment, with Chen's almost doubled talent, he naturally wouldn't need that long. Moreover, as the influence expands, his talent could continuously improve, so the time required wouldn't increase exponentially. At the same time, as the public speculated. Over these 2 months, despite Guli and others breaking through to the first level of spirit law, their levels have stagnated. Chen, however, has not taught the complete slashing heaven technique and the spirit law level chaos technique. The reasons are also guessed by many in the public. One is for his own safety. Chen is currently focused on comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, with no time to cultivate. In terms of realm, he has remained stagnant at the first level of spirit law. Naturally, he would not teach the spirit law level chaos technique and the complete slashing heaven technique, allowing Guli and other geniuses to surpass him and increase the danger level. Furthermore, the high-end combat power of the Yin Mountain tribe is already an invincible existence in the Yin Mountain range. There is no need to improve strength at all. The difference is that no one knows that Chen's ambition and goals are far beyond just a mere Yin Mountain range. With the population of the Yin Mountain tribe, even when adding the surrounding tribes, relying solely on the Yin Mountain range would be enough to thrive for decades, even hundreds of years without feeling crowded. But what Chen wants is not just enough space for the human race to thrive. What he wants is an endless vast territory, even the boundless starry sky. At the very least, he aims to occupy the entire planet first. As for such a huge area that the human race doesn't have enough manpower to control, that can be discussed later. At worst, after unifying the entire planet, if his strength has not reached the level of traversing the stars, he can wait for 10 or 20,000 years. While enhancing his strength and waiting for the human race to thrive and grow. In any case, the earlier he possesses a vast sphere of influence, the higher his talent will rise. It is precisely because of this that he has not imparted the spirit law levels chaos formula and the complete version of heaven slaying technique, all for the sake of the moment. Once new techniques are created, he can train in peace to enhance his level, and that will be when he begins to teach the techniques. In the midsummer, the sun shines brightly, and cicadas call while birds sing. In the valley, life is vibrant. Everywhere one can see children, under the scorching sun, playing tirelessly. In the southeast of the tribe, there is a special wooden house. The reason it is special is that unlike other wooden houses, they all look the same. Even the houses of the great priest and the 4 leaders are merely slightly larger than the ordinary tribesmen's houses. However, this wooden house in the southeast, while it is similar in size and shape to the ordinary tribesmen's houses, its roof and walls, however, are painted with a layer of milky white tree sap and adorned with various animal patterns. At the door, there is a small flower bed. Inside, various bright and colorful flowers are planted, with butterflies dancing among them. This wooden house stands out in the tribe, more eye-catching than the houses of the great priest and the 4 leaders. Upon entering the wooden house, the inside is even more unique. There are no messy tools scattered around, nor piles of furs and beast meat. There is also no overwhelming strange smell. Though small, it is clean and refreshing. In the corner, there are even several iron flower pots, filled with fragrant flowers. On a finely carved wooden bed, Hailan is absent-mindedly cultivating. She stands up, feeling restless. This task's difficulty far exceeds her expectations. No wonder they offered a sky-high price of 1 billion, none of these top tycoons are fools. She even somewhat regrets why she couldn't resist the temptation to take on this seemingly simple task. But regret, clearly, has come too late. Even if she had the chance to do it all over again, she doubts she would still choose to accept this task. There is no way, a 1 billion reward is just too tempting. She is a top-class corporate spy. Since her debut, she has never lost. No matter what kind of business secrets her employer wants, as long as the price offered is high enough, she can always complete the task. This task, compared to those she has taken before, is simply insignificant. In summary, it is close to a genius trying to make the other person fall in love with him, thereby addressing all his requests. Moreover, this genius comes from the savage era, with no experience of schemes and very little knowledge. Moreover, he is a pure-hearted boy with no emotional experiences. So simply, Hailan feels that this employer is purely a fool sending her a huge reward. In the corporate spy world, she is a famous chameleon goddess. She can be soft or proud, sweet or cool. Approaching those hard-hearted, ruthless, and experienced business magnates may require gathering information, catering to their preferences, and racking her brain to devise schemes. It's simply too easy to encounter such a naive young man, who has no experience and whose vision is stuck in the primitive era. But the result? After she arrived, she discovered that this naive young man with no emotional experience and low aspirations had a focus that was terrifyingly strong. He was completely unaffected by her temptations. What made her head hurt even more was that her target was also a desperate workaholic. For more than 2 months, he hadn't stepped out of the door even once. Her carefully arranged wooden house was wasted. Chapter 58, Taking the Initiative. What to do? A flash of anxiety passed through Hailan's eyes. Chen, sooner or later, would need to go outside. But how long would this sooner or later actually take? She really couldn't tell. Moreover, even if he went out, would he be distracted by his own house? It was hard to predict. After all, she had already failed once. Her carefully played flute music, which she had suggested the high priest use to recommend her to Chen, should have been a sure thing, but it ultimately ended in failure. Her flute music, in the primitive era, absolutely belonged to the kind that could manipulate others' hearts. But the result was that even Chen's curiosity couldn't be stirred. Her looks belonged to the realm of an unparalleled beauty in the primitive world. The males of the tribe, even some old men, looked at her with greed, searching for any opportunity to get close to her. Her carefully arranged house was also out of place with the times, filled with beauty. The room was softly lit, the bed was comfortable, and fragrant aromas wafted through, making one inevitably lost in thought. Logically speaking, once Chen saw it, he would slowly get drawn in. But logically, this thing just couldn't be applied to Chen. Moreover, she didn't have time to drag this out. To her knowledge, the 4 armies were already approaching the edge of the Flame Mountain range. If they expanded further, they would soon encounter other tribes. Once those tribes were swallowed up, it meant that her competition would increase significantly. Now, not drawing closer to Chen and establishing an advantage would make it even harder to do so later. I can't wait any longer. After pondering for a long time, Hailan finally decided to take the initiative. She was fed up with life in the primitive era. Every day, eating the same type of beast meat, she had to put on a brave face and enjoy it. She was even more fed up with this body. On the exile planet, although this body was a stunning beauty, it still attracted countless greedy and envious eyes. But her aesthetic was different from that of the exile planet. With overly large bones, dark and rough skin, and a voice like thunder, it made her feel uncomfortable all over. She had to complete her mission as soon as possible and find a way to return to other planets in the galaxy to get her appearance redone. Taking a deep breath, she went to a corner and took out a snakeskin bag. Inside, there were a few dried flowers, still emitting an unusual fragrance. Taking out one, after grinding it into powder with a stone, Hailan gently applied the fragrant powder to the arteries on her neck and wrists. Then, she opened the door. Walking toward the end of the valley, she headed for Chen's wooden house. Oh, what is she going to do? In the livestream, there were still quite a few people paying attention to Hailan. After all, she was the first convicted criminal to successfully infiltrate the Flame Mountain tribe and possibly the hope for the masses to acquire various techniques in advance. Her unusual behavior immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even the viewers in the live stream shifted the camera towards her. I guess she can't help it and is going to take the initiative. A viewer guessed her intention immediately. Gully proved with facts that even a stunning beauty, if she throws herself at someone, it's useless. Chen's focus is unbelievably strong. Moreover, taking the initiative greatly reduces the seductive power. I think so too, her arrangements during this time have actually been quite good. Whether it is the shape of the wooden house or the decorations inside the wooden house, it all looks very attractive. She should honestly stay put, waiting for Ichen to notice the unusual nature of the wooden house, then gradually delve deeper, discovering her own extraordinary traits. Taking the initiative seems too low-key, and would reduce her allure. That may not be the case. Passively waiting feels too uncertain. Taking the initiative isn't impossible either. After all, she is a professional, far beyond what Guli can compare to. Only after coming into contact with Ichen can she showcase her abilities. Since she cannot get close to Ichen, why not take the initiative as she does now? Although it lacks a bit of mystery and temptation, it's not a big deal. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly perked up. That's true. Guli's advances might not work, but it doesn't mean Hylon won't succeed. There is a huge difference between the two. I wonder if you all remember that Guli's advances happened right after Ichen killed the green leopard. And she had Rog at her side, a giant light bulb. Plus, with the massive body of the green leopard, it's understandable that Ichen showed no interest in Guli. Hylon is different, though. She is carefully dressed, having been home with Ichen for over 2 months, living in a monotonous state, and now approaching him. In terms of language and actions, as a professional, Hylon will definitely outshine Guli. With the mystery she has built up previously, the chances of success are very high. If she really succeeds, who knows, we might learn the complete version of heaven-defying tactics and the spirit-level chaos techniques in the next couple of days. The audience in the live broadcast room was getting more and more excited. Everyone's attention was focused on Hylon, anticipating her beauty trick to succeed. In the valley, Hylon made her way to Ichen's wooden house. Although she attracted many gazes, most were of male greed and female jealousy. No one stopped her. This is one of the shortcomings of the High Priest, the actual power holder of the Flame Mountain tribe. Ichen's house had no guards outside. Of course, this was also due to the lack of manpower in the Flame Mountain tribe. The entire tribe had just over 1,600 people. Excluding the elderly and children, there were fewer than 1,000 adults. Most had joined the 4 leading chiefs' 4 armies. A small number had to be responsible for transporting various supplies and communication, leaving little manpower available. Reaching the door of Ichen's house, Hylon took a deep breath and quickly reorganized her thoughts in her mind. Only then did she raise her hand and gently knock on Ichen's door. Knock, knock sounded. On the wooden bed, the little golden ball sprang up excitedly. Ichen also opened his eyes. Just as he was about to get up to open the door. Squeak! The little golden ball had evidently been cooped up for too long. It bounced up, rushing to the door. Ichen didn't stop it. Although the little golden ball was only a dozen centimeters tall, its strength had already reached the level of a fierce beast of 10. Whether in jumping or in power, it was extraordinary. It ran all the way to the door. With a leap, it pushed open the door latch directly. Then, it grabbed the door crack and opened the door. With a creak, Hylon appeared before him. Who are you? Ichen felt surprised. He thought it was the high priest coming to report something, but instead, the person at the door was a tribe member he had never seen before. Chief, my name is Hylon. Can I come in? Hylon asked, her eyes shining with admiration and anticipation, her voice resonant yet soft and shy. Her fingers gently twiddled. Paired with her robust figure and rough, dark skin. A wildness with a trace of feminine charm. Ichen almost vomited. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like they were going to vomit at the same time, yet were excited beyond measure. Chapter 59, The Unmatched Beauty Will Also Be Strictly Punished. Impressive, a professional truly is a professional, completely incomparable to Guli. Indeed impressive, those actions and gestures, embodying the ruggedness that unmatched beauties of the savage world possess. Heroic, yet also refreshingly delicate and charming. The viewers in the live stream were full of admiration. As expected from a professional, this move is truly extraordinary. Is it really that good, as you say? Someone couldn't help but ask, why did I almost feel sick from her expressions and movements? It's a matter of different aesthetic views, of course you can't appreciate it. Someone explained, the simplest example, in our interstellar age, a breathtaking beauty can be gentle and tranquil at times, bold and untamed at others, shy and weak at moments, and wildly charismatic too. Can you resist such temptation? Of course, I can't resist. Marrying one is like marrying a whole group of uniquely charming beauties. Now, imagine an ugly woman, one moment she is an icy beauty, the next she is sweet and naive. How would you feel? You would feel nauseous. Beauty equals justice. When a stunning beauty acts in ways that don't match her image, it increases the allure and attraction. In our eyes, Hylon is an absolute ugly woman. But in the wild world, in Ichen's eyes, she is a breathtaking beauty. A true expert shows their skill immediately. Professionals are professionals, and their success rate is at its peak. The audience in the live stream was full of eager anticipation. They stared unblinkingly at Yi-Chen, hoping to see a spark of excitement on his face. However, there was nothing. Yi-Chen suppressed his disgust and frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. Chief. Hailan twisted her waist, stretching her voice and acting coy. Yi-Chen nearly couldn't hold back, he almost swung his sword at her. Fortunately, he had extraordinary self-restraint and managed to endure. The human race was the foundation for his battles across the world. He won't kill a single one unless they are truly horrible. I'll give you one last chance. If you have something to say, say it. Yi-Chen's tone was already filled with displeasure. Hailan jumped in surprise at his tone. What was going on? Her carefully designed expressions, words, and actions not only failed to pique his interest but instead showed his impatience? Was he pretending? But this was the wild world, there was no need to hide her desires here. Not to mention, the one before her was still the chief of the Yin Mountain tribe, there was even less reason to put on a face of disgust when she liked him. What's going on? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that Yi-Chen is truly a straight-up Iron Man? I'm starting to doubt his taste aligns with ours? The likelihood is almost zero. Not to mention, in our interstellar age, among billions of men, how many would choose an utterly ugly woman? Could it be that he isn't interested in women? That seems possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this attitude. For a normal man, cooped up in that wooden house for over 2 months, if a sweet and salty goddess actively sought him out, even with great self-control, he would at least respond differently. I truly want to dive into Yi-Chen's mind to see why his thoughts and feelings are so hard to understand. The viewers in the live stream were just as perplexed. Chief, regarding the cloud treading technique, I have some misunderstandings and would like your guidance. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and Hailan decided not to continue seducing him but jumped straight into the second step. Seeking advice. Why do I have a feeling this is going to fail again? Going to Yi-Chen for advice on the cloud treading technique? Isn't that asking for trouble? With Yi-Chen's nature, why would he want to waste time teaching a tribe member? No, this is where Hailan shines. An absolute beauty asking for advice in an area where he has absolute advantage, that's something no man can refuse. You have to realize, everyone has a desire to teach others, especially in their area of expertise, they couldn't be happier when someone asks them. In normal times, Yi-Chen might not be willing to guide her. But after being cooped up in that wooden house for over 2 months, the chances of him agreeing are very high. I still feel this isn't very reliable, anyhow, I'm seeing that whenever everyone has high hopes, the result must be the opposite. It seems that's indeed the case. Yi-Chen's thoughts can never be judged by common sense. It feels like that guy claiming 100% success rate is about to get slapped in the face again. The audience in the live broadcast room, having been tortured by Yi-Chen's unconventional style, seemed a bit neurotic, even starting to question their own judgments. In the wooden house, a flash of anger crossed Yi-Chen's eyes. Is this never ending? One plan fails, and another arises? Since more than 2 months ago, when the high priest selflessly recommended Hailan to him, he suspected that Hailan definitely wanted to get close to him. The reason is simple. If Hailan had not promised any benefits to the high priest, he would never have acted this way. Because if Hailan really became the chieftain's wife, a portion of the high priest's power in the tribe would definitely have to be shared. However, Yi-Chen didn't take it seriously back then. Which woman in the tribe doesn't want to ascend to the position of chieftain's wife? Ignoring it would have solved the issue. He truly did not expect that this Hailan would dare to tempt him again and again. She had no sense of fear at all. In the Yin Mountain tribe, he is like a godly figure. Even though the other party was new to the tribe, she had been there for more than 2 months. Chieftain. Seeing Yi-Chen's angry face, an ominous feeling arose in Hailan's heart. Have the high priest notify Gu Li that you disturbed my training without cause. The punishment is 100 whips and 3 months of imprisonment. After 3 months, whether there is repentance or not will be judged and decided by Gu Li. Yi-Chen reprimanded sternly. Chieftain, Hailan was shocked and speechless, this punishment was far too harsh for her. She wanted to argue a bit but didn't know what to say. Do you have any objections? Yi-Chen coldly questioned. And no. Hailan's face turned pale. She could tell that if she continued to argue, the punishment would definitely escalate. Her heart was suddenly filled with despair. It's over. She truly couldn't understand whether it was her own mistake or if Yi-Chen's thoughts were beyond her prediction. After taking the initiative to approach him, failing is one thing, but receiving such severe punishment almost made her lose all hope. This outcome was something she never anticipated before coming here. In her view, even if she failed, the worst would be simply rejected, causing Yi-Chen's dissatisfaction. After a while, she could start over again. Yi-Chen turned back to the wooden bed, quickly casting Hailan aside, and continued to comprehend the laws of nature. the little gold ball's ability to read the room was evidently excellent. It cautiously closed the door and tiptoed up onto the wooden bed. Lying next to Yi Chen, it obediently went back to sleep. Chapter 60, The Reason the Little Gold Ball Stayed. Alright. Just as I expected, the beauty trap has failed. That's not just failure, Hai Lan has practically been cast into the cold palace, marked as never to be favored. Yi Chen has directly thrown her to Guli. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed repeatedly. If there is anyone in the Yen Mountain tribe who dislikes Hai Lan, it must be Guli without a doubt. As the first beauty of the Yen Mountain tribe, Guli held a uniquely special status. As a result, a newcomer arrived, with looks that were not inferior to hers, even more talented, making it hard for the tribe's men to resist her charm. Guli must be unhappy in her heart. Naturally, she looked unfavorably upon Hai Lan. Upon learning that Hai Lan had attempted to approach Yi Chen, her displeasure only grew. Let it be known that Guli also admired Yi Chen. Now that the rival Hai Lan had fallen into Guli's hands, how could Guli miss this opportunity? Yi Chen's punishment could be said to be both harsh and decisive. I truly can't understand why the beauty trap failed, and why it received such a severe punishment. Thus, you're not the greatest genius in the history of our human race. I told you early on, Yi Chen's thoughts are not something we ordinary people can guess. The moment I heard you say the success rate was full, 100% and all that, I knew this matter was in trouble. Alas, Hai Lan's failure not only makes it hard for her to have hope again, but also greatly increases the difficulty for those who come after. We can only go with the flow and see if there are better methods from others. The audience in the live broadcast room quickly accepted the situation. In a sense, Yi Chen's contribution to humanity also includes the elevation of human nature. Because his repeatedly unexpected attitude had led all of humanity to experience disappointment over and over again. And once disappointment occurs many times, psychological endurance rises accordingly. Billion Medicine Group Headquarters Building. In the chairman's office. Looking at the nearly failed Hai Lan. Crash. Chairman Lian Zhanqing angrily smashed the red wine glass in his hand. Waste, truly waste. Lian Zhanqing was furious. The red wine was all prepared, just waiting for a successful celebration. He never thought that Hai Lan's proactive attack would actually fail, and failed this completely. He was left feeling foolishly happy for nothing. During this time, he always felt that his luck was very good. It seemed like heaven was helping him. Because he spent a huge cost to send 2 fake heavy convicts into the exile planet. One of them was actually directly dropped onto the Flame Mountain. And he was the only one dropped onto the Flame Mountain. This luck was simply unbeatable. Because the Federation Council's leniency regarding this early transport of heavy convicts to the exile planet was incredibly astonishing. But where it was strict, it was so strict that no amount of money could help. For example, arranging for personnel to mix in with heavy convicts was utterly unprotected. Background checks were not done at all. As long as you were willing to spend money, you could arrange it. Even for arranging hackers to invade Warship AI, change various visual data, and even allow heavy convicts to carry certain special items, it was all left unchecked. Lian Zhanqing even suspected that the council didn't check for traitors among the 10,000 races, allowing traitors to mix in with the heavy convicts as well. Strangely, the strictest areas were also extremely strict. Firstly, heavy convicts must possess no strength and cannot carry lethal weapons. This point went through layers of screening. One wave of checks was followed by another, leaving no flaws to be found. Spending any amount of money would be useless. Also, regarding the dropping of heavy convicts, it was completely done randomly by AI. Any hacker attempting to invade the system to change the drop position faced massive counterattacks from many hackers. To be directly dropped in the Flame Mountain range, one could only imagine how lucky that was. The fake heavy convict closest to Yi Chen was undoubtedly the one who succeeded the earliest. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yi Chen came from a wild world with no experience in intrigue, and all his energy was focused on cultivation and creating new techniques, making him completely defenseless. As long as one got close to Yi Chen, success was a guarantee. Whoever was closest to Yi Chen would be the first to succeed. Last time, Yi Chen was able to ignore Hai Lan's flute sounds, which already left Lian Zhanqing feeling incredulous. What surprised him even more was Hai Lan's proactive attack ended in yet another failure. Moreover, she was even cast aside. Damn it, can someone figure out intrigue without any guidance? Lian Zhanqing couldn't understand. After thinking it over, he believed the main reason for Hai Lan's failure was that Yi Chen saw through her intentions. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. It couldn't be that Yi Chen was not interested in women, right? In light of the fact that Yi Chen also didn't show any interest in men, the probability was nearly zero. What he couldn't comprehend was that Yi Chen had no experience in this aspect. How he could see Hai Lan's intentions at a glance, and why he could make such a decisive decision, was beyond understanding. But whether he could figure it out or not, the facts were laid out in front of him. He had paid a huge price, sending 2 serious criminals to the exile planet, and one of them had already been dealt with. Moreover, it happened at a time when hope was at its highest. If not for having experienced countless storms, even Zhang Shang would have bled from the anger. Yan Mountain Tribe. The news that Hailan privately disturbed Yi Chen, and thus suffered severe punishment, had already spread. The entire tribe was in an uproar. Even a stunning beauty could be heavily punished for a small matter, let alone others. The tribe members' ought towards Yi Chen grew even stronger. As for Yi Chen himself, he had long since tossed this matter aside, still focusing on comprehending the laws of the universe. The only thing that shifted his attention was his unexpected discovery that the little golden ball, after absorbing spiritual energy and reaching level 10 peak, began to absorb the spiritual power from his chi pool. This faintly made him understand why the little golden ball stubbornly clung to him even after he had killed it twice. Clearly having a violent temperament and being wild and unruly, how could it still endure loneliness and remain by his side? The little golden ball seemed to regard him as a kind of host. It was similar to how many wild beasts or ferocious beasts view the first living creature they see after birth as their greatest support and kin. According to Yi Chen's speculation, this little golden ball was definitely an immensely powerful beast. This could be seen from its high intelligence even during its juvenile stage. At first, the little golden ball must have discovered his existence by instinct or powerful perception ability. Then, it chose him as its host and began absorbing the spiritual power from his chi pool as its source of energy. Once it had an energy source, the little golden ball could absorb the spiritual energy of the universe to enhance its strength. After reaching a certain point, it would again need to absorb the spiritual power from his chi pool to replenish its energy source. Given that the little golden ball showed no interest in the spiritual power of the other tribespeople, it seemed that whoever it chose as its host first could only provide the exclusive energy source in the future. Because of this, the little golden ball could endure loneliness and temper its temper, always clinging to Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, its strength would stagnate after reaching a certain level and it could no longer improve. For Yi Chen, this was undoubtedly a good thing. This meant that in the future, he would have an object to study the laws of life and a loyal pet with a high potential limit. The only trouble was that the little golden ball would need to absorb his spiritual power as it grew to a certain level. This might not be a small risk for others. After all, the little golden ball's speed of improvement was extremely fast, and the spiritual power it needed would inevitably keep rising. It might be possible that the little golden ball's speed of absorbing spiritual power exceeded his own cultivation speed. But Yi Chen had no such worries. No matter how high the little golden ball's talent limit, it could never surpass him as the strongest talent among humans. Not to mention, his own talent could improve rapidly. At present, his talent was approaching a doubling effect. Others might worry that the little golden ball's talent limit was too high. For Yi Chen, he could only hope that the little golden ball's talent limit was as high as possible. Chapter 61, Conquering the Grass Tribe. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. After spending about 4 months in total, Yi Chen finally finished his comprehension of the power of the laws. Relying on his strong talent, although he had not completely grasped those simple and understandable laws, he had already gained a general understanding. With this understanding, he was almost at the point where he could create a set of spell-type techniques. Next, he needed to develop a suitable movement route. This set of meditation techniques must also be applicable to various types of spells. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, all kinds of different cultivation methods can use this set of meditation techniques and enhance their power. Oh, has the feeling of conclusion come? Is it time to start studying the diagrams for the techniques? The viewers in the live broadcast room quickly discovered through the scanning data that the spiritual energy in Yi Chen's meridians was beginning to attempt to enter certain acupoints. It's been 4 months, finally, the feeling of conclusion is over. If that's the case, it means it will take about 4 more months to create a new technique. Altogether, that adds up to an astonishing 8 months. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Creating a new technique in the chi gathering stage only took 1 month. In the spiritual release stage, it doubled to 2 months. And now, after breaking through to the spiritual law stage, creating a new technique will take about 8 months. Compared to the spiritual release stage, that's an increase of 4 times. By calculating this time, it means that once Yi Chen breaks through to the next realm, the time needed to create a new technique might be 16 times what it is now. 8 months times 16 is 128 months, exceeding 10 years. It might even be longer, perhaps it reaches an upper limit and he can't create new techniques anymore. What a pity! This time, Yi Chen ultimately didn't defy expectations and was predicted accurately by those experts and scholars. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt a bit downcast. Yi Chen breaking through to the next realm and needing over 10 years to create a new technique, or perhaps reaching the limit of being unable to create new techniques at all. This means that all of humanity's time learning from him is about to come to an end. Everyone doesn't need to be too disappointed. A person's talent has its limits, and this has been within our expectations. Fortunately, Yi Chen has already pushed this cultivation method to an extremely high level. At the very least, after reaching the next realm, he can still improve the chaotic technique suitable for the next realm. With this, it's as if we can break through to the next realm. In the spiritual law stage, the lifespan limit will reach 500 years. In the next realm, it might reach 1,000 years. In the next realm, that's 2,000 years. Our human race's creativity and heritage is among the best of all races. It's not just 2,000 years, even 1,000 years can produce countless extraordinary geniuses. These extraordinary geniuses will surely improve this cultivation method based on Yi Chen's foundation. There's no feast that doesn't come to an end. I've gotten used to watching his live broadcasts whenever I have free time for so long. Just thinking about the day when Yi Chen's technique creation reaches its limit, and there's no need to watch live broadcasts every day anymore, it really makes me a bit melancholic. Many sentimental viewers were lamenting how life is always filled with various helplessness. When the day comes that Yi Chen reaches the limit of his talent and can no longer create techniques, perhaps the program will still exist, I can still come by when I have free time, but it definitely won't be as lively as it is now. Additionally, things change and people change, and by then, the mindset will surely be different. It's possible that by then, Yi Chen's ambition and dreams have been completely extinguished, lost in indulgence and temptation, like a fallen hero, a shattered genius. Watching this would only add more sorrow. It's better not to watch and preserve a perfect memory. Bang bang! Yi Chen was focused on controlling the spiritual energy to enter each acupoint when a gentle knocking sound came at the door. Creak! The little golden sphere jumped up immediately. It rushed ahead to open the door. The door opened. Standing outside was the nervous high priest. Originally, the high priest had no psychological burden when coming to find Yi Chen. But since Hai Lan was severely punished for disturbing Yi Chen's cultivation, he became a little scared. Worried that misfortune would come knocking at his door when Yi Chen was in a bad mood. Even if there was something to report, it would provoke Yi Chen's anger. What is it? Yi Chen calmly asked. In fact, he was feeling quite irritable at the moment. 4 months locked in his room contemplating the power of the laws, followed by more than 10 days of intense focus testing the changes in spiritual energy points, even with his willpower, it had become somewhat overwhelming. However, he did not have the habit of venting his anger on others. Guild leader, the people from Zongshan sent a message saying they discovered a tribe called the Green Grass Tribe with more than 1,800 people on a vast prairie. With their powerful strength, they successfully intimidated the people to surrender to our Yin Mountain tribe. The high priest cautiously watched Yi Chen's expression, trying to gauge his mood. That's great! Yi Chen suddenly felt a burst of joy. Finally found the second human tribe. Although it was the Green Grass Tribe he already knew, it was still very good. As the sphere of influence continued to grow, his greatest worry was that in this world, humans were too scarce. This meant that the human base number was extremely low. No matter how much he promoted reproduction, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to increase the population. Fortunately, although the sphere of influence had reached 110,000 square kilometers, he had still found the second tribe. With more than 1,800 people, the population of the Yin Mountain tribe could double. Before long, the army of the Yin Mountain tribe would easily double in size for external battles. Why is Yi Chen so happy about finding a new tribe? He hasn't enjoyed any power that a ruler should have. In the live stream room, some viewers couldn't help but be curious. The Green Grass Tribe, make sure you understand, it's the Green Grass Tribe. Someone quickly reminded him, don't forget, Yi Chen also comes from the Green Grass Tribe. Moreover, he was driven out of the Green Grass Tribe because he was too weak to hunt, and ended up wandering to the Yin Mountain range. I almost forgot, no wonder Yi Chen is so happy. It's fun to watch, the you who used to ignore me, now I'm someone you can't reach, that's probably Yi Chen's mindset now? The audience immediately became excited. I can't wait to see the expressions of the Green Grass Tribe's people when they discover that the leader of the Yin Mountain tribe is Yi Chen, who was once expelled from their tribe. Yi Chen has changed a lot from before, right? At least he's not weak anymore, and he has a strong presence. The Green Grass Tribe's people might not even recognize Yi Chen. The people of the Green Grass Tribe surely won't recognize Yi Chen. But Yi Chen can reveal his identity. One viewer smacked their lips. Given Yi Chen's character, he would definitely take revenge on the Green Grass Tribe. I just don't know if he will erase the entire tribe. He probably won't, considering Yi Chen's attitude towards the Yin Mountain tribe's populace and the order he issued to the 4 leaders not to kill anyone from other tribes. He isn't a person who enjoys killing. However, it's certain he will scare them a bit. If it were me, I would reveal my identity and then leave angrily, letting the people of the Green Grass Tribe live in fear. That's a great idea. Those who are a bit timid might get scared to death. The viewers in the live stream became increasingly excited. Chapter 62, New System. Guild leader, the people from the Green Grass Tribe are already on their way to the valley. Seeing that Yi Chen not only was not angry but also showed surprise, the high priest's anxious heart settled down. He spoke, I plan to arrange for them to work in the Spirit Stone mine, allowing them to be responsible for mining, saving time for our Yin Mountain tribespeople. What do you think? Remember, now that the Green Grass tribe has merged with our Yin Mountain tribe. That is the people of our Flame Mountain tribe. Yi Chen replied irritably, to treat them as slaves, regardless of age or gender, and send them to the Spirit Stone mine to dig, how could you even think of that? The high priest was somewhat taken aback. Yi Chen pondered and said, no matter if it's the Green Grass tribe or any tribes we conquer in the future, remember what I just said. In the beginning, you can treat them differently. After all, we can't let new members of the Flame Mountain tribe enjoy the same treatment as the old ones right after joining, it would upset the elders. But the differences can't be too great, or the new members will struggle to fit into the Flame Mountain tribe and will easily feel alienated. You manage the differences yourself. For instance, what benefits to raise after 1 year, and how much to raise after 3 years, until they are completely the same as the tribespeople. Okay. The high priest hurriedly nodded. When are the people of the Green Grass tribe expected to arrive? Yi Chen asked. The high priest hesitated and said, with ferocious beasts to carry them, it should take about 3 or 4 days. Yi Chen nodded, allocate manpower, find a way to fell a batch of trees, and build wooden houses for the people of the Green Grass tribe in the valley, alongside the residences of our Flame Mountain tribe. Understood. The high priest nodded. Yi Chen instructed, also, hold a bonfire party to welcome the people of the Green Grass tribe, making it easier for both tribes to get to know each other. Then, should we notify the tribe leader to participate? The high priest inquired. No need. Yi Chen waved his hand. He had no interest in wasting an entire night participating in such enjoyable activities with the people. He didn't need these activities to enhance his prestige and influence. However, it was a good time to go out for a stroll. For one, he had been cooped up for too long and needed to adjust his mood and state. For another, he had to consider other matters. With the population of the Flame Mountain tribe more than doubling, various conflicts and disputes were bound to arise, and they needed to be minimized to plan for the tribe's future development. Yi Chen stood up and walked out the door. The high priest hurriedly followed. Squeak! The small golden sphere's mung-bean-sized eyes nearly bulged to the size of soybeans. Heaven opened its eyes. Finally, he could go out to play? It jumped up and quickly hopped onto Yi Chen's shoulder, dancing with excitement. Hey, look at Yi Chen's attitude. He doesn't seem to want to show off his current position in front of the people of the Green Grass tribe. He also doesn't seem to want to punish them for driving him out of the tribe back then? In the live broadcast room, everyone was puzzled. Perhaps Yi Chen is being sneaky, planning to slowly deal with the people of the Green Grass tribe later? How is that possible? With Yi Chen's strength, over 1,000 people from the Green Grass tribe are nothing before him. He can control them however he wants, why would he need to wait? Even if he intends to deal with them later, he should at least let them know his identity, making all the people of the Green Grass tribe live in fear every day. Instead of helping the Green Grass tribe build wooden houses in advance and holding a bonfire party while he himself is too lazy to participate. It seems Yi Chen never thought about this from the start. In his eyes, the Green Grass tribe is merely the first human tribe conquered by the Flame Wong tribe. This is what a great person looks like. All the viewers were amazed. Yi Chen's unexpected attitude led them to conclude that he was a ruthless character, focused only on interests, without regard for past grievances. What they didn't know was that Yi Chen neither held grudges nor ignored previous enmities for the sake of benefits. He simply saw those grievances as belonging to his past life. Although he had the memories of his past life, he didn't share its emotions. Moreover, all he remembered from the past life was loneliness, helplessness, and fear. There is no hatred. If it were fierce beasts or something, not to mention 1,800, even if it were 1,800,000, Yi Chen would not hesitate to slaughter them all to avenge his predecessor. But this is over 1,800 people, the cornerstone of his future conquests in the world, so naturally he wouldn't cause trouble for the Qingsha tribe without any hatred or resentment left in the memories of his predecessor. As for returning home in glory, shocking the people of the Qingsha tribe, Yi Chen hadn't thought of that at all. As the chief of the Yenshan tribe, revered by his people as a god, he is truly above all beings, with a call that could summon hundreds, controlling the lives and deaths of everyone. That little pleasure of showing off is completely insignificant. Arrange for someone to build a stone house nearby. In the future, assign a guard to stay close. Looking back at the shaky wooden house, Yi Chen instructed. After the Qingsha tribe came over, the manpower was slightly more sufficient, and similarly, the valley became increasingly crowded with people and eyes. It was necessary to arrange for a guard. Building a stone house was to establish his supreme position. Okay. The high priest hurriedly committed it to memory. Yi Chen strolled around the valley while arranging. In the future, cancel the practice of distributing food based on population, and instead use spirit stones to exchange for food. Let the tribesmen go gather spirit stones and then trade them for food? The high priest asked. Ichen shook his head. The spirit stone mine belongs to this chief, and from now on no one has the right to gather them privately. The high priest was completely puzzled. What does it mean? Food has to be exchanged with spirit stones, but all the spirit stones belong to the chief. So, are the tribesmen all waiting to starve? Ichen continued, you need to devise a detailed plan. For example, those participating in territory expansion can earn a certain number of spirit stones each day. Establishing merit can earn a certain number of spirit stones. Different strengths, different statuses, different merits, and the number of spirit stones earned also varies. Just like among the 4 armies, the 4 leaders like Gully can each earn 10 spirit stones a day, while the tribesmen in the spiritual release phase can earn 10 spirit stones in 10 days. Those who have not yet broken through to the spiritual release phase can earn 10 spirit stones in a month. Conversely, those participating in mining, guarding, and transporting supplies can also earn spirit stones. The specifics of how much can be earned, and how much food can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone, you need to draft and present to me before we decide. All right. The high priest nodded. He somewhat understood Ichen's thinking now. He felt Ichen was just messing around. There was no need for this at all. It was purely wasting time and manpower. However, he didn't have the courage to speak out against it. The audience in the livestream, at this moment, all stared wide-eyed. One by one, looking at Ichen on the screen, feeling an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Chapter 63, Ichen's desire for domination line. The original unity of the tribe was transformed into a family-centered system, distributing according to labor. The exile planet has existed for over 2,000 years, and various tribes have been born for over 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, many exceptionally wise geniuses have emerged from the major tribes on the exile planet. Likewise, there have also been some notorious criminals thrown onto the exile planet. One of them is Ichen's grandfather, the Grand General Yi Tanglong. However, whether they are geniuses born locally or big figures like Grand General Yi Tanglong thrown onto the exile planet, they might easily become the leaders of their tribes through their talents and intellect. They could also create a series of policies that would bring about earth-shattering changes in the entire tribe, even solving the greatest problem of food scarcity in this savage era. But no one could point directly to the core issue like Ichen did, overturning the entire tribal civilization with a single move, leading it into the ranks of national civilization. One audience member sighed, I remember that after Grand General Yi Tanglong unified the entire Green Grass tribe, he tried to change the inheritance of the tribe from strength to bloodline. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Although Ichen's father succeeded him as the leader of the Green Grass tribe, he was replaced in just a few years. Ichen, too, was expelled from the tribe for being too weak to hunt. I believe the root of the failure lies in the fact that, despite Yi Tanglong's constant promotion of bloodline inheritance, and even having an impact on the thoughts of a generation, the structure of the tribe remained unchanged. Yi Tanglong did not pinpoint the core issue. The biggest stumbling block to bloodline inheritance was the warriors of the various tribes. And the only ones who could restrain these warriors were the tribe's clan members. No matter how strong a warrior is, they cannot take on hundreds alone. As soon as this was said, countless people nodded in agreement and discussion ignited. I think Yi Tanglong failed precisely because he did not firmly hold the food distribution power in the tribe. Moreover, he did not subtly lead all clan members to recognize that the tribe leader had the power to distribute food freely, rather than letting those who hunted the most or contributed the most in hunting receive food in proportion to their efforts. Only by firmly controlling the distribution of food can an inheritor, even if lacking in strength, manage to maintain loyalty from a group of followers through unfair food distribution. Ichen treating the spirit stone mine as his private property and promoting spirit stones as currency, even reforming the entire tribe's system, is a further step. It can be said that among the geniuses emerging in the history of the exile planet over 2,000 years, their vision and thoughts were 2 levels higher than those of ordinary tribespeople. But Ichen, compared to these geniuses, had a vision at least 5 levels higher. If he were to leave the exile planet and join our human federation, I would definitely choose him as the president of the council. Exactly, if Ichen joins our human federation, once he spends a few years familiarizing and mastering the human federation system, understanding our current situation, he would definitely be able to lead our human federation to new heights as the council president. Everyone believed that with Ichen's vision and intellect, he could shine even in the interstellar era of the human federation. A clear-headed person stood up. Hold on. If one day Ichen leaves the exile planet to join our human federation, we can worship him, but we cannot let him hold any power. Don't forget, Ichen already schemed and planned to seize the position of tribe leader before he even knew of the Yin Huang tribe. And on the second day after becoming the tribe leader, he almost disabled the high priest, not allowing any gods to overshadow him in the tribe. He even had the high priest elevate him to the altar. Don't look at Ichen being the tribe leader, he had almost never enjoyed any privilege that a chief should have. But his desire for power had reached a level that ordinary people could hardly understand. At this stage, perhaps he does not need the privileges that come with power, but he likes the supreme power that combines political and divine authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. The Human Federation has a history of nearly 10,000 years, and everyone deeply identifies with this system. No one wishes to see a character in this world who can dominate their life and fate without following the law. And no one wants to have another ruler above their heads. In the valley, Yi Chen wandered about, thinking of other policies. Alright, let's leave it like this for now. You go about your business. After a long time, he finally decided to temporarily pause the policies on education, reproduction, and people's livelihoods. Treating spirit stones as currency and changing the tribal system was already a big step. If he kept making bold moves, conflicts would surely arise, and with the high priest's ability, he wouldn't be able to handle them. At that time, he would have to personally step in and waste a lot of time resolving various conflicts. It was also just the time when the Grass Clan had just merged with the Flame Mountain Clan, and everything needed to be adjusted. There were too many personal matters and details. He couldn't keep up with everything. Most importantly, even with the addition of the Grass Clan, the Flame Mountain Clan only had about 3,500 to 600 people. Everything could only progress gradually. No matter how big the steps were, it was impossible to achieve significant results. It was the same with reproduction. This was the most important means of increasing the population. For this reason, Yi Chen had no qualms about setting the rule that any family that had a child would receive a generous reward. But along with this came a series of details that needed to be established, as well as a series of aftereffects that needed to be dealt with, involving many aspects. With a small population in the tribe and not enough talent to perfect this plan, he would need to spend a lot of time on it. Yes. The high priest felt as if a great mercy had come upon him, hurriedly bowing and leaving. In his view, just the idea of exchanging spirit stones for food and how to distribute spirit stones according to labor was enough to make his brain explode. If Yi Chen came up with any sudden decisions again, he would simply blow up on the spot. Chapter 64, Tribal Conflict. After the high priest left, Yi Chen strolled leisurely along the valley. Aimlessly, he walked wherever he pleased. He no longer thought of anything in his head. The sounds of cicadas, birds, beast roars, and winds howling filled the air. Wildflowers and grasses covered the ground, and with the gentle breeze, they released a faint, lingering fragrance into his nostrils. It made one feel refreshed and invigorated. Upon encountering a creek, Yi Chen stopped. He casually picked up a few small stones. With a few swipes, he pierced through a few fish frolicking in the water. He then started a small fire. Conveniently, he sat by the creek, enjoying the beautiful mountains and water in the distance while roasting fish. The small golden ball jumped into the water with a splash, eagerly chasing after the fleeing fish, hoping to catch more for roasting. In the distance, several fierce beasts came to drink water at the creek, greedily eyeing Yi Chen. Yet none dared to approach. Although Yi Chen's aura did not overflow, the presence of the small golden ball, a level 10 fierce beast, was very obvious. Even though the small golden ball was only the size of a fist, its powerful aura still made these beasts hesitate and not dare to approach. After eating the roasted fish, he wandered nearby for a while. Feeling that his mindset had been adjusted, Yi Chen finally returned to the valley. Back at the wooden cabin, he resumed testing and researching the operation diagrams of new techniques. 4 days later, more than 1,800 members of the Grass Clan arrived at the valley. They were pleasantly surprised to find that the Flame Mountain Clan had actually built them brand new wooden houses ahead of time, which were previously only for the chief, priests, and warriors to reside in. Moreover, a grand bonfire party was prepared to celebrate their arrival. What surprised them even more was that they would be able to enjoy the same status as the members of the Flame Mountain Clan. Learning words, cultivating powerful skills. The people of the Flame Mountain tribe were pleasantly surprised to discover that there were indeed many stunning beauties in the Green Grass tribe. With just one glance, at least 4 or 5 strong, dark-skinned, rough-skinned beauties caught the eye. This ratio was truly outrageous. Besides this, the Green Grass tribe's members were skilled and often produced things that could overturn the perceptions of the Flame Mountain tribe. They made delicious barbecues with seasonings created from various plant powders. Using stone pots to stew, the cooking method was both tender and fragrant. Various practical tools, beautifully designed animal clothing styles. The people of the Flame Mountain tribe felt completely refreshed. Impressive. I didn't realize it until I looked. I was shocked. I just checked, and the Green Grass tribe actually infiltrated with 15 fake criminals. That's inevitable. Even though all the criminals were randomly placed, those fake ones with ulterior motives, who hadn't erased their memories, must be very familiar with the geography of the exile planet. After confirming their location, they'll definitely first head to the nearest tribe to Flame Mountain, trying to blend in. After such a long time, having 15 is quite normal. These 15 fake criminals are really going all out to attract Yi Chen. The green grass tribe has been declining after Yi Tinglong's death, and like the Flame Mountain tribe, they are also facing food shortages. These fake criminals could manage to survive in such an environment while producing all sorts of strange things, and even one managed to seize the position of chief, which is impressive. That's not surprising, these people are all carefully selected elites. The audience in the live broadcast could only exclaim in astonishment. Some couldn't help but express their worries. Yi Chen comes from the green grass tribe. With so many stunning beauties, burly men, and various bizarre things suddenly appearing in the green grass tribe, isn't it easy to raise his suspicions? I don't think so. After all, Yi Chen has been expelled from the green grass tribe for several years. Even if there are new outsiders and changes, he might find it strange but won't think too deeply. After all, he doesn't know about the criminals like we do, he wouldn't consider conspiracy at all. But it will be hard to say in the future. These people are trying every trick in the book to attract Yi Chen's notice, showing off all kinds of means, and it's becoming very competitive. As time goes on, Yi Chen will surely notice many people trying to get close to him. Once he becomes cautious, the chances of getting close to him will drop sharply. Looking at it this way, it seems the situation is far more complicated than just the federal council sending fake criminals to the exile planet. Many other forces are likely involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so disorganized, each fighting their own battles. It's dazzling, with all kinds of people. I wonder which ones are from the federal council. Who cares who is from the federal council, as long as they aren't spies from the 10,000 tribes? After all, whether from the council or rich tycoons, or those planetary governors attempting self-establishment, their goal is to quickly obtain the new skills Yi Chen creates or control him. As long as the goal is achieved, we can be the first to receive Yi Chen's new skills through scanners. If it weren't for the federal council controlling Yi Chen, they definitely wouldn't let anyone take him out of the exile planet. As for the spies from the 10,000 tribes, they surely want to get close to Yi Chen and assassinate him. No matter what, the federal council shouldn't allow these people to mix in with the criminals. What we should actually worry about is whether Yi Chen's talent has reached its limit and if he can still create new skills. Or, can he create a few more new skills? The live broadcast room buzzed with heated discussions. Everyone believes that they are the one firmly seated at the fishing platform. Because no matter which faction succeeds, they can learn about the new methods created by Yi Chen immediately. No one would have thought that the higher-ups of the federal parliament are planning a grand gamble. Even the traitors among the 10,000 clans are not forbidden. In the Yin Mountain tribe, after a brief honeymoon period, they quickly entered a phase full of contradictions during their integration. The people of the two tribes, one lives on the vast grasslands, while the other lives among the towering mountains. Although the language is mutually intelligible, their living habits are completely different. Not to mention that Yi Chen abolished all the sacrifices and deities of the Yin Mountain tribe. Moreover, the people of the Qingqiao tribe, who have not seen Yi Chen's power with their own eyes, find it hard to view him as a deity like the people of the Yin Mountain tribe do. The high priest of the Qingqiao tribe is not under any threat to his life, and unlike the high priest of the Yin Mountain tribe, he will not actively weaken his special status as a messenger of the deity, working to promote Yi Chen's identity as a reborn god. Conflicts between the people continue endlessly. Plus, the clansmen of the Yin Mountain tribe have advanced in cultivation first, which gives them an overwhelming strength advantage, inevitably breeding in arrogance of being superior. Even a wild chicken or a simple tool can spark a brawl. The high priest is truly overwhelmed with busyness. And this is without implementing any new policies. Once implemented, it will only trigger a larger chain reaction. Chapter 65, The High Priest is Too Naive. Bang bang. Outside the only stone house in the whole valley. The high priest nervously knocked on Yi Chen's door. He really did not want to seek out Yi Chen. Firstly, if he encounters Yi Chen in a bad mood, he might end up like Hailan, being unfairly blamed and facing severe punishment. Secondly, coming to Yi Chen for discussion over an unsolvable problem would only highlight his own incompetence. He never thought anyone could replace his position before, but as the people of the Qingqiao tribe merged into the Yin Mountain tribe, he felt threatened. In the Qingqiao tribe, he discovered many individuals whose intelligence and sharpness startled him. These people are fully qualified to take his place and do even better than he does. Yet, he had no choice but to seek out Yi Chen. Because he always felt that if he didn't go find Yi Chen, the tribe might very well erupt into a large-scale brawl. If that were to happen, it would be even more unmanageable. Creak. The door opened. Little golden balls stood at the door. The high priest, disregarding his high position above others, bowed to the pet little golden ball. Only then did he enter the room, holding a few pieces of yellow grass paper in front of Yi Chen. On it, written in charcoal, were records of the new system's proposals. Yi Chen took the paper, flipped through it a few times, his eyes filled with deep surprise. This is an item called paper, researched by a tribesman named Luosher using fragments of grass and trees. The high priest hurriedly explained, with this paper, we can save a lot of animal skins. Impressive. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Someone actually invented paper? That Hylon was not only a musical genius, but also invented the flute. Now, there's another genius who invented paper. There are so many talents in the tribe. The high priest learned from Halen's lesson and stopped there, not daring to say more. Ichen didn't think much either. He picked up the grass paper and began reading. Not bad, very reasonable. Contrary to his expectations, the proposal the high priest drafted was tenfold, or even 100-fold, better than he anticipated. Especially the value of spirit stones and the income of various tiers are set very reasonably. According to this plan, 1 spirit stone is equivalent to 100 pounds of quality beast meat. For the high priest and the 4 leaders of that tier, their fixed monthly income is 300 spirit stones. For those below, the tribesmen during the spirit nurturing period and those who teach characters and pass down methods receive a monthly income of 100 spirit stones. Those who joined the 4 armies but did not reach the spirit release period would receive 30 spirit stones each month. Those who were responsible for transportation, communication, mining, and cleaning would earn 10 spirit stones per month. Income was divided into 4 levels, and any additional contributions would earn extra spirit stone rewards. It seems simple, but it was very suitable for the current situation of the Flame Mountain tribe. Each class had gaps, but they were not so vast that they felt distant. This aligned well with the status and development requirements of the Flame Mountain tribe. Even a family that lost its strong males could still ensure their old and young were well fed by working in mining or cleaning. In addition, a few families left with only the elderly and children could also receive 1 spirit stone per person each month, based on their number. This plan required no revisions from Ichen. In fact, it made Ichen have a fresh perspective on the high priest. Thank you, tribe leader, for your appreciation. It is my honor to serve you. The high priest felt great joy in his heart. Add a reward scheme, contributing to the tribe shouldn't only count by killing powerful beasts. Ichen raised the piece of grass paper in his hand. For example, this Luosher who invented paper also made a huge contribution to the tribe. Based on the highest standards, he should be rewarded 100 spirit stones, and he can also receive an additional 10 spirit stones every month. Other contributions should also be rewarded according to their value and their impact on the tribe. Good. The high priest was even more surprised. This Luosher was also one of the people he was wary of. He actually did not want to introduce Luosher to Ichen and let him appear before Ichen. However, Luosher was simply too outstanding and solved the most difficult new system plan that had troubled him for so long. Moreover, Luosher agreed to let him take credit for this plan. The only thing he needed was to mention Luosher a few times when Ichen discovered paper and felt surprised. This condition made it impossible for him to refuse. Fortunately, although Ichen was surprised, he remembered the name Luosher but had no intention of meeting him immediately. The rest can be implemented according to this plan. We can gradually improve and refine it in the future. Ichen handed the grass paper back to the high priest. Good. The high priest nodded. If there's anything, just say it. Seeing the high priest showed no intention of leaving but appeared hesitant, Ichen became a bit impatient. Forgive me, tribe leader, ever since the people of the Green Grass tribe merged into the valley, the first few days were fine, and everyone got along well. The high priest said cautiously, but gradually, various contradictions began to arise. For example, the people of the Green Grass tribe do not believe that the tribe leader is the reincarnation of a divine being. If this is heard by the people of the Flame Mountain tribe, they will surely reprimand and teach them a lesson. The children of the 2 tribes can easily clash or fight. The people of the Flame Mountain tribe are stronger and often end up beating the children of the Green Grass tribe. If these children's families come for an explanation, they won't escape a beating either. There are also continuous frictions like stealing chickens, washing, and using water, and the signs are getting more intense. I'm worried that after the new system is promoted, issues with personnel arrangements could lead to intense conflicts, sparking a large-scale fight between the 2 tribes. Triggering a large-scale fight? Ichen couldn't help but frown. The high priest's heart began to flutter with anxiety. This old fool is still too inexperienced. There's nothing to be done. Although the high priest has the potential to be a schemer, ultimately his vision is limited and he lacks experience. He is no match for those false heavy criminals. Those directly involved are often confused, but bystanders can see things clearly. The audience in the livestream felt a bit schadenfreude. Luosher was indeed one of these false heavy criminals. Moreover, he was the first one to take the initiative among them. On one hand, he approached the high priest, offered advice, and gained the high priest's favor. On the other hand, once again, behind the scenes, he incited the people of the Grassland tribe to harbor resentment against the Flame Mountain tribe, enticing the Flame Mountain tribe to feel a sense of superiority due to their stronger power. This created constant conflicts between the 2 tribes, forcing the high priest to seek help from Ichen. 2-pronged approach. If the paper could not arouse Ichen's curiosity and obtain an audience with him, then with the conflicts between the 2 tribes, Ichen could not sit idly by and would have to pause his creation of new techniques to address this matter. At that time, he could take the initiative to step forward and offer suggestions, thus also gaining Yi Chen's attention and favor. The high priest tried to suppress the outstanding individuals like Luo Shi, not allowing them to stand in front of Yi Chen. But little did he know, his mind might not be bad, but in terms of scheming, he was far inferior to the well-informed fake serious criminals. Only one fake serious criminal choosing to take the initiative had already sunk him into the situation, making him an unwitting stepping stone. Chapter 66, Harsh Measures in Turbulent Times. How did you arrange the chief and priest of the grassland tribe? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and looked at the high priest. As for the chief of the grassland tribe, I arranged for him to go to the Western Army under Taisher, letting him learn techniques from Taisher, promising that he would have the opportunity to become a leader of the Western Army in the future. The high priest explained, regarding the priest of the grassland tribe, I had him stay by my side, promising that his status would only be beneath mine in the future. Could it be that someone else is secretly stirring up trouble? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He initially thought it was either the chief or the priest of the grassland tribe who was behind the scenes causing chaos. But apparently, that wasn't the case. The chief of the grassland tribe had gone to the Western Army, and the priest was personally supervised by the high priest, with a promise that was not low. By right, even if they wanted to compete for power, it shouldn't have started so early, at least they should observe for a while. Waiting until the tribesmen learned various techniques and their strength matched that of the Flame Mountain tribe before taking action. Without the chief and priest stirring things up, the grassland tribe was after all a conquered tribe, and the Flame Mountain tribe had initially given them enough face. They built houses for them and provided ample food, which was much better than living in a thatch hut and going hungry. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure in the early stages. Holding a grudge also had to wait until their strength improved before seeking revenge. On the contrary, the people of the Flame Mountain tribe might become arrogant because of their stronger power. But the entire Flame Mountain tribe regarded him as a deity. This deity in the eyes of the tribesmen had already instructed the high priest to live peacefully with the people of the grassland tribe. No matter how much the people of the Flame Mountain tribe bullied others, they would not cause too much trouble to avoid displeasing him, their chief. There must be someone stirring trouble behind the scenes, which had caused the tensions between the two tribes to escalate continuously. Stirring trouble? The high priest hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized. Of course. If it weren't for someone stirring up trouble behind the scenes, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. After all, the grassland tribe was a conquered tribe, treated as slaves and sent out to gather spirit stones. Even if they weren't fed enough, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in the short term. If they were well fed, they would surely be grateful 1,000 times over. You secretly find a way to check who was instigating and guiding the people of the grassland tribe to harbor hatred against the people of the Flame Mountain tribe. Furthermore, the other party is also deliberately guiding the people of the Flame Mountain tribe to develop an arrogant mindset. Yi Chen instructed, once found out, punish them accordingly. Understood. The high priest nodded emphatically. As for the present, Yi Chen decided, proceed with the new system as usual, let Guli choose a trusted spirit tribe member to form a guard team, temporarily under your command. And in your capacity as the high priest of the Flame Mountain tribe. In the tribe, all matters and conflicts need you to make a judgment. If a fight happens without your judgment, all those who fought, without questioning the reasons, unless they are ignorant children, will first have one finger cut off as punishment. Then, based on the cause and process of the incident, you will make a judgment. The party at fault, for serious offenses, will have an arm severed and will work hard for 10 years. For minor offenses, one finger will be cut, and a certain amount of spirit stones will be fined. The party in the right can receive compensation in spirit stones. Okay. The high priest felt this punishment was a bit too harsh. Listening to this, even trivial matters, as long as they turn into fights, no matter who is right or wrong, will first cut off one finger? For the party at fault, even if the matter is not too serious, they still have to cut off one finger. Confused, a small matter could cost 2 fingers. However, he did not have the courage to argue. In the Yen Mountain tribe, you hold great power. Especially after the new system and the guard team appeared, you now have the power to determine the fate of the tribe. Yi Chen looked at the high priest and reminded, do you know why I had you issue this harsh order in your name as the high priest? And why I asked Guli to find trusted spirit clan members to be in charge of this guard team? The high priest was startled and instinctively shook his head. Go! Think about the reason yourself. Yi Chen waved his hand. Yes. The high priest bowed and left. In his eyes, there was a look of confusion. The hundreds of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. 666, Yi Chen's operation simply chills me to the bone, my heart shudders. The high priest can't outsmart those fake heavy criminals, but someone like Yi Chen, who has a vision beyond the times, might not be easily outmatched. These fake heavy criminals need to be careful. Amazing, I thought Yi Chen would definitely have to personally intervene, using his prestige to restrain the Yin Mountain tribe members and show powerful strength to intimidate the Qingqiao tribe members, to quell the current conflicts. Luosher thought so too, but Yi Chen took a stroll a few days ago and didn't want to go out again today. He directly implemented harsh laws in troubled times. I am terrified by these punishment regulations, cold sweat running down my back. Cutting off fingers at the slightest disagreement is too terrifying. Let us silently mourn for the people of Yin Mountain Tribe for 3 seconds. Everyone's heart was filled with lingering fear. Looking at Yi Chen, who had already started researching new exercise diagrams again on the screen, they all showed a deep respect. I think the truly terrifying part is not the harsh laws in troubled times, but the trap set for the High Priest. Let the High Priest issue such severe penalties in his name, it's simply making him bear the blame. On the other side, letting Guli send trustworthy people to be the captain of the guard team clearly shows that whenever he wants to place the High Priest as a scapegoat to quell public anger, he can gather enough evidence and take down the High Priest without giving him a chance to argue or defend himself. That old High Priest, still completely unaware, has no idea that a slaughter knife is hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. However, speaking of this, Yi Chen may be ruthless, but he is still quite nostalgic. At the very least, he gave the High Priest enough hints. With the High Priest's intelligence, he will surely begin to grasp these hints. In the future, even if he needs to use the High Priest to quell public anger, he should still preserve a relatively good identity for the High Priest. It is unavoidable for Yi Chen, he does not have the time to manage the Yin Mountain Tribe, so he can only rely on the High Priest. And the High Priest's power will only become greater in the future. Over time, as he tastes and gets used to the superiority of deciding others' fate in life or death with a single word, he will inevitably fall deeper. Even if he does not dare to rebel, he will find it hard to avoid deceiving above and hiding below. With a slaughter knife hanging over his neck. With a thunderous momentum, this hidden danger could be swiftly resolved. Yi Chen sits in the room, holding the world in his hands. With his unmatched strength, it doesn't matter how chaotic it gets outside. If it escalates, he can come out at any time to cut through the chaos decisively. Suddenly, everyone felt a bit uncertain about those fake heavy criminals. Although these fake heavy criminals were all elites, they had significant advantages in vision and experience. But Yi Chen was clearly not someone who could be easily deceived. Chapter 67, The Plan Falls Through. In the valley. Outside a wooden house, Luosher stared unblinkingly at the stone house at the end of the valley. His eyes sparkled with expectation. In his heart, he kept pondering and rehearsing the upcoming plan. He didn't have to wait too long. The High Priest soon walked out of the stone house. But behind him, there was no sign of Yi Chen. At this moment, Luosher was a bit confused. In the tribe, many heavy criminals who were also planning to attract Yi Chen's attention were equally perplexed. Luosher's proactive attack was unnoticed by the ordinary tribespeople. These fake heavy criminals, however, immediately saw through Luosher's intentions. Someone took the initiative to step forward as the first to stick their neck out, and they naturally delighted in observing from the shadows. Thus, they didn't stop him and instead secretly prepared their own plans. Once Luosher's plan succeeded and he managed to draw Yi Chen out to handle the tribe's conflict, they would also ride the coattails to attract Yi Chen's attention. So, while Luosher thought about how to advise Yi Chen on resolving the tribal conflict, many fake heavy criminals were showcasing their talents. Some brawny men practiced their punches in front of their wooden houses. Some chubby middle-aged men cooked on stone slabs in front of their wooden houses. There were peerless beauties with sturdy builds and dark, rough skin dancing gracefully in front of their wooden houses. There was even an exceptionally ugly woman with fair skin, star-like eyes, an exquisite face, and elegant demeanor, like a fairy, sweeping dust in front of her door. And there was a child deliberately enticing other children to play and mess around, preparing to showcase his talents once Yi Chen came out. All of these people felt disappointed. Only the High Priest emerged alone. High Priest, how did it go? Luosher hesitated for a moment but still approached. What? The High Priest was deep in thought about Yi Chen's hint and didn't hear Luosher's words clearly. Luosher had to repeat himself. It's fine, there is already a solution. As agreed, I also mentioned your matter to the tribe leader. The High Priest waved his hand, ignoring Luosher, and directly returned to his wooden house. Old man, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Watching the High Priest's completely different attitude, Luosher cursed him inwardly but had no means to change it. He turned to look at the closed stonehouse door, his head faintly throbbing. This greatest genius in human history was truly difficult to fathom. He thought the plan would certainly succeed, yet it failed to draw him out? He had to think long-term about this. He turned around and returned to his wooden house. In the distance, those fake heavy criminals who tried to catch the wind saw Luosher return disappointedly and ended their performances as well. Their moods were equally heavy. Although they were competitors, they actually hoped for Luosher's plan to succeed. Because if Luosher succeeded, it meant their methods could also be effective, successfully getting close to Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Luosher failed. This indicated that getting close to Yi Chen and winning his favor was even harder than they had imagined. Only that exceptionally ugly woman, sweeping dust like a fairy, had a flash of brilliance in her starry eyes. Her petite red lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. After about an hour, the high priest announced the punishment measures. The entire tribe was in an uproar. Whether they were from the Yen Huan tribe, the tribespeople of the grass-green tribe were all complaining about the high priest. Some even suggested going to report the high priest to Yi Chen. However, although Yi Chen's stone house was only at the end of the valley and not far away, it still could not be realized. Because even Hai Lan, a breathtakingly talented beauty, suffered severe punishment for disturbing Yi Chen's training, others didn't have the courage to disturb him. With the establishment of the guard team, new reform plans were officially introduced, once again shaking the entire Flame Mountain tribe. The vast majority of people disliked changing their existing living environment, especially since it was not a bad one. However, upon hearing that this was the direction set by the chief, the tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe immediately changed their tune and began to try to accept and adapt to the new system. The original tribespeople of the grass-green tribe could only go with the flow. As time went by, under the threat of harsh punishments and the average strength of the original grass-green tribespeople rising, after a brief period of conflict, the two tribespeople gradually merged. The new system clearly motivated the tribespeople more than the original system and gave them more ambition. The voices of opposition grew quieter and quieter until they completely vanished. As autumn passed and winter arrived, snow began to fall heavily on Flame Mountain once again. Flakes floated down. In past years, this was a cruel survival test for the tribespeople of Flame Mountain. After last year, the Flame Mountain tribe, thanks to Yi Chen's hunting of the giant green leopard, enjoyed a winter of plenty. And this year, some tribespeople even began to appreciate the sight of snow filling the skies, viewing it as a rare beauty. Compared to last year, the Flame Mountain tribe underwent earth-shaking changes. The biggest difference was the surge in population. Originally, due to the 4 paths of the army being away at war for a long time, only the old, weak, women, and children remained in the tribe. After the grass-green tribe joined, although more and more tribespeople joined the 4 paths of the army, many still remained in the valley. This made the once empty valley much livelier. Next, the implementation of the new system began to show initial results. Everyone had clear duties, and labor was rewarded. Even though they were no longer lacking in food, tribespeople remained motivated to accumulate more spirit stones. Finally, the so-called fake heavy criminals continually innovated to attract Yi Chen. Tools, environment, food. The entire Flame Mountain tribe underwent huge changes. In the stone house at the end of the valley, Yi Chen was still focused on testing and studying the new cultivation techniques. He was only a step away from success. According to his estimation, if he was lucky, he might succeed in 2 or 3 days. Even if luck was bad, he could still succeed in 5 or 6 days. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door sounded. Squeak. Little Gold Ball jumped up and skillfully ran to open the door. Chief, Guli sent someone to inform that a human tribe has been discovered in a large forest southeast of Flame Mountain. The high priest bowed and reported. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. They found a second tribe? How many people? He asked eagerly. The high priest shook his head, not clear, and to conquer this tribe, it seems the chief must go personally. Yi Chen felt taken aback. With Guli in their current strength, it was normal to encounter beasts they couldn't defeat, but how could there be a tribe they couldn't conquer? He signaled the high priest to continue. The high priest explained, this tribe lives in the large forest, and they worship a powerful spirit along with many fierce beasts. This spirit possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Guli once personally entered the tribe but was severely injured by divine punishment from the sky before she even saw the spirit, and she barely escaped using the cloud treading technique. This sounds interesting. It seems I really have to go personally. Yi Chen understood in his heart. This so-called divine being must be a powerful beast. A ferocious beast that rules over the human race, serving as a deity among the human tribes. Chapter 68, the new cultivation method is about to be released. My God, Yi Chen is finally going out. It's been over 8 months, I'm almost sick from boredom, and he has only gone out once. Poor little golden ball is so stuffed up that he's started counting how many strands of his golden fur he has to pass the time. The audience in the livestream finally became lively after days of silence. The most pitiful are those fake heavy criminals. They try every possible way, racking their brains to think of methods to attract Yi Chen. But in the end, Yi Chen just doesn't go out, all his flirtations are wasted on the blind. The most frustrated must be the one who had surgery to look like a child. To show off and reveal his talent in front of Yi Chen, he causes a ruckus in the tribe every day, making everyone hate him. I don't know if he's sent by the federal council, but this idea isn't bad. Transforming and changing into a child with great talent, once discovered by Yi Chen, he could very well become Yi Chen's direct disciple with his good speaking skills. If successful, he would secure a stable position. But he would have to pretend to be an innocent little kid every day, which would probably be extremely uncomfortable. That's for sure. Competing with a bunch of kids to see who can pee further, or whose pee can mix with more mud. And doing this under the watch of hundreds of billions of viewers? His mental fortitude isn't strong enough, he'll definitely break down. However, these fake heavy criminals have finally waited for the clouds to part and the moon to shine. They've encountered the chance for each end to go out. I wonder which fake heavy criminal can take the lead and attract each end's attention first. Hard to say, each has their own strengths. I think that big fat guy is the most likely because his house is right next to the road out of the valley. The smell of delicious food spreads far, making it easy to catch each end's attention. I still think that little kid fake heavy criminal will take the lead because he's starting to stir again. Once each end comes out, he will definitely lead the other children chasing him to deliberately run towards each end. Everyone was excitedly discussing who could attract each end's attention first. In the stone house, the high priest respectfully said, "Tribe leader, should I arrange for the tribesmen to send a message and lead the way for you?" Now. Each-en hesitated for a few seconds and waved his hand. "Let's talk about this in a few days, I'll notify you then." "All right." The high priest bowed and left. Each-en sat down cross-legged again, continuing to test and study the new cultivation methods diagram. Little Golden Ball was greatly disappointed as he looked at Each-en, wanting to say something. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he obediently ran to close the door. The audience in the livestream was a bit confused. What's going on? Each-en has fallen in love with creating the cultivation diagram? Normally, understanding natural laws is an extremely tedious thing. Testing and researching the cultivation diagram requires long periods of concentration, and it often leads to failure. It's 10 or even 100 times more boring than understanding natural laws. Don't mention finding the second tribe. Even if there's nothing to do, Each-en should find a reason to go out and relax, adjust his mindset. Now, after so long, there's finally a chance to go out, and he doesn't plan to go? It's not that he doesn't plan to go out, it should be that his new cultivation method is close to success. An audience member quickly noticed the reason. That's right, Each-en only said to talk about it in a few days, not that he wouldn't go. It's rare to find a second tribe, and since it requires his personal effort, he's delaying for a few days. That definitely means the new cultivation method is about to be released. After waiting for more than 8 months, we finally waited for the new cultivation method. After the audience, still in a daze, realized this, everyone became excited. After more than half a year, Each-en's new technique was finally about to be created. Everyone's attention immediately focused entirely on the new technique. I wonder what type this new technique is. Whether it is comprehension or creation of the technique map, Each-en has spent the time in his room, completely giving no clues. It can only be certain that it is not an attack type technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing the comprehension in his room. No matter what type of technique it is, we should know in a few days. No need to think, it must be an impressive technique. That's obvious, there has never been a technique created by Each-en that isn't impressive. Everyone should cherish this. I decide to watch it 24 hours a day until the new technique is out. Me too, I want to be one of the first witnesses of the new technique. Creating a new technique in the Chi gathering stage only takes a month. In the spirit release stage, it doubles to 2 months. Now, in the spirit law stage, creating a new technique takes as long as 8 months. Those unreliable experts and scholars, good guesses did not work, but bad guesses came true. Each-en is indeed close to the limit of creating techniques. Finally, waiting for the new technique to be released, we must witness its power at the first moment. Everyone was filled with immense anticipation. Besides looking forward to the new technique's effect, they were also hoping that Each-en would impart the spirit law stage chaos formula and the complete version of heavenly slaughter formula. Logically, since Each-en successfully created a new technique, he should be able to focus on cultivation to raise his realm. In addition, with Gully facing powerful ferocious beasts, Each-en would inevitably, like before, choose to impart the spirit law stage chaos formula and the complete version of heavenly slaughter formula, allowing the tribe's high-end combat power and average strength to receive a leap forward. But no one dared to voice such thoughts. Logically, it should be that way. Each-en has never followed logic. Even the top psychologists cannot fathom his thoughts. After being mistreated so much, everyone felt that even with 100% possibility, it would be better to not have high hopes. Thus, if Each-en did not impart the techniques, it wouldn't be too painful. If Each-en did impart the techniques, that would be an unexpected joy. How wonderful! The new technique will be released in just a few days, and this site will invite experts and scholars from all walks of life to analyze the value and drawbacks of the new technique at the first moment. After more than 8 months, Each-en is finally about to create a new technique again. Stay tuned. The limit of creating techniques is approaching. In the future, how many new techniques can Each-en still create? Major news media finally became active. After more than half a year, it welcomed a feast of frequently changing front-page headlines, crazily harvesting traffic once again. In their view, as Yi Chen approached the limit of creating techniques, this should be one of the few feasts left. The good days for the major news media would also come to an end because of this. In the future, when Yi Chen reaches the limit of creating new techniques, perhaps countless viewers will focus on Yi Chen. But it would definitely not be like today, where casually posting a headline related to Yi Chen could attract billions and trillions of views. Major planets were about to host entertainment events in the near future, such as new movie releases, concerts, and various fashion shows, all of which were announced to be postponed at the first moment. There was no choice. With Yi Chen's new technique about to be released, no matter whose movie starred or whose concert it was, no one would pay attention. Yi Chen sneezing, suspected of having a cold, could overshadow all the movie stars and singers in the entire galaxy. The high-ranking officials in the council, military leaders, business tycoons, and heads of various forces all immediately instructed their secretaries. Once Yi Chen finishes testing the technique map, the first time to notify them. Chapter 69, The Tip of the Iceberg Shakes All of Humanity. Yi Chen seemed to have good luck. In just over 2 days, he successfully created the technique diagram. Finally done. He couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. For ordinary people, researching and creating martial arts techniques is definitely a tedious and boring task. For him, it was actually the same. The only reason he kept going was purely because the new technique could make him and the entire Flame Mountain tribe much stronger. With his strength, and the strength of the Flame Mountain tribe, they could conquer this planet filled with powerful, ferocious beasts. Even one day, pointing the sword toward the vast starry sky. The larger the area he occupied, the higher his talent. In this way, his talent could continue to rise endlessly, growing stronger and stronger. Conversely, with his endlessly improving talent, his strength and realm could also rise endlessly. At this stage, although the Flame Mountain tribe was already invincible in the Flame Mountain range, the expansion of their influence was also progressing steadily, but it was far from a state of complete security. Yi Chen could only endure his loneliness and the frustration in his heart, working hard to create new martial arts techniques. Fortunately, the more than 8 months of hard work were worth it. The birth of the new technique was enough to boost his strength tenfold. If the tribespeople of the Flame Mountain tribe learned it, not only would their strength increase, but the speed of expanding influence would also greatly rise. It's coming. The new martial arts technique is coming. This time, Yi Chen has no reason not to come out, right? Those hard-working fake criminals finally have a chance to show their skills. The real hard worker is the little golden ball, clearly a grumpy little kid, yet it stayed in the room for over half a year, not daring to make a noise. It's impressive it managed to hold on. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly erupted in excitement. Major news media also immediately announced the news that Yi Chen had successfully created a new martial arts technique. In the live broadcast room, the number of viewers, which had already exceeded 1 trillion, continued to soar at a jaw-dropping pace. Big shots from all directions, upon receiving reminders from their secretaries, paused or ended their meetings, ended whatever tasks they were doing, or stopped their exercises, all to open the live video. Creak. Seeing Yi Chen actively open the door, the little golden ball jumped onto his shoulder, took a deep breath of the outside air, and danced with excitement. Tribe leader. Not far away, the guards sheltering from the wind and snow quickly bowed to greet him. Bring the tribesmen sent from Gully by the high priest. Yi Chen instructed. Yes. The guard immediately sprinted towards the direction of the tribe. Before long, the high priest brought a tribesman and jogged over. Tribe leader. There hasn't been any major incident in the tribe recently, right? Yi Chen asked. No. The high priest quickly shook his head. I will go to Gully's side for a while. If there are any important matters during this time, hold off if you can, and if not, handle them yourself. Yi Chen instructed. Right now, the heavy snow is falling, and the Flame Mountain is completely white, making it hard to tell directions. The high priest reminded. It's okay. Yi Chen waved his hand. Turning to the tribesman who delivered the message, on the way, you should remember any important areas, right? I remember. The delivering tribesman was a bit nervous, his voice trembling. Yi Chen didn't mind. He grabbed the delivering tribesman's arm. With a surge of spiritual energy, he took the delivering tribesman and, to the amazement of the high priest, suddenly flew up into the air. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Flying higher and higher. In a moment, they crossed the valley. After a brief adaptation and testing period, Yi Chen led the delivering tribesman, facing the flying snow, and flew southeast. The tribe leader really is a reincarnated deity. In front of the stone house, with a thud, a guard knelt on the ground. Yi Chen, heading towards the sky, lays down in worship. The high priest, mouth agape and face full of disbelief, even feeling the snowflakes fall into his mouth without noticing, finally reacts. Even though Yi Chen has already left, he also kneels on the ground, worshipping alongside the guards. In the entire Yenshan tribe, the ones who least believe Ichen is a deity are those fake heavy criminals. Next are the high priest and the priests of the grass tribe. As messengers who communicate with deities, they are the ones who understand that gods do not exist the most. But at this moment, the high priest starts to doubt this judgment. If he were not a reincarnated deity, how could the clan leader fly to the sky like a great bird without wings? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, tens of trillions of viewers, who rush to see the new technique, have all become as if petrified. Their bodies are stiff, unable to move at all. What the hell, what am I seeing? Oh my god, someone slapped me, I can't be dreaming, right? He flew up, Ichen actually flew into the air out of nowhere. Heavens and earth, I knew Ichen's new technique would be amazing. But I didn't expect it to be to this extent. His new technique actually allows people to fly. Like the high priest and the guards, I have already knelt in front of the screen, laying down in worship. It wasn't until a few minutes later that someone reacted. The entire galaxy suddenly bubbled like it had exploded. Anyone could guess that Ichen's new technique must be incredible. Because Ichen proves with facts that none of the techniques he created are not amazing. Even last time, when he created the heaven-slaying technique, everyone believed he was limited by his vision and went down the wrong path in creating techniques. Ichen also easily killed the golden giant python with an iron sword to tell everyone that it is all of humanity that has low vision, not him. But no one expected that the new technique Ichen created would actually allow humanity to break through the flaws of their physical structure, just like the cloud treading technique. Moreover, it is even more astonishing. The cloud treading technique only allows human speed to exceed the speed of sound. This new technique actually allows humanity to fly in the sky directly. Since ancient times, flying has always been the ability that all humans dream of. It is precisely because of this strong desire that humanity, through generations of genius efforts and improvements, invented various flying equipment, hot air balloons, and even airplanes and spacecraft. Ichen, however, took a step further. His new technique allows humanity to freely fly in the sky without any instruments or equipment. Goodness, I feel like as a flight device designer, I will be unemployed, but why am I still so excited and thrilled? No need to feel, it's certain that I will lose my job. Aircraft, flying gear, and even stocks in civilian planes and mech-related companies are all starting to crash. After today, a bunch of related companies will have to declare bankruptcy. But on the flip side, other industries will skyrocket, and everyone can just wait for salary increases. Right now, I really feel a bit sorry for those fake heavy criminals waiting for Ichen to come out. They are probably thinking about 1,000 pesky thoughts. After half a year of hard work, they finally await Ichen's outing. They thought the opportunity had come and finally could show themselves to Ichen. But then, Ichen just flew away with a whoosh. Who cares about them, I just want to learn the new technique now. I want to fly. I would trade 100 years of my life for Ichen to teach me the new technique quickly. I would be willing to spend 100 years without finding a girlfriend just for Ichen to teach the new technique quickly. Once I learn the new technique, I won't need to take elevators anymore. All humanity has fallen into madness. Just imagining that one can fly freely in the sky without any tools brings forth a powerful and unbearable desire in everyone's heart. Ichen merely showed a glimpse of the new technique, and it has already plunged all humanity into a state of extreme shock and overwhelming desire. Chapter 70, Dare Not Report to the Saint Lord. As expected of Ichen, the new technique has once again broken through the flaws in human physical structure. In front of the screen, the top billionaires from across the galaxy could only express their admiration. I knew it. Ichen's new technique would surely cause the stock market across the galaxy to soar again. It was worth gathering funds secretly 6 months ago. To think it can actually allow humans to fly. This technique would be quite interesting to learn. This talent, this mind that repeatedly breaks through the shackles of thought, is simply unimaginable. If it could be exchanged, I would willingly trade my entire fortune for Ichen's talent. What a pity. Those who spent a fortune to send someone to the exile planet, although they got lucky with a location close to the grass tribe, have achieved nothing after all this time. With such skills, claiming to be in the top 10 of the galaxy's con artists, they haven't even seen Ichen's face once in over 6 months, let alone gain his attention or affection. What a waste. However, now that Ichen hasn't left home for over half a year and strictly forbids others from disturbing him, if it were me personally, I probably wouldn't dare to take any rash actions. I would just have to patiently lie low and wait. All the top billionaires felt both joy and worry. Those who were happy naturally benefited from their excellent judgment and foresight, making a fortune in the stock market. Those who were worried, however, were troubled by the immense costs spent on sending people to the exile planet, who had yet to make any progress. Moreover, the expensive Technique Research Institute was burning money like flowing water every day, yet still yielded no results. 2 arrows shot forth, but both faced obstacles. Since everyone is here, let's talk about serious matters. In the military headquarters conference room, Marshal Ironblood, seeing all the military big shots images appear at the conference table, immediately got to the point. The military's restructuring must speed up. For infantry, the recruitment conditions will be raised by another 30%, and military funding will be increased fivefold. Accelerate the formation of special forces, and as soon as each end teaches the new techniques, we will immediately devise tactics and drills for flying and the sky slashing technique. I agree. Agreed. No objections. The 2 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals expressed their unanimous agreement without hesitation. It passed with full support. Next. Marshal Ironblood did not finish, massively cut development costs for mechas, while preparing for the abolition and relocation of mech warriors. Agreed. I concur. No objections. Again, it passed without any dissent. After a pause, Marshal Ironblood's gaze was piercing as he stated, "For pilots and warship personnel, we will raise the talent requirements and conditions. The specifics will be decided after analysts produce a detailed report. The promotion system will be adjusted. The conditions for obtaining military ranks remain unchanged, but aside from military achievements, we will also add talent and realm requirements, which can be gradually implemented. For lower talent and lower realm military officers, we need to find ways to collect spirit materials that can enhance their talents. Also, any officer of company level or above with lower talent and realm will be assigned one or several geniuses as aides. At critical moments, an aide with a higher realm and quicker reactions has the right to make decisions on their behalf." Agreed. Agreed. No objections. Once again, it was unanimously approved in record time. This military meeting was destined to be the most harmonious, least controversial military meeting in the entire military. The birth of each end's new technique fulfilled humanity's long-held desire to fly freely in the sky for thousands of years. It also gave these military big shots hope that humanity could single-handedly slay all races. With flying abilities combined with the sky slashing technique, it might not be as powerful as mechas at this stage, but the possibilities ahead were endless. The talents of the human race still have considerable room for improvement. Sooner or later, they will be able to easily defeat mechs by relying on their agility advantages. Most importantly, this new way of fighting can continuously improve in the future. The performance of mechs, however, has not seen any breakthrough in nearly 1,000 years. Military bigwigs present can almost all assert that gene warriors have been eliminated. In 100 years, mech warriors will also face the fate of exiting the historical stage. A complete reorganization of the military is already imperative. This is not like the last military conference, where most felt that a slow implementation was better. Because they all understand that the races opposing the human race around the galaxy will not give humans much time to develop. Angel Galaxy. Clay Planet. In a huge palace, the ruler of this planet, Bolton, who is also a high-ranking member of the Angel race and controls the entire Angel spy organization, frowned as he looked at the latest documents that had arrived. It's this human genius again. His head throbbed slightly. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The person hailed as the greatest genius in history by humans has created a new technique that will enable humans to fly freely in the sky. With his insight, he could immediately assess how astonishing the development prospects would be when combining flying ability with the heavenly slash technique. The military side of humans would surely accelerate their reorganization because of this. Logically, humans are one of the biggest enemies of the Angel race. Such significant information must be sent to the leader of the Angels at the first opportunity. However, he was a bit reluctant to do so. He had already presented the image of the human genius creating the new technique to the leader twice, which had caused the leader's dissatisfaction and reproach. If he were to present it a third time within a year and the leader still looked down on the human genius, he would be in serious trouble. In the eyes of the Angel race, he is a powerful golden-winged angel, a high-ranking member controlling the spy organization, a figure who holds the fates of countless angels. But before the violent and bloodthirsty leader of the Angel race, he is merely a servant with decent abilities. If a servant continuously disappoints, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget it, I can only hope that Liebois and the human traitors he trained can quickly kill this human genius. In the end, Bolton chose to give up. He didn't dare to take that risk. However, there was one thing that comforted him: the Liebois he had sent to humans to collect intelligence was quite good. This Liebois was not very strong, just a silver-winged angel. Considering his clear mind and decisive actions, after weighing the pros and cons, Bolton had sent him to the galaxy as the person in charge. When each and only created the cloud treading technique and had not yet created the heavenly slash technique, Liebois set aside all his tasks, destroying all his power and cultivation, and mixed in with the captured criminals he had trained. For this, Bolton had once scolded Liebois for being crazy. But now looking back, this kid's vision and judgment were unbelievably strong. He had already determined at that time that the human genius would become a significant problem for the Angel race, not hesitating to destroy all his cultivation, abandon all matters, and mix into the banished planet with the determination to die to resolve this deep-seated threat. Such talent cannot be given up easily. Once he successfully assassinates the human genius, we can exchange captured human generals. The question is whether the human council will agree. Regardless of whether they agree or not, at worst, we can afford to sacrifice a batch of 4-winged silver angels, 6-winged silver angels, and all the human traitors we trained. Even if I have to storm the headquarters of the human army to rescue Liebois, I will. Borton breathed a sigh, feeling a bit more settled inside. Chapter 71, a bit overconfident. Exiled planet. Yen Mountain Range, heavy snow falling. Ichen flew swiftly in the air, carrying his clansman who brought the message. The biting cold wind howled past his ears, like rolling thunder. Below, everything was covered in white, barely making out the shapes of some peaks and forests. Only when they flew out of the Yen Mountain Range did conditions improve a little. Following the guidance of the clansman, Ichen sped towards the southeast. At the edge of a snow-covered forest, after spotting the warriors of the Yenhuang tribe, he finally descended. In total, it took just over an hour. Looking at Ichen descending from the sky, Guli and all the warriors were left dumbfounded. Tribal chief, it's the tribal chief. He flew down from the sky. As some warriors came to their senses, they threw themselves on the snowy ground, worshipping earnestly. In an instant, including Guli, all the clansmen knelt down to the ground. Indeed, there are deities in this world. Whether the deity of the Yunjie tribe is truly a god, no one knows. But their own tribal chief is undoubtedly a god. Guli, how is your injury? Ichen's gaze shifted to Guli, who was curled up on the ground, her body tightly wrapped in various animal skins. Reporting to the tribal chief, it's just some surface wounds, looking severe but no problem after resting for a while. Guli quickly explained. Ichen nodded, tell me the detailed situation. Guli organized her thoughts a bit and began to explain the entire process in detail. Currently, the Eastern Army has more than 200 warriors. Among them, 11 have broken through to the first stage of spirit law. The fierce beasts under their control number as many as 600 to 700, including a few around level 20. This strength is truly immense. Even if their forces are scattered, they crush everything in their path. It wasn't until they approached this great forest that the Eastern Army encountered trouble. In this forest, powerful fierce beasts have all been conquered by the deity of the Yunjie tribe, obeying the commands of the human race. The Eastern Army's strength is not weaker than that of the fierce beasts in the forest. But because they wanted to conquer the entire Yunjie tribe intact, they did not dare to attack with full force, thus always in a disadvantage. In fact, they even suffered attacks from the Yunjie tribe, relying on the speed advantage of the cloud stepping technique to escape a calamity. Seeing the stalemate, Guli took a daring move, sneaking into the Yunjie tribe alone, wanting to assassinate their deity and destroy the faith of the tribe. In the end, she never even saw the face of the deity, as heavenly thunder fell from above. Even with her speed, she was severely injured by the relentless thunder, barely escaping. You really have some guts, daring to assassinate a deity? Ichen couldn't help teasing a bit. In the entire Yen Mountain tribe, the only person he could consider a friend was Guli. Moreover, she was a friend from the early days of his rise. After not seeing her for more than half a year, a warm feeling naturally arose. I was very scared at that time. If not for that, I wouldn't even have missed seeing the deity of the Yunjie tribe. Guli spoke honestly. The decision to assassinate the deity of the Yunjie tribe took a lot of resolve and immense courage. This was an assassination of a god. In the past, she had some doubts about the reality of the deity. Because the high priest kept talking about how the deities could protect the tribe, but every winter, many clansmen still starved or froze to death. The deity spoken of by the high priest had never appeared. But Ichen's arrival made her firmly believe that there are indeed deities in this world. The deity of the Yunjie tribe is at least 90% real. Killing a god. Just thinking about it. Even Guli's courage was trembling. But she had to do it. Because she still remembered, after Ichen became the chief of the Yin Mountain tribe, the high priest no longer promoted or sacrificed to other gods. The entire Yin Mountain tribe only had one god, Ichen. Although Guli was strong and powerful, her mind was not bad at all. She understood very clearly that the high priest's actions must have been Ichen's instructions. And Ichen doing this clearly meant that he would not allow the existence of any other gods. Since the Yunjie tribe also had a god, sooner or later, there would be a divine battle between Ichen and them. She was willing to be Ichen's advanced scout and go to kill that god. If she failed, at least she could test the god's general strength for Ichen. She went into that assassination with the determination to die. Only with the determination to die could she overcome the fear of killing a god. Let's go. Take me to kill the god. Ichen smiled and said. Okay. I'll gather all the warriors now. Guli nodded without hesitation. She had a strong and blind admiration for Ichen. Since the god of the Yunjie tribe couldn't even kill her, it must not be Ichen's opponent. Ichen is too confident, isn't he? Yeah. It feels like he's a bit overconfident. Guli and he are at the same realm, both at the first stage of spiritual law. Compared to Guli, his only advantage is the complete heaven slashing technique and the new cultivation technique. The new technique allows one to fly in the air, which indeed significantly enhances the power of the heaven slashing technique. But on the other hand, Guli didn't even see the god of the Yunxia tribe before being heavily injured. The viewers in the live stream room became nervous. Everyone felt that Ichen was being too careless. But fortunately, with Ichen's speed, even if he can't win, he should be able to escape. The entire Eastern army might suffer heavy losses, though. It's hard to say. Guli was able to escape because she was infiltrating the Yunxia tribe alone to assassinate. After being attacked, she only needed to focus on how to escape. Right now, Ichen is leading the entire Eastern army. Once attacked, if Ichen tries to save someone, he might delay his own escape. Heaven help, please don't let Ichen encounter danger. Many of the fearful ones had already started praying for Ichen's safety. Because they all knew what kind of being the god of the Yunxia tribe really was. A level 30 Thunder Bee Queen. According to the military's rating system for fierce beasts, a beast at level 20 already has the strength of an elite genetic warrior and requires a mecha to defeat. A level 30 fierce beast has the strength comparable to an elite mecha. It takes an elite mecha or multiple elite mechas to defeat it. Not to mention, the higher the beast's strength, the higher its intelligence. This Thunder Bee Queen's intelligence was already on par with humans. However, unlike humans, it couldn't pass on knowledge, and its vision, understanding, and experience were limited to the forest. According to the space battleship's video data, centuries ago, when the Thunder Bee Queen was just born, it was accidentally found by a member of the Yunxia tribe and brought back to the tribe. As the Thunder Bee Queen's strength increased, its master became the chief of the tribe and led it to conquer the entire forest. When its master died, the Thunder Bee Queen lost its bond and was no longer controlled. The Yunxia tribe could no longer control the other fierce beasts in the forest through the Thunder Bee Queen, and they had to face the dilemma of the Thunder Bee Queen destroying and killing when it was in a bad mood. The once glorious Yunxia tribe, which had a population of 5,000 or 6,000, entered an era of darkness. It wasn't until over a decade later, when the tribe's population had dropped to less than 1,000, and rare foods they liked became scarce, that the Thunder Bee Queen finally woke up. It reconquered the powerful beasts in the Great Forest, allowing the tribespeople to take charge. In return, the Yunxia tribe was responsible for gathering its favorite food and presenting it before it. As time passed, this Thunder Bee King accumulated enough experience, becoming increasingly adept at controlling the Yunxia tribe. It even learned the human language, understanding how to select those loyal to it as chieftains or high priests. 100 years ago, it even had the high priest put it on the altar, becoming the only deity of the Yunxia tribe. It no longer appeared before its people, so that beyond the high priests of every generation, no one in the Yunxia tribe knew its true identity as a fierce beast. Such a powerful and incredibly cunning beast, controlling the entire Yunxia tribe, might make the tribespeople and the beast cannon fodder when faced with strong enemies. Unless they disregarded the lives of the Yunxia tribespeople to launch a full attack, even using ace mechas or several elite mechas might not guarantee a kill. According to analysis, Ichen's strength was similar to that of an ordinary mecha. There was no chance of victory. Whether he could save his life depended on if he could harden his heart when it mattered and abandon the Eastern Route Army's soldiers to escape alone. Chapter 72, Being with a King is like being with a tiger. At the edge of the forest, the Eastern Route Army had gathered. Injured but still not fully healed, Guli led the way with an iron sword in hand. Behind her were the Eastern Route Army and more than 600 controlled ferocious beasts. Although it couldn't yet be called a large army, it already had the momentum of one. Among the crowd, Hailan looked at Ichen, who was laughing and chatting with Guli, feeling an unfathomable melancholy. After more than 2 months, she had successfully eliminated most of Guli's hostility through her eloquence, acting skills, and considerable talent, gaining permission to join the Eastern Route Army as a warrior. Her strategy had transformed from using beauty to showcasing strength, trying to find a way to replace Guli as the leader of the Eastern Route Army. But from Ichen's attitude today, it seemed that replacing Guli was even harder than using beauty. Because from beginning to end, Ichen had never interacted with other tribesmen, let alone spoken kindly to them. Only Guli was the sole exception. This attitude, understood by anyone who wasn't foolish, meant that unless Guli betrayed, even if she made some serious minor mistakes, her position as leader would be hard to take from her. After all, Guli herself was also a genius, and it was tough to completely suppress her strength. Given her loyalty to Ichen, the likelihood of betrayal was slim to none. It seems that I can only find a way to go to the other 3 armies. Otherwise, I can only hope for a restructuring and expansion of the army, adding a 5th and 6th leader. Hailan felt somewhat resentful. It was one thing to fail in using beauty to entice Ichen to fall in love with her. Finding an alternate path, trying to become a leader of one army through strength and military achievements, and then getting close to him as his right hand would also be extremely difficult. Because she understood well that just within the Eastern Route Army, there were still two individuals from the Qingqiao tribe who were obviously ambitious and wanted to replace Guli. These two were undoubtedly also pretend heavy criminals. Seeing Yi Chen's attitude toward Guli would surely spark similar thoughts in them, leading them to seek opportunities in other armies. But similarly, in the other armies, there were also many pretending heavy criminals aiming to seize the leader's position to gain Yi Chen's trust and importance. Competition was exceedingly fierce. Dunxing, take your scout team ahead to scout. Report immediately if you find a large number of fierce beasts or tribesmen from the Yunxia tribe. As they entered the forest, Guli began issuing orders. Other squad leaders, discuss and determine the directions you are responsible for, and be prepared for ambushes and encirclement. Ready for battle at any time. Yes. Each squad leader responded loudly. Good. This scout team, and the squad leaders, did you design them all? Yi Chen could not help but praise. The Yan Mountain tribe had already undergone the first wave of reform. As for the military aspect, he was not in a hurry. Because the so-called four armies sound mighty, but in reality, one army has only more than 200 people. Even with the fierce beasts he controlled, it was not even 1,000. What surprised him was that Guli actually took the initiative to start dividing teams, even establishing roles and certain tactics. Yes, someone else designed it. Guli was a bit hesitant. What a talent! Yi Chen only praised and did not say much else. Guli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the topic. I start to understand why the ancients said to serve a lord is like courting a tiger. Indeed, Guli has no idea that a big trouble is coming her way, yet she looks so relieved. In the live stream, some viewers could not help but express their feelings. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't it just that Guli was jealous and doesn't want to reveal the designer is Hylon? Yeah. Look at Yi Chen's attitude, he seems uninterested in who the designer is. There were still people confused. I won't chat with fools. I won't chat with fools either. Alright. I like chatting with fools. It's not that Yi Chen isn't interested in the designer, rather, he hasn't shown it. Don't just look at the establishment of scouts and teams, in the Wild Age, that is already a groundbreaking achievement. With Yi Chen's vision and intelligence, how could he possibly not see it or be uninterested? Someone stood up to clarify, Yi Chen's uninterested attitude likely means he plans to investigate this quietly later. He knows very well that everyone has selfish motives, and Guli is no exception. Guli's hesitation in mentioning the designer's name, in his eyes, could only mean one thing: envy towards talented people. If the designer is Hylon, that's somewhat understandable. It could be a clash between the same gender, not wanting Hylon to steal the spotlight in front of him. If it's someone else, that's a huge flaw for Guli. Because of this, even though Yi Chen thinks this designer is worth reusing, he only casually praised it and did not offer any rewards, nor did he press for the identity of the designer. He could easily investigate the designer's identity secretly. Yi Chen also wants to see if Guli really has this major problem of being envious of capable people. If Guli truly has this major issue, even if she is loyal, Yi Chen will not let her hold military power in the future. I see. Once this explanation came out, those who were confused finally reacted. Truly Yi Chen, his thoughts and methods are naturally sharp in the realm of political strategies. Indeed, serving a lord is like courting a tiger. This is still Guli. Yi Chen clearly treats her as a friend. Even if she makes a big mistake, he will probably forgive her. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even know how they died. Fortunately, Guli merely knocked over the vinegar jar, thinking Hylan's character is bad, not wanting her to shine in front of Yi Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know why her military power was suppressed by Yi Chen in the future. At this stage, Yi Chen hasn't experienced much deceit, and yet he is incredibly sharp in political strategies. In the future, as he gains more experience, those pretending to be heavy criminals wanting to win his favor, attention, or even control over him, will find it even harder. Back to the point, with Yi Chen's personality and intelligence, how could he still insist on taking risks knowing Guli had not even seen the divine spirit of that Cloud Under tribe and yet got severely injured? Soon, the audience's feelings were pulled back to the present situation. Yeah. Could it be that he has absolute confidence? Perhaps it's possible, with Yi Chen's ambitious character in mind. It is absolutely impossible to take risks. If things go wrong, we might just be worrying for nothing. I understand now, Yi Chen's flying technique, its speed may be far beyond the 100 km per hour it shows. It's very likely that even if it's not as fast as cloud treading technique, it can't be much slower. The reason it only shows a speed of over 100 km per hour is simply because of the heavy snowfall. Going too fast would block the vision and make it hard to see the road. If we encounter a powerful flying beast, there won't be time to evade. Exactly, it must be like that. If Yi Chen's newly created flying technique is not much slower than cloud treading technique, then there is no problem. Cloud treading technique's escape route is just a two-dimensional plane, full of obstacles. The escape route of a flying technique is a three-dimensional space. In battle, it can also give a huge advantage. With Ichen's strength, there's no way he really can't defeat that Thunder Be King. The audience in the live broadcast room grew more and more at ease, even excited. For them, if Ichen's newly created flying technique really isn't much slower than cloud treading technique, not only is Ichen's safety guaranteed, but when they learn it in the future, they will surely become incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, their deduction is correct. With Ichen's character, he would never take risks without confidence. His new technique's speed in flying indeed is not slower than cloud treading technique. Because when creating the wind riding flight technique, he also integrated insights he gained on speed and agility during the creation of cloud treading technique. However, his confidence comes from far more than just the ability to fly. Chapter 73, Trapped in an Encirclement. They advanced deep into the forest. Along the way, although there were scouts arranged by the Cloud Below tribe, they were all discovered in advance by the reconnaissance team and avoided. If it were just to save time, they certainly wouldn't need to do this. With Ichen's strength, he could boldly head to the Cloud Below tribe station alone. Bringing the whole Eastern Army is purely because he rarely shows up in the tribe. Even though the High Priest tries every day to promote his identity as a reincarnated deity and boasts of his various great deeds and miraculous abilities. But occasionally, he needs to demonstrate his strength in front of his people to maintain and enhance his prestige and deterrence within the tribe. To put it simply, since he chooses to be a hands-off leader, not taking a people-friendly approach, he must periodically let his people know how powerful he has become. Only then can he maintain and strengthen their awe, preventing any thoughts of rebellion. Chief, not far ahead is the gathering place of the Cloud Below tribe. More than an hour later, Guli became anxious. Assassinating the deity of the Cloud Below tribe, without even seeing the opponent, ended up heavily injured, which left some psychological shadow on her. Even though she has absolute confidence in Ichen's strength, seeing the Cloud Below tribe so close still made her feel a bit flustered. No matter the situation, staying calm at all times will give you a better chance of winning. Deep breathing can help you calm down faster and keep your mind clearer. Ichen noticed the tension in Guli's voice and reminded her. He himself doesn't have much real combat experience, but that doesn't prevent him from knowing some theories. Guli nodded, took a deep breath as Ichen suggested. Whether it was psychological or the deep breath truly provided her brain with more oxygen, she indeed felt much calmer. Gather all members, including the reconnaissance team, everyone must regroup. Without my orders, do not initiate any attacks. Ichen instructed. Guli was somewhat shocked. Doing this undoubtedly turns the entire Eastern Army into live targets. Moreover, it's a live target that cannot fight back. However, after the brief surprise, without any rebuttal or doubt, she immediately followed Ichen's command and issued orders. Soon, the entire Eastern Army, including more than 600 ferocious beasts, gathered behind Ichen and Guli. Further in, a series of tree houses built atop towering trees came into view. These tree houses were made entirely of branches and thatch. They varied in size and height. The shorter ones were just 2 or 3 meters above the ground, while the taller ones reached over 20 meters. As he looked around, almost every towering tree had a treehouse. Stretching endlessly, this sight thrilled Ichen to no end. Judging by the number of treehouses, the population of the Yunxia tribe must be at least 2,000 or 3,000. Bang! 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 A tribesman from the Yunxia tribe in one of the treehouses spotted the Eastern Army. He immediately panicked and took out a hollow yet incredibly hard branch, like a steel tube, and began to strike the tree trunk fiercely. The muffled and prolonged sound quickly spread out. Bang! 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 Following that, more and more tribesmen from the Yunxia tribe rushed out of their treehouses, quickly knocking on the trunk with hollow branches. The old, weak, women, and children peeked out from the treehouses, curiously looking at the invading enemy. The younger men, agile and strong, took out various strange-looking weapons and began to leap and slide down the branches. In the distance, dark shadows flickered. More tribesmen from the Yunxia tribe and ferocious beasts gathered at the sound of the alarm. In just a few minutes, the entire Eastern Army was surrounded. Looking around, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 young men armed with weapons and over 1,000 various ferocious beasts. The entire Eastern Army, both warriors and beasts, became tense. This is not scientific. How could Ichen, with his intelligence in mind, make such a low-level mistake? From the command he gave as he approached the Yunxia tribe's base, it seems like he intentionally put the Eastern Army in a circle of encirclement? Intentionally getting the Eastern Army surrounded, leading to total annihilation? How could that be possible? It must have been a mistake. After all, Ichen has no experience in military operations. Such a low-level error is completely understandable. Guli too, she knew Ichen's command was incorrect but still followed it. The viewers in the live stream shook their heads in dismay. The Eastern Army being surrounded undoubtedly meant that if a fight broke out, the losses could be severe. In terms of strength, the Eastern Army was not weaker than the Yunxia tribe, and might even be stronger. As for the ferocious beasts, there was no doubt that the Yunxia tribe held a decisive advantage. But in terms of human warriors, even though the Yunxia tribe had over 2,000 young males, the Eastern Army had only a little more than 200. Yet these 200 plus were all at least at the chi condensation stage, with some even reaching the first rank of spiritual law. The backbone of the force was at the spirit release stage. Any one of them could easily slaughter the entire Yunxia tribe. But now surrounded, the situation was completely different. If a fight broke out, even though the Eastern Army still held the upper hand, it would inevitably suffer heavy losses. After all, among the ferocious beasts controlled by the Yunxia tribe, there were certainly powerful ones around level 20. However, it must be said that Yi Chen's low-level mistake that led to the Eastern Army being surrounded is undoubtedly a good opportunity for those fake heavy criminals. It is indeed a good opportunity. Their expressions seem to be plotting how to help Yi Chen make up for this mistake to draw his attention. It's a bit difficult, after all, they are currently on the opposing side. They must not only help Yi Chen compensate for this mistake but also avoid raising suspicion. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the fake heavy criminals of the Yunxia tribe. Similar to the Qingqiao tribe, the Yunxia tribe also had their own share of. There are quite a few false heavy criminals who have joined through various means. The number is also not small, reaching as many as 27. At this moment, these 27 false heavy criminals are all planning how to seize this opportunity that attracts Yi Chen's attention. These false heavy criminals, even placed within the entire galaxy, are the elite among the human race's elite. But unfortunately, the god of the Yunxia tribe, that Thunderby King, did not give them enough time to think of a strategy. From the top of a towering tree, a sizzling sound came. 3 short, 2 long. Within the encirclement, the white-haired high priest's ears twitched slightly. He immediately stood on tiptoe, leaned next to the tall and strong chieftain's ear, and whispered. The great god has informed me through thought that these humans and fierce beasts have repeatedly provoked, deserving to die 1,000 deaths. You must immediately order a strong attack, leaving not one behind. I obey the divine order. The chieftain felt a bit frustrated. All are humans. As the Eastern Army wants to conquer the Yunxia tribe, this chieftain of the Yunxia tribe also wants to conquer these powerful same race members in front of him. Unfortunately, he did not dare to refuse the divine command. Attack, kill all the enemies. He raised his spear high, pointing towards the Eastern Army. Chieftain! Chieftain, we must not attack. Those false heavy criminals, who were thinking of a strategy, all became anxious. However, their protests were of no use. More than 2,000 Yunxia tribe members raised their wooden spears, throwing them toward the Eastern Army. The fierce beasts controlled by the Yunxia tribe roared angrily, charging forward closely behind these wooden spears. Watching the spears flying in from all directions, the entire Eastern Army suddenly fell into chaos. The hundreds of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room also felt their hearts hang. Chieftain! Guli drew her sword, instinctively shielding in front of Yi Chen. Hailan and 2 other false heavy criminals also reacted well. They did not miss this rare chance to show loyalty and rushed forward, ready to block the spears with their bodies for Yi Chen. This made Guli feel alarmed but also look at them differently. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled knowingly and flew into the air. In his energy sea, spiritual power surged out like a storm. He gently waved his hands. In the next second, to everyone's astonishment, around the 4 armies, thick earthen walls suddenly rose from the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. The earthen walls that rose swiftly were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached 5 or 6 meters high, blocking everyone's sight. Bang bang bang. Immediately after, the sounds of spears hitting the earthen walls continued to ring out. A miracle, this is a miracle. The originally panicked warriors looked at Yi Chen, who was floating in midair like a deity. They all prostrated on the ground, worshipping fiercely. Those hundreds of fierce beasts controlled by the Eastern Army also stared wide-eyed, looking up at Yi Chen in awe. I knew it, the chieftain could never be wrong. Guli also knelt down, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. Hailan and the other false heavy criminals could only follow suit, lying on the ground, worshipping. Their eyes were extremely complex. Before entering the exiled planet, they always felt they had received the highest paying task of their lives. But now, if those paymasters stood in front of them, they would definitely demand a raise. To truly control this greatest genius in human history, no amount of payment would be too much. On the outskirts of the earthen wall, the Yunxia tribe members looked at the thick earthen wall, then looked at Yi Chen, who was hovering above. One by one, they were stunned into silence. Their opposing tribe also has a deity? All the charging fierce beasts came to a halt. The entire world seemed to freeze in time, quiet and still. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? What is going on? Yi Chen didn't just create a new technique, did he? With a wave of his hand, he could conjure thick walls of earth out of thin air. Is Ichen really a reincarnation of a deity? The billions of viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. They had always thought that Ichen only created a new technique. This technique was supposed to be a further advancement based on the cloud treading technique, allowing humans to break the limits of their physical structure and have the ability to fly freely in the sky. According to the scanner's readings, Ichen indeed only created one technique from start to finish. But now, with a mere wave of his hand, walls of earth rose from the ground like a miracle. What in the world was happening? I understand now, I found the reason. Just when everyone was confused and did not know what was going on, someone finally discovered the answer. Look at the images before the walls formed. According to the scanner, Ichen's spiritual energy is still operating along the route of the new technique. However, the effects produced after releasing the spiritual energy are different. The new technique gives Ichen the ability to fly because the spiritual energy attracts airflow, generating wind that envelopes his body. The appearance of those walls is because the spiritual energy attracts the earth, making it extend into thick walls. Simply put, Ichen's new technique seems to change or manipulate the natural laws of wind and earth. To be able to change or manipulate the natural laws of wind and earth. All the viewers silently chewed and digested this meaning in their hearts. In a moment, the entire galaxy, all of humanity fell into a stir. My God, to manipulate natural laws? Doesn't that mean truly possessing godlike abilities? We're crazy, humans can actually manipulate natural laws without any tools? This can't be a mistake, right? Since ancient times, we have feared and respected natural laws. Even entering the interstellar era, we can already detect various natural phenomena, yet we are still filled with unknown fear of black holes and cosmic storms. To manipulate natural laws without any instruments, can this really be accomplished by us humans? I'll kneel in respect first, everyone else, follow. Ichen is amazing, Ichen, a forever god. In the live stream, all the viewers could not help but feel the impulse to worship on the ground. Many viewers even truly crawled on the ground, bowing to the screen. Only like this could they express their feelings at that moment. So magical, so incredible, so hard to believe. One day, humanity could actually control natural laws like deities. Ichen creates miracles again. The new technique not only breaks the limits of human physical structure but can also manipulate natural laws. Ichen's cultivation method is the ultimate goal to evolve into a god? With one move, reaching a new height of human evolution. What can Ichen use to express our entire humanity's respect for him? All directors of this site unanimously decided to build a 30-meter tall bronze statue of Ichen outside the headquarters. The entire galaxy's stock market is once again witnessing a crazy surge. Since Ichen's emergence, in just a year and a half, the market value has skyrocketed 6 times. All the news media entered a festive moment once again. No one expected that just a few hours after making a fortune with flying abilities and sweeping in traffic, another wave would come. I didn't expect it. There's actually an even bigger surprise? To manipulate natural laws, how high must his talent really be to create such a miraculous technique? How many years has it been? I never expected to once again experience that feeling of yearning that cannot be fulfilled. What is the feeling of torment when you desperately want something but cannot have it right away? This feeling really makes one nostalgic. In front of the screen, the world's top billionaires were all wearing ecstatic expressions. Having already made a fortune by strategically placing their investments in the stock market, they never expected that the market would skyrocket to new heights once again, entering a new round of explosive growth. Moreover, with their experience, they could almost be certain that this super surge would definitely last for a long time. But that is not the most important thing. What truly made them unable to contain their joy was that Ichen's new cultivation method could actually manipulate the laws of nature. This is a power possessed only by geniuses. For those whose wealth had accumulated to their level, immortality and personal strength akin to deities were what they longed for the most. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent more people to the exile planets. One top billionaire couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Filled with regret. If time could be turned back and they could make their choice again, they would absolutely not just hire a few top spies with heavy money to blend in with the serious criminals and get close to Ichen in the exile planet. As long as the federal Congress did not impose restrictions, they would spare no expense and offer more than half of their fortune to hire hundreds or even thousands of top spies to blend in with the serious criminals. One more would bring one more chance of success. Even if the success rate was only 10%, they would be willing to bet more than half of their wealth. Ichen's talent was simply too tempting. Although countless experts and scholars had asserted that he was about to reach the limit of creating new methods. But reaching the limit of creating new methods only meant he could not create a higher level method. Creating more methods that could control the laws of nature was certainly not a problem. Chapter 75, The Entangled Bolton. In the headquarters building of the Human Federation, in the office. Two 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals stared unblinkingly at Marshal Ironblood, who had called another emergency military meeting just over 2 hours later. Their eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement and expectation. The reason for holding the meeting again is to ask if your respective districts have developed their reform plans, Marshal Ironblood stated calmly. All military bigwigs looked at Marshal Ironblood speechlessly. How could they possibly produce detailed reform plans so quickly in just 2 or 3 hours? They needed to first gather analysts and think tanks to draft a rough plan, and then convene the high-ranking military personnel in their jurisdictions to discuss the feasibility of this plan. These military high-ups would then need to call upon their respective commanders to discuss its feasibility. Once confirmed, various information and opinions would need to be relayed upwards in layers to refine the entire plan. Additionally, the military headquarters needed to communicate with the governors of each major planet to ensure their cooperation before the whole plan could be implemented. If there isn't anything, this meeting is adjourned. You all find a way to speed up the process. Marshal Ironblood emotionlessly pressed the communicator beside him, decisively ending the video meeting. The 14 military bigwigs were left utterly confused. They thought Marshal Ironblood was coming up with a plan to invigorate the entire military due to Yi Chen's new method that could control natural laws. As a result, they were left excited for no reason. What they didn't know was that Marshal Ironblood convened this military meeting entirely because he saw Yi Chen's new method could manipulate nature's laws, sensing that humanity was bound to welcome a new opportunity for development. Subconsciously, he called for this video meeting. But when all the military bigwigs showed up at the meeting table, he realized. In the previous meeting, they had already reached a consensus on rapidly reforming the military. No matter how much they tried to speed it up, it would not directly transform infantry into individual combat capabilities. Rise to heights beyond warships? After all, according to analysts, for the next 10,000 years, before generations of geniuses stand on Yi Chen's shoulders and push the cultivation methods to heights we cannot imagine now, space warships will still be the most powerful weapon of the human race. Of course, he would never admit that he was overly excited, losing his cool and confusingly holding this military meeting. He could only find some excuse to brush it off. Angel Galaxy. Klein Planet. Looking at the image data sent by the human trader in charge, the winged golden angel Botan had a face that looked extremely ugly. Damn it, how could such a genius emerge among humans who are so lowly that they only know how to create external things? Botan's head was pounding painfully. He was in extreme turmoil. A few hours ago, he had decided not to report to the angel species supreme leader, but now he began to hesitate again. Having reported the human genius's image to the supreme leader twice already had made the leader very displeased with him. If he did it again, and the supreme leader still did not take the greatest genius in human history seriously, he might face severe punishment. But on the other hand, if the supreme leader thought this matter was very important and he concealed it, he would also receive harsh punishment. Whether the supreme leader would pay attention to the greatest genius in human history was the key question. If it were Botan, he would have considered each insignificant the moment he created the cloud treading technique, believing this person could change the entire human race and pose a considerable threat to the angelic race. It was precisely for this reason that he reported Yi Chen's creation of the chaotic technique, cloud treading technique, and later the sky slaying technique images to the supreme leader twice. Ultimately, the average talent among humans is too weak and cannot be compared to our angelic race at all. Because of this, the supreme leader believes that after the rise of that human genius, the attempt by humans to change their developmental direction and adopt personal cultivation routes poses little threat. At most, due to realm improvement, enhanced reaction and speed would make human space warships more flexible and variable. In terms of personal strength, even if all humans reached their talent limits, they would be insignificant in front of the angelic race. Normally, this is indeed the case. But human development cannot be measured by normal standards. Thousands of years ago, looking across the entire angelic race, no one would have thought that humans, who could be easily wiped out by any angel in a corner of blue star, would unify the entire galaxy in just a few thousand years and even defeat the angelic race, slaughtering billions of angels in return. Now, the humans, who possess all the resources of the entire galaxy, have a strength that surpasses the angelic race due to their technological power. In terms of personal strength, constrained by talent, they really are insignificant. What worries me is that with the enhancement of personal strength, human technology, which has been stagnant, might achieve a breakthrough. After all, the rise in personal strength would allow those top human scientists to live significantly longer. With humans' strange creative gift, it's difficult to guarantee that over generations of improvement, they won't think of ways to gradually elevate the average talent among humans. Botan felt an overwhelming headache. All of this was just his personal speculation. Within it, his premonition was mingled, leaning entirely toward the worst possible direction. Explaining this to the supreme leader would only result in being scolded for being scared witless by humans. But the facts have proven that his pessimism is not without basis. That greatest genius in human history has, with one stroke, continuously pushed the path of universal cultivation for humans to unimaginable heights. The chaotic technique gave humans the qualification for universal cultivation. The flying knife technique is indeed not worth mentioning, but that human genius only regarded this technique as a means of self-preservation in the early stages. Not caring at all. The cloud treading technique opened a new path for humanity to enhance speed. The sky slashing technique opened a new path for humanity to enhance attack. The flying ability of the new technique opened up thoughts for humanity regarding space combat. The ability of the new technique to form earth walls may seem ordinary, but it taught humanity a defensive method. However, the fact that the new technique can both fly and form earth walls is what terrifies Bowden the most. Because this means that the greatest genius in human history has found a way to manipulate the power of the rules. I don't even know where Leoboy is now. When will he be able to kill that human genius? Bowden felt somewhat gloomy. Leoboy decided to destroy all of his cultivation and infiltrate the exile planet to assassinate the human genius. And to ensure his own safety, he erased all information and clues related to his infiltration. Even Bowden, his direct superior, and those human traitors have no idea what Leoboy looks like after plastic surgery or where he was randomly dropped on the exile planet. Naturally, they also do not know the extent to which Leoboy's plan to assassinate the human genius has been implemented. The human genius himself should still not know that he has discovered a way to manipulate the power of rules. On the human side, it is even less likely for them to know the power of the rules. Flying techniques and earth walls are just the tip of the iceberg. Additionally, the creative talents of the human genius are about to reach their limit. Before the next new technique is born, Leoboy's mind and abilities will surely have already killed him. After thinking it over, Bowden decided not to report it to the Lord for the time being. May the past lords bless me. I am willing to exchange 100,000 years of my lifespan for this human genius to stop causing trouble. Chapter 76: Many Types of Divine Punishments. In the forest. Ichen glanced at the fierce beasts blocked by the earth walls, hesitating whether to continue charging. He drew out his iron sword. Charging towards them. Whoosh! From a distance of more than 10 meters, he swung his sword at a fierce beast of level 20. Before the beast could react, the sword's energy instantly traveled 10 meters, slicing its head in half. Blood splattered. This incredibly powerful beast did not even have time to let out a cry before its massive body crashed to the ground. But Ichen did not stop. He quickly turned towards another powerful beast. Squeak! On his shoulder, the little golden ball became excited. It leaped up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Its front half transformed into tens of thousands of golden needles, piercing through the bodies of dozens of fierce beasts ahead. Turning around, the back half of its golden fur also turned into tens of thousands of needles, shooting towards the beasts on the other side. Line. The people of the Cloud Under tribe watched, trembling in fear, desperately praying to the gods to save them. My goodness, Ichen is really ruthless. From the looks of it, he's planning to slaughter all the vicious beasts with one strike. In the live stream, all the viewers were left dumbfounded. In the past, Ichen had killed vicious beasts, but usually just one or two, dealing with those that the four armies couldn't handle. This was the first time they saw Ichen show such a brutal and merciless side. Among these vicious beasts, there are quite a few level 20 beasts. Wouldn't it be better to keep them to join the Eastern Army? Someone couldn't help but ask the question that was on their mind. Soon, someone guessed Ichen's reasoning: vicious beasts are powerful, which has both pros and cons. The benefit is that they can strengthen the Eastern Army. But the downside is that they are unstable. If they rebel, they could harm the Eastern Army and cause severe damage. Ichen wouldn't care about one or two beasts. The reason he's wiping them all out at once is because there are many level 20 beasts here. The more powerful the beasts are, and the more they know each other, the more likely they are to rebel. Killing them all eliminates future trouble. Another main reason is that Ichen wants to use the slaughter of all the beasts to intimidate the Cloud Under tribespeople, making them surrender quickly and eventually integrate into the Flame Mountain tribe. Someone said worriedly, I feel that Ichen's style, once known by the myriad tribes, could easily bring bad consequences, making the other tribes think that our human race is merciless, exterminating all other races without compassion. This immediately sparked countless rebuttals. Naive. Mercy is always a tactic used by the strong to soothe the weak for their own benefit. Exactly, between the myriad tribes, there's only strength and interest. When the races around the Milky Way have the power to wipe out our human race, they won't spare us just because we have mercy. On the contrary, when our human race grows strong enough to easily wipe out other races, how many would oppose that? At most, when we wipe out the other race, to maintain future control and stability, some may suggest using a policy of leniency, not bloody suppression. Exactly. Ichen hasn't implemented any bloody policies for the vicious beasts that have already surrendered to the various armies. I actually think Ichen's approach is in line with our human race's foreign strategy. Anyone who dares to block our human race's interests must be ready for a bloody massacre. Whoever surrenders and pledges loyalty to our human race, we won't treat them poorly. The live stream was full of debate. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yi Chen and the little golden ball had already wiped out over 1,000 vicious beasts. The smell of blood spread with the light breeze, reaching over 1,000 meters away. Yi Chen waved his hand. The heavy earthen wall quickly shrank and vanished. The soldiers of the Eastern Army were still lying on the ground, worshipping. The people of the Cloud Under tribe also felt the urge to prostrate themselves. Yi Chen's gaze swept around. Only the deity who ruled the Cloud Under tribe remained. From the very beginning, Yi Chen had focused on the wind and movements around him. Yet, whether he used magic to create the earthen wall to block the spears and vicious beast attacks, or when he drew his iron sword and slaughtered the beasts, the deity of the Cloud Under tribe had not made a move. Very cautious. Yi Chen glanced at the people of the Cloud Under tribe. While he was slaughtering the vicious beasts, the elderly, weak, and women of the Cloud Under tribe had already left their tree houses. At this moment, they were all gathered behind the young and strong tribe members, trembling. Looking around, densely packed, there were no less than 4,000 people, once again surprising Yi Chen. If he could conquer the Cloud Under tribe, the population of the Yin Mountain tribe will at least double. Surrender! Your gods do not dare to come out and save you. Yi Chen gathered his spiritual power in his throat, and his voice spread for 1,000 meters around. No, the god is just delayed by some matters, he will soon deliver divine punishment and destroy you invaders. The chief of the Yunxia tribe roared through gritted teeth in anger. Divine punishment? Is this what divine punishment looks like? Yi Chen waved his hand. Fire dragons howled out, targeting each treehouse. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, they swallowed up the treehouses. Raging flames ignited on towering trees. The people of the Yunxia tribe turned pale with fear. They watched in horror as their homes burned, trembling uncontrollably. Or perhaps, this is what divine punishment looks like. Yi Chen waved his hand again. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, huge bolts of lightning came crashing down. Once more than 10 treehouses, along with the towering trees, were shattered to pieces. Otherwise, is this kind of divine punishment? Yi Chen was clearly determined to frighten the people of the Yunxia tribe thoroughly, while also showing the Eastern Army's people and beasts just how powerful he had become. In his dantian, spiritual power surged wildly. Tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, swirling with fallen leaves. They wreaked havoc on all the trees and treehouses in their path. In the blink of an eye, huge waves surged outwards from the center of the Yunxia tribe's encirclement. Under the impact of the massive waves, the towering trees swayed violently, some even uprooted. Scenes of terror struck countless members of the Yunxia tribe, causing them to collapse to the ground, trembling all over. It also left the viewers in the live broadcast gasping, their eyes glazed over, shocked to the extreme. Chapter 77, The Yunxia tribe surrendered. Oh my gosh! Can anyone tell me how many new techniques Yi Chen has created? Flames, lightning, giant waves, ice spikes, has he evolved into a god, controlling all natural laws? Goodness, even my grandmother is exclaiming goodness. I can confidently tell you this is one technique. Whether it's flying, earth walls, flames, or lightning, all are part of one technique. I've heard many powerful beings from all clans can move mountains and seas, calling forth wind and rain with a wave. Once we learn Yi Chen's new technique, won't we also have the ability to fight single-handedly against the myriad clans? Actually, ever since the sky-slaying technique came out, our human race has already had the ability to fight against the myriad clans single-handedly. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have started crazily reorganizing the infantry that was once seen as cannon fodder. However, that's compared to ordinary clans. The truly powerful clans can reach the level of punching apart a space battleship. But conversely, our human race has just begun, and there is huge room for improvement. Who knows, after tens to millions of years of development, our strongest human beings might also reach the level of punching apart a space battleship. The sight is simply unimaginable. The viewers in the live broadcast felt they were going crazy. No one could have imagined that Yi Chen's new technique could not only manipulate natural laws but manipulate many kinds of natural laws. It seemed like an incredibly vast door opened before everyone, allowing them to see and start dreaming of a brilliantly glorious future. All experts, scholars, and research institutions are 100% certain that Yi Chen's talent in creating techniques has nearly reached its limit. It took more than 8 months to create a new technique. It does seem like he has nearly reached the limit. But this technique is simply miraculous. It can be used as dozens of powerful techniques. Calculated this way, compared to the previous speed of creating techniques, 8 months is actually not long at all. Yes. So, is it true that Yi Chen's limit in creating martial arts is about to be reached, or have those experts, scholars, and research institutes misjudged? Soon, a question arose in the minds of all humanity. Is Yi Chen's limit in creating martial arts really about to be reached, or have the experts, scholars, and research institutions misjudged? As Yi Chen took over 8 months to create a new martial art, almost everyone agreed with the conclusions of the experts, scholars, and major martial arts research institutes. Yi Chen's talent in creating martial arts was nearing its limit. But now, it felt different. The power of the new martial arts was simply unimaginable. Taking a bit more time to create other martial arts was completely normal. Not to mention ordinary people, even those experts, scholars, and researchers from major martial arts institutes began to doubt their own judgments. They could guarantee with their reputation and lives that their earlier conclusions were based on countless tests and research data, absolutely not baseless nonsense. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any misjudgment. But Yi Chen, he defied logic. He had repeatedly shown the world that he was the greatest genius in human history, a genius that had never been born before. Miracle was his synonym. Common sense couldn't be applied to him at all. At the military headquarters. In the meeting room. Marshal Ironblood stared intently at Yi Chen on the screen. Once again, he couldn't help but feel the urge to hold an emergency high-level meeting. Fortunately, after previous experiences. This time, he held back. But he didn't know that 14 military bigwigs were also staring at the screen. At this moment, they were ready to participate in another emergency high-level meeting. They showed the same symptoms as Marshal Ironblood before, excessive excitement. Although they hadn't thought of what to say in the meeting, they just wanted to attend. They felt that only by holding another military high-level meeting could they express their respect for Yi Chen's new martial arts. Now, can you tell me if you decide to surrender or fight to the death? In the forest, hovering in mid-air, Yi Chen's gaze swept across the trembling faces of the Cloud Tribe's people. You are the greatest deity, I am willing to surrender. A fake felon from the Cloud Tribe seized the opportunity, stepping forward and kneeling before Yi Chen. There is no stronger god in this world. Moreover, you are our human deity. Merciful God. From the moment you killed all the fierce beasts without harming our human race, it is clear that you are the only god of our humanity. More than 20 fake felons mixed into the Cloud Tribe rushed out of the crowd, kneeling on the ground, trying to get Yi Chen's attention, making themselves known. Their actions acted like a fuse, causing the people of the Cloud Tribe to kneel down one after another. In an instant, except for the tribe leader of the Cloud Tribe, all the tribesmen were kneeling on the ground. High Priest. The tribe leader glared at the kneeling High Priest and shot him an angry look. The High Priest, however, pretended not to hear. As the only one in the Cloud Tribe who had seen the deity, he was the only one who knew that the god was just a fierce beast. Usually, he was the most loyal believer of the deity. But at this moment, he could only regret being slow to react just now, wanting to be the first to surrender and gain favor with Yi Chen, only to have over 20 others jump out to surrender first. Very well, from now on, you will be a part of the Flame Mountain Tribe. Yi Chen ignored the Cloud Tribe leader still standing there, instead focusing on the High Priest, who was being glared at by the leader. You are the High Priest of this tribe? Great deity, I will become your most loyal believer. The High Priest hurriedly kissed the ground beneath him. Yi Chen smiled and said, the deity of your tribe should just be a ferocious beast, right? Wow. The clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe were instantly uproared. Their faith was trampled, yet they dared not speak out in anger. Yes. It is just a false god, its true form is merely a bee queen. The High Priest quickly replied. Buzz. These words exploded like a thunderclap in the minds of all the clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe. How could this be possible? The deity they worshipped was actually a ferocious beast? Yi Chen understood and continued to question, just now, your tribe suddenly launched a fierce attack, was it under the orders of this bee queen? Great deity, you truly have the ability to foresee the future. The reason we launched the attack just now was that the bee queen guided me through sound to inform the clan leader to give the attack order. The High Priest nodded repeatedly. This explanation made the faces of the clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe turn pale. Their inner faith gradually collapsed. Even the clan leader of the Cloud Under tribe swayed and no longer stood firm, planning to defend his loyal deity with his life as before. It seems it knows it cannot win and does not intend to reveal itself. The suspicion in Yi Chen's heart was confirmed, and he felt a bit disappointed. If the bee queen was not nearby, perhaps he could find a way to lure it out and kill it. Since it had been lurking nearby, it naturally knew it could not defeat him, no matter how he tempted it, it would not come out to seek death. Unfortunately, without divine sense, his perception ability was too weak. His current strength, while enough to kill the bee queen, could not locate it. He would have to wait and see later. Chapter 78, The Reason for Withdrawing Troops. Guli, count the population of the Cloud Under tribe and arrange for the return to the Flame Mountain tribe as soon as possible. Yi Chen turned to look at Guli behind him. The entire Eastern Army? Guli asked in confusion. The entire Eastern Army. Yi Chen nodded. With the threat of the Thunder Bee Queen, he had no choice but to temporarily withdraw the Eastern Army back to the Flame Mountain tribe. When the strength of the Eastern Army increased to a point where they could face the Thunder Bee Queen without fear, he would send them out again. Doing so would undoubtedly slow down the expansion of his territory. But to be safe, he had to do this. Fortunately, the population of the Cloud Under tribe was over 5,000, a huge gain. Delaying the expansion speed of the army was a loss he could fully accept. Understood. Guli did not ask anything further. She immediately called all the team leaders to start counting numbers and arranging the return to the Flame Mountain tribe. The clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe cooperated fully. Even the clan leader, who had not truly surrendered, showed no signs of resistance. In his heart, he had actually surrendered. He just did not take the initiative to surrender out of pride. Food, clothing, and some lightweight tools began to be collected and organized. It's over, Yi-chun ordered the entire Eastern Army to withdraw to the Flame Mountain tribe. Is this the plan to sound the retreat and end this year-long campaign? In the live broadcast room, some viewers panicked because of Yi-chun's order. Don't worry, this is good news for us. Good news? What a joke. If Yi-chun is no longer interested in conquering and occupying more land, then he will surely also lose interest in raising the average strength of the Flame Mountain tribe. He won't teach any more skills. How can this possibly be good news? Have some judgment and reasoning ability, okay? First, you need to understand that Yi-chun has grand ambitions. Unless faced with a serious setback, or if manpower is truly insufficient, he would not possibly retreat and end expansion. Some clever people began to analyze the intentions behind Yi-chun's decision. This is actually very similar to the period when our human federation had just researched spatial jump technology. Whether it's the parliament, the military, or us ordinary civilians. All are ambitious, many even shouting about unifying the entire universe. Even on some life planets, when encountering top-level ferocious beasts, losing many warships and troops, the first thought is to improve warships and eliminate these top ferocious beasts. This Thunderbee King, to Yi-chun, is just like those top ferocious beasts our human federation encountered back in the day. It is a trouble, but it cannot stop our expansion. Not until we encountered the 10,000 Races Alliance and suffered a crushing defeat with heavy losses did our human federation accept reality and choose to retreat to the entire galaxy. The same goes for Yi-chun. Unless a major army is completely wiped out and the opponent is an incredibly powerful ferocious beast that even he cannot defeat, he will absolutely not retreat and end expansion. This explanation still left many people feeling confused. Someone asked, then why did he order the entire East Army to retreat to the Flame Mountain tribe? Because of the Thunderbee King. Yi-chun has been trying to lure it out and kill it. Unfortunately, the Thunderbee King is very strong and extremely cunning. Even when all the ferocious beasts are slaughtered and the Cloud Under tribe surrenders completely, it still refuses to make a move and try to ambush Yi-chun. Yi-chun is not like us, he can't scan it hiding among the branches of a big tree with a spaceship scanner. If he can't kill the Thunderbee King, he must be on guard against its ambush. Yi-chun himself is definitely safe and even welcomes the Thunderbee King's ambush. But the East Army and the Cloud Under tribe cannot withstand its ambush. There's no choice, Yi-chun can only order the entire East Army to retreat together with the clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe back to the Flame Mountain tribe. Only in this way can he protect the safety of the East Army and the clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe. Leaving a batch of East Army soldiers behind recklessly is like sending them to their deaths. So that's how it is. Good thing, I thought Yi-chun was planning to retreat. Upon hearing this, those confused citizens finally understood. The anxious feelings immediately calmed down. Not only that, the reason why this decision by Yi-chun is good for us is that the Thunderbee King is like a ticking bomb. It's possible that this Thunderbee King could secretly follow the main force and infiltrate the Flame Mountain range. If that were to happen, it would be a huge threat to the entire Flame Mountain tribe. Yi-chun definitely doesn't have time to protect the clansmen of the Flame Mountain tribe every day, and he can't allow the East Army and the clansmen to stay in the valley forever. Unless there are accidents, after returning, he will definitely order people to notify the other three main armies to recall a part of the geniuses. At the very least, the complete version of the Heaven Slashing technique and the Spirit Level Chaos technique will be taught. Only then can the four main armies withstand the Thunderbee King's ambush and even turn around to kill it. When these words were spoken, the audience in the live stream suddenly became excited. So, after we go back, we can learn the complete version of the Heaven Slashing technique and the Spirit Level Chaos technique? Perhaps new techniques might also be taught. By convention, at the very least, a weakened version of a new technique will be taught. After waiting for more than 8 months, I finally get to see the complete version of the Heaven Slashing technique. If the techniques aren't taught, everyone shouldn't celebrate too early. This is usually the case, but Yi-chun he simply doesn't play by the rules. The excitement and thrill on everyone's faces in the livestream instantly disappeared. Everyone calmed down. They tried to suppress the desires and expectations in their hearts. Having been tortured too much by Yi-chun's unreasonable actions, most people realized a truth. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Never celebrate too early before success arrives. In a towering tree. The Thunderbee King was staring intently at the clansmen of the Cloud Under tribe in the distance. It is entirely light yellow. Its size is only that of a soccer ball. In its eyes, there is a full glow of anger and hatred. Several times, it almost couldn't hold back and attack the people of the Cloud Down tribe. But thinking of the powerful strength displayed by Ichen, it ultimately restrained the anger and hatred in its heart. It hates Ichen, but the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. It cannot defeat Ichen and does not want to seek death, so it can only hold back. What it hates more is the people of the Cloud Down tribe. Because the people of the Cloud Down tribe made it feel the taste of betrayal. It wishes it could turn all the people of the Cloud Down tribe, regardless of age or gender, into ash with lightning. But Ichen is nearby, and reason tells it not to act rashly. It can only watch helplessly as the people of the Cloud Down tribe gather food and then slowly leave the forest with the Eastern Army. After much hesitation, it finally decided to risk following them. If this hatred is not avenged, it is hard to quell the anger in its heart. Chapter 79, The Attitude of the Angel Clan's Holy Master. Angel Star System. Klein Planet. Damn human genius. In the palace, Bolton was furious. His golden wings spread out, thousands of golden lights shot from the huge wings. Boom boom boom. Wherever the golden light passed, whether it was the huge jade stone pillars with diameters of 2 or 3 meters, or the walls and decorations made of various top-level spirit minerals, all instantly turned to rubble. Boom. The damaged palace finally could not bear the pressure and collapsed. Bolton flew into the sky and emerged from the ruins. His anger grew even more unbearable as he was covered in dirt and ash. Damn past holy masters, all useless waste. So much so that even blasphemous words, which could put him in huge danger, slipped out. Just a few hours ago, he was still praying to the past holy masters to bless him, hoping that the greatest genius in human history would not create any more troublesome problems for him. What he never expected was that only a few hours of peace? He actually received more image data from the traitor within the human race. That human genius did not just accidentally create a method to manipulate the power of laws. The other party had completely mastered the manipulation of low-level law power. Once this method is taught, all humanity will suddenly understand what the ultimate power in this world really is. After cursing the past holy masters, Bolton finally regained some sanity. His gaze swept over the guards who had rushed in, possibly hearing him curse the past holy masters. These guards just stared in surprise at the collapsed palace. It seemed that they did not hear his previous roar and curses. In the next second, countless golden lights still shot out from Bolton's wings, killing all those guards. Not one left. What should I do? What should I do? Bolton's head throbbed with pain. He hated the idea of exploding on the spot. If it were before he sent heavy criminals to the exile planet, he might not have the kind of courage like Liebwa. He would not hesitate to destroy all his cultivation base and mix in with heavy criminals to enter the exile planet to assassinate Ichen. But he would undoubtedly send out a large number of powerful silver angels. They would be given an irresistible promise to destroy all their cultivation bases and go undercover among the heavy criminals, killing Ichen in the shortest time possible. But now, that opportunity is gone. The Angel Clan does not have the large spacecraft of the human race. Only the Golden Angel can physically cross the cosmic storm and enter the exile planet. But a being like him, a Golden Angel, is one who holds power within the Angel Clan. They do not dare to take risks for the sake of killing a human genius. After all, even as a Golden Angel, crossing the cosmic storm carries considerable risk. Let alone reaching the exile planet. It would inevitably be detected by the large battleships of the human race. What bothers all the major races about the human race is their large battleships, whose scanners can form images even powerful existences like the Golden Angels cannot completely shield against. Unless Ichen's talent completely reaches its limit, and can no longer clear the path for humans on their cultivation journey. Otherwise, once the human race discovers that a Golden Angel appears near the exiled planets, they will certainly go all out to fend them off at any cost. But by the time Ichen's talent completely reaches its limit, and he can no longer create more powerful techniques, then assassinating him would be of little significance. Just a few hours passed, and that question resurfaced in Bolton's mind. Should he report to the Lord? After hesitating over and over, he ultimately took out the communication gem and sent the video data to the guard responsible for communications beside the Lord. There was no choice, he had to report it. Reporting to the Lord, even if the Lord was blind, he would still arrogantly think that the human race's path of cultivation was not a concern, at most he would face severe punishment. If he concealed it and said nothing, sooner or later those hostile Golden Angels would find out. Once it got out, he would fall into an irreversible situation. In the sacred land of the angel race. In a palace towering 1,000 feet high. The angel race's lord, with 6 massive golden wings spread out, continuously absorbed the spiritual energy within 100 miles. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding air to come to a standstill. Lord, Bolton sent image data, saying there is important information that needs your decision. A silver-winged angel guard flew over, trembling with fear. What a nuisance! The angel race's lord showed an unhappy expression. To become the supreme lord of the angel race, he relied not only on the strongest talent of the angel race but also on a crazily obsessive effort and diligence. Only in this way could he become the most powerful being of the angel race, using invincible strength to eliminate all obstacles and ascend to the position of lord. Being disturbed during cultivation is the most irritating moment for him. However, as much as he was upset, important matters still had to be handled. Simply shirking responsibility would inevitably lead to those golden angels wielding great power, deceiving above and below, even harboring rebellious thoughts. He waved his hand, and the gem held by the silver-winged angel guard flew to his front. Energy flowed into it. The image of that human genius appeared before him for the third time. Damn it, how is it him again? Botan, are you testing my limits? At the moment he saw Ichen, the angel race's lord was furious. He never expected that, after harshly reprimanding Botan, just half a year later Botan would again bring the image of that human genius before him for the third time. It had only been half a year. In the long lifespan of the angel race, half a year was just the snap of fingers. Ha! Just as he was thinking about how much turmoil it would bring to the upper echelons of the angel race to replace Botan, the image of Ichen flying with a messenger suddenly appeared before him. This human genius indeed has some skills, he can actually create such techniques. If he is quick enough, paired with the sky-slashing technique he created before, once the human military forms an army of geniuses, it could pose a threat. The angel race's lord slightly diminished the thought of eliminating Botan's position as the head of the angel race's intelligence organization. The image continued to flicker quickly. Soon, it reached the part where the Cloud-Down tribe launched a fierce attack, with thousands of fierce beasts following thousands of long spears charging towards the eastern army. The next second, Ichen waved his hand, and thick walls of earth rose from nowhere. The angel race's lord's gaze froze. This human genius actually stumbled upon a way to control the power of laws? His eyes narrowed slightly. Murderous intent flashed by. No wonder Botan knows that I don't want to see this human genius. Still, I had to grit my teeth and send over his video data. This human genius is indeed a threat. The idea of removing the head of the Botan intelligence organization instantly vanished. Why is it still not over? Seeing the video still rapidly advancing, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the angel lord. After a few seconds, the video moved to the moment when Ichen waved his hand, and fiery dragons roared out. With another wave, bolts of lightning, waves of tidal forces, and clusters of ice arrows constantly emerged. The angel lord was stunned. This is impossible, he cannot have comprehended how to manipulate the power of the laws so quickly. With the low average talent of humans, it is impossible for such an extraordinary genius to be born. To stumble upon such a thing is already incredible, how could he completely grasp the way to control the power of the laws? Deep in his heart, a sense of inexplicable fear arose. Chapter 80, the sky-slashing technique with increased attack range. With such a low average talent among humans, even if the population exceeds hundreds of millions, logically, it should be impossible to produce a genius with such astonishing talent. The angel lord just could not understand. How could there be someone in humanity who created a cultivation method, and in less than 2 years, elevated this method to the point of being able to manipulate the power of the laws? In the absence of any prior experience to refer to, even he, the most gifted angel lord, doubted he could achieve this level. Moreover, it didn't seem like the time to ponder this question. No matter how this human genius came to be, the facts were laid out before him. The important thing was how the angel clan should respond. Could it be that we really have to follow Boyton's advice and contact those races that have enmity with humans to form an alliance to invade the galaxy? His brows furrowed. In the end, he shook his head. Such actions would come at too great a cost. Those races that harbor grudges against humans would surely now regard that human genius with jealousy. But forming an alliance requires absolute strength, otherwise, whoever initiates it must offer the greatest benefits. This should be it, this human genius talent for creating techniques is about to reach its limit, and he cannot come up with any more shocking techniques. The average talent of humans is also extremely low, only when those human geniuses gather together can they pose a certain threat. But this threat is not at a level where our angel clan would expend great costs to launch other races into forming an alliance against humans. After much thought, the angel lord ultimately abandoned the idea of initiating an alliance. Although he felt a threat from Ichen's terrifying ability to create techniques, he believed that a race cannot easily change its course just because of one genius. Ichen's sudden emergence might only turn the human ship around. But whether it can successfully turn and sail ahead still depends on generations of geniuses working together. Ichen's existence only allows the human ship to change its direction, leading and exploring new routes up front. With his creative talent about to reach its limit, he obviously can no longer continue to lead and explore new paths for the human ship. Moreover, the average talent of humans is too low. Even if a new development direction is found, without millions, tens of millions, or even billions of years of accumulation, the talents of the race cannot rapidly evolve or break through. In a few 100 million years, when humanity truly becomes a threat to surrounding races through strong personal strength and technological power, an alliance will naturally form quickly without the Angel clan initiating it. Notify Boyton. Let him find a way to quickly eliminate this human genius, even if it means sacrificing all the undercover agents nurtured by the human race. At the same time, let him secretly command the undercover agents nurtured by various races to find out the attitude of the high levels towards the human race. If possible, let the undercover agents within each race find a way to spread the threat of the human race from within. After pondering for a moment, the Lord of the Angel race finally made a decision. Yes. The silver-winged angel guards bowed and accepted the order. On the exiled planet, the Eastern Army and over 5,000 people from the Yunsha tribe, after leaving the Great Forest, marched grandly towards the Flame Mountain Range. Sitting cross-legged on the back of a level 6 green savage bull, Ichen was focused on his cultivation. This green savage bull, large in size, had limbs as thick as stone columns. Moreover, its hooves could generate a suction force, allowing it to move effortlessly even on extremely steep mountains. With its gentle temperament, the Flame Mountain tribe's 4 divisions of the army had tamed quite a few green savage bulls as transportation means. Thanks to these green savage bulls, even though there were many elderly and weak women and children in the main force, the pace was not considered slow. Of course, it wasn't fast either. If the green savage bull ran at full speed, it would still create a strong jolting sensation. A day later, with the prior intermittent accumulation, Ichen successfully broke through to the second level of Spirit Law stage. His spiritual power became increasingly pure and rich. He raised his eyes to scan the surroundings. The team had already entered the Flame Mountain Range. He leapt down and executed the cloud treading technique at full speed. In an instant, he was like a flash of lightning, swiftly darting among a field of chaotic rocks as his tribesmen gasped in amazement. Then, he soared into the sky. Without wings, yet flying in the sky. Sometimes speeding up, sometimes making quick turns, moving as flexibly as a bird. His speed was definitely not inferior to the cloud treading technique. Moments later, he dove towards a giant rock. When he was still nearly 20 meters away from the boulder, he suddenly swung his sword and struck. A sword aura, moving at a speed that made it almost invisible, slashed at the giant rock. Boom! Before the sword aura, the giant rock was instantly split in two. At the break, the surface was smooth and flat. Ichen raised an eyebrow, as expected. With his realm enhancement, the effectiveness of his techniques had also significantly improved. Especially the heavenly slash technique, which was greatly strengthened. In terms of power, it might have only increased by about 10%. But the distance had doubled. During the spirit release stage, every time he advanced a small realm, the distance of the heavenly slash's sword aura could increase by about 1 meter. After breaking through to the spirit law stage, his sword aura limit had reached 10 meters. In the Spirit Law stage, every time he advanced a small realm, the distance of the sword aura could be increased to 10 meters. Now that he had broken through to the second level of Spirit Law stage, his sword aura distance had jumped to 20 meters, which was double the distance he had at the first level. This sword aura distance, how did it reach 20 meters according to the scanner? Soon, the audience in front of the screen noticed the anomaly. Isn't it said that every time you advance a small realm, the sword aura distance increases by 1 meter? Logically speaking, Ichen should have gone from 10 meters to 11 meters after breaking through to the second level of Spirit Law stage. Could it be that after reaching the Spirit Law stage, each small realm increase in level means the sword aura distance doesn't just go up by 1 meter, but instead increases by 10 meters? Everyone was shocked by this thought. If that's the case, after reaching the 9th level of Spirit Law stage, wouldn't the sword aura distance reach 90 meters? It's possible that after breaking through to an even higher realm, each increase in small realm could increase the sword aura distance by 100 meters. My goodness, doesn't that mean the heavenly slash technique not only has powerful close-range power but can also serve as a long-range attack method, while still being incredibly strong? God bless, once he goes back, Ichen must meet expectations and teach all kinds of techniques. Everyone, calm down, don't get too excited. Hold it in. Only by holding it in can Ichen go back without playing by the rules, so we won't get our hopes up for nothing. No one expected that while everyone was eagerly waiting for Ichen to return quickly to the Yenshan tribe. Ichen, who had broken through to the second level of the Spirit Law stage, would give everyone a huge surprise. Chapter 81, Don't Celebrate Too Early. Back on the back of the green wild bull. Ichen didn't practice but had the guards find Guli, who was patrolling the perimeter. Tribe leader, you called for me? Before long, Guli walked over quickly. With her strong build, she still seemed small in front of the green wild bull standing 3 to 4 meters tall. How many kilometers are left to the Yenshan tribe? Ichen asked. About 80 kilometers, we will reach it after crossing 2 mountains. Guli replied without hesitation. Ichen pondered, let's move forward for about 20 kilometers, if the terrain allows, we'll detour to the west of the Yenshan tribe. There is a big canyon to the west of the valley, we will go around the canyon and then return to the tribe. Guli looked at Ichen in confusion, clearly not understanding his meaning. Ichen raised his eyes to the sky, his sharp gaze scanning the blue sky, confirming that there was no sign of the Thunderbee King before jumping down. He found a branch and drew a circle in the snow. This is the valley where the Yenshan tribe is located. As he spoke, he pointed to the circle. Guli nodded, she understood this part. Then, Ichen drew another circle to the east of the valley. This is our current location, about 80 kilometers away from the valley. Guli nodded again. Ichen drew a circle west of the valley's circle. About 40 kilometers west of the valley, there is a big canyon. I once killed a large python there. Ichen pointed the branch at the circle representing the large troop's position. He drew a straight line leading to the valley. But before he connected to the valley's circle, he immediately swung the branch. An arc bypassed the valley's circle and connected to the big canyon's circle. Then, starting from the big canyon, he drew a straight line connecting to the valley. I understand now. Guli suddenly realized Ichen's meaning. Also, send a few clansmen at the Spirit Law stage to the other three armies to inform them to halt the expansion. Ichen continued arranging, the tribe leader of the three armies and all Spirit Law stage clansmen, except for a few left behind to suppress the surrendering beasts, should all rush back to the Yenshan tribe. Each route should send 3 Spirit Law stage clansmen to deliver the message, and be careful of the Bee King's attacks. If they see it, just shake it off by speed. Understood. Guli nodded. Go! Ichen waved his hand, wiped away the traces in the snow, and returned to the back of the green wild bull to continue practicing. Although Guli didn't understand why Ichen was making such a fuss, she didn't ask more and simply arranged these two matters. Oh my, does Ichen know that all of humanity is waiting for him to return to the tribe quickly? Is he ordering a detour on purpose to torture us? A little torture now is fine, I just fear that once we return to the tribe, Ichen continues to torment us by not teaching us the techniques. In the live broadcast room, some viewers were stunned. Clearly, they couldn't understand why Ichen was doing this. You are overthinking it, Ichen is preparing for the unexpected, preventing the Thunderbee King from secretly following the large troop and finding the location of the Yenshan tribe. Someone explained, therefore, he intends to use the canyon's terrain to shake off the Thunderbee King, making it unable to find the valley of the Yenshan tribe for a short period. And this Thunderbee King is quite lucky. It actually forced our greatest human genius, Ichen. Wasting brain cells and time thinking about how to shake off its pursuit. Not just 3 lifetimes of fortune, it's like our ancestors' graves are smoking, the luckiest beast in history. You must know, it's just a level 30 beast, and we, the human race, have wiped out countless top beasts during our sweep of the galaxy. These top beasts only show up maybe once in a military report. The Thunderbee King has at least appeared in our human history events twice. Once witnessing the birth of Ichen's new technique, and once as the first beast that caused Ichen headaches. Now that you mention it, this Thunderbee King really is something, it can actually be recorded in our human history twice. The audience in the livestream exclaimed in amazement. From the perspective of the human race, this Thunderbee King is definitely a beast blessed with incredible fortune. Because as long as our human race does not perish, our inheritance in history will not vanish, even tens of thousands of years later, the Thunderbee King can still be remembered by future generations of humanity. This is a legendary beast that witnessed the birth of the greatest genius in human history's new technique, and made the greatest genius in human history scratch his head and waste his brain cells. Of course, from the Thunderbee King's point of view, whether it feels its ancestors' graves are smoking is another matter. Speaking of which, this Thunderbee King is indeed lucky, but it has caused quite a bit of trouble. It forced the main force to waste time, going in circles to shake it off. Because of it, the main force will need at least 5 or 6 more hours to return to the Flame Mountain tribe. I just don't understand, why are there so many muddle-headed people in the livestream? We should actually thank the Thunderbee King, have you forgotten Ichen's other command? Why did Ichen order Guli to notify the other 3 armies to halt their expansion and have most of the spiritual law stage clansmen return to the tribe? If you have any reasoning ability, you should know that Ichen is trying to resolve the threat of the Thunderbee King, planning to teach the spiritual law stage clansmen techniques quickly to enhance their strength, so they can at least have the power to fight against the Thunderbee King, even defeat it. Wow, it really seems that's the only explanation. So, it's pretty much certain that when Ichen returns to the tribe, he will teach the techniques once the spiritual law stage clansmen arrive? What do you mean pretty much certain? It's 100%, okay? Otherwise, why is he in such a hurry to recall the spiritual law stage clansmen from the 3 armies? Only by greatly increasing the power of these clansmen can they deal with the threat of the Thunderbee King. By himself, unless he gets all the clansmen to retreat to the Flame Mountain tribe, there's no way to ensure their safety without finding the Thunderbee King. Hey, big bros and sisters, uncles and aunts, please don't say things like 100%, it's stable, success rate maxed out, okay? Just hearing those words makes my heart race. I have a bad feeling. In an instant, the entire livestream room fell silent. Everyone began to remind themselves again. Hope is right in front. At such times, we must remain calm. We must stay cool. Never get too happy too soon. Chapter 82, A Wonderful Fate. Tribe Leader, we have arrived at the entrance of the Grand Canyon. Ghoulie hurried over from the outer edge of the main force. Ichen finished his training. He raised his eyes and saw the entrance of the Grand Canyon right before him. Twisting and rugged, like an endless dragon. Looking up, on either side were towering cliffs, several thousand meters high. The continuous days and nights of snowfall had stopped, and the blue sky was clear, not a speck of impurity in sight. Contract the team and move at full speed, keep a closer watch on the scout team. Ichen waved his hand. As Ghoulie issued the order, the main force began to shrink. Heading towards the Grand Canyon. Ichen stopped his training and focused on the back, searching for the trace of the Thunderbee King. From the mouth of the High Priest, he already knew that although the Thunderbee King could fly, it had been living in the Cloud Under tribe for a long time and thus its flying height and endurance were not strong. If the Thunderbee King was still following the rear of the main force. Once they entered the canyon, there were only two ways to continue tracking the main force. One was to follow the main force into the canyon, and the other was to sneak from above the canyon. In the first method, if the Thunderbee King was not foolish, it would not choose that. Because the widest area of the entire Grand Canyon was only around 400 to 500 meters. In the narrow areas, it was less than 100 meters wide. It was very easy to be discovered. Furthermore, once its movements were detected, whether fleeing from the back or from above, it would be clearly visible. Unless its speed could surpass Ichen's, otherwise there would be no escape. As for the second method, it was also very difficult. The canyon was too high, over several thousand meters, and the cliffs were rugged and uneven. From the cliffs above the canyon, one could not see the situation below the canyon at all. The only way was to rush ahead through the top of the canyon to wait slowly for the main force to appear at the end of the canyon. Ichen would naturally not allow this situation to happen. Just less than a kilometer away from the main force entering the Grand Canyon, he suddenly accelerated and shot into the sky. In an instant, he became a shadow and flew rapidly towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, he reached above the canyon. The surrounding environment lay before him. After quickly scanning, Ichen accelerated again, searching rapidly toward the end of the canyon from above. All right. Ichen may have overestimated the intelligence of the Thunderbee King. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately understood that Ichen was preventing the Thunderbee King from arriving at the end of the canyon first and waiting to ambush. The Thunderbee King didn't even think of this method. Right now, it is still at the entrance of the canyon, not daring to enter. A level 30 fierce beast may not lack intelligence compared to humans, but with no knowledge inheritance, its thinking is obviously limited. However, this has actually saved its life. If it tried to fly from above the canyon to wait for prey, Ichen's sudden attack might have revealed its position. Once its movements are discovered, it would be doomed. The area above the canyon is empty, and there are no places to hide, like forests, to shake off Ichen's pursuit. Wait, look at Ichen's direction, is he going to bump into Bairuashin? Suddenly, an audience member exclaimed in the live broadcast room. Bairuashin? The most beautiful girl from the Yin Mountain tribe? According to our aesthetic standards, and the standards of the exile planet, she is the ugliest girl in the Yin Mountain tribe. Wait, I remember Bairuashin has been very unique, drawing maps, right? Could it be she is in the Grand Canyon? She is above the Grand Canyon, and on Ichen's flight path. Indeed, look at the position about 1,000 kilometers ahead of Ichen. There's a giant rock, Bairuashin is right on top of it. Luck is really incredible. Bairuashin seems to be the strangest and most unique one among all the false heavy criminals, the only one who chose the long route, right? But by relying on luck, she might end up being the first false heavy criminal that Ichen notices. The audience in the live broadcast room all marveled at the wonders of fate. Bairuashin received quite a bit of attention because she conformed to the aesthetic standards of the Human Federation. But receiving attention is one thing, being valued is another. In the Yin Mountain tribe, along with Hylon and 15 false heavy criminals mixed into the Grass Green tribe, there are a total of 16 false heavy criminals. Many news websites. Once, there was an investigation and ranking. Even many companies also launched related betting odds. They allowed the audience to choose who was most likely to be the first to successfully get close to Ichen. Bairuashin was always at the bottom. The odds offered by companies were even as high as 700 to 1. Even the sideline Hylon had odds reaching 200 to 1. Whether it was the public or the companies, they did not have any faith in Bairuashin because she had multiple fatal flaws. The most critical point was that she was too ugly, extremely ugly. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features were picturesque, and her temperament was graceful and quiet, like a fairy who was untouched by the mortal world. This image and temperament, placed in a rough and sturdy exile planet, was simply extraordinarily ugly. Just this point made it so difficult for Bai Ruoxin to successfully approach Yichen. Not to mention, her strategy was extremely odd. All the false heavy criminals, upon joining the Yin Mountain tribe, were doing their best to showcase their talents, trying to attract Yichen's attention. Or, they were gathering information, studying how to catch Yichen's eye. Bai Ruoxin was the only exception. Even while she was at the Qingcha tribe, her time and energy were spent entirely on studying those false heavy criminals. After the Qingcha tribe merged into the Yin Mountain tribe, when all the false heavy criminals were vying to attract Yichen, she focused her gaze and attention on observing the people of the Yin Mountain tribe. Researching competitors and observing people around her were somewhat reasonable actions. The most confusing part was 3 months ago when Luoshi took the initiative to set up a scheme, inciting a conflict between the Qingcha tribe and Yin Mountain tribe in an attempt to draw Yichen out, so he could offer advice for Yichen to look at him differently. Unfortunately, the plan backfired. Yichen did not appear personally, but let the high priest take the blame, using a harsh approach to solve the problem. After that incident, Bai Ruoxin suddenly left the Yin Mountain tribe. Carrying a huge beast-skin bag, she transformed into a geological explorer, starting to chart the entire Yin Mountain range, centered around the valley where the Yin Mountain tribe was located, collecting data on various fierce beasts, minerals, and plants. In theory, the false heavy criminals were elites among humans. Before entering the exile planet, they certainly memorized the geography of the Yin Mountain range and even its surroundings. If she wanted to attract Yichen's attention by presenting a map after spending half a month away from the tribe, she could easily implement her mapping plan. Yet, Bai Ruoxin seemed truly like just a geological explorer. After more than 3 months, she was completely immersed in drawing maps, collecting various data on fierce beasts, plants, and minerals. At the rate she was going, she seemed set to take 1 or 2 years to traverse the entire Yin Mountain range. And it was precisely because of this that she became the least favored among all the false heavy criminals. In fact, in the company's odds, they reached more than 700 to 1, far surpassing Yichen, who was put into a cold palace and exiled to Guli. But no one expected the fate to be so wonderful. To shake off the Thunderbee King, Yichen led a large group to take a detour to the Western Canyon. To prevent the Thunderbee King from arriving at the canyon's end first and waiting for an ambush, he personally flew to scout above the canyon. And Bai Ruoxin happened to be atop a huge rock above the canyon, looking far and wide, drawing the surrounding terrain. Chapter 83, The Beautiful Honest Person. What a pity, the image is too poor. Otherwise, she could really rely on this amazing luck, leaping from the least likely person to approach Yichen to the most likely to successfully get close to him first. Yes. The image is too poor, this inherent disadvantage is too obvious. I just can't understand, in a different aesthetic view on the exile planet, why would there be fake heavy criminals not transforming into a look that fits that aesthetic? It's not like we only have the beauty trap to use. Not to mention now, even in ancient times, there were 36 strategies. Of course, there must be various types. This time, the number of fake heavy criminals deployed could be as high as 20 to 30,000. The federal government and military must have taken a big share. There's no need for every fake heavy criminal to be a tall, dark-skinned beauty. We also need male fake heavy criminals who take other approaches and ugly women who take other approaches. As Yichen got closer to Bai Ruoxin, without any sign of turning back, the viewers in the livestream were secretly regretting. If Bai Ruoxin were a tall, dark-skinned beauty, without a doubt, she would give Yichen a great first impression. Plus, the credit for carefully drawing the topographic map after leaving the tribe alone for more than 3 months would greatly increase her chances of winning Yichen's attention. With a poor image, it all depended on luck. Above the canyon, Yichen was flying swiftly, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. He was searching for the whereabouts of the Thunderhead Bee King. Not seeing the Thunderhead Bee King, a figure resembling a human appeared in his line of sight on a giant rock. How could there be a human here? Yichen felt puzzled. He couldn't help but accelerate towards the giant rock. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. As the distance closed, he was even more certain it was definitely a human. Although he could only see their back, they were wrapped in thick beast skin and a beast hat. Below the giant rock, there was also a huge beast skin bag placed. Hello? In order not to scare the other party and to avoid an attack, Yichen greeted from 5 or 6 meters away. The human seemed startled and turned around in shock. What came into Yichen's view was a beautiful face that had not been made up but was still absolutely gorgeous. Her delicate and exquisite features were perfect and flawless. Those lively eyes shone like a myriad of stars. Even though she was bundled up in thick beast skin, like a rice dumpling, it still couldn't hide her graceful and elegant aura. Tribe leader? You can fly? Bai Ruoxin looked at Yichen in surprise, her sparkling eyes filled with amazement. Having not returned to the tribe for over 3 months, she had no idea how big a stir Chen's departure to Gully had caused. Although the tribespeople had not seen it with their own eyes, they knew from the elder priest and the guards that Chen could fly in the sky. "Are you a member of the Yinshan tribe?" Chen was also somewhat surprised. "My name is Bai Ruoxin, I used to belong to the Qingsa tribe." Bai Ruoxin nodded. "I created a new practice that allows me to fly in the sky," Chen explained. He looked at the charcoal and yellow paper in Bai Ruoxin's hands and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Bai Ruoxin raised the yellow paper in her hand, showing Chen the topographic map on it. "I'm drawing the topographic map of the Yinshan Mountains and collecting information on various spiritual minds, fierce beasts, and plants." "Can I take a look?" Chen's eyes brightened. This was great stuff. He had long planned to send people to create topographic maps and collect information on spiritual materials and mineral resources. However, due to a shortage of manpower in the tribe, it had not been formally implemented. He didn't expect someone had started it early. Bai Ruoxin nodded and handed the yellow paper to Chen. The inventor of this paper was Luo Shi. It was meant to get Chen's attention and invite him. Plus, it was also a deliberate attempt to incite internal strife within the tribe, leading Chen to come out and deal with the conflict, which was a two-pronged approach. As a result, both routes ended in failure. In terms of the invention of paper, although Chen gave a significant contribution review and ordered the elder priest to reward it with the highest standard, he did not summon Luo Shi. Luo Shi thought Chen still did not recognize the contribution and value of paper to the development of civilization, but even though he knew how to improve the paper. However, it has not yet been put into action. Therefore, this yellow paper is still in the most basic stage, with rough edges and some unevenness, and of extremely poor quality. On it, there is a depiction of the terrain around the canyon by Bai Ruoxin. It cannot be called lifelike, but it is incredibly clear. The distant woods, mountain peaks, and the shape of the canyon are all clearly visible, even marked with approximate dimensions. "Is there more?" Chen looked up at Bai Ruoxin. "It's all there. If the chief wants to see it, just look at the compiled terrain map." Bai Ruoxin stood up and opened her animal skin bag. Inside, besides some clothes and food, and an iron sword, nearly half of the space was filled with animal skin scrolls and yellow paper. Bai Ruoxin took out a stack of animal skin and handed it to Chen. The top sheet depicts the valley and terrain surrounding the Flame Mountain tribe. The scale is about 1 to 10,000. The 30-centimeter long and wide animal skin illustrates the terrain within 30 kilometers around the Flame Mountain tribe. In the upper right corner, it is marked as Terrain Map Number 1. Looking at the next sheet, it is Terrain Map Number 2, showing the terrain directly south of Terrain Map Number 1. Flipping further, there are maps 3, 4, 5, all the way to 9 before it ends. Among them, a few are incomplete, clearly indicating that Bai Ruoxin has not yet reached those areas. If all are completed and combined in order, it would be all the terrain maps within 60 kilometers around the Flame Mountain tribe. Below Terrain Map Number 9 is data on the distribution of various plants and animals as well as spiritual minerals in each region. Chen's face showed joy. He felt like he had stumbled upon treasure. This terrain map perfectly meets his future requirements for mapping. "How did you think of drawing the terrain map of the Flame Mountain range?" Chen looked at Bai Ruoxin and casually asked a question. In his heart, he was thinking about how to persuade Bai Ruoxin to return to the tribe to practice diligently, then, when her strength was strong enough, to assemble a team specifically for mapping. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ruoxin's mouth, perfect like a crescent moon. "I plan to draw the terrain map of the Flame Mountain range and dedicate it to the chief. Then I will be valued and appreciated by the chief, gaining power and status." "Ha?" Chen was somewhat bewildered. "So straightforward? What the hell?" The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused. There are many honest people, but they had never seen such a beautiful honest person before. A master, this is a real master. This means they have definitely calculated Chen's character, so they just came straight to the point and expressed their intentions. Soon, someone reacted. Exactly, as expected of someone chosen to enter the exile planet, close to, or even controlling Chen, none of them are simple. False and real, true and false. In this situation, the more ambiguous the words, the more likely they are to gain Chen's trust. "Alright. My IQ is not enough, I need to recharge. But I feel like you all are pretending to be smart? I also feel my IQ is somewhat insufficient. Why do I only feel like Bai Ruoxin is mocking those fake heavy criminals and joking with Chen? I feel that Bai Ruoxin, like Chen, is hard to figure out. Since she entered the Green Grass tribe, every move has been completely unexpected. It feels like she is not here to get close to and control Chen, but rather to do research on the exile planet. Her focus is different from those fake heavy criminals. She has never been on Chen from beginning to end." The audience in the live broadcast room was all guessing what Bai Ruoxin was really thinking. Chapter 84, The leader of the intelligence organization emerges. Interesting. Yi-Chen woke up and couldn't help but smile. He was still thinking about how to persuade Bai Ruoxin to form a team to help him draw terrain maps. In the end, Bai Ruoxin actually said that drawing terrain maps was to catch his attention and gain his favor. As for the truth of it, that's hard to say. He asked, just drawing the terrain map of the Flame Mountain range, with your detailed drawing method. At least a year or two, right? Isn't that a bit too long? I'm only 18. The Yen Mountain tribe has only about 3,000 to 4,000 people. It's not time for the chief to pay attention to the topographic map yet, so I'm not in a hurry. It will soon reach 9,000, and the competition will increase several times. Yi-Chen joked. It doesn't matter, I'm lucky, the chief noticed me early. In Bai Ruoxin's eyes, clear and bright like a pool of water, a lively light flickered. Serene and elegant, like a fairy not of this world, she seemed to turn into a sprite in the forest. Alright, come back with me. After returning, you can choose people to organize a team to draw the topographic map. Yi-Chen decided, however, we must wait until your strength reaches a certain level and you learn the flying ability of the new technique before we start drawing the topographic map. Moreover, it's not just about drawing the topographic map of the Yin Mountain range. The main focus must be on preparing maps of the conquered areas for the 4 great armies. Not enough. Bai Ruoxin's sparkling eyes, like stars, stared unwaveringly at Yi-Chen. I also want the right to collect and investigate various materials, like gathering information on fierce beasts in unconquered areas and secretly collecting and investigating the tribe members. Yi-Chen slightly frowned. Wow, she's really playing with fire. What is she thinking? How could she ask for more power in front of Yi-Chen, and such critical rights? If she is playing some trick, it feels a bit excessive. What kind of existence is Yi-Chen? He can't even fully trust his friend Guli and is preparing for a secret investigation. How could he casually treat such important matters with a few words? A blunder, absolutely a blunder. She originally had a great chance to get close to Yi-Chen quickly, but in the end, one sentence ruined everything. She didn't see that just because she concealed the scout team and the designer of the team structure, one wrong word nearly cost Guli her future. The viewers in the live stream shook their heads in disappointment. From their standpoint, they certainly hoped Bai Ruoxin could successfully approach Yi-Chen. Because no matter which faction Bai Ruoxin belonged to, as long as she could gain Yi-Chen's favor and trust, or even control him, they could get the new techniques he created ahead of time. What they didn't expect was that at a critical moment, when Yi-Chen had already decided to let her form a team, she would make such an unreasonable request. Above the canyon, Yi-Chen frowned, staring at Bai Ruoxin for a long time. It seemed he was trying to see through her. Bai Ruoxin faced him calmly, her clear eyes showing no trace of impurity. Do you know what the consequences would be if I really agree to you? Yi-Chen suddenly asked. I know. Bai Ruoxin nodded. In the future, many people will surely be watching me, thinking of ways to bring me down. Or one day, the chief might listen to others' slanders or schemes and doubt my loyalty or abilities, replacing me. And once I lose the chief's trust and power, due to knowing too much, I estimate that including the chief, there will be a long line of people wanting to kill me. It seems you have thought this through. Yi-Chen exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that in a small Yen mountain tribe, with only a few thousand people, there would be such an intriguing girl he couldn't read. Call it ambitious. He couldn't detect any ambition in Bai Ruoxin's eyes at all. If she truly had ambition, there was no need to spend 1 or 2 years drawing the topographic map of the Yin Mountain tribe and relying on luck to be noticed by him early. With the intelligence and mind she had shown, there were many opportunities in the Yin Mountain tribe to approach him. Moreover, a girl wanting to become the leader of an intelligence organization. It is indeed a bit strange. To say there is no ambition. In the words, he directly pointed to power and status. And Bai Ruoxin, from beginning to end, had no fear in front of him. Neither humble nor arrogant, calm and composed. Even the earliest person who knew him, Guli, could not achieve this. A mysterious girl. Since you are mentally prepared, then as you wish. After much contemplation, Yi-Chen made a decision. Thank you, clan leader. Bai Ruoxin's stunning face was filled with a radiant smile like the sun. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of billions of viewers felt like 10,000 mythical beasts were galloping in their hearts. Damn it, is Yi-Chen really this casual? The leader of the intelligence agency of the future Yenshan tribe was born so easily and confusedly? The unreasonable Bai Ruoxin encounters the out-of-the-box Yi-Chen, producing a negative times negative equals positive effect? Everyone looked dumbfounded. Bai Ruoxin's words undoubtedly destroyed her own opportunity at a crucial moment. But Yi-Chen's decision was bizarre beyond everyone's expectations. No, I figured it out, this is actually the most reasonable outcome. Bai Ruoxin is incredibly smart, her intellect and mind are definitely superior to all fake heavy criminals. Some people fought back and tried to reverse engineer the results, explaining in hindsight, everyone think about it, who was Yi-Chen? Why did Helen's beauty trap and Luosher's intricate schemes all fail? Yi Chen is the greatest genius in the history of our human race, as well as the most hardworking genius. At the same time, he possesses a hero's ambition, intellect, and character. In front of his strong composure, a beauty is as insignificant as a skeleton, utterly unappealing. Helen's actions disturbed Yi Chen's cultivation research, causing him to feel disgust. The reason Luosher's schemes failed was precisely because of this. From Guli's concealment of the scout team and the designer's identity, it can be seen that Yi Chen remained unmoved because he was not uninterested in Luosher, who invented paper. This is evident from his special reward to Luosher for the highest contribution. He didn't summon Luosher because he was busy researching and creating techniques, lacking the time. Also, due to his personality, even when he values someone, he won't express it immediately. He surely plans to observe Luosher first and see how he performs later. As for the plot to incite infighting in the tribe without drawing Yi Chen out, this is also because Yi Chen had no time and thought of a simpler solution. In fact, Yi Chen guessed that there were people secretly stirring up discord in the tribe, yet he only had the Grand Priest investigate quietly without taking action himself, also due to lack of time. In short, creating and researching techniques is the top priority for Yi Chen. Only when the expansion of the four armies meets resistance will he put aside creation and research to resolve issues immediately. For other matters, if they can be solved simply, he will do so; if not, he will set them aside and address them later when he has time. The more the other party spoke, the more excited they became, feeling they had found the truth. In conclusion, Yi Chen is meticulous and cunning, but most of his time and energy are focused on creating and researching new techniques. Other matters are simply solved if possible; if not, they are left aside for now. To approach and attract Yi Chen's attention, the simplest method is to be direct. Yi Chen is not only the greatest genius of our human race, his intellect and mind are also the most pinnacle existence. Although he does not display a confidence that borders on arrogance, deep inside, he is proud. He does not believe there are people he cannot control. Bai Ruoxin's brilliance lies in her not wasting Yi Chen's time, directly expressing her intentions and ambitions. In front of Yi Chen, she quickly showcased her mind and abilities in this regard. Another point, the current population of the Yin Mountain tribe is still small, so the cost of trial and error is not high. The simplest example is that Yi Chen, with only a few words, can judge that the internal strife of the tribe is being incited by someone, while the old priest knows nothing, clearly lacking the ability to manage the tribe's affairs. In the future, mistakes are certainly unavoidable. Yet, Yi Chen not only didn't weaken his power but instead gave him the authority to control the fate of the tribesmen and to resolve various disputes with a word. This is partly due to the lack of manpower and partly because, even if the high priest makes big mistakes, the cost is within Yi Chen's acceptable range. The power of the intelligence organization leader is far less than that of the high priest, who is currently comparable to a regent. Moreover, it just happens that they need someone to investigate who was inciting tribal conflicts behind the scenes, and whether Guli has flaws of jealousy and envy. He would agree to let Bai Ruoxin give it a try, making it perfectly reasonable. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to understand but were also confused. Listening to your words is better than listening to 1,000 words. It sounds very reasonable. But whether it is true or not, only Yi Chen knows. After all, this is a conclusion drawn from the results. And to deduce from the results, it can be said that Yi Chen feels that fate is wonderful and, for the sake of this chance encounter, it is reasonable to agree to Bai Ruoxin. Similarly, it can be said that Yi Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all and agreed on a whim, which is also reasonable. It can even be said that Yi Chen has a very rare aesthetic disorder, liking plain women, and seeing Bai Ruoxin's beauty makes him reluctant to refuse her request. Chapter 85, 2 Tasks. Let's go! Yi Chen put all the animal skin scrolls into the animal skin bag. With one hand holding the animal skin bag and the other arm around Bai Ruoxin's waist. With a surge of spiritual power, they flew towards the canyon. Bai Ruoxin, who had always been calm in front of Yi Chen, felt a blush rise on her fair and delicate neck. Good heavens, not only has she suddenly transformed into the head of the Yin Mountain Tribe's intelligence organization, but she's also being taken away by Yi Chen. Her luck is simply unbelievable. Becoming the head of the Yin Mountain Tribe's intelligence organization should be considered a successful approach and a sign of Yi Chen's favor, right? From being at the bottom of rankings to skyrocketing to the top position of being close to Yi Chen and receiving his favor, this is a huge turnaround. Being this lucky truly feels invincible. What Bai Ruoxin has is not just luck, the super turnaround relies on her brain, judgment, and determination. Because among so many fake heinous criminals, only she has truly found a way to catch Yi Chen's attention. Even if luck is against her and she doesn't encounter Yi Chen today, a year or two later, when she successfully maps the entire Yin Mountain range, she can use it as a stepping stone to become the leader of the intelligence organization. However, the longer she waits, the greater the risks. After all, those fake heinous criminals are also elites. The longer the time, the more variables will arise. Whether it's luck or intelligence, right now, I just want to be Bai Ruoxin, held by Yi Chen while flying in the sky. It's so romantic. The audience in the live broadcast room was filled with sighs. The female viewers, in particular, were so envious they gritted their teeth. Chief. Seeing Ichun unexpectedly return with an ordinary woman, Guli was somewhat surprised. I met her above the canyon. Ichun casually explained, and after letting Bai Ruoxin down, he flew up again to search for the Thunderbee King. Leader, I heard that you once killed a terrifying beast over 10 meters tall with a single sword? Is that true? Bai Ruoxin looked at Guli, her eyes filled with some admiration and excitement. It's true. Guli couldn't help but puff out her chest. Can you tell me about it? Bai Ruoxin felt a bit curious, while a trace of envy appeared on her face. Of course you can. Guli nodded. She even took the initiative to help Bai Ruoxin carry the huge beast skin package, while leading her to find the green bull as a mount, talking about her experience in slaying the fierce beasts. As they chatted, they also talked about the incident of assassinating the false god in the Yunxia tribe. Done for, with Guli's cunning, it feels like she will eventually be outmaneuvered by those fake heavy criminals. Although it doesn't align with my aesthetic, I actually quite like her personality. In the livestream, a spectator couldn't help but sigh. As onlookers, the viewers in the livestream all knew. On the way here, Yi Chen had casually chatted with Bai Ruoxin, the future leader of the intelligence organization, about the behind-the-scenes instigation of the last tribal riot and Guli hiding the reconnaissance team's information and the team designer in the Yunxia tribe this time. Other than that, he said nothing else. After bringing Bai Ruoxin back, he only briefly explained to Guli that he had met Bai Ruoxin and then directly left. From start to end, he never gave Bai Ruoxin any orders. In front of Guli, he dismissed everything cleanly, just mentioning that he happened to meet Bai Ruoxin and brought her along. But Yi Chen wanted Bai Ruoxin to investigate these two matters to prove her abilities, which most of the audience could guess. Yet only a very small number of people knew that Bai Ruoxin made the right choice to investigate Guli first. Logically speaking, they were about to return to the Yenshan tribe, and it would be more convenient to check the internal strife in the tribe first. Moreover, Bai Ruoxin already knew that the internal strife was instigated by Luoshi, so there were leads to follow, and gathering evidence would be easier. The sooner she provided Yi Chen with results and evidence, the more she could prove her abilities. But Bai Ruoxin, for some reason, chose to investigate Guli first. Because she knew that, given the relationship between Yi Chen and Guli, Yi Chen would want to know the reason behind Guli hiding the designer as soon as possible. Bai Ruoxin's efficiency was also very high, she didn't deliberately get close or flatter Guli. She only subtly expressed a bit of admiration, excitement, and envy. This successfully led Guli to share more, and upon learning that Bai Ruoxin had reached the 7th level of the spirit release period, she even invited her to join the Eastern Army to help Yi Chen expand their territory. Because of this, many clever viewers could only lament that Guli would soon become a stepping stone in the power struggles among the fake heavy criminals. In fact, the ones most likely to become stepping stones and unknowingly get betrayed are the leaders of the other three armies. Someone analyzed from another angle, you have to understand, Guli has an irreplaceable advantage, which is that she was one of the first to interact with Yi Chen and is one of the first he considers a friend. Although Yi Chen is calculating and can be cold-hearted, he still values emotions. As long as Guli is not deceived by others and doesn't develop rebellious thoughts against Yi Chen, her position is hard to shake. This is evident from Hai Lan and the other two fake heavy criminals trying to find out the personalities of the leaders of the other three armies, seemingly planning to change their strategies. Another point is that Guli's mind actually isn't bad. Even the leaders of the other three armies, Taisher and Zongshan, have decent minds, it's just Luoge who is strong but a bit simple-minded. They just lack experience in scheming and knowledge in this area. Just like that old high priest, who actually has the potential to be a treacherous minister, his mind is definitely 1 in a million. The reason why he was played around by Luoshi was not necessarily because his intellect was inferior. More importantly, Luoshi has enough knowledge in this area through books, history, and even movies and news. This is also why our human race, who can't even defeat beasts, can dominate the entire galaxy. One of the main reasons for holding a place among the myriad of clans. Besides the ability to create, our human race also possesses an unparalleled ability to pass down knowledge that no other race can compare with. By experiencing more losses and witnessing the tricks of the false heavy criminals, Guli might still be unable to defeat these fake heavy criminals, but she wouldn't be as helpless as she is now. With this innate advantage seen as a friend by Yi Chen, if the false heavy criminals want to replace her position and tread on her to get closer to Yi Chen, they must definitely come up with extraordinary means. The audience in the live room were in heated discussions, all talking about Guli's future. Meanwhile, the large troop continued to advance after crossing a canyon of more than 10 kilometers, while sending people to start cleaning up and covering the traces left by the troops' passage. After more than 6 hours, the valley where the Yin mountain tribe was located was finally in sight. Chapter 86, The Animal Skin Carpet. The chief is back, Guli the leader and the Eastern Army have returned. In addition, they also brought back thousands of people from other tribes. It's so crowded, it feels like there are more than the combined numbers of our Yin mountain tribe and the Green Grass tribe. What do you mean by the combined numbers of the Yin mountain tribe and the Green Grass tribe? Do you want to be punished? The high priest has already said that without the Green Grass tribe, everyone is a member of the Yin Mountain tribe. Upon receiving the news, all the members of the Yin Mountain tribe rushed to the valley entrance to watch the excitement. The majority of the tribe members wore expressions of curiosity and excitement. But there were also some who merely forced smiles. Deep in their eyes, hidden worries lurked. The addition of a new tribe with a large population represented new variables. Of course, it also hid new opportunities. Chief, great God, welcome back in triumph. The high priest rushed to Yi Chen's green wild bull, prostrated on the ground, and sincerely kissed the soil beneath the green wild bull's feet. The tribe members also prostrated on the ground to welcome Yi Chen's arrival. Everyone, get up. Yi Chen infused his spiritual power into his throat, his voice was calm yet reached the ears of all the tribe members. The high priest and the tribe members all stood up, clearing a path. At the high priest's gesture, a dozen tribe members began to lay down the animal skins that had been prepared earlier, from the valley entrance all the way to the end of the valley, where Yi Chen's stone house was. This old guy has really improved. Not only is he prostrating on the ground and kissing the dirt under Yi Chen's feet, but he also knows how to arrange for tribe members to lay animal skins as a carpet all the way to the end of the valley. In the live room, an audience member exclaimed in surprise. It's probably someone guiding him, right? This old man might be cunning, but he would never come up with such an idea of wasting a vast amount of animal skins to lay a carpet for several kilometers. After all, 2 years ago, the Yin Mountain tribe was so miserable that they had to send a group of old people out of the valley to die in the name of sacrificing to the gods during winter. Even if he gets a little carried away now, it's impossible for him to reach such a level of serious wastefulness. But speaking of which, this flattery may not necessarily please Yi Chen, right? After all, the high priest is a bit too carried away with this. It must be Feng Yu pulling tricks, deliberately guiding a tribe member to casually mention this idea in front of the high priest. Feng Yu? Has he also started to take action? Indeed, he has started to act. He noticed that the high priest was secretly investigating the mastermind behind the last tribe's infighting and guessed it might have been Yi Chen's instruction. After months of no progress, he felt he could take the opportunity to push the high priest down and see if he could take advantage of it. That seems alright. Yi Chen doesn't care much about who the mastermind is. It doesn't seem likely he would be dissatisfied with the high priest over this, nor would he remove the high priest over such trivial matters. You know, in Yi Chen's eyes, the high priest is a valuable resource. There's nothing to be done, although the high priest is nowhere near being removed. But Yi Chen only shows up once every few months. After appearing, it still flew away, giving no chance for anyone to get close to him. The main goal of Feng Yu was actually to connect with Yi Chen, using the high priest to gain Yi Chen's attention and trust. Let's mourn for the poor high priest for 10 seconds. It seems that anyone wanting to climb the ranks would take a jab at this old man. Who told him he holds the power now, effectively being the regent of the Yinshan tribe? If not him, then who? The viewers in the live stream might not have liked the high priest much, but they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. At the valley entrance, looking at the 2-meter-wide animal skin that stretched to the valley's end, the Eastern Army and the tribespeople of the Yunxia tribe instinctively moved to the sides. Yi Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. He gently pushed off the green bull with his heels. The green bull stepped on the animal skin and headed towards the end of the valley. The high priest ran a few steps, coming to the side of the green bull, tugging at its mane to guide its direction, ensuring it didn't stray off the animal skin carpet. Now and then, he would gently stroke the green bull's neck, showing a familiar demeanor. Have the wood for building houses, the manpower, the bonfire to celebrate the arrival of the Yunxia tribe's master, and the tools and food they need, all been prepared? Suddenly, Yi Chen spoke from atop the green bull. All prepared, we just need to wait for the Yunxia tribe's people to arrive, and after confirming the numbers, we'll start the process. The high priest nodded quickly. Although any false heavy criminal wanting to climb the ranks would stab him in the back. But after all, he was once the smartest and most cunning person in the Yinshan tribe. A lot of things just lacked experience. With the experience of preparing and managing the integration of the Qingqiao tribe into the Yinshan tribe, the high priest wouldn't just sit around doing nothing because Yi Chen rushed off, forgetting to give orders. After Yi Chen left, he began preparing for the possibility of Yi Chen destroying the Yunxia tribe's false spirits, and then handling the aftermath of bringing the Yunxia tribe's people into the valley. Combining with the instructions and arrangements from Yi Chen regarding the integration of the Qingqiao tribe into the Yinshan tribe, he just needed to copy and apply them in advance. During this time, pause the mining of spirit ore, and let our tribespeople not leave the valley for now. The false spirits from the Yunxia tribe may have followed here. Yi Chen instructed. Understood. The high priest nodded. With the population explosion, there aren't enough positions to earn spirit stones. Have you thought about this? Yi Chen asked again. This. The high priest stammered a bit. Yi Chen didn't say much more. The high priest's mood suddenly became uneasy, completely unable to understand whether Yi Chen was angry or just indifferent to the matter. Heaven's might is unpredictable, it's overwhelming. Power intoxicated him, but the pressure that Ichen brought also made his tufts of white hair fall out in clumps. Ha! In the center of the tribal settlement, Ichen couldn't help but sniff. A rich and fragrant aroma continuously penetrated his nostrils. It's the delicious 7-layer stew. The high priest couldn't help but lick his lips, explaining, a dish created by one of our tribesmen, using the meat of 7 fierce beasts, combined with various ingredients, stewed in a large pot. I plan to use this dish as one of the main foods for tonight's bonfire gathering, and this tribesman probably got worried something might go wrong tonight, so they stewed a pot to test it. Ichen nodded, not letting the green bowl stop. Foods like this are still somewhat appealing to him. But with his resolve, he wasn't about to suddenly run over to taste this delicious 7-layer stew in front of everyone. The high priest, having suffered for praising recommended beauties in the past, had learned his lesson. Despite that once-heavy criminal who provided a lot of delicious dishes still sending him various culinary delights, he didn't dare to praise the person more in front of Ichen. Behind, the Eastern Army and the Yunxia tribe began to halt their advance. Under Guli's order, the Eastern Army disbanded on the spot. Each returns to their own home. The people of the Yunxia tribe rest in place, waiting to be settled. A group of little kids, wrapped up like rice dumplings in thick beast skins, wave wooden swords and chase after a shirtless boy in the cold winter, rushing out from behind a wooden house. Chapter 87, Reporting to Stop the Cow. Here they come. After holding back for half a year, the fake heavy criminals finally have their chance to show themselves in front of Ichen. Luckily, this time Ichen didn't fly straight to the end of the valley from the entrance. Watching the chasing and playing children, the audience in the livestream brightened up. Unfortunately, Liang Sheng's food didn't attract Ichen. That was bound to happen. His approach was wrong from the start. Food may be tempting, but no matter how tempting, it pales in comparison to the sense of achievement and satisfaction from improving one's realm through cultivation. Don't even mention food, not even the allure of beautiful women can compare. Helen's beauty trick failed, so this food trick, with aroma and flavor being the only thing present, is bound to fail as well. I wonder if Lu Xing's plan can succeed. Heaven knows, he was the one I was most optimistic about. But now, it feels a bit precarious. Ichen is exuding more and more of the authority and momentum of someone high above, making it very unlikely that he would take in disciples just because he appreciates talent. It's indeed hard to say, any outcome is possible. The audience in the livestream lacked confidence in the fake heavy criminals. However, everyone's mindset was still pretty good. Success would certainly be great. The more fake heavy criminals who get close to and are valued by Ichen, the greater the chance Ichen would teach them new skills ahead of time. If they didn't succeed, they wouldn't be too disappointed since Bai Ruoxin, the predetermined leader of the intelligence organization, had already taken the first step. Come on, come on. You bunch of useless fools, more than 20 of you can't even defeat me. The shirtless boy, Lu Xing, taunted the kids chasing after him while running, glancing back provocatively. It seemed as if he didn't notice Ichen at all, completely unaware that he was about to crash into the green wild cow where Ichen was sitting. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Chief, be careful. The high priest's eyes brightened. Could this be a good opportunity to faithfully protect his master? His thoughts raced. After assessing whether his old arms and legs could withstand the impact, he immediately dashed to the other side of the green wild cow, spreading his arms wide, ready to sacrifice himself to protect it. Ah! Lu Xing didn't give him the chance to bravely intercept to protect the chief's mount from being crashed into by a little kid. Already having assessed the distance and practiced countless times in secret, he turned back when he was just about 2 meters away from the green wild cow. Seeing the green wild cow he was about to crash into, he gasped. Then, twisting his waist, he used the inertia from his run to perform a beautiful 360-degree mid-air spin. The move was smooth and quick, his reactions were agile and his movements nimble. More importantly, his speed was astonishing, and he had mastered the step-on-cloud technique to perfection. On the green wild cow, Ichen waved his hand. On the ground, a vine as thick as an arm abruptly extended, quickly rising up for nearly a second, wrapping around the feet of Lu Xing, who was about to fall. Just like that, it left him hanging about a meter off the ground. Chief, are you okay? The high priest felt it was a pity, his face filled with concern as he looked towards Ichen. He had prepared to ask Ichen if he was all right as soon as his old arms and legs were broken. However, it didn't go as he wished. Not far away, those little kids waving wooden swords might have shown respect and cautiousness towards Ichen under normal circumstances. But right now, they were all filled with excitement, not caring at all whether Ichen was a deity or the chief. They rushed forward and began to excitedly beat up Lu Xing, who was hanging in midair. Ichen also ignored these kids, controlling the green wild cow to continue moving forward while speaking. This little guy seems to have good talent. The chief has good eyesight. His name is Lu Xing, smart and clever. The talent is indeed quite good, already reaching the 5th stage of spiritual release. But his personality is too lively, and being an orphan with no one to discipline him, he causes trouble every day, hated by everyone in the tribe. The high priest hurriedly explained. Find someone who can keep him in check, manage him well. If he doesn't listen, beat him. A few beatings and he will be obedient. Ichen casually ordered. Understood. The high priest nodded. All right. As expected, Ichen feels Lu Xing is talented and worth cultivating, but he is completely uninterested in taking him as a disciple. The viewers in the live stream suddenly felt a bit disappointed. But speaking of which, not being accepted as a disciple by Ichen is actually Lu Xing's luck. If he really became Ichen's disciple, Lu Xing might get beaten up frequently. After all, although Lu Xing is a fake felon who knows how to please Ichen, he definitely can't change his personality too fast in the early stages. And as for Ichen, it seems he only has one method for disciplining such unruly kids, which is to beat them. Simple and brutal, but it actually works well. Just look at the little gold ball, he is also a wild child, but in front of Ichen, he is simply a quiet and obedient baby, almost invisible. Oh, it seems Feng Yu is planning to take action. While chatting, the viewer's attention was soon drawn to another figure. After the green barbarian bull left the tribe settlement and the tribesmen all dispersed, Feng Yu was chasing after the green barbarian bull. Chief. Ichen was enjoying the peace without needing to research new techniques or practice when a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall and strong tribesman rushing towards him. I apologize for the abrupt interruption, Chief. Feng Yu stepped forward and knelt before Ichen. He pointed angrily at the high priest and accused, Chief, I am willing to guarantee my life to report that the high priest, in order to win your favor, has completely disregarded the tribesman's need for warmth and has wasted and collected animal skins excessively. I report that the high priest has embezzled the tribe's wealth for personal gain and has poor management. You slander me, you are slandering me. Chief, do not believe him. The high priest turned pale with horror, his face changing dramatically. Ichen's expression suddenly became strange. The high priest, has he already angered the people so quickly? He has only been in power for such a short time, and someone is already beginning to report him with their life as a guarantee. Chief, I am your most loyal follower. The high priest trembled, looking at Feng Yu with deep resentment. Tell me what happened. Ichen ignored the high priest and looked at Feng Yu instead. My name is Feng Yu, and I am a warehouse worker in the tribe. Feng Yu said respectfully, usually, I record all kinds of items coming in and out of the warehouse in detail. Recently, I happened to notice some discrepancies in the records of items entering and leaving the warehouse. So I secretly observed and found that every time the high priest entered and exited the warehouse, he would secretly take away some spirit stones, precious beast entrails, and furs. The high priest shouted, No, I did not. It was the tribesmen working in the warehouse who stole them. I have even severely punished a few tribesmen who stole seriously for this. If the high priest did not steal, then what were you digging a hole for late at night in the corner of your house to bury? Feng Yu retorted. This. The high priest turned pale, speechless. Ichen felt both amused and helpless. The actual power holder of the Yanshan tribe, falsifying the records of items entering and leaving, regularly taking carts of spirit stones and treasures home was normal operation. Yet, due to being greedy for some small benefits, he had been caught in the act. Even going so far as to dig a hole at home late at night to hide things. This scale. If the high priest wasn't embarrassed, Ichen felt somewhat embarrassed himself. But then he thought, it was understandable. The Yanshan tribe has only a little over 3,500 people, and the high priest has already learned to bully the weak. It is strange to hoard wealth so openly. Not to mention, 3 months ago, he hinted to the high priest not to go too far after gaining power. With the high priest's intelligence, he would certainly have understood this. Chapter 88, the high priest became a father figure. You continue. Ichen gestured to Feng Yu. Feng Yu continued, during this harsh winter, the tribe's members originally had enough animal skins. There was also a stockpile in the warehouse. However, the high priest, in order to please the clan leader, emptied the warehouse of all sorts of animal skins, wasting a lot and cutting them into identical shapes. Even more, due to insufficient quantity, he forced every household in the tribe to submit their animal skins for warmth. All this was just to make the road softer and more comfortable for the clan leader upon his return, hoping to gain special treatment from the high priest. Little did he know, the tribe members grumbled about it and even secretly complained that the clan leader was blinded. If the clan leader doesn't believe it, he can ask the tribe members. Ichen glanced at the trembling high priest, pressing further, is there more? Feng Yu nodded. The high priest held great power and should have handled disputes fairly and justly. But he accepted bribes and clearly favored one side, issuing numerous unjust judgments. Just by reviewing past disputes, many unfair instances can surely be found. Then call the beneficiaries, with the clan leader's supreme authority, they will inevitably confess. Thud. The high priest's legs trembled like sieve grains, finally unable to support his frail body, and he collapsed on the ground. This attitude clearly indicated that everything was true. Good, you fearlessly investigated under the High Priest's power. Your courage, intelligence, sense of justice, and loyalty are all commendable. Feng Yu, you've done a great job. What kind of reward do you want? Yi Chen looked at Feng Yu with some anticipation. This person is talented. If it were an ordinary tribe member going to report the High Priest, they would probably struggle to even speak. But this Feng Yu was clear and direct, targeting the core issue and scaring the High Priest down. Both his mind and bravery were top-notch. To expose the High Priest as a parasite for the clan leader and the tribe is my honor. The clan leader's approval is the greatest reward for me. Feng Yu hurriedly spoke. Well, since that's the case, maintain your courage, justice, and loyalty to the tribe. Yi Chen waved his hand. Feng Yu was a bit stunned. Did he really mean he wouldn't give any reward? Yes. He bemusedly got up and turned around, walking back toward the tribe's gathering place. Wow, that's hilarious. Feng Yu's dazed little eyes almost made me laugh out loud. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. If it were 6 or 7 hours ago, they certainly would not have understood why Feng Yu declined the reward, and Yi Chen really would not give any reward. With Bai Ruoxin as an example, they easily figured out what was going on. The difference is clear. Indeed, setting traps to entice the High Priest to produce the animal skin carpet and secretly gathering evidence of his crimes, none of this is anything. Feng Yu's real strength lies in targeting the core issue, exaggerating the negative impact, and effortlessly putting the High Priest in a position where he has no defense. But in reality, the High Priest didn't even gain that much. I just scanned the big hole he dug under his bed. The boxes inside, when added up, are worth just over 300 spirit stones. Compared to the High Priest, Feng Yu is at least 3 levels higher. But conversely, Bai Ruoxin is 3 levels higher than Feng Yu. Because she can read Yi Chen's intentions, not wasting any of his time, she straightforwardly revealed her own ambitions and even demanded greater power. Feng Yu's mistake was in the last step. He does not understand that as a higher authority. Yi Chen needed to keep his emotions hidden, letting others guess and speculate about his attitude, firmly holding the initiative in his hands. But Yi Chen himself was too lazy to guess and speculate on others' thoughts. He preferred to solve problems in a simple and blunt way. He never hesitated to support some ambitious, yet capable people to rise to power. Many people secretly felt sorry for Feng Yu. They firmly believed that if Feng Yu had directly stated what position he wanted, with the intelligence he had shown, capable of bringing down even the High Priest, Yi Chen would likely have satisfied him. Get up! You should thank Feng Yu for guessing that I wouldn't do anything to you, so he chose to make his move when I left the tribal settlement. Looking at the High Priest slumped on the ground, Yi Chen said unceremoniously, with such little courage to be taken down by just a few words, you'll instantly become the laughingstock of the whole tribe. The High Priest looked up at Yi Chen in surprise. After spending a few seconds pondering the meaning of these words, joy flooded his expression. He hurriedly crawled forward and gave a passionate kiss to the wet soil under the green bull's feet. Thank you, leader, for your mercy. I will remember today's lesson and never make any mistakes again. Did you take any of the rare spiritual minerals from the tribe's warehouse? Yi Chen asked without giving a clear answer. People all have selfish desires. With great power, a High Priest could not completely resist temptation, not taking any special privileges or benefits. Because with power in hand, even if the High Priest didn't want to gain anything, there would always be someone trying every possible way to beg him to accept something. As long as it did not cross Yi Chen's bottom line, he would not care. No, when the leader announced the expansion, the main thing was to collect spiritual minerals, obviously very concerned about those minerals. The High Priest quickly shook his head. Even if you gave me 100 chances, I wouldn't dare take any spiritual minerals. I can swear on my life that, even with those more plentiful minerals, I haven't taken a single piece. This is the measure, make sure to grasp it. Yi Chen couldn't help but remind him once again. Okay. The High Priest hurriedly nodded his head. Besides, you have no children, and that little guy still hanging on the vines is an orphan. Why not take him as your son? Be strict when you need to be, and treat him well when you need to treat him well, raise him as your own son. Yi Chen commanded. Okay. The High Priest had seemingly turned into a parrot, nodding profusely. As for what Yi Chen said, he would think about it later. Go! Let me know when the spiritual law warriors from the 3 armies arrive. Yi Chen jumped down from the green bull and directly returned to his stone house. The High Priest wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and exhaled heavily. He dully took the green bull back home. In the distance, Lu Xing, who was hanging on the vines, was being maliciously tormented by his little friends, enduring beatings and feeling frustrated that he was following the planned design, with every step perfect. He had successfully shown high talent, quick reflexes, and adaptability, so why didn't Yi Chen wait for him to showcase his brilliant mind before directly hanging him up? Alright. The most pitiful one is Lu Xingfeng's plan may not have succeeded, but it also didn't fail. At the very least, Yi Chen recognized his ability and intelligence. In contrast, Lu Xing not only failed the plan but also cluelessly gained an old father. The mindset of an adult, yet playing in the mud with a bunch of little kids every day is already frustrating. Still quite good. Although this old man is seen as a big black pot, ready to be used to calm the people's complaints at any time, we still recognize his hard work. We worry that one day, those seeking power might kill him without him knowing. This is the second time we've subtly warned him to know his limits, to hold his bottom line, and not make any fatal mistakes. In fact, we even found him an extraordinarily talented adopted son as a protective charm. Someone clicked their tongue, saying, but Yi Chen doesn't know that Lu Xing not only has exceptional talent, but once his power grows in the future, people will fear him, making it hard for them to finish off the high priest. Even now, he can help the high priest. With Lu Xing secretly strategizing and plugging the gaps behind the scenes, plus the high priest himself is not stupid, it won't be so easy for false heavy criminals to use him as a stepping stone in the future. On the contrary, with such an old father, Lu Xing's future is boundless. Even if the high priest one day still can't fight off those false heavy criminals and is really pulled down, with Yi Chen's sentimental nature, he will definitely give him considerable preferential treatment because of the high priest's face. It's just that, blindly adding an old father, who knows if Lu Xing can bear the weight of such great fatherly love. You know, Yi Chen had told the high priest to treat Lu Xing like his own son. I really suspect the high priest will cuddle Lu Xing in his arms at night to let him feel the warmth of a father's love. If I were Lu Xing, I'd stab the high priest with a sword, then crash into Yi Chen's stone house and die in front of it. Let Yi Chen experience how painful it is to break the rules and make people's heads hurt. Chapter 89, Cultivating the Chaos Sutra will cost one arm. For 2 straight days, Yi Chen stayed in the stone house, focused on cultivating. If we calculate based on his original strongest human talent, it would take around 18 days to break through from the second stage of the spirit law realm to the third stage. With spirit stones to assist, the time could be shortened to about 9 days. But not only that, he also has the strongest talent system. The larger the territory he controls, the higher the additional talent bonus he receives. Currently, the territory he controls has reached more than 150,000 square kilometers. His talent bonus has increased to 1.5 times the original talent. In other words, Yi Chen's current talent has reached 2.5 times the maximum talent level of the human race. Naturally, his cultivation speed has greatly increased. From the second to the third stage of the spirit law realm, with the help of spirit stones, it only takes 3 or 4 days. At the spirit law realm, he could still clearly feel the rapid progress, making Yi Chen unable to stop. Unfortunately, no matter how irresistible the desire to continue, things that needed handling still had to be dealt with. There was a knock on the door. The little golden ball was the first to rush to open the door. The high priest was standing outside, smiling. Yi Chen reached the door, grabbed the high priest's arm, and flew directly toward the center of the valley. He hadn't been out for 2 days. The valley had already taken on a new look. The wooden houses and yards had increased by more than double. The efficiency was faster than Yi Chen had expected. From mid-air, the yard looked neat and orderly, pleasing to the eye. In the settlement, people practicing swordplay and children chasing and playing were everywhere. Chief. Arriving at the center of the valley, the spirit law realm warriors waiting there looked at Yi Chen, who was descending from the sky, with excitement and urgency. A quick scan revealed at least 40 people. With the need to assign some of the spirit law realm warriors to stay behind with the other 3 armies, responsible for suppressing the ferocious beasts, having over 40 people gathered here was more than Yi Chen had anticipated. However, there was not a trace of a smile on Yi Chen's face. Because from the eyes of these talents from the Yen Mountain tribe, all he could see was excitement and urgency. Only the spirit law realm warriors from the area of Guli showed unstoppable admiration and reverence in their eyes.